Welcome to the war game. Ling He sat cross-legged on the grass, looking at the sudden glowing screen with a wry smile. Not long ago, he had just opened his dream convenience store outside an elementary school. He was supposed to enjoy a carefree life, snacking and drinking as much as he wanted. Instead, had been forcibly dragged into this bizarre game. The screen revealed that this wasn't just an ordinary online game, it was a battle for the fate of humanity, a war among all races. Every participant had to choose a single, unchangeable path for their growth, which would determine their future potential and difficulty. Want to become a god? You might spend your whole life without taking even the first step. Prefer to be a regular lord? You could level up 100 times faster, but the ceiling would be painfully low. Have you all picked your growth paths yet? Ling He asked in the regional chat, chewing on a blade of grass. There were still 10,000 people in this zone, and the game had already been running for 2 hours. How could anyone still be hesitating? Question marks flooded the chat. A player named War Maniac immediately messaged him privately. Are you serious, bro? It's getting dark. If you don't pick a warrior soon to protect yourself, you might starve to death in this unfamiliar place. Ling He was about to reply when he noticed the trading post icon. Clicking in, he gasped. An ordinary loaf of bread cost 50 copper, and a bottle of purified water was 1 gold coin. Newcomers only started with 1 gold, which was supposed to be used to recruit the lowest tier soldiers. Now, it was barely enough to buy a single bottle of water. If only I could eat whatever I wanted, just like back at the shop, Ling He muttered, his stomach rumbling. Just then, a prompt popped up in the war game. Keyword detected. Eat whatever you want. Matching personality, presetting growth path. Do you confirm your growth path as ultimate producer? Ling He's eyes sharpened. This name was even more tempting than the godhead path. Maybe, in this war of all races, being an ultimate producer was the right choice for him. The stars are my candles, the orbits my ribbons, and civilization is my sandbox. It is by my mercy that all living things flourish in my garden, that breathing is not measured by currency. And ultimately, everything depends on my mercy. Ling He stared quietly at the introduction before him, unable to keep his emotions entirely in check. He could feel an overwhelming temptation, as if some invisible force was calling out to him. To become a king, an emperor, or perhaps a god, a supreme being? Such glorious titles seemed almost within reach. Yet, deep down, he hesitated to answer. I've made up my mind. This is the one I want. After confirming his final growth path, Ling He glanced again at the system window before him. According to the system, he would follow the ultimate producer path. However, there was a warning. He couldn't gain experience through traditional means, no killing, war, or ruling. The prompt left him confused. Market monopoly? He looked at his empty hands, anxiety creeping in. Everyone said, the greater the potential of a growth path, the harder it would be. But was his starting difficulty really this high? Talking about monopolizing a market when he didn't even have one, how was that supposed to work? Still, since Head made his choice, there was no turning back. Ling He opened his new personal interface. As the screen unfolded before him, he felt a surge of anticipation for what was to come. Nickname, undecided. Growth path, ultimate producer. Current level, LV0 from scratch. Attack power, none. Defense power, none. Special abilities, none. Evaluation. If someone tries to hang you from a lamppost, you won't be able to resist at all. Ling He couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He hadn't expected his character to be so outstanding. Even a lamppost could be a threat. He forced himself to ignore the urge to complain, quickly entered his nickname, Honest Vendor, and moved on to the growth path interface. In front of him, the passive effects of his path were displayed one by one. Ultimate Producer LV0. Unlocked Effect 1. Your clerk will be replaced by a secretary, ignoring any era restrictions. Unlocked Effect 2. All your subjects' loyalty will be converted into wages, which will boost all units on the Ultimate Producer path. Ling He scanned through the information and found that, for now, only these 2 basic effects were unlocked. More passive abilities might become available as he advanced along his path. Besides passive effects, the bottom of the screen showed 2 unopened packages, the new player's Wargame starter gift and the Ultimate Producer starting debt. Had seen the starter gift mentioned in the regional chat. Almost everyone received it. As for the starting debt, his gut told him it couldn't be anything good. Frowning at the name, Ling He considered that most players received some initial abilities, troops, or resources when choosing a path. He, on the other hand, seemed to get nothing but an extra debt. Did that mean Head traded his potential for a liability? Scaring myself for nothing, Ling He muttered, trying to calm down. He decided to test his luck with the starter gift first. You have opened. Wargame New Player Growth Gift. A flash of light, and several items appeared before him. A worn stone axe, 2 steaming loaves of bread caked with mud, and a can of ice-cold soda. Ling He glanced at the meager items, unable to suppress another twitch of his mouth. He prodded the bread with the axe, but learned nothing and had to give up. Sighing, he reached for the can of soda instead. No matter what, at least soda never lets me down, he said, shaking his head with a wry smile. Galulua, a gulp of soda went down, and Ling He couldn't help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. Ah, that hit the spot. Well, it seemed the so-called newcomer starter pack would at least keep him from starving tonight. As for anything else, he'd just have to survive by avoiding any ferocious beasts. If he wanted more, he'd have to count on whatever was in the other starter pack. As the refreshing sensation from the soda faded, Ling He turned his attention to the intimidating initial debt had received. The name sounded threatening, but he was mentally prepared. He opened it. The system notification chimed, "You have activated the Terminator initial debt." This time, nothing dropped out like trash. Instead, several system interfaces popped up. "Congratulations. You have received one loan voucher, valid for 1 year. Congratulations. You have received one initial secretary recruitment card. A loan voucher and a secretary recruitment card?" Ling He's eyes skimmed past the former and settled on the latter. A secretary recruitment card. That was unexpected. He muttered under his breath, "I can recruit a secretary without spending any money?" He immediately opened the recruitment interface. Right now, he didn't have any available residents or units to recruit. The original officer option had now changed to secretary, and it was available for recruitment. Unlike normal recruitment, this secretary recruitment seemed a bit different. Recruit secretary. Randomly recruit a secretary unit appropriate to your territory's current technological era. Cost, 10 gold coins. Note, your territory can have only one secretary at this time. You cannot recruit more if you've reached the limit. First of all, the required 10 gold coins equivalent to the price of 10 basic units was totally out of reach for Ling He. Second, if he didn't use the recruitment card, the secretary unit would be limited by the territory's current technological era. He glanced around at the empty land surrounding him. Was his territory in the Stone Age? Would he end up with a secretary who was basically a caveman? The thought made him shudder. What if he got a burly, sharp-toothed cave woman as his secretary, or a secretary who looked more like a wild beast than a person? That would be a nightmare. So, as a beginner on the Terminator path, his only hope was this secretary recruitment card. Use. Without further hesitation, Ling He decisively selected use, ready to welcome his very first resident. The system prompt chimed again. "Congratulations. You have successfully used the initial secretary recruitment card and obtained a new secretary, Vera." As the notification faded, a staff struck the ground at Ling He's feet. He looked up to see his new secretary appear. Her appearance caught him a bit off guard. She wore a tall hat with subtle patterns, her sharp eyes peering through gold-rimmed monocle glasses, her gaze warm as amber. She was dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, with the crisp collar of her white shirt peeking through. "Vera?" Ling He instinctively repeated her name. "Mum?" The girl blinked at him, then suddenly extended a small hand straight toward Ling He. "My lord, am adorable, please give me some money." Ahem. Seeing how bluntly Vera asked for money, Ling He almost choked on his own saliva. He couldn't help but recall what he'd learned earlier while lurking in the regional chat. Most people, upon first entering the game, start in the Stone Age. At that stage, their subjects and warriors only need food and water to stay loyal. There's no need to pay them a salary at all. But the Vera standing before him, dressed in such luxurious clothing, clearly didn't fit the vibe of the Stone Age. Looking at the expectation shining in the girl's eyes, Ling He felt his heart unexpectedly soften. As someone who had once run a general store, he knew all too well the importance of paying wages on time. He shifted his attention to his own interface. In this war game, gold coins weren't just virtual numbers, they could be materialized. With a crisp ding, the currency in his interface dropped to 0, and a shiny gold coin appeared out of thin air in his palm. "Here you go." Ling He handed the coin over to Vera. Vera quickly took the coin, pinching it delicately between two slender fingers. She held it up to the sunlight, inspecting it with a look of pure delight. After a moment, she carefully tucked the coin into her pouch. At the same time, Ling He noticed that his own gold balance had returned to 1. "Allow me to formally introduce myself, my lord." Vera leaned on her staff with one hand and placed the other elegantly over her chest. "I am Vera Byron, a loyal devotee of value, and your chief secretary. Rest assured, I am not the kind of officer who would let trivial gains get in the way of your development. Such small profits mean nothing to me, no more than a fleeting shadow on the water." Right on cue, the system chimed. "Ding, congratulations. You have gained the recognition of Secretary Vera. You may now view Vera's personal profile." Ling He was a little confused. This seemingly shrewd girl had accepted him just for a single gold coin? Still, he opened Vera's profile. "Secretary Vera. Growth traits. Eye of value deconstruction. This unit can instantly see the raw material cost and labor fee of any item. Gold allergy. This unit is cursed by the god of commerce. Touching any gold coin with less than 90 purity will trigger an allergic reaction." Ling He fell silent. From a business perspective, just the eye of value deconstruction trait made Vera priceless. But in the early stages of the game, he'd been hoping for a secretary with some combat ability. As it stood, the two of them together probably couldn't muster even a single point of combat power. Just as he was about to sigh, a figure suddenly squeezed in beside him, and a head popped into view. "My lord, are you looking at my personal panel? Are you amazed by how impressive it is?" "Not impressive at all. Ling He started, then abruptly stopped and turned to stare at the girl beside him. Wait, you can see this panel? Of course. Vera rolled her eyes, a faint smirk tugging at her lips as she looked at Ling He with obvious disdain. I'm your secretary, remember? And it's not just about what I can see. Before she finished speaking, Vera swiped her finger deftly, closing the translucent panel in front of her and revealing Ling He's personal information behind it. Seeing the three glaring none entries on the screen, Vera covered her mouth, shoulders shaking as she tried to stifle her laughter. Who would have thought our esteemed lord is a total blank slate? Even my stats are more impressive than yours. After being mocked again and again, Ling He finally lost his patience. He reached out and pinched Vera's soft cheeks, pulling them apart. Show some respect for your boss, you little brat, he growled through gritted teeth. MMMPH. As another weakling with barely any combat power, Vera struggled in vain, her hands and feet flailing as she tried to break free, her words coming out muffled. Chaotic lord, don't make me dock your loyalty points. Ling He only pinched harder at her threat, quickly pulling up his passive skills panel and shoving it in front of her. Bet you didn't see this coming, I don't even have a loyalty stat. Vera's eyes widened as she stared at the panel that had popped up in front of her. Effect 2. All your citizens' loyalty is converted into stipend coins, which provide bonuses to all units on the end producer path. You jerk. A moment later, Ling He finally let go of Vera. Seeing her rubbing her reddened cheeks, tears sparkling at the corners of her eyes, he placed his hand on her head and firmly squashed her tall ceremonial hat. Vera froze, her expression blank. Guess I've really been looked down on by a rotten lord. Stupid jerk, I'm putting a curse on you, Vera muttered, crouching to the side and drawing wobbly circles on the ground with her staff. Ling He watched the scene with a resigned sigh, stepping forward to pick up her hat, carefully brushing it off and placing it back on her head. Vera shot a resentful glance at Ling He. Fine, I forgive you. Are you sure your real form isn't actually the hat? Ling He blurted out. Humph. Vera huffed twice, brushing the dust from her clothes as she stood, then pointed straight at Ling He's face. A lord who bullies his secretary and her hat will never become a true end producer. Seeing Vera suddenly turn serious, Ling He dropped his playful tone. So what do you think we should do now? Obviously go shopping, Vera declared, quickly sidling up to Ling He and expertly navigating his interface. Growth paths closed that. Personal panel closed that. When the word marketplace appeared on the screen, Vera clicked it without hesitation, then pointed at the top listed item, giving Ling He a look that clearly said, I want this. Wait, you want me to buy that? Ling He's face darkened as he saw what Vera was pointing at. Timber Mill Spirit Enhancement. Description. After receiving a blessing of life, this timber mill can rapidly and densely grow trees by consuming large amounts of the land's nutrients. Price, 100,000 gold. Limited time offer, 6 days, 19 hours, 21 minutes. The limited time item priced at 100,000 gold was clearly listed just to attract attention. The current war game had only just started. Who could actually afford such an expense? Ling He glanced at Vera in confusion, and after seeing her nod in confirmation, he simply laid down on the ground, as if completely uninterested in the price. 100,000 gold. Look at me, my lord. Do you think I could sell myself to get that kind of money? He said helplessly. Oh, come on, my lord. Don't be such a couch potato. Vera grabbed the corner of Ling He's shirt, trying her best to pull him up from the floor. You're young, you should be striving for something. If you can't afford it now, just owe it for later. Haven't you heard that being in debt is good for your health? Look, I don't even mind that you're broke. Then Vera crouched down, leaned in close to Ling He's ear, glanced around, and whispered mysteriously, actually, the spirit-infused lumberyard is worth at least 500,000 gold. Missed this chance, and it's gone for good. We're starting from scratch. Taking out a loan is nothing to be ashamed of. Ling He immediately understood Vera clearly had her eyes on his loan voucher. The voucher didn't have a spending limit. As long as he could repay the 100,000 gold on time, it would work. Just imagining paying back 100,000 gold within a year made Ling He grimace in pain. Without hesitation, he snatched Vera's hat to cover his face. I could run a snack stand outside an elementary school. There's no way I'm letting you manipulate me like this, he said, gritting his teeth. Don't mess with a lattice hat. Vera snapped, yanking the hat back from Ling He's face. As the hat was pulled away, Ling He caught a glimpse of the trading house page flashing by. There seemed to be a new item listed. Wait a second. He suddenly sat up, eyes wide with excitement as he looked at Vera. Did you see that new item that just went up? Vera brushed the dust off her hat and tilted her head at Ling He, then quickly flipped to the trading house page. You mean this one? Her finger tapped rapidly through the listings, stopping near the bottom of the page. Next to the usual food items, there was a set of wood that stood out. The description read, wood, essential material for building basic infrastructure. 2 gold per bundle. Includes 20 transaction tax, bartering accepted. Ling He studied the description, feeling a little puzzled. Without any building blueprints yet, he had no idea what a bundle of wood could actually make. He turned to Vera for answers. She gave him a wry smile, a hint of mockery in her eyes. Talk about price gouging. That's not even worth 20 copper. It'd barely be enough to make a campfire for one night. A campfire that lasts only one night? Ling He raised an eyebrow, thinking the wood didn't seem all that valuable. But just as they were discussing it, the 2 gold per bundle listing for wood suddenly changed to sold out, and the regional chat exploded. Damn, damn, damn. Who was the boss that just listed that wood? Please, put more up. He'll do anything. I'm 18 this year. It'll work for you, please. Ling He watched the flood of messages, thinking this scene was even livelier than New Year's. After a while, Ling He finally managed to make sense of the situation amid a flood of irrelevant chatter. It was true materials like timber were basic and generally easy to find, hardly considered rare. However, since everyone's starting position was randomized, most players didn't have convenient access to resources. In extreme terrains, such as the Gobi, desert, or tundra, supplies were scarce, and even the most basic building materials were hard to come by. On top of that, these harsh environments bred highly aggressive creatures, making survival even more complicated. If it weren't for the bread and water included in the beginner's pack, the death toll in these areas would likely be unimaginable. Still, these extreme environments weren't without their advantages. At the very least, creatures in these regions dropped copper coins at a much higher rate than those in ordinary areas. By now, several hours had passed since the players had chosen their development paths. Among the tens of thousands of players, some had accepted reality and learned to adapt to their surroundings. These were the people in greatest need of basic resources like timber. Most of them had managed to scrape together a coin or two, but almost no one was selling materials on the market. After all, the sudden launch of this war game had left many people reluctant to sell their surplus, preferring instead to hold on to their resources rather than put them up for trade. A cold glint flashed in Ling He's eyes. Perhaps things weren't as simple as they seemed. In a war game like this, even players of the same race could become enemies. Cutting off someone else's supply lines might turn out to be a profitable strategy. Human nature was unpredictable. Anything was possible. As he pondered these possibilities, a commotion broke out in the regional chat. Another batch of timber had just been anonymously listed on the trading post. This time, however, the price had changed. Timber, essential material for constructing basic infrastructure. Listing price, 5 gold per stack, including a 20 transaction fee. Barter also accepted. 5 gold per stack? Ling He paused, then let out a cold laugh. That price was outrageous. Nobody could afford to drop 5 gold at once, not even the wealthiest players. It was obvious the anonymous seller was trying to force others into bartering, hoping to snatch up as many resources as possible. A clever one, Ling He thought, a hint of admiration in his heart, though he couldn't help but suspect the plan was doomed to fail. He turned to look at the girl beside him, Vera. Their eyes met, and a sly smile passed between them. So, my lord, you already have a plan? Vera asked softly. Of course, Ling He replied, the corners of his mouth curving upward as an idea formed in his mind. He quickly pulled up the trading post interface, found the top-listed Enchanted lumber mill, and clicked purchase without hesitation. Insufficient funds to complete this purchase. Would you like to use the loan voucher item? Yes. With his confirmation, the virtual building interface immediately shifted, displaying the effects of the Enchanted lumber mill in detail. Purchase successful. Enchanted lumber mill acquired. Please select a placement location. From an architectural perspective, Ling He carefully surveyed the surrounding plains. The system limited him to choosing an initial placement point for buildings within a 20-meter radius, which made him frown. Seeing the massive footprint required for the spirit-forged lumber mill, he quickly realized that adjusting the orientation or distance wouldn't make much difference, so he simply placed the lumber mill 3 meters in front of him. As soon as he confirmed the placement, the ground shook violently. With a thunderous rumble, towering trees burst from the earth like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, transforming the empty plain into a lush forest in the blink of an eye. Right on cue, the system notification sounded. Ding, as you have purchased a system item, you have successfully triggered the secretary's professional skill bargaining. You have received a bonus, settler recruitment order. This unexpected reward took Ling He by surprise. It seemed that replacing the administrator with the secretary brought more than just a change in title. He turned to look at Vera, who was standing beside him, leaning on her staff with her chin held high, clearly waiting to be praised. Ling He couldn't help but smile. He reached out and gave the girl a couple of encouraging pats on the head. Vera immediately stiffened, hurriedly straightened her tall top hat, and shot him a glare, her expression both annoyed and amusing. However, as the chief secretary, Vera quickly composed herself and professionally opened the settler recruitment panel. She pointed to the only available option, Contract Lumberjack. Contract Lumberjack. Era, Stone Age. In producer path. Description, the most basic worker unit, who has received preliminary instruction and understands the concept of profit. They have sworn an oath to remain loyal to their interests. Recruitment cost, 1 gold. Ling He immediately chose to recruit. In an instant, a burly man with knotted muscles appeared before him. The man's beard was wild, and he wore nothing but a grass skirt woven from a few large leaves. Ling He instinctively glanced at Vera, only to find her face expressionless, her gaze calm and detached, as if she were evaluating an object. Is something wrong, my dear lord? Vera noticed his look, her tone now devoid of its usual respect. Nothing, Ling He replied, withdrawing his gaze and turning to check the new contract lumberjack's information in the settler interface. Name, none. Profession, contract lumberjack. Wages, none. Special abilities, none. Combat power, 5 extremely low. As expected of a basic unit, Ling He thought to himself. His combat power is exactly the combined total of me and Vera 5 people. With this in mind, he habitually glanced at the regional chat channel, ready to see how the other players were doing. In the regional chat, discussions about basic settlers never seemed to stop. Most early growth paths would give out settler recruitment orders, and these basic settlers usually had a combat power between 1 and 5. Among them, the contracted lumberjack, though lacking any special abilities, was considered top tier in combat strength among those who could be recruited for just 1 gold coin. Ling He shifted his attention away from the regional chat, a slight smile tugging at his lips. He turned and patted the broad-shouldered lumberjack beside him. As my first official employee, why don't you give yourself a name? All for profit. The lumberjack's eyes sharpened as he let out a thunderous roar. I meant, pick a name for yourself, Ling He patiently repeated. All for profit. The lumberjack bellowed the same words again. All for profit. Seeing the burly man repeating the same phrase over and over, Ling He fell silent. Beside him, Vera was doubled over with laughter, clutching her stomach as she teased. My lord, what made you think you could communicate with such a prehistoric brute? She gave the man's solid chest a playful pat, then tapped her own head. See these muscles? That's where all his brains went. The lumberjack didn't react to Vera's teasing at all, only scratching the back of his head in confusion. Ling He sighed helplessly, bent down to pick up the battered stone axe from the starter pack, and shoved it into the lumberjack's arms. Go chop some wood. Yes. This time, the lumberjack finally said something different. Upon receiving the command, the lumberjack immediately strode toward the nearest tree. He swung the stone axe with each blow leaving deep gashes in the trunk, fully displaying his formidable strength. A system notification popped up. You have assigned 1 contracted lumberjack to the spirit-infused lumberyard. Current lumberyard production efficiency, 100 bundles of wood per day. Ling He coughed in surprise at the number. He remembered that in the trading market, an anonymous profiteer was selling wood at 5 gold per bundle. Yet this one lumberjack could produce 100 bundles a day. Clearly, wood wasn't as rare as it seemed. TCH, what a scammer. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave somewhere, Lin Xiao sneezed and frowned. Who's cursing me again? But he quickly shook his head and let it go. Staring at the regional chat and trading interface before him, he thought, getting cursed was just part of the job, no need to take it to heart. Then, with practiced hands, he listed several bundles of wood on the trading market. Would you like to remain anonymous? Yes. Not long after, a private message notification popped up in front of him. Ling Yu Go, can you tell me how many sets of timber this blueprint can be exchanged for? In the private chat window, a message popped up along with the blueprint data wooden caltrops, a basic guide to Bronze Age defensive structures. This simple fortification is highly effective against charging units, and can also slow down infantry to some extent. Construction requires 3 sets of timber. Lin Xiao glanced at the blueprint and quickly replied, 1 set. That's impossible. Out on the snowy plains, a woman covered in wounds clenched her fists so tightly that her nails dug into her palms. Anyone could tell that in a world where most people were still stuck in the Stone Age, or even earlier, a Bronze Age construction blueprint should never be this cheap. But her situation was dire. Her battered body trembled in the cold wind, and if she couldn't get enough wood to start a fire before nightfall, the freezing temperatures would be fatal. In the chat, the anonymous trader showed no intention of negotiating. If that's the case, you're free to trade with someone else. See if anyone besides me is willing to spend valuable resources on a blueprint that's basically useless at this stage. And don't say I didn't warn you. Even if you barter, you'll still have to pay taxes at the trading post. For a Bronze Age blueprint, that tax won't be cheap, will it? After sending his final message, Lin Xiao closed the chat without waiting for a reply, a faint, mocking smile on his lips. Haggling with me? Who does she think will buy a Bronze Age building blueprint right now besides me? Lin Xiao knew very well that the blueprint was worth far more than a single set of timber. With his current resources and growth path, he could easily offer more if he wanted. But why would he help a potential competitor? Since the moment this war game began, Lin Xiao understood that the greatest threat wasn't the unseen foreign enemies, but the tens of thousands of human lords in the regional channel. Besides, if she truly needed timber, she'd have no choice but to come back to him. Any transaction through the marketplace, even if it's barter, incurs a tax. If either party doesn't have enough coins to cover the tax, both items get locked in the marketplace and can't be retrieved. That's exactly why Lin Xiao felt so confident. By his calculations, each tree in the wild yields only 2 to 5 sets of timber. With most people's current tools and settlers, felling a tree takes hours. For those without the option to recruit settlers at the start, chopping a tree down themselves would take even longer. In other words, Even if someone started out in a forest and immediately began logging, after taking care of their own needs, they'd only have 1 to 3 sets of timber left over within the first few hours. Even if they tried to sell it, it would barely cover the tax for the Bronze Age blueprint if at all. His situation, however, was entirely different. Lin Xiao opened his personal panel and reviewed his growth path. When Lin Xiao first chose his path for growth, he had already grasped a crucial point: the difficulty of his journey would be closely tied to his ultimate goal. With this in mind, he realized that by adjusting his objectives, he could drastically reduce the challenges he'd face along the way. He had carefully chosen his target: to become a false god of creation. The difference between real and false was just one word, but it made the entire process infinitely easier. And the system's upgrade abilities didn't let him down, either. His passive skill, tenfold amplification of gains and losses, was unlocked. Whenever he harvested resources, it would destroy 20 times the same resource nearby, but he would receive 10 times the usual amount. This effect couldn't be turned off and would only activate if there were similar resources surrounding the one he was collecting. Lin Xiao considered that if he had set his goal as becoming a true god of creation, this ability probably wouldn't come with the downside of resource destruction. Still, the flaw didn't seem to matter much at this stage. With the tenfold harvesting bonus, he could get between 20 and 50 bundles of wood from just a single tree, in efficiency far beyond what anyone else could achieve. At this point, no one else but him could possibly come up with enough materials and gold to trade for rare blueprints or items. As long as he could quickly get through the early stages by trading, he could always make up for the massive resource consumption later by encroaching on other players' territories. Thinking of this, a cold smile tugged at the corners of Lin Xiao's mouth. Let those who used to look down on me watch closely. In this era, I'm the only one who can be the protagonist. However, the moment the trading house updated, his smile froze. A new batch of goods had just been listed. Wood. Description: essential material for constructing basic facilities. Listed price: 1 gold per bundle. In front of the Spiritwood lumber mill, Vera was uploading wood to the trading house while complaining to Ling He. My lord, the profit margin on this trade is way too low. Just before this, a towering tree had crashed down in front of Ling He. After nearly an hour of chopping and cutting, he finally reaped his first harvest since buying the lumber mill 10 full bundles of wood. Ling He did a quick calculation. With the contract lumberjack chopping down 10 trees a day, plus time for meals and rest, it would take about 12 hours of work. Hey, you idiot lord. Are you even listening to me? Vera's shout snapped Ling He out of his thoughts. Instinctively, he reached out to pat her on the head to calm her down, but her tall hat got in the way. Ahem. Ling He cleared his throat, shook off his calculations, and met Vera's serious gaze. You think my price is too low? Vera nodded firmly. In her view, a bundle of wood was only worth about 20 copper coins, but with bread selling for 50 copper these days, raising the price a bit wouldn't hurt sales at all. 1 gold per bundle, a 500 profit margin, was nowhere near enough, in Vera's opinion. If their roles were reversed, she'd never sell the wood this cheap. Vera finally voiced the doubts that had been weighing on her mind. After hearing her out, Lin He understood why she had seemed so displeased after they finished stacking the lumber. With a gentle chuckle, he reached out and tapped her forehead teasingly. You really do think like a classic Victorian-era capitalist, he joked. Although Vera had a sharp business sense, Lin He still felt he outmatched her when it came to the art of negotiation. Have you ever heard of game theory? Lin He asked. Vera tilted her head in confusion. Game theory? What's that supposed to mean? Seeing her puzzled expression, Lin He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It seemed that in an era before game theory existed, merchants still had a rather straightforward way of thinking. Game theory is all about figuring out the best decisions to make when interests are in conflict, he explained patiently. For example, in a trading market, we're all participating in a zero-sum game. Everyone's competing for a limited amount of gold coins, and the only way to gain is by taking from someone else. Vera still didn't seem to fully grasp the idea and shook her head again. Lin He didn't rush her. Instead, he pointed at the trading interface and continued seriously. Look, lumber is a necessity on the market right now. It sells quickly, but everyone's funds are limited. In a zero-sum game, whatever you earn comes at someone else's loss. To get more gold, we have to lower our prices and squeeze other merchants' profits. As he spoke, Vera's eyes gradually lit up with understanding. So, our real competition is other lumber sellers? If we want to earn more, the best way is to lower prices and take over their market share? Lin He nodded with a smile. Exactly. In a market with fixed profits, there's really no reason for everyone to cooperate for mutual gain. For example, trading 100 stacks of lumber for 500 gold isn't nearly as good as trading 1,000 stacks for 1,000 gold. Absolutely right. Lin He clapped his hands excitedly. And I think we can go even further. Even further? Vera's eyes widened in surprise. Lin He lowered his gaze, thinking for a moment, then glanced sharply at the trading interface. Yes, if we can bring the price of lumber down to 1 gold per stack. I think even the current price is too high. If we're going to do this, let's change the rules entirely, swallow up all the market's profits, and starve out those greedy merchants. His tone left no room for doubt. A notification suddenly chimed. All 10 stacks of lumber you listed have been sold. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xiao was scowling as he gathered the scattered lumber at his feet, clearly frustrated. 10 stacks of lumber had suddenly appeared on the market for just 1 gold each, and he had managed to buy up almost all of them, only missing out on 3 stacks, which others had snapped up first. Damn that do-gooder vendor. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, glaring at the other seller in the trading hall. That idiot has no idea what he's doing. Even though only 3 stacks had sold at the rock-bottom price, it was enough to trigger a huge ripple. Everyone realized that the price of lumber couldn't stay high forever, and most decided to wait and see. Even the merchants who had planned to trade with Lin Xiao quickly fell silent. Staring at his empty chat window, Lin Xiao was consumed with rage and slammed his fist into the ground. This group had been wandering in hunger for quite some time, and just as they were about to secure their victory, something unexpected happened. The batches of timber put up by that conscientious vendor threw everything into disarray. Lin Xiao was certain that the vendor couldn't possibly keep supplying timber at 1 gold per batch. Sooner or later, everyone would come back to him. However, this delay would undoubtedly slow Lin Xiao's progress significantly. For someone who saw himself as the protagonist, any setback was absolutely intolerable. If he fell behind now, by the time he caught up, he'd be left far behind by the others. Conscientious vendor, huh? Lin Xiao spat out the words coldly. Let's see how this plays out. At that moment, Ling He had no idea had become such a thorn in someone else's side. He had just received the gold coins had earned from the trading house 10 batches of timber at 1 gold each, minus a 20 trading tax, leaving him with 8 hefty gold coins. They felt weighty in his hands, like a handful of shining little treasures. He handed the coins to Vera with a smile. Want to hold them for a bit? The moment Vera saw the gleaming coins, her eyes lit up, and any trace of discontent vanished instantly. She grinned like a child. Long live our lord. With that cheer, she quickly scooped all the coins from Ling He's hands. The pile of glittering gold shone in the sunlight, making Vera's eyes sparkle even brighter. She stared at the coins, entranced, for several minutes before reluctantly passing the warm coins back to Ling He. Hurry up, my lord, Vera urged in a low voice, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Let's keep boosting production. I can't wait to see those profiteers' faces when things turn around. It's going to be priceless. As soon as she finished, she turned to Ling He with a curious look. By the way, my lord, where did you pick up all this knowledge about game theory? Ling He laughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. Haha, that's a secret. He knew perfectly well he'd never tell Vera that his so-called knowledge of game theory actually came from his childhood days at the corner store outside his elementary school. Back then, he only had a handful of change, and the price of spicy sticks taught him the value of every coin. Whenever a classmate used 50 cents to buy a snack, it meant one less profit for another vendor. Vera didn't press for more details, sensing his reluctance. Instead, she smoothly switched topics. So, my lord, what do you plan to do with all this gold? Ling He replied instinctively. That's easy. Hire 4 lumberjacks and buy 4 stone axes from the trading house. Stone axes are cheap, just 1 gold each. They're not great, but everyone has them. They don't require any skill, and they're not essential, so the price has never gone up. But before he finished, Vera didn't respond right away. Ling He turned to her, puzzled. What's wrong? Is there something off with my plan? To him, splitting the resources evenly between labor and tools seemed perfectly balanced. But Vera gave him an awkward smile and politely suggested, I was just wondering, maybe you could consider raising the wages a little? Ling He froze for a moment, suddenly realizing he'd overlooked a crucial detail: his passive skill. This skill allowed him to convert his citizens' loyalty into wages, which in turn provided bonuses to all his production units. As a unit on the end producer route, the contracted lumberjack naturally enjoys its unique wage passive bonus. Given the current financial strain, Ling He hadn't planned to use this feature. However, since Vera brought it up, he decided to at least try adjusting the wage for his only contracted lumberjack, starting with the minimum 1 copper coin. Adjust the wage amount. Yes. With his confirmation, the contracted lumberjack's interface immediately changed. Wage, 1 copper day. Bonus effect, resource output rate increased by 10. Ling He raised an eyebrow and quickly opened the interface for the spirit-infused lumberyard. Sure enough, with just that single copper coin, daily output rose to 110 units of lumber. At the previous rate, every 10 units brought in 10 gold, 1,000 copper in revenue. A single copper coin yielded a 1,000-fold return, and this was far from the limit. Ling He immediately began raising the wage in quick succession. 2 copper, 3 copper, 4 copper. With each increase, the contracted lumberjack's movements grew faster, eventually becoming so quick that afterimages appeared. Each additional copper boosted the resource output rate by 10, continuing up to 15 copper. Just as he was about to go further, Vera hurriedly grabbed his hand. Wait, don't raise it anymore. She leaned in, quickly pulled up several screens, and pointed to the contracted lumberjack citizen page. My lord, look here. The interface had changed dramatically. Name, Ine. Profession, contracted axe warrior. Wage, maxed. Note, Increasing the wage beyond this point will not provide additional bonuses. Special abilities: high spirits, valor, combat power, 10. Although Vera emphasized the words maxed wage, Ling He's attention was completely drawn to the change in profession. Clicking on the profession submenu revealed content entirely different from that of a regular contracted lumberjack. Contracted axe warrior description: the continuous increase in benefit index has greatly elevated their spirits. For them now, cutting down enemies is as easy as chopping wood. Trait 1. High spirits: this unit's resource output rate increases by 150 and combat power by 100. Trait 2. Valor in battle: death does not serve as a deterrent to lower this unit's morale, and intimidation based on appearance is ineffective. Such comprehensive improvements: high combat power, morale, and resource gathering efficiency, plus partial immunity to intimidation, far exceeded the standard for basic citizen units. None of the basic units Ling He had seen in the regional channel could compare. The only downside was the need to pay 450 copper each month to maintain its sustained combat capability. No, the high wages have never been a flaw of the contract axe warriors. As residents who can be recruited directly for just 1 gold coin, you really can't expect anything more from them. Ling He looked at Vera standing before him, feeling a wave of gratitude. He leaned forward and quickly planted a kiss on her cheek before she could react. Thanks to your reminder about the importance of wages, I would never have thought to pay them otherwise. Vera jolted like a startled rabbit, jumping back and hurriedly pulling out a white handkerchief to wipe her cheek. You jerk of a lord. What do you think you're doing? I am not that kind of secretary. What kind of secretary do you mean? Ling He blurted out, but then caught the implication, his face instantly darkening. Enough. I'm not so desperate that I'd go after a Victorian-era, cold-hearted capitalist. Huh. Vera grew even more annoyed, jabbing a finger at his nose. You're in no position to judge me, you clueless manager who almost forgot to pay wages. They locked eyes, sparks flying between them, but soon both let out a sigh, each seeing a reflection of their own flaws in the other. Just as Ling He was about to lighten the mood, Vera's expression shifted. She slammed her staff on the ground. Guards! A powerful force struck from behind, knocking Ling He to the ground. In the split second that followed, a cold glint flashed past his cheek and embedded itself in the massive tree behind him, leaving a fine crack in the bark. Pushing the contract axe warrior off him, Ling He focused on the mark left by the attack. He couldn't tell what kind of weapon had caused it, but he knew that if it had struck his head, the consequences would have been dire. Save your thanks for later, Vera said, leaning on her staff as she walked over. She pointed beyond the lumberyard. Looks like we've got uninvited guests. Ling He stood up, instantly understanding what was happening. The commotion from building the spirit-infused lumberyard must have drawn attention from unknown threats nearby. Only now did he realize just how dangerous those few leisurely hours spent resting on the grass had been. After all, this was a world centered around war. In the past, Ling He would have avoided any fight that might bring harm. But now, thinking of the fixed assets had acquired on a loan of 100,000 gold, a surge of adrenaline rushed through him. No matter who's out there, let's go meet them. Ling's eyes were resolute, his voice carrying a determination had never felt before. However, the excitement didn't cloud Ling He's judgment. He was well aware of the dangers of acting alone, so he immediately used his remaining funds to recruit 3 contract lumberjacks, equipping each one properly and raising their pay to the highest level. With 4 strong contract axe warriors forming a solid human wall in front of Ling He and Vera, he finally felt confident enough to make a break for it out of the logging camp. But what he saw next made him freeze in place. Out on the distant lawn, a half-meter-wide oval creature was radiating an eerie blue light, its surface as smooth as polished glass. What the hell is that, a slime? Ling He muttered, realizing that this thing looked nothing like the slimes he remembered. As he pondered, the blue creature suddenly began to convulse violently, ripples spreading across its surface. In an instant, a tiny shard of ice shot out from within it, whistling through the air like a bullet. Fortunately, the 4 contract axe warriors were ready and standing in front. The ice shard embedded itself in one warrior's chest, but lost all momentum. The man didn't even flinch, as if had only been bitten by a mosquito. Impressive. Ling He gave the warrior a thumbs up, then pointed at the distant blue slime. Go get it, kill that thing. Noticing that the slime needed about a minute between attacks, Ling He felt confident enough to act. The 4 contract axe warriors responded to his command, shouting in unison, all for profit, and charged toward the target. Despite the distance, the contract axe warriors moved quickly. During their charge, the slime managed to fire only one more ice shard before they closed in. 4 stone axes came down at once, each blow splattering the creature with gelatinous blue liquid. In less than a minute, the mysterious creature was reduced to a pile of blue sludge. At that moment, a system notification chimed in Ling He's ears, and a panel popped up. Congratulations. You have achieved your first victory against a foreign lord. Growth experience gained, 0. Loot acquired, none. A foreign lord? Ling He finally realized that the creature he had just defeated wasn't an ordinary monster, but a foreign lord. He rushed toward the battlefield, shouting, "Wait, stop, don't destroy it any further." But it was too late. By the time he and Vera arrived, the slime had already been smashed beyond recognition, its original form completely unidentifiable. Amid the shattered remains of the slime, a single, pitiful copper coin lay on the ground. Without hesitation, Vera crouched down, her slender fingers reaching deftly into the gooey carcass to pluck out the coin. She curled her lips into a mocking smirk and scoffed, "TSK, what a pauper." With practiced ease, she slipped the coin into the small cloth pouch at her waist. Ling He noticed that the amount of money displayed on his personal panel hadn't increased, and he could only shake his head in resignation. He didn't care about such a trivial coin after all, had given Vera plenty of gold coins before, and she had never tried to pocket any for herself. Letting her keep a measly copper coin hardly mattered. What Ling He really regretted was that after finally encountering a foreign lord, the opponent had been defeated so easily. Since the start of the war game, no one in the regional chat had reported seeing a foreign lord. Maybe someone was deliberately keeping it quiet, but more likely, this was truly the first encounter with a foreign lord. After a moment's thought, Ling He opened the regional chat and quickly typed out a message. "Honest vendor, watch out for those round, slippery things that look like slime-style foreign creatures, possibly foreign lords. They're very aggressive, and, yes, they can kill." The message immediately stirred up a commotion in the chat, but most of the responses were skeptical. Wind and storm. Has the guy above lost his mind playing this game? Now we've got slimes. Want me to go kill a troll for you just for fun? Mr. Carefree, I'd rather run into a slime than keep getting chased by these damn wolves. Help, please. Silence. Wait, did you guys see who sent that message? The chat fell silent for a moment, then quickly veered off topic. Because Ling He never sold goods anonymously in the marketplace, the more observant players soon recognized him. Whoa, just realized it's the vendor guy. The vendor who sells the lumber? Vendor, do you still have that lumber at 1 gold per stack? I can't find any wood in the desert. I'm begging you. Deep inside a cave, Lin Xiao stared coldly at the chat on his screen and let out a snort. Had predicted this outcome long ago. People's greed is insatiable. As soon as someone lists lumber at a lower price, everyone mentally sets that as the price floor. From now on, squeezing resources out of others by selling lumber would become much harder. Even though Lin Xiao resented the so-called honest vendor, he didn't dismiss the warning in the chat like most others. A foreign lord that looks like a slime? Lin Xiao muttered, his eyes narrowing with a glint of cold calculation. That's a threat that needs to be eliminated. He'll remember this. Just then, Ling He posted a new message in the channel. Honest vendor, new lumber will be available in an hour. Please be patient, everyone, much love. What? Lin Xiao shot up from his seat, staring at the screen in disbelief. How could he possibly still have more lumber to sell? The commotion in the regional chat didn't concern Ling He. He had just finished posting about the timber head put up for sale and was about to call Vera and a few contracted axe wielders back when he saw Vera suddenly raise a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Ling He noticed the seriousness in Vera's expression. It was clear she wasn't joking, so he held back the words had been about to say. Vera glanced sharply around. Then, like a treasure hunter, leaned on her staff and began searching the grass around the slime's corpse. The tip of her staff occasionally brushed against the ground, making a faint rustling sound as it moved through the weeds. Suddenly, the staff sank into the earth. Vera's lips curled into a victorious smile. "Looks like I was right. Found you," she announced, and before anyone could react, she jabbed her staff forcefully downward. A startled glurp came from beneath the grass. Ling He immediately signaled the axe fighters forward. As someone peeled back the turf, everyone saw what Vera had been after another slime. But this one was very different from the last. Covered in dirt, the round creature was a deep crimson color and nearly a meter wide, much larger than the previous bright blue slime. Even more surprising, the red slime didn't try to attack. Instead, it trembled under everyone's gaze, making soft, helpless glurp noises like a frightened animal. Vera poked the quivering slime with her finger and turned to Ling He, intrigued. "It's scared of me." Her touch only seemed to terrify the creature more. It shook even harder. Just as Ling He was taking it all in, the crimson slime suddenly extended 2 round, ball-like appendages from its body almost like arms and held up a gleaming gold coin. Glurp. It made a sound like it was swallowing nervously. Ling He shot Vera a look of disdain. Sure enough, she was already staring hungrily at the gold coin, even swallowing unconsciously. After a moment, Vera reluctantly tore her gaze away and turned to Ling He. "If I'm not mistaken, this little guy hiding under the grass is the real culprit behind the earlier attack. So, Lord Bastard, what do you want to do with it?" With Vera unable to resist the lure of gold and passing the decision to him, the slime also turned its coin-holding arms toward Ling He. Glurp? The coin shimmered in its grasp, as if it was trying to make peace. This proved what Vera had just said. This was the real slime lord, not the bright blue slime that had just been smashed to a pulp by the contracted axe warrior. Now, it seemed the slime lord was trying to use the gold coin in its hand to buy its life. Ling He drew in a sharp breath, his brow furrowed. Vera had really thrown him a tough choice. He couldn't have both the gold coin and the slime lord's life, just like the blue slime earlier had only dropped a single copper coin. If he killed this slime, he wouldn't get the gold, but if he spared it, he'd be leaving a threat behind. As he hesitated, it was as if an angel and a devil were arguing in his mind. The angel spoke gently. Let it go, for the sake of the gold coin. The devil immediately retorted, but it's a foreign lord. If you let it go, it'll come back to haunt you. Before the angel could finish, the devil cut in again. But it's offering you gold. The angel tried to reason, but it clearly tried to kill you just now. The devil's voice grew sharper. But it's giving you gold. Enough. Ling He suddenly barked, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his head. He shot Vera a sharp glare. Stop messing with my head for no reason. Huh. Vera pointed at herself, completely bewildered, her eyes wide. Taking advantage of the moment when the slime was distracted by his sudden outburst, Ling He moved quickly and snatched the gold coin from its hand. Ding, a crisp system notification sounded, and Ling He's gold count on his personal interface increased by 1. The slime finally realized its gold coin was gone. It looked up and met the devilish grin spreading across Ling He's face. I'll count this coin as compensation for my trouble. Fair trade. No tricks, Ling He said lightly, though his eyes sharpened. But you tried to kill me earlier, and that's worth more than just a coin. As he spoke, he rubbed his fingers together in a clear gesture. If you want my life, you'll have to pay extra. Gurgle. Gurgly's slime quivered, making trembling noises, but instead of producing more gold, it shrank back further into the mud. No more money? Ling He shook his head in disappointment, his mouth twisting downward. Well, that's a shame. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped back a few paces, and the surrounding contracted axe warriors immediately raised their stone axes, ready to strike. Gurgle, gurgle. As the axes were about to fall, the slime in the mud trembled violently, as if making a final desperate plea. Luckily, Ling He didn't understand the slime's language, or he would have heard a string of insults about his character and may not be human, but you're a real dog. The slime clearly had no intention of waiting for death. The moment the stone axes fell, its body rippled just like the blue slime from before. A faint little flame floated upward, brushing the chest of a contracted axe warrior before vanishing instantly. This attack was even weaker than the previous ice spike, almost negligible. At that moment, Vera's eyes suddenly lit up as if she'd discovered a treasure. She shouted, "Stop! Don't kill it!" Whoosh, the stone axes stopped just inches above the slime's head. Luckily, the warriors were skilled enough to control their swing. Anyone else might have chopped the slime into pieces. What's wrong? Ling He turned to Vera in confusion, not understanding why she had suddenly called for a halt. Money. Vera's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately crouched down, scanning the slime with the sharp gaze of a hawk. The slime looked entirely ordinary at first glance, but she was certain she'd caught a glimpse of something valuable flicker within its body just a moment ago. Ling He had complete faith in Vera's words. As his trusted secretary, Vera possessed a special ability called the Eye of Value Deconstruction. If she said she saw something valuable, then there had to be a treasure hidden within this slime. You little rascal, you're not being honest, are you? Ling He fixed the slime in the mud pit with a disappointed stare, making it tremble all over. Under the intense, predatory gazes of the two, the slime finally caved in and produced a lump of red, jelly-like substance from within its body. That's it, Vera exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the gelatinous mass. She wanted to touch it, but hesitated. After a moment's thought, she cleverly used her staff to poke it instead. Quosha's small flame suddenly leapt up. Fortunately, her staff was coated with a special fire-resistant lacquer, so the fire didn't travel up to her hands. This is a highly efficient fire starter, Vera quickly identified. ID estimate it's worth at least 30 copper coins apiece. Hearing the price, Ling He's gaze returned to the slime in the pit. Suddenly, the round, squishy creature no longer looked like a hostile lord, but more like a smiling god of wealth. 30 copper coins might not sound like much, but Vera's 20 copper wood was already selling for much higher on the current market. More importantly, no one else was selling fire starters in the entire trading post. This meant a brand new business opportunity could be the pioneer and monopolist in this market. The thought made copper coins practically sparkle in Ling He's eyes. But he was thinking about more than just profit. There was also his own growth path, which had yet to reach level 1. As someone following the producer's route, only by monopolizing a market could he gain enough experience. Right now, neither food nor wood could be fully monopolized. The 10 batches of wood head sold earlier barely made a dent in the market and earned him little experience. But if he could create a whole new product category, things would be very different. With that in mind, Ling He looked at the slime with an even friendlier expression. Gulu? The slime, still wallowing in the mud, was completely baffled by the shifting expressions of these two bipeds. Seeing the one who had snatched its gold staring at it again, it quickly produced 2 more blobs of jelly, bracing itself defensively as if to say, "Don't come any closer. I'm not that easy to bully." Spotting even more jelly, Ling He's eyes sparkled with excitement. He took out the gold coins head seized earlier and said, "How about we make a deal? Worried that the slime wouldn't understand, he deliberately slowed down his speech. Ling He pointed at his own gold coin, then at the slime's gel, clearly signaling his desire to make a trade. The slime tilted its translucent body and made a puzzled glip sound, its small eyes blinking as if it half understood Ling He's intentions. The little slime quivered, as if deep in thought. After a moment, it carefully offered the gel forward, while Ling He simultaneously held out his gold coin. Rather than completing the exchange right away, Ling He raised one finger to indicate one for his coin, then held up 9 fingers toward the slime's gel, clearly communicating the exchange rate. This time, the slime's eyes lit up, finally grasping his meaning. It quickly stuffed the 2 gel blobs back into its body, squirmed around for a bit, and then produced a handful of much smaller gel pieces, exactly 9 in total. Ling He's brows immediately furrowed and his expression darkened. Unbelievable. What's the world coming to when even slimes try to pull a fast one? He thought, breaking one big gel into 9 pieces to sell. If this guy lived among slimes, it'd be the shady merchant hung up for cheating the tribe. He made a show of pulling his coin back, disappointment clear in his eyes. Ling He was interested in opening up new markets, but that didn't mean he'd tolerate being tricked even by a slime. At that critical moment, Vera's voice chimed in with surprise. Huh. She picked up one of the small gel pieces, holding it up for a closer look, her eyes shining with professional curiosity. These smaller gels are actually more valuable, more stable, easier to carry, and perfect for storage. I'd say each one is worth about 50 copper. Hearing this, Ling He's mood flipped instantly. He quickly pushed his gold coin into the slime's soft body and scooped up all the small gel pieces from its hands. Pleasure doing business, he said with a sharp grin, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. As he turned away, Ling He wasted no time listing the new goods in the trading house. Fire slime gel. Description: the excretion of a fire slime, ideal as a long-lasting fire starter and can be used to ignite flammable materials. Listing price: 1 gold each, includes 20 transaction fee. Unlike the wood had sold before, these gels, though reasonably priced, didn't sell out right away. Stroking his chin, Ling He considered that perhaps their utility wasn't as broad as wood, or maybe players didn't yet need quick fire starters at this stage. After all, the ancestors had already passed down the art of making fire by friction. As long as you spent a gold coin recruiting a villager and were willing to put in some effort, fire wasn't much of a problem. However, the name Fire Slime Gel quickly sparked a lively discussion in the regional channel. Xiaobu, there really are slimes? I thought the merchant was just messing with us. Shi Chu Ba Wang. Wait, the merchant has listed so many slime materials, has he already invaded other races' territories? Jiu Zhai go to you. Awesome. Only the merchant can expand his territory and business at the same time. Zhuan Shu Hui E. Help, 18-year-old female college student looking for a team. Messages like looking for group 1, looking for group 10086 flooded the channel. But Ling He's sharp eyes caught a different message among the chatter. Call me battle maniac. Fire starters probably aren't in high demand right now, but in the spirit of resisting foreign invaders together, I'll buy one to show my support. Meanwhile, the gel that Ling He had just put up for sale was instantly snapped up twice, and the income of 1 gold and 60 copper was immediately credited to his personal panel. Staring at the balance, which had just returned to exactly 2 gold, Ling He couldn't help but smile, a sense of satisfaction welling up inside him. Now that's what I call real vision. Just talking without buying doesn't mean anything, he thought smugly. Still, the nickname, Zhan Kuang, sounded oddly familiar. He glanced at the regional chat channel, but the message had already been buried beneath a flood of idle chatter, so he decided not to dwell on it. He quickly pocketed the 2 gold coins, and the cool, metallic feel reassured him. Ling He turned his attention back to the slime in the mud pit, shaking the shiny coins in his hand with a grin. Although the Firestarter wasn't selling particularly well at the moment, he was confident that as people's wallets grew heavier, especially after nightfall, demand would inevitably rise. Stockpiling supplies now was definitely the smart move. With the experience from their previous trade, the slime in the mud pit seemed to have gotten the hang of what humans wanted. Its body trembled slightly as it produced 18 small gel balls from within itself, obediently completing the transaction and accepting the 2 gold coins Ling He handed over. All right, Ling He muttered, quickly calculating the profit from this deal, which was more than enough to compensate for the scare he'd just had. He decided not to push his luck with the pitiful-looking slime beneath his feet. Overexploiting his supplier was not the way of a conscientious merchant. He waved for the contract axe warriors to step back, then pulled Vera over to stand beside them, clearing the area around the mud pit. Once the space was open, he gestured to the slime, inviting it to leave. You're free to go. Feel free to drop by any time, especially if you bring more goods to trade. We can help each other out. Gulu. The slime in the pit didn't understand the two-legged creature's words, but it clearly sensed the goodwill in Ling He's gesture. With a sudden leap, it hopped out of the mud pit, shuddering violently to shake off all the clinging mud. Only then did Ling He notice that this slime actually had eyes, which had been hidden under the muck before. Now that it was clean, He realized it was actually kind of cute. It could probably fetch a good price as a pet, Vera muttered quietly nearby. Ling He shot a glare at Vera, annoyed that she had voiced exactly what he was thinking. There was no way he'd sell a promising trading partner that would be downright unscrupulous. Feeling a bit guilty, he glanced over at the slime. Thankfully, it couldn't understand human language. Otherwise, it might never come back to trade with him again. Strangely enough, even though the path was clear, the slime made no move to leave. Just as Ling He was starting to wonder why, the slime took action. Galoo, it blinked its big, watery eyes and bounced toward Ling He twice. Immediately, the surrounding contract axe warriors tensed up, raising their stone axes and watching the slime's every move. Sensing the hostility from the two-legged creatures, the slime quickly stopped and pulled out several more small gel balls, as if to show it meant no harm. So, you want to keep trading with me? Ling He raised an eyebrow, looking thoughtful as he spoke. Ling He watched the slime's actions and gestured for the contracted axe warriors to lower their weapons. He sighed inwardly, realizing he was completely out of gold coins and had no idea what to do next. Gurgle, gurgle. The slime didn't understand Ling He's words, but seeing the axe warriors stop their attack, it bounced over to Ling He and rubbed against both him and Vera. Ling He was a bit surprised this slime was truly remarkable. Moments ago, it had been soaking in the mud, yet now its skin was smooth and warm, without a trace of dirt. Vera was also drawn to its texture and couldn't resist giving the slime a gentle squeeze. She remarked, almost to herself, if we could turn it into a sofa or some kind of luxury item, it'd probably sell for at least 10 gold coins. Gurgle? The slime didn't understand Vera, but sensed a brief flash of intent from her and immediately became cautious, as if realizing this woman was not to be underestimated. It quickly retreated behind Ling He, as if searching for a safer refuge. Gurgle, gurgle, don't scare it, Ling He said, gently rubbing the slime's head to comfort it. This wasn't just any ordinary slime after all, it was currently his only source of slime gel. His hopes of monopolizing the trading market depended entirely on it. The slime reached out with its tiny hands, hugging Ling He's leg and nuzzling against him. Ling He couldn't help but laugh at its adorable behavior. You're not planning to stick around here forever, are you? Gurgle, the slime responded, still rubbing against his leg. Vera couldn't help but move closer. Seeing the slime hiding behind Ling He, she poked it lightly with her staff, a little annoyed. Still, the slime stood its ground, clearly intending to stay with them. Looks like it really does want to follow us, Vera said with a wry smile, rubbing her chin. My lord, maybe we should just let it stay as both a pet and a backup source of funds. Ling He nodded instinctively, then quickly shook his head. The idea of treating his future business partner as a pet felt too strange to accept. Looking down into the slime's big, watery eyes, he couldn't help but reach out and pat its head. From now on, I'll call you Hamburger. The slime looked up at Ling He in confusion, completely unaware of what was being said. Just then, Vera chuckled. Hamburger is a great name. It actually makes me think of home. I didn't expect you to be so good at naming things, my lord. Ling He nodded proudly. Of course, I'm a cultured man. Then, turning to the surrounding axe warriors, his expression grew serious. Everything's settled here. What are you all still doing? Do you expect the trees to turn into lumber on their own? Get moving, start chopping. The contracted axe warriors shivered at Ling He's command. Without waiting for him to repeat himself, they quickly picked up their axes and returned to work. After the contract axe warrior left, the slime became noticeably more relaxed, even boldly diving right under Ling He in front of Vera. With a startled yelp from Ling He, the slime suddenly lifted him up, carrying him like a bouncing ball as it hopped toward the lumberyard. Vera was thrown far behind. She stood stunned for a moment, then stomped her foot on the ground in frustration. You two just wait. Damn slime knight. Since the contract axe warrior had finished all the work, Ling He and Vera spent almost all their time playing with the slime until the new batch of lumber was completely processed. Wow, this batch of lumber is huge, Ling He said, standing next to the towering pile and gesturing with his hand. The pile was even taller than him, sitting atop the slime, with about 100 bundles in total. After making some calculations, Vera gave her assessment. This isn't the wild here in the spirit-infused lumberyard. Every tree yields about the same. With 4 contract axe warriors working at this pace, producing 100 bundles an hour is normal. Of course, Vera also knew that unless something unexpected happened, this output wouldn't change. Ling He had no illusions about the contract axe warriors suddenly increasing their productivity to chop down even more wood. Vera. Vera turned her head, puzzled. Ling He's next words caught her off guard. Help me list these. I knew it. Vera sighed helplessly. Unlike a magical storage ring where you could just shout collect and gather resources from miles around, the trading post in this wargame required you to physically prepare and list each bundle one by one. When there were only 10 bundles, Ling He couldn't even be bothered to do it himself. Now, with over 100, it had become a real chore, and he had no intention of doing it personally. All right, I get it. That's what a secretary's for, Vera grumbled as she dragged Ling He and the slime over to the lumber pile. She opened an interface and started listing the bundles one by one. Meanwhile, Ling He opened the regional chat channel. Because of his earlier promise, many people were waiting for his next move. It's been over an hour already. Why hasn't Trader Bro listed the lumber yet? Maybe something came up. After all, he did run into a foreign lord earlier, could be in a dangerous spot right now. Most people had no doubt that Ling He would continue listing lumber. With wood in such short supply, anyone who could harvest extra wouldn't miss the chance to make a fortune. Their only concern was what price Ling He would set this time. To be honest, even if he does put up new lumber, I doubt it'll still be 1 gold per bundle. Everyone knows the current price is between 2 and 5 gold. How do you know he won't set the new price at 3 or even 4 gold? As soon as the message, kidnapping you, was sent, a mocking laugh came from behind the screen. In the regional channel, a player named Di Zhao Shun immediately voiced his doubts. Even if he is a good guy, let's say he really sells wood at 1 gold per stack, how much can one person sell? 10 stacks? 15? 20? His words set off a chain reaction. Wake up, there are tens of thousands of us in this region. Why should any cheap wood end up in our hands? Instead of gambling on such slim odds, we might as well just buy what's available at the trading post. That way, at least we won't fall behind. That actually makes sense. Yeah, that's true. Watching the chat shift from skepticism to agreement, Ling He frowned, realizing something was off. His intention had been to undercut the trading post scalpers by offering cheaper wood, but the conversation was now steering people to accept the higher prices instead of waiting for a deal. This guy is really good at manipulating the conversation. Could he be one of the trading post black market sellers? Ling He sneered. Back in the day, I never lost out to competitors selling 50-cent snacks. No way, I'm losing to these crooks now. Vera, he ordered decisively. Drop our wood price to 50 copper. What? Vera turned to him in disbelief. Are we running a charity now? Can't you be a little nicer to me? Annoyed, Ling He smacked the top of Vera's hat flat. I told you not to touch a lattice hat. Vera protested, pouting as she clutched her hat. Besides, even 1 gold per stack is considered cheap in the trading post right now. Didn't you say a stack of wood is really only worth about 20 copper? Ling He replied pointedly. I guess that's true, Vera admitted. Whatever, you're the lord. It's your call. As Vera started adjusting the price, Ling He quickly typed in the regional channel. Sorry for the wait, everyone. I got held up dealing with something just now, my apologies. To make it up to you, in making a decision that pains me. Wood that was 1 gold per stack is now just 50 copper. And there are 100 stacks. 50 copper, no way, you'll regret it. See you at the trading post, everyone. After he sent the message, the chat went strangely quiet. But over at the trading post, Vera's newly listed wood was being snapped up in a frenzy. She could barely keep up with the sales. As the wood kept selling out, sales of Ling He's fire slime gel also began to surge. Ling He stared intently at the ever-increasing number of gold coins on his personal interface, a growing smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This discovery had opened his eyes. The problem wasn't selling slime gel, but rather that potential buyers lacked kindling. As long as the wood could be sold smoothly, sales of fire slime gel would naturally follow. Just then, a private message popped up, interrupting his thoughts. It was from someone named Creator God. On the other side, Lin Xiao paused as he looked at the message he had just sent. Only now did he realize, with some frustration, that he had forgotten to turn on anonymous mode in a moment of impulse. Fortunately, he had always been careful to remain anonymous before, so no one should be able to connect this to him. After a brief consideration, Lin Xiao adjusted his tone and continued typing in the private chat window. Creator God. Given the current state of the marketplace, buying up all the listed wood is a trivial matter. By dumping wood at low prices, what are you really gaining besides disrupting the market? Oh, Ling He chuckled at the pointed message. So the other side was already losing their composure? He remembered this, Creator God, as the one who had tried to stir things up in the regional channel earlier. They'd made a show of being reasonable, but were actually undermining him and trying to rally others to side with the profiteers. Now that the scheme hadn't worked, they were brazen enough to reach out directly. So what do you suggest I do? Ling He replied as honest vendor, deliberately keeping his tone calm. Seeing that Ling He wasn't being confrontational, Lin Xiao quietly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they could talk, there was still room for negotiation. Although he had already flagged honest vendor as a competitor, getting into a direct conflict at such a critical early stage of the game would only hurt both sides. For the bigger picture, he decided to offer a solution. Still, before that, he planned to test Ling He's limits by playing the sympathy card. Lin Xiao typed, Creator God. To be honest, I'm just an ordinary wood trader in the marketplace. As fellow wood merchants, you must know that selling wood now means sacrificing your own development. After paying that price, isn't it only fair to expect a reasonable return? After sending these messages and getting no response from Ling He, Lin Xiao realized that this sympathy act wasn't working. If even an appeal to shared interests couldn't sway him, then it must come down to profit and reputation. Lin Xiao frowned, thinking, there weren't many people willing to risk their future just for a good name. So this person was probably in it for profit. That was easier to handle. He quickly shifted tactics and typed, Creator God, since you don't like beating around the bush, you'll get straight to the point. We're both wood merchants, and with the current size of the market, none of us can meet demand alone. Right now, the marketplace is like a cake too big to finish. If we compete, everyone's share gets smaller. But if we work together and set unified prices, we can make the cake bigger and everyone gets more. What do you say? Unified pricing? Ling He stared at the proposal that popped up in the trading channel, his brows knitting together as he gently rubbed his chin with his fingertips. He could easily understand the other party's intentions. If the merchants joined forces, manipulating prices would be a simple matter. And once united, they could gradually evolve into corporations, conglomerates, or even massive interest groups, steering the entire market toward a certain order. However, this path was completely at odds with the direction Ling He had chosen. If he were following the corporate government route, he probably would have agreed without hesitation. But that wasn't his path. He was on the road of the ultimate producer. An ultimate producer could be merciful, that was a right. But sharing? That was never in his vocabulary. Ling He was well aware of this. He chuckled, a hint of mockery in his eyes, then shook his head, as if disappointed by the proposal or perhaps by the person who made it. Nice idea, but I prefer eating the cake, not slicing it. He typed this message in the private chat window and sent it without a second thought. Conscientious vendor, great. You actually agreed? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with delight when he received the message. He hadn't expected Ling He to back down from the price war so easily. He sneered inwardly. Just another guy chasing after reputation and short-term gains. Once I grow stronger, he'll be nothing but an insignificant ant underfoot. He was about to press his advantage, ready to probe further or add some pressure, when a new message flashed in the private chat. Conscientious vendor, but the price I set it. 50 copper per batch. If you're willing, follow along. If not, I won't force you. Lin Xiao's expression darkened instantly, and he quickly typed out a reply. Creator God, what do you mean by that? As soon as he sent the message, a red notification popped up on his screen. The other party has blocked you. Thud. Lin Xiao's face was ashen as he slammed his fist onto the floor, the dull thud echoing around him. But what infuriated him even more was still to come. In the regional channel, a new message was flooding the chat. Conscientious vendor. Just now, some big shot messaged me privately, asking me to raise the price of lumber to 5 silver per batch so high that no one could afford it. But who is everyone? That's our fellow vendors, our family. Am I supposed to betray you all just because of a few words? No way. So, for the sake of our family, and making it clear today lumber will be plentiful from now on. And starting now, if lumber costs even a single copper more than 50 per batch on the market tomorrow, he'll take his last name. The channel exploded instantly. Pervert. For real, vendor bro? Unlimited lumber at 50 copper per batch? If that's true, you're basically my long-lost brother. Hyperactive kid, get lost. Don't try to claim my dad as yours. Spectator, it's on. Vendor bro just declared war on the profiteers. Is this the first corporate war? Mr. Cool, help. It's a declaration of war. Lin Xiao's face was now terrifyingly dark, his teeth grinding audibly. He knew all too well he hadn't just rejected his proposal in public, had slapped him across the face in front of the entire region. Staring at the screen, he muttered coldly, You'd better hope I never find out where you are. Ling He couldn't help but grin as he watched a sudden flood of brothers and sons pop up in the regional chat. The players' enthusiastic banter put him in an exceptionally good mood. You sure have it easy, Vera's voice came from beside him. She had just finished the exhausting task of listing lumber at the trading post, and was now wiping the sweat from her forehead. Seeing Ling He grinning at the chat window, she rolled her eyes in exasperation. Lazy lord, if you've got so much free time, why not help me out with the listings next time? No problem, Ling He replied cheerfully. He reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 gold coins, placing them in front of the blue slime at his feet. Hamburger, I need some slime gel. Glup? The slime, named Hamburger, blinked at the coins. After a moment, it squeezed out 18 small blobs of gel. Ling He deftly tucked the coins into Hamburger's squishy body and gave its slippery head an affectionate pat. Haha, you've made 5 gold already. That makes you quite the little tycoon among slimes, doesn't it? Although Hamburger had no idea what he was saying, it nuzzled up to Ling He all the same. Leaning back against the slime, Ling He began listing the newly acquired gel one by one. All done. After putting up all 18 blobs, Ling He dusted off his hands and stretched lazily toward Vera. I finished this batch myself. The next load of lumber is all yours. What? Vera's eyes widened in outrage. You heartless lord. Look at me, an elegant lady, a cute girl. How could you make me do such menial work? I couldn't possibly, Ling He replied gently, taking her hand, before his tone shifted. But if I think of you as a ruthless Victorian capitalist, my conscience feels a lot better. With that, he let go of her hand. So all you care about is your own conscience? Vera looked at him in disbelief. But Ling He had already made up his mind. As a conscientious vendor, he refused to give in to any ruthless capitalist. Ignoring Vera's protests, he focused on his own plans. With just over 50 gold left, He immediately recruited 20 contract lumberjacks, equipped them with tools, and set their wages to maximum. It wasn't profitable in the long run, but for rapid capital accumulation, it was the most efficient approach. He figured this round of logging would net him about 600 bundles of lumber before dusk. Now, it was just a matter of seeing whether other lumber merchants would try to undercut him and seize the market while his own supplies were low. In Ling He's calculations, this was indeed the last chance for profiteers to make a fortune by trading timber at the exchange. Reality soon proved his prediction right. As soon as his 100 batches of timber were snapped up at the price of 50 copper coins per batch, a strange scene unfolded in the exchange. All other timber prices suddenly stabilized at 5 gold coins per batch. This was no coincidence, but rather a perfect display of the merchant's instincts for profit. Even though 50 copper coins was already a high price for basic materials, with 5 gold coins as a comparison, who would willingly sell their stock for less? However, buyers responded very differently. With Ling He's promise of 50 copper coins still fresh in their minds, no one was foolish enough to pay those exorbitant prices. As a result, the exchange was plunged into a peculiar stalemate. This was exactly what Ling He had hoped for. Meanwhile, in the Spiritwood logging camp, towering trees were falling one after another as the workers hurried to process the final batch of logs. By dusk, over 600 batches of timber had been piled up as high as a small house. Yet in the exchange, not a single batch of timber had been sold at those inflated prices. Ling He glanced at the exchange with a faint smile. The man who called himself the creator god did have some skill even managing to unite all the timber merchants against him. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong strategy. It looked like Ling He would be the sole beneficiary of the timber trade. Vera. Ling He gently nudged the girl beside him, signaling her to keep listing more timber for sale. Though she often argued with Ling He, Vera never hesitated when it came to making money. Soon, batch after batch of timber was listed at 50 copper coins each. Ling He even announced in the regional chat, "Honest merchant here, 600 fresh batches of timber about to go on sale, still just 50 copper coins each." Orders flooded in like a tidal wave, and the 600-plus batches of timber sold out in an instant. Combined with the income from the fire slime gel, Ling He's personal account saw a windfall of more than 300 gold coins. But as Lin Xiao had said, this pie was simply too big for one person to eat alone. Even though Ling He had built a stellar reputation, once the timber was sold out and dusk approached, anxious voices began to appear in the regional chat. Winter Sun No Warmth complained, "The merchant's timber is great, but I've never managed to grab any." Seabed Fragment worried, "The tundra is already getting colder. I'm afraid I won't make it in time." Rambling on analyzed, "There are 10,000 people in this region. Even if only half need timber, that's 5,000 people. Do we really have a chance?" Seeing these comments, Ling He glanced at the overpriced timber still lingering in the exchange and smiled confidently. "It's over, everyone. Game over." He immediately converted all 300 gold coins into contracts for lumberjacks and equipment. The numbers displayed on the logging camp interface were staggering. Spiritwood logging camp allocation, contracted axe warriors X174, maximum output rate 43, 500 batches of timber per day. They lost, and it was a crushing defeat. Everything Ling He did was seen by Vera. She stood in a corner of the trading hall, her sharp eyes observing the entire market's movements. Although she and Ling He had some differences when it came to pricing, her keen business instincts allowed her to clearly see the decline of the other merchants in the hall. Business is like war no smoke, but just as ruthless. Big fish eat little fish, and little fish eat shrimp. That's the unchanging rule of this battlefield. The fatal mistake made by the timber merchants, led by Di Zhao Shun, was letting Ling He get through the stage of primitive capital accumulation so easily. That should have been Ling He's weakest moment, and their best chance to strike. But now, with the initial accumulation complete, Ling He had transformed into the biggest shark in the timber market. A shrewd glint flashed in Vera's eyes. Without outside intervention, the capital Ling He had built up would soon grow at an unimaginable rate. The thought made the corners of her mouth curl up into a smile, and she let out a soft chuckle. "To be the darling of profit hat's the kind of lord I should be serving," she whispered to herself. Vera, what are you mumbling about?" Ling He, who had appeared beside her without her noticing, reached out to feel her forehead, frowning slightly. "No fever, but why are you smiling so creepily?" Vera's smile froze, and a vein throbbed on her forehead. Creepy smile? Was he talking about her? About her, the dignified lady, the beloved beauty? With a sharp smack, Vera slapped Ling He's hand away and crossed her arms, turning aside in a huff. She silently cursed herself for foolishly praising this lazy lord in her mind. Ling He shook his hand, wincing from the sting, but a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. She's got plenty of energy, so she must be finino need for him to restock the timber himself next round. Watching Vera fume, he couldn't help but find it amusing. All right, don't be mad," Ling He said, trying to comfort his secretary. He pulled a silver can from his backpack and handed it to her. Vera stared at the unfamiliar can. "What's this?" "Happy water. It's going for 1 gold per can in the trading hall right now. Ling He explained as he popped the tab with a crisp click, then placed the can in her hand before she could refuse. 1 gold. Vera's anger instantly vanished at the ridiculous price. She let out a laugh of disbelief, holding the open can up to Ling He. This thing is worth a gold coin. Don't worry about it. The money will come back to us soon enough, Ling He said, shaking his head and buying another can for himself. He raised his can and lightly tapped it against Vera's, making a clear ding. Hey, race to completing our initial capital accumulation. Cheers. With that, Ling He tipped back his head and gulped down half the can in one go, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed. It all comes back to us in the end, huh? Vera watched him drink, then looked at the fizzy drink in her own hand. After a moment's thought, she smiled, brought the can to her lips, and took a careful sip. It's really sweet, she said, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Right? Ling He grinned. He didn't smoke or drink, but he did have a soft spot for sweet drinks. Too bad there's no ice or burgers. Happy water goes best with ice and burgers. Mentioning burgers, Ling He suddenly remembered the slime he was leaning against. He glanced over at the blue, squishy creature beside him. Galoo? Burger blinked its round eyes, unsure why these two humans were suddenly staring at it. Ling He stroked his chin, carefully examining the slime in front of him. Since I named you Hamburger, you've got to have a drink to go with it. With that, he bought a bottle of soda from the market and stuck the bottle upside down into Hamburger's head. Hamburger froze for a moment. Then the soda began to bubble up inside it, making a constant glug-glug sound. Foamy bubbles streamed out from inside the slime, rising cheerfully to the surface. The sight made both Ling He and Vera burst out laughing. As night quietly fell, the contracted axe warriors finished splitting the wood. Over 4,000 stacks of lumber were piled high, forming a small hill that could be seen from afar. Vera's smile froze instantly. Gulp. Vera swallowed hard, pointing at the mountain of wood in front of her. Forcing a smile, she said, "You can't possibly expect a lady to handle all of this by herself. Can you, you wicked lord?" Ling He cleared his throat awkwardly. He had originally planned to let Vera do it alone, but seeing the sheer volume in person made him hesitate. At this rate, by the time the next batch of wood was split, these wouldn't even be stocked yet. How about I help you? Ling He suggested tentatively. Deal. Vera seized the opportunity before he could change his mind. Ling He could only sigh in resignation and step forward to help stack the wood. Just then, a shocking message suddenly appeared in the regional chat. Honest vendor. Thanks for waiting, everyone. Thanks for supporting my business. Special offer, 50 copper per stack, for 1,000 stacks of lumber now available. For 1,000 stacks of lumber. Every lord who saw the message was stunned. Whoa, for 1,000 stacks. Vendor, are you sure you didn't add an extra zero by mistake? Lone wolf in the pack. Why does this vendor remind me of a tutorial village NPC merchant? Tantan. Damn, he really does. Faced with such an outrageous number, many who didn't urgently need would actually relaxed and started chatting in the channel. The jokes aside, everyone's shock was obvious. The war game had only just launched, and the first night wasn't even over. Some players were still lost about what to do, and even the leading players only had a few gold coins at most. Yet Ling He was suddenly selling 4,000 stacks of wood. His strength was truly baffling. Even Lin Xiao, who had been keeping an eye on Ling He, felt his heart race at this moment. Who exactly was this mysterious figure? Back when Ling He first listed 10 stacks of cheap lumber, Lin Xiao had been furious, since it broke the unspoken price agreement in the marketplace. When Lin Xiao saw that Ling He had listed 100 batches of low-priced timber, he was still considering how to win over this sizable timber merchant. When Ling He put up 600 batches, Lin Xiao was even waiting to see him make a fool of himself. After all, such a small quantity couldn't possibly fill the gap in the marketplace, and Lin Xiao only needed to sell 60 batches to earn the same profits. But now, watching as more and more timber continued to appear in the trading hall, a wave of helplessness washed over him. He had completely lost. In just half a day, the era of expensive timber was coming to an end, and the carefully crafted main character development plan had devised had collapsed at the very first step. Lin Xiao turned to look at his hiding place. In front of the cave, surrounded by dense forest, more than 200 batches of timber were stacked neatly, each one the result of his hard work, boosted by a tenfold multiplier. Getting rich starts with chopping trees sounded easy, but putting it into practice was anything but. To avoid revealing his location, he had to send his villagers far afield to cut timber. Finding the right trees, felling them, cutting them up, and hauling them back every step was time-consuming. Although the tenfold multiplier meant that wild resources were depleted 20 times faster, forcing the logging sites to move further and further away, the profits still made it worthwhile. In theory, his development plan was flawless. But reality hit him hard. He hadn't expected the gap between himself and this honest vendor to be so huge. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiao stood up. He decided not to dwell on where the other party's timber was coming from. With timber prices dropping and before the honest vendor could fully monopolize the market, the smart move was to cut his losses. At current rates, his 200 batches of timber could still fetch at least 100 gold coins, better than nothing. Clearly, many others had reached the same conclusion. After Ling He announced he would be listing 4,000 batches of timber, timber that had previously been priced at 5 gold coins per batch quickly plummeted to around 50 copper. Most people only listed a few batches here and there, but as soon as Lin Xiao, the second largest timber supplier in the trading hall, adjusted his prices, he was immediately spotted by the sharp-eyed Vera. Stupid lord. Stupid lord. Vera anxiously grabbed Ling He's arm, interrupting his listing. Look, those profiteers have dropped their prices to match ours. Ling He looked in the direction she pointed and sure enough, saw a flood of anonymously listed timber at 50 copper per batch. Looks like they couldn't hold out any longer, he said with a chuckle. If they'd tried to undercut the market to 50 copper before, it would have been much harder for him to deal with. Back then, he didn't have enough capital to risk a price war, which could have ended in mutual destruction. But now, things are very different. Looking at the stacks of timber in front of her, Vera spoke softly. The price has dropped straight to 30 copper per bundle? Ling He nodded, his expression calm. That's right. When there's an oversupply, lowering the price is the most effective solution. This time, Vera didn't protest. She fully understood Ling He's intentions. With over 40,000 bundles of timber produced every day, the only way to move that much product was to push the price down. Lowering the price for 20,000 bundles would be enough, and even 30,000 wouldn't be a problem. For Ling He, the only real opponents in this battle were the other timber merchants. The goal was simple: use pricing pressure to squeeze them out, starve the competition, and take over the market. She lowered her head and got to work, her movements quick and a little urgent. Meanwhile, Ling He opened the regional chat channel to send out a message. His fingers flew across the virtual keyboard as he typed out a few lines and sent them without hesitation. Honest vendor here. Good evening, everyone. It's a bit chilly tonight. I'm bundled up, but still sneezed. Thinking about it, I wondered what if someone catches a cold or gets sick. So from tonight on, all timber is just 30 copper per bundle. Take care of yourselves, stay warm, and save money at the same time. The regional chat instantly exploded. Waiting for the rain in the blue dusk. Wow, I never thought I'd meet such a kind vendor in a war game. Dragon Godfather, 30 copper for a bundle of timber? That's half a loaf of bread. Are you basically giving it away? Within seconds, many people realized what really mattered. 30 copper was the same as half a loaf of bread. In Vera's view, the prices of bread and water had already lost any sense of real value. But when people started comparing, even players from areas where timber wasn't scarce began to waver. Buying a few bundles of wood cost almost nothing. Chopping down a tree would get you timber, sure, but it also used up stamina. To recover stamina, you'd have to eat bread. Why not just buy the wood and save yourself the trouble? Soon after, Ling He's potential customer base nearly doubled. Meanwhile, things weren't looking so good for Lin Xiao. Yeah, it's cold tonight, but my heart feels even colder. Lin Xiao stared at the market prices, furious at the 30 copper per bundle rate. At 50 copper, he could still scrape together a bit of profit, but at 30, half his margin was gone. Night was like being pushed off a cliff. He was on the verge of giving up, but Ling He's price cut reignited his anger. Fine. If you want a price war, let's see how low you can really go. With that, Lin Xiao immediately slashed his own prices, listing timber at the rock-bottom rate of 15 copper per bundle. Hey boss, Vera said quietly, someone just dropped timber to 15 copper a bundle. Ling He looked up, glanced at the market, and sure enough saw a batch of wood listed at 15 copper. He let out a cold laugh. Idiots. Shaking his head, he said calmly, no need to lower our price. Just buy up all their cheap timber. We'll still turn a profit. Vera nodded and quickly started snapping up the low-priced wood on the market, her actions swift and precise. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao watched as the last of his 30 gold coins quickly dwindled on his personal panel. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Lin Xiao stared at the trading house interface, his brows tightly furrowed. The price of lumber was stuck at 30 copper, not dropping a single bit, completely against his expectations. He glanced down at his account balance, just 30 gold coins left. Looking back at the unmoving lumber price, a rush of heat surged to his face, turning him red with frustration. The truth struck him like a bolt of lightning. This isn't just stubbornness, it's a trap. Lin Xiao clenched his teeth, his fists balling up unconsciously. That so-called honest vendor was deliberately crushing the lumber profits. Keeping the price fixed at 30 copper per batch made their intentions obvious. They were confident enough to monopolize the entire lumber market in the trading house. Lin Xiao's eyes swept over the interface, his thoughts growing sharper. With profits squeezed so low, small traders like him had no way to quickly build up capital. Without capital, he couldn't expand production, and without enough goods, he stood no chance of shaking the honest vendor's grip on the market. Even if someone tried to sell a small amount of cheap lumber, the other party's deep pockets would swallow it up instantly, turning any effort into just another part of their profits. The strong get stronger, the weak stay weak, Lin Xiao muttered, a chill settling in his heart. Unless something drastic happened, the honest vendor's dominance in the lumber market was unshakable. In less than a day, a single trading house had given rise to a market giant like this? The more Lin Xiao thought about it, the more alarmed he became. When he looked at the honest vendor ID again, Any sense of integrity was gone in its place. He saw a greedy mouth and invisible hands snatching up every bit of profit. Every customer and merchant in the trading house was nothing but fodder for this monster. Bang! Lin Xiao slammed his fist against the cave wall. Blood immediately welled up around his knuckles. He saw through the honest vendors' true nature and understood their terrifying strength, but he couldn't just let them destroy his plans. He refused to accept it. Head lost his advantage, his development path, and 200 batches of lumber all for a measly 30 gold coins. That might be enough to keep him in the leading group, but it was nowhere near his real goal. He wanted to become a legend, to wield the power of creation and destruction, not just barely cling to a spot among the top players. Now, his dreams slipped further away, and it was all because of the honest vendor. Before they showed up, he should have been the protagonist. Hatred surged inside Lin Xiao, twisting his expression. More than he hated the other party, he hated himself for making the wrong decisions, for failing to see the situation clearly, for being so powerless. He didn't know who the honest vendor was, nor did he have the strength to confront them. With nowhere else to vent his anger, he could only take it out on himself. Bang! 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 Lin Xiao punched the rock wall again and again, each blow as hard as he could manage. Soon, his fists were raw and bleeding, blood dripping through his fingers. He seemed numb to the pain, mechanically repeating the act of self-punishment. Just then, a frightened voice called out from behind him. "My lord." At the same time, a system notification sounded in Lin Xiao's ear. "Your wildland servant's loyalty has dropped by 5 points." Lin Xiao whipped his head around, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the people behind him. Several of his subjects were carrying split logs back, but when they saw the twisted look on his face, they all froze in their tracks. Their loyalty had never been high to begin with, and now these wildland servants only dared to call out to him from a distance. Their voices trembling, none of them dared take a single step closer. A strange laugh escaped from Lin Xiao's tightly pressed lips, his eyes flashing with danger. "You all look down on me too, don't you?" "No, my lord. We're just worried about you," one servant ventured quietly. Seeing that, Lin Xiao seemed a little calmer. "Enough." Lin Xiao cut him off sharply. "I know you all despise me. Yes, I'm useless, a complete fool. Are you satisfied now? Is that what you wanted to hear?" His hysterical shouts echoed through the empty hideout, but only made things worse. The servants glanced nervously at each other, swallowing hard, the fear in their eyes growing ever clearer. "Your wildland servant's loyalty has dropped by 10 points. With a total 15-point drop, the loyalty of Lin Xiao's subjects was now teetering on the edge of acceptability. Well, just leave your wood here," one of them muttered. The bundles of wood were dropped off in a hurry, and the servants all found excuses to leave, fleeing his hideout as if running for their lives. Lin Xiao stared blankly at their retreating backs, then looked down at the lonely stacks of wood on the ground. A wave of unprecedented loneliness washed over him. This isn't how it's supposed to be. It shouldn't be like this. Lin Xiao slumped against the cold rock wall, his eyes slowly closing as the madness on his face faded, replaced by pain. After a long moment, he opened his eyes again. This time, they were cold and clear. A page covered in mysterious script appeared in Lin Xiao's hand. Had acquired it through bartering wood before the honest merchant ever showed up. Trial page. Description: war is the main theme of this world. Only through trials of blood and fire can we grow stronger. I never imagined I'd use it like this, Lin Xiao murmured, his blood-stained fingers brushing over the page. The trial page allowed the user to choose a difficulty level, then generated a random attack by a wild creature or foreign lord, depending on the chosen difficulty. Lin Xiao had originally planned to use it when he was strong enough to further his ambitions and build his legacy. But now, Head decided to use it here and now. "Please select your trial difficulty." "I choose Doomsday Calamity." The moment Lin Xiao spoke, a blood-red exclamation mark appeared before him. At the current regional strength, Doomsday Calamity may result in the extinction of all living things. Continue? Yes. Matching you with a Doomsday Calamity. A timer appeared on the screen. Lin Xiao Blinky hadn't expected there to be a matching process for this item. So be it. Let them live a little longer. Watching the timer tick upward, Lin Xiao finally let a smile curve his lips. He guessed he was probably the only one who would ever use the trial page like this. But what did it matter? If he couldn't realize his ambitions or stand at the top, why not take everyone in this region, tens of thousands of souls, down to the underworld with him? No one noticed the crisis slowly approaching. After all this time, Ling He and Vera had only just finished stacking over 4,000 bundles of timber inside the lumberyard. When they were finally done, the two of them collapsed on a hamburger, sweat dripping down their foreheads as they wiped it away with the backs of their hands, utterly exhausted. "Sometimes making money really is hard physical work," Ling He said, panting for breath. But he couldn't help glancing at the panel, where their gold coins had just surpassed 1,000. He turned to look at Vera, who was just as worn out, and they exchanged a satisfied smile, both proud of what they'd accomplished. "At last, our lord has a little bit of spending money," Vera said playfully, stretching out her hand and pinching her fingers together in an obvious money gesture while leaning on Ling He's stomach. "You know, I sometimes wonder if you'd sell your boss for 10,000 gold coins. Ling He laughed, shaking his head and swatting her hand away. Then he pulled out 500 gold coins from the panel and tossed them onto Vera. Since they were producing more than enough now, he figured it wouldn't hurt to let her have some fun with a few coins. So heavy Vera clambered awkwardly out of the pile of coins, but the way her eyes crinkled and her lips curled up betrayed her delight. She flopped back onto the coins, taking a deep breath as if she could actually smell the scent of money. The smell of money, so strong. Vera breathed in deeply, giggling with satisfaction. Every single coin is my little darling. Gulu. Just as Vera was basking in her joy, Hamburger, their living cushion, finally had enough and let out a protesting sound. With a push from its chubby little arms, it flipped Vera and her coins right off its back. She's so heavy, she's about to flatten it, Ling He said, unable to hold back a laugh at the scene. Oh right, I almost forgot about you. Sorry, he said, reaching out to gently rub Hamburger's head, trying to comfort the little creature that had been so thoroughly ignored. Gulu Hamburger nuzzled against Ling He, making a soft, appeasing sound as its round body wobbled. You're such a biased lord, Vera complained, rubbing her sore backside as she stood up among the scattered coins. You're so gentle with a jelly, but you never take care of a lovely lady like me. It's not jelly, it's Hamburger, Ling He corrected her, sounding a bit serious. Whatever, who cares if it's a slime or a snotball? Vera puffed out her cheeks. But seriously, shouldn't you be nicer to a lady? You stingy boss. Uffed. Ling He stuck out his tongue at her. You're just an old-school greedy capitalist who drives up prices, so you don't get to criticize me. You're the worst, lord. Vera stomped her foot in frustration. After a bit of bickering, Vera finally gave up and squatted down to play with her coins, muttering to herself. Only then did Ling He turn his attention back to Hamburger, who had been waiting patiently. Gulu? Hamburger blinked its big eyes, as if wondering what this two-legged creature was up to now. Ling He stood up and pushed 100 gold coins toward Hamburger, the coins clinking together on the ground. Gulu? Hamburger backed away warily, shaking its body to refuse. It remembered that the coins from those two-legged creatures weren't meant for it, and it hadn't touched a single one that wasn't meant for it. Seeing this, Ling He realized there was a misunderstanding. Don't worry, it's okay, he said, rubbing Hamburger's smooth, slippery body. Once Hamburger relaxed, Ling He pointed at the coins and made a trading gesture. Time to restock, my dear partner, Ling He said with a smile. With their previous trades as reference, Hamburger quickly understood what Ling He meant. But this time, faced with over 100 gold coins, Hamburger seemed hesitant. Gulu, it murmured in a low voice, as if deep in thought. Ling He tilted his head, puzzled. Seeing that Hamburger hadn't produced any gel, Ling He made a questioning sound, wondering if the slime hadn't understood his intention. Unfortunately, he couldn't speak slime language. If only he could communicate with Hamburger, trading would be much easier. Just then, Hamburger seemed to come to a decision and let out a determined gurgle. Ling He watched as Hamburger carefully pulled a single gold coin from the pile in front of him, then extracted 9 gel pieces from his own body and placed them before Ling He. Then came a second coin, then a third. At first, Ling He was confused, not sure what Hamburger was trying to do. But as the transaction continued, especially when they reached the 20th and 30th coins, he gradually realized that Hamburger's body had noticeably shrunk in size. This discovery shocked Ling He. Hamburger let out another weak, low gurgle and continued pulling out gel, but Ling He quickly stopped him, anxiously saying, wait, this is enough. He pushed the remaining coins toward Vera to play with, feeling a twinge of guilt. Ling He gently stroked the now smaller Hamburger with a hint of pity. Judging by how quickly Hamburger was shrinking, Ling He guessed that even if Hamburger emptied out everything inside, it still wouldn't be enough to cover 100 gold coins. In that moment, he realized that their earlier transaction had been almost like playing with Hamburger's life. Clearly, he needed to figure out how to set up a slime ranch. Maybe that way he could expand his product range. As this thought flashed through his mind, Ling He kept soothing Hamburger, gently patting its damp skin, until Hamburger looked up at him with big, watery eyes, brushing Ling He's palm with a tearful gaze. Then, to his surprise, Hamburger hugged him tightly, like a warm, living pillow, pulling Ling He close again. Ling He let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, his partner hadn't gotten upset. Wait, what was he thinking, calling Hamburger just a partner? Lying on Hamburger's soft body, Vera was tossing the coins around, playing absent-mindedly, making the atmosphere feel light and relaxed. Out of boredom, Ling He opened his personal interface. One glance, and his heart skipped a beat. Head leveled up, displayed clearly on his interface. Ling He. Nickname, Honest Merchant. Progress path, End Producer. Current level, LV3. At this point, Ling He had almost complete control of the fire slime gel market. The timber market was vast, but he already held half of it, and catching the rest was only a matter of time. With both combined, his level had suddenly jumped to 3. Each time he leveled up, he received a special item related to the End Producer path. LV0, LV1, Random Citizen Recruitment Order. LV1, LV2, Trade House Iron VIP Card. LV2, LV3, Secretary Training Scroll. These 3 items now sat in Ling He's inventory, but the most eye-catching was the Trade House Iron VIP card. Its effect was simple but powerful. During any transaction, there were no limits on buying or selling, and it reduced the trade house's tax rate by 5. Although this was only a 5 reduction, Ling He knew better than to underestimate it. It meant that if he sold the same goods at 95 copper, he would still earn more net profit than other merchants selling at 100 copper. This was a decisive advantage over his competition. Next, Ling He turned his attention to the other 2 items he had received. Random Citizen Recruitment Order Terminator Route Effect. Upon use, adds a new citizen recruitment option, guaranteed to be a base unit from the Terminator route. Ling He muttered quietly to himself, his gaze drifting unconsciously toward Vera, who was playing with a gold coin nearby. Starting out on the Terminator route wasn't easy. You had to scrape by at level 0, and only after reaching level 1 could you unlock basic citizen recruitment options. Thankfully, Vera was there to help him get this far. If she hadn't managed to bring in that extra hand, the contract lumberjackie's early days would have been much tougher, and even basic survival could have been a problem. Ling He felt a surge of gratitude, and his steps became noticeably lighter. Suddenly, Ling He sensed someone watching him. He turned his head calmly and caught Vera's wary stare. Her expression shifted instantly to guarded suspicion. "What are you looking at, you jerk of a lord?" Vera's voice was low and clearly annoyed. Ling He paused, but had expected this. He gave a small, placating smile and waved it off. "Nothing, nothing." He looked away and quickly used the random citizen recruitment order in his hand. As soon as he activated it, the system's voice chimed in. "Congratulations, you have obtained a basic citizen unit Nyoma." Nyoma? That didn't sound like a normal citizen unit. Ling He frowned and opened the recruitment menu to check the details. The era of Nyoma, special Terminator route introduction. Nyoma need to be fed grass when they're hungry, but if they get hungry, they'll go buy grass themselves. Ling He read the description, a bit puzzled. Recruitment cost, 1 gold. The price was the same as a contract lumberjack, but from the description, there didn't seem to be anything particularly noteworthy about Nyoma. Still, Ling He didn't mind spending 1 gold. At this point, that amount meant little to him. He decided to recruit right away. The next moment, a thin man appeared before him, suddenly looked up, and greeted him with a bright smile. "Hello, boss. You can talk?" Ling He was startled by how normal this Nyoma seemed, and instinctively took a step back. "Yes, boss." The thin man bowed his head, and then looked up with a smile. "Of course, if you prefer, I can stay quiet." His eyes were full of eagerness to please and a hint of caution. Ling He composed himself and realized that this thin man was the Nyoma he had just recruited. Unlike the contract lumberjacks, this Nyoma seemed capable of normal conversation. Ling He felt a bit relieved, had gotten used to the lumberjacks only chanting slogans. Ling He looked at the man, who was obviously less robust than the contract lumberjacks, and felt a pang of disappointment. Nyoma were smaller and less muscular, and didn't seem particularly strong. The only advantage was that they could communicate normally and seemed friendly enough. Unfortunately, that wasn't much of a surprise. The Nyoma didn't seem to notice Ling He's disappointment. Instead, he took the initiative to ask, "Boss, do you have any work for me?" He pointed toward the forest. "How about chopping wood? Just give me a tool, and it'll get started right away." Ling He nodded silently, finally understanding the difference between Nyoma and the contract lumberjacks. While he looked ordinary on the outside, this guy clearly had much more initiative. At least he could make suggestions on his own. Maybe that could come in handy in unexpected ways. If it were a contract lumberjack, they really wouldn't do any work unless given direct orders. However, Ling He wasn't in a hurry to send the newcomer away. He simply shook his head and said softly, "No rush." He gestured for Nyoma to stand in front of him. Then, under the other's nervous gaze, carefully examined the information displayed on the subject's profile panel. Name, Nyoma. Occupation, none. Wages, none. Special abilities, self-improvement, self-sufficiency. Combat power, 1. 2 special abilities? Ling He raised his eyebrows. Although that pitiful combat power of 1 was hard to ignore, having 2 special abilities was still surprising. After all, contract lumberjacks only gained 2 extra abilities after receiving full wages. He instinctively tapped on the details for Nyoma's special abilities. Self-improvement. Description: use it or lose it. A qualified ox or horse must always strive to improve. Effect: for every 24 hours of work, combat power increases by 1, up to a maximum of current era stage 3. For every 24 hours of rest, combat power decreases by 1, but not below 1. Ling He frowned and thought so. In the current Stone Age, Nyoma's combat power could only reach a maximum of 4. Realizing this, he couldn't help but shake his head. This special ability was flashy but impractical in the Stone Age. Even without special abilities, a contract lumberjack started with 5 combat power. Even if Nyoma maxed out his buffs, his combat power would still be lower than that of a contract lumberjack. What's worse, to maintain his combat power, Nyoma would have to work more than he rested. If he followed the contract lumberjack schedule of working 12 hours and resting 12 hours each day, his combat power would never increase. Despite feeling disappointed with this new subject, Ling He patiently continued reviewing the details. Self-sufficiency. Effect. When on full wages, this unit's satiety remains at full, requiring no food supplies. Ling He frowned in surprise. He suddenly felt as if he'd forgotten something important. Vera, do contract lumberjacks need to eat? He asked, turning his head. What? Vera's hand trembled at the question, and the gold coins she was holding clattered to the ground. She stared at him, wide-eyed, as if she couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Are you saying humans don't need to eat? Her expression quickly turned wary. Wait, you weren't planning to feed them at all, were you? You heartless lord? At this moment, Vera looked at Ling He as if he were a cold-blooded, merciless demon. Ling He coughed awkwardly to cover up his embarrassment. I just didn't know, so I thought I'd ask. Seeing the genuine confusion in Ling He's eyes, Vera realized what had happened and let out a deep sigh. As his secretary, this was indeed her oversight. She had just assumed it was common sense to provide food for workers, so she hadn't mentioned it to him. You heartless lord, I'll help you prepare dinner for tonight's workers, Vera said as she stood, brushing the dust from her pants. To make sure Ling He understood how serious this was, she added, if they starve to death, all your recruitment fees and wages will have been wasted. Ling He nodded thoughtfully, realizing that, given the current situation, finding food was the top priority. He glanced at the prices in the trading post and couldn't help but calculate in his mind. At these rates, starving might actually be cheaper. This rather inhumane thought circled in his head for a moment, but he eventually pushed it aside. Vera, however, had her own methods. She first led the newly recruited cattle and horses to gather several baskets of wild grass outside the logging camp. Then she bought some bread and water from the trading post, along with a few large stone pots from the starter packs. Soon enough, a pot of murky, sticky, unidentifiable substance was bubbling over the campfire. Vera, are you sure you know how to cook? Ling He stared at the suspicious liquid churning in the pot and swallowed nervously. It really didn't look like anything edible. Relax, as long as it's cooked, it's fine, Vera replied, tearing up 2 dirt-covered loaves of bread and tossing them into the pot. She had picked them up when Ling He wasn't looking, no point letting them go to waste. I'm definitely not eating that. Ling He took 2 steps back, ready to bolt at any moment. The ox behind him nodded in agreement, even though it couldn't understand human speech. Instinctively, it was wary of this witch in a tall hat, brewing mysterious soup. From its perspective, this scary two-legged creature might just chop up outsiders for ingredients. Who said this was for you? Vera rolled her eyes and kept stirring the mixture with full concentration. In her mind, this was the perfect worker's meal, starch for energy, wild grass for fullness, and all at minimal cost. Under Vera's direction, more than 170 contract axe warriors ate in 3 shifts, keeping the logging camp running non-stop. Watching the workers drink down the dark cuisine with blank faces, Ling He was secretly relieved. Thankfully, his people's loyalty was tied to their wages. If he were any other lord, this meal alone might have wiped out all their loyalty. Meanwhile, Vera was basking in her own sense of accomplishment. She had saved over 100 lives from hunger today, surely that would earn her a place in heaven. In her imagination, the light of paradise was already shining down on her, the sparkling glow a symbol of her good deeds. The glow became increasingly clear in Vera's eyes as they grew moist. She blinked, and suddenly realized with a jolt that the sparkling lights flying away were actually her own gold coins. The realization snapped her out of her sense of accomplishment. She turned stiffly toward Ling He, her voice trembling. My lord, how much did I just spend? Ling He glanced down at his main control panel, hesitating for a moment before replying. About 120 coins. He quickly explained, most of it went to bread and water. I managed to lower the price of timber in the marketplace, but other supplies are still expensive. He glanced at the stone pot Vera had set up and added, that stone pot is a rare item from the starter pack, so it's naturally pricey. Still, Ling He felt somewhat reassured so long as the currency remained in circulation within the marketplace. The money spent would eventually find its way back to him. After all, he practically monopolized the timber market, which was an unavoidable resource for everyone's development. Vera, meanwhile, had already crouched down, an air of gloom settling over her. No, what have I done, she murmured. Isn't this the most expensive ticket to heaven ever? It's fine, I get it. Ling He patted her shoulder, the gesture heavy. He did some quick math in his head. At the current food standard, even the simplest meal of bread, water, and wild greens for nearly 200 contract axe warriors would cost 100 coins per meal. 2 meals a day meant a fixed expense of 200 coins, not even counting the unique payroll costs of the Ender system. Ling He's gaze shifted to the stone pot, where Niu Ma was handing out bowls of some unidentifiable liquid. Sensing Ling He's look, the man immediately bent over with a fawning smile. Boss, the porridge is almost finished. Anything else you need? Good job. Ling He nodded approvingly and casually bought a stone axe from the marketplace, tossing it to him. Once you're done, go chop some wood. On it. He'll get it done. Niu Ma replied energetically. He quickly handed out the remaining bowls of porridge, grabbed the stone axe and ran toward the nearest tree. Thud thud. The sound of chopping wood rang out as Ling He frowned and shook his head. The efficiency was just too low. Neoma swung his axe much slower than the contract lumberjacks, and each strike left only a shallow notch. It would take him more than twice as long as a contract worker to fell a tree. However, according to the lumberyard panel, adding one Neoma would boost daily production by 70 units of timber, only 30 less than a contract lumberjack. That meant Neoma was probably working much longer hours than the others. Ling He watched the scene in thought, his fingers lightly tapping the payroll option on the panel as he wondered what would happen if he gave Neoma the maximum wage. Just like the contract lumberjacks, the full wage for cattle and horses was set at 15 copper coins per day. There was a deeper reasoning behind this number. Once this threshold was reached, increasing their pay any further would not improve their efficiency. However, Ling He soon noticed a subtle difference between the wage systems for cattle and horses and that for the contract lumberjacks. Before reaching their full wage, the work efficiency of cattle and horses remained constant, as if they were inherently operating at maximum capacity, completely unaffected by wage incentives. When Ling He finally raised the wages for the cattle and horses to the maximum, the system interface changed immediately. The display now included the tag Industrious, along with two special abilities, Self-Improvement and Self-Sufficiency. Looking deeper into the abilities, the effect of self-sufficiency remained unchanged, which made sense. It had always required full wages to activate. However, the self-improvement ability had been completely revamped. Use it or lose it. A competent beast of burden must always strive for progress and be ready to dedicate everything to its work, the system explained. Specifically, for every 24 hours of work, combat power increased by 2 points, up to 3 times the current era's limit. For every 24 hours of rest, combat power decreased by 1 point, down to a minimum of 1. More importantly, each point of combat power provided a 15 boost to resource output. Ling He quickly did the math. While this bonus wasn't as straightforward as what the contract lumberjacks received, it had its own unique advantages. Even at their peak, 2 fully paid cattle or horses still couldn't match the output of a single contract axe warrior. The key advantage, however, lay in cost-effectiveness. Cattle and horses required no food supplies, which made Ling He pause to reconsider. Just tonight, to provide a meal for the contract axe warriors, Vera had to stretch the bread with grass, and it still cost over 100 gold coins. Even with the bare minimum 2 simple meals per day, the current contract axe warrior squad consumed about 200 gold coins every day. In comparison, 400 fully paid cattle and horses could match the output of 174 contract axe warriors, but their daily cost was only 60 gold coins, less than a third of the food expenses for the latter. Factoring in the wages for the contract axe warriors as well, choosing cattle and horses could reduce total costs to just a quarter of what was needed for the axe warriors. Such economic efficiency forced Ling He to seriously weigh the two options. As times changed, Ling He quickly recognized the potential of cattle and horses as productive units. He weighed the pros and cons in his mind. While contract axe warriors were powerful, cattle and horses offered an unmatched advantage in market competitiveness. After careful consideration, Ling He made his decision. First, he collected all the gold coins he had lent to Wei La, then invested 800 gold coins to recruit 400 cattle and horses. These new recruits needed proper equipment, so he immediately began preparations to ensure each one was fully outfitted. However, the newly recruited cattle and horses would need 2 days to mature. During this transition period, the contract axe warriors still couldn't be withdrawn and had to maintain normal operations at the logging camp. Ling He had already mapped out a new role for the contract axe warriors who would soon be phased out. They would be repositioned as dedicated combat units. After arranging the work for the cattle and horses, Ling He turned his attention to the last item he acquired from his upgrade, the secretary training scroll. This choice was obvious, as the only secretary under his command who could benefit from it was Wei La. Wei La, Ling He called, "Come here for a moment." Wei La approached Ling He with a puzzled expression. He took out an item from his personal panel that resembled an A4 sheet of paper. "I have something good for you," he said, activating the secretary training scroll before she could respond. A system prompt popped up. "Do you want to use the secretary training scroll on Secretary Wei La?" After confirming, the scroll dissolved into starlight. Half of it flowed into Wei La's scepter, the other half merged into her wallet. Her attribute panel changed instantly. In addition to her existing traits, value deconstruction I, and allergic to money, 2 new abilities appeared. Ling He examined the new traits carefully. Exponential incentive by promising long-term full pay. This can unlock the potential of in-producer citizens or units, with a chance to raise their professional level. However, if the promise isn't fulfilled, a rebellion among the people is guaranteed. Picio wallet. This ability had a rather amusing description. Big Picio only takes in, never gives out. Its effect is that it tries to bite anything that's taken out of the wallet. When actively used, it can list all valid items within a 5-meter radius for sale, with a combat power of 3. Ling He remained cautious about the exponential incentive ability. It was clearly a double-edged sword, would have to ensure ample financial reserves before using it, or risk disastrous consequences. This thing is actually useful. Ling He's eyes lit up as he watched the Pisho wallet at work. Remembering the exhaustion from listing 4,000 bundles of lumber before, he couldn't help but feel relieved. With this wallet that could automatically restock any goods within 5 meters, he'd never have to do the tedious work himself again. Even better, all those chores could now be handed over to Vera without a second thought. Just as Ling He was lost in his pleasant daydream, a sharp cry of pain snapped him back to reality. He turned to see Vera clutching her finger, tears welling up in her eyes. Apparently, she had just tried to touch the wallet at her waist, but it had bitten her without mercy. Her white glove was torn, and a thin line of blood appeared on her finger. Ow, ow, ow. Vera quickly put her injured finger in her mouth. Luckily, the wound wasn't serious and soon stopped bleeding. She wiped away her tears and stared blankly at her wallet, still in shock. To Ling He's surprise, her expression suddenly brightened. She took off the wallet, gave it a big kiss, and said with a grin, "What a cute little wallet. You're already protecting Mama's coins, so well, good job. From now on, if anyone tries to take Vera's money, you can just bite them for me." She shot a meaningful glance at Ling He as she spoke. "Hey, enough already." Ling He finally protested. "When have I ever coveted your money? You're my secretary. Your money is basically my money, isn't it?" Vera burst out laughing. "It's so fun teasing you, the kind of boss who doesn't feed his workers or pay them." She fastened the wallet back to her waist and patted her flat chest. "Since you gave me a gift, I should return the favor. Tonight, he'll cook something special for you." At that, Ling He immediately took several steps back. "Wait, are you just getting back at me?" He had experienced Vera's cooking before and didn't dare to take the risk. "You can't be serious with that reaction." Vera stared at him, wide-eyed. "Do you really have that little faith in my cooking?" Ling He nodded without hesitation. "I'd sooner believe you're a proper lady." "I am a proper lady." Vera shot back instinctively, then realized the sarcasm in Ling He's words. Her face flushed red as she gritted her teeth. "So I'm not a lady, and my cooking's awful, but I'm still your secretary? You must be really suffering, you jerk." "Ahem. Well, it's not completely unacceptable." Ling He coughed, looking up at the sky to change the subject. "It's such a dark night tonight, isn't it? How about we just make do with some soda and bread for dinner tonight?" Ling He's awkward attempt to change the subject clearly didn't work. Under Vera's insistent gaze, he had no choice but to give in, reluctantly preparing himself for her so-called cooking show. After all, anyone who said things like "as long as it's cooked" couldn't possibly inspire much confidence in the kitchen. But what happened next completely took Ling He by surprise. He watched as Vera expertly flipped a golden piece of meat on the stone pan, her movements smooth and practiced. On the first day of the war game, a steak like that would have sold for a staggering 5 gold coins at the marketplace. Out of the tens of thousands of people in the region, aside from Ling He, few could afford such a luxury. "Of course I can cook." Vera rolled her eyes, popping open a 1 gold bottle of soda and pouring it into the pan. With seasonings in short supply, it was actually a clever idea. Soon, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. Gurgle, gurgle. Ling He's stomach growled loudly, making Vera smirk in satisfaction. "See, Lord Jerk? Maybe next time you'll think twice before doubting my cooking." She quickly plated the 2 steaks, handing one to Ling He and keeping the other for herself. In return, Ling He offered her the bread and soda had prepared. This simple dinner at the start of the war game had cost nearly 20 gold coins, but the moment he tasted the steak, Ling He knew it was worth every bit. The sweetness of the soda perfectly balanced the meat's gaminess, soaking into every fiber and creating a unique, delicious flavor. "This is the life I want, none of that fighting or war game nonsense. Let whoever wants to play those games do it without me." Ling He was just starting to relax and enjoy himself when a private message popped up, ruining the moment. It was from Ling Yug. "Can I trade this blueprint for some wood?" Attached was a Bronze Age wooden caltrip design, effective for stopping charging units and blocking infantry, requiring 3 sets of wood to build. Ling He frowned. He didn't like being interrupted during a meal, but business was business. He scooted over to Vera for advice. "Help me price this." Vera glanced at the blueprint and replied casually, "About 10 gold, nothing special. Not even worth the price of dinner." With Ling He's current share of the wood market, such small deals were hardly worth his attention. Still, since the other party had reached out, he followed Vera's suggestion and replied, 30 sets of wood. "If you agree, let's trade. If not, you're free to look elsewhere." Ling He stared at the private chat window, his fingers trembling as he replied to the number that looked like it had an extra 0. Okay. Half a minute earlier, the night was deep over the snowy ground. The bitter wind howled through thick layers of snow, and a woman, her body covered in wounds, was curled up in a makeshift snow shelter. In her hand, she clutched a ball of fiery red Jello fire slime gel she had bought using her last savings when Ling He first put it up for sale, desperate for warmth. But the faint heat it provided was nowhere near enough to fend off the bone-chilling cold, and while the snow mound kept wild animals at bay, it offered no comfort against the freezing air. Ling Yug was well aware that death was lurking nearby. Maybe, if she closed her eyes again, she would never open them. I guess this is the end. She let out a bitter, hollow laugh. To survive, she had approached every lumber merchant she could find, trying to trade her Bronze Age blueprint for some wood. But on the first day of the War Games launch, this blueprint was practically useless. Even when wood prices were at their peak, only one person had been willing to exchange a single stack of wood for it. Now that wood prices had plummeted, she thought trades would be easier, but instead, she was met with despair. Most lumber merchants couldn't even afford the transaction fee for the blueprint, let alone trade away all their assets for something so worthless. Except for the honest vendor. As the wood tycoon of the marketplace, he possessed wealth beyond imagination. At this point, he was the only one with the means to take her blueprint. When Ling Yug approached this honest vendor, she had already prepared herself for a lowball offer. Anything just a bit higher than one stack would satisfy her. She never expected him to offer a staggering 30 stacks. Deal complete. When she saw the mountain of wood appear beneath her snow shelter, Ling Yug felt like she was dreaming. With trembling hands, she pulled out her fire slime gel and lit a small log. Only when warmth finally seeped through her body did she believe it was real. She was saved. 30 stacks of wood would be enough to keep her warm for a month in the snowfields. But she couldn't understand why. Honest vendor, why are you helping me? She asked in private chat. You know what this blueprint is worth. Even if you offered a tenth of your price, I would have agreed. Back at the lumberyard, Ling He was just about to take a bite of his steak when her message popped up, catching him off guard. He truly hadn't realized she would have settled for less, especially since his lumberyard, with the new helpers head recruited, was producing over 70,000 stacks of wood a day. 30 stacks was barely a drop in the bucket. No, really, don't overthink it, he hurriedly replied. I was just quoting a fair price, that's all. The other party approached him to discuss business, and Ling He simply responded with the price estimated by Vera. To him, that was all there was to it. Vera's appraisal set the price at 10 gold, which equaled 33 bundles of lumber. With a 15 transaction tax, Ling He removed 3 bundles from the total to cover the fee. In his eyes, it was just another ordinary deal. Why didn't he haggle? The amount was too small, barely enough to pay for a single meal. Ling He couldn't even muster the interest to bargain. Ling Yug, you're a good person. Out of nowhere, he was handed the proverbial good guy card. Ling He silently took a bite of the steak in front of him, frowning slightly. He never expected that conducting a straightforward transaction would earn him such a label. He couldn't tell if the other party was too eccentric or if this world was simply mad. But in the next moment, a translucent blue notification suddenly appeared before his eyes. Lord Ling Yug has used a special ability on you, Hunter's Pact. Your current location is now highlighted to Lord Ling Yug. You have unlocked a new panel, Friends Panel. Location highlighted. Staring at those words, Ling He narrowed his eyes dangerously, lowering his steak and tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Honest vendor, what's the meaning of this? Although the Hunter's Pact had granted him access to a brand new friend system, the phrase location highlighted didn't strike Ling He as particularly friendly. He wasn't a fan of fighting, preferred to trade, to live an easy life. But he understood the saying, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Now, with tens of thousands of human lords in the area, everyone knew he was sitting on considerable resources. If Ling Yug came with ill intentions and broadcast his location in the regional channel, there would be plenty of people eager to take a bite out of this fat sheep. Honest vendor, you just call me a good person. But I don't think good people should have guns pointed at them, don't you agree? The implication was clear enough. At that moment, Ling Yug realized her actions had been a bit presumptuous. She and honest vendor weren't close enough for her to use a special ability on him. Without warning, it was only natural for him to feel suspicious. She quickly tried to explain. Sorry, I overstepped. My mind was a little muddled. I just think that in times like these, someone as kind as you is at risk. Hunter's Pact is a special ability along my progression path. It lets me sense a target's location and status, but I can only bind it to one person per era. If I manage to survive, and you ever find yourself in danger, they'll be able to help you. No need. With those 2 words, Ling He closed the private chat window. He wasn't a naive child, wouldn't take a stranger's word at face value. Was tracking his location really for his own good? If so, they could coexist peacefully. But if not, Ling He gazed out the window at the lumberyard, where nearly 200 contract axe warriors worked in perfect order, their muscular frames shining with sweat in the sunlight. Those axe warriors weren't just for show. Human nature. Letting out a long sigh, Ling He picked up his steak again and took another bite. It was cold. The night was already cold, and food served outdoors cooled off quickly. Ling He's dinner was interrupted by a private message, and by the time he returned, the steak in front of him had gone completely cold. With a sigh, he reached into his pocket, pulled out a few gold coins, and asked Vera to prepare a fresh, hot meal. As he pondered what to do with the cold steak, his gaze fell to the spot beneath him. Vera, have you seen Hamburger anywhere? Vera, busy with her work, shot him an exasperated glance. Isn't he right under your butt? Only then did Ling He realize he had been sitting on Hamburger the whole time, mistaking the slime for a beanbag chair. He jumped up in a hurry, just like someone who's worn glasses so long they forget the weight on their nose. He had simply gotten used to Hamburger's presence and overlooked him. Sorry, Hamburger, Ling He said, crouching down to gently pat the slime. I didn't mean to ignore you. Hamburger tilted to one side, making a puzzled gurgling sound. Clearly, he had no idea why this two-legged creature's attitude had suddenly changed. Oblivious to the earlier conversation, he simply watched curiously as Ling He offered him the half-eaten steak. Want a bite? Hamburger stared at the steak, wobbled side to side as if shaking his head, and before Ling He could wonder whether he needed to eat, Hamburger nudged the steak away and bounced off toward the edge of the lumberyard. Hey, where are you going at this hour? Ling He, worried about possible dangers lurking at night, quickly called a few contract axe warriors to follow him as he hurried after Hamburger. When he caught up on the grassy lawn outside the lumberyard, the sight before him made him stop in his tracks. Hamburger was rolling around on the grass, sucking up blades of grass and digesting them rapidly. Soon, he shook off the dirt and returned to his pristine form, letting out a satisfied burp. Seeing Ling He, Hamburger waved his chubby little arms happily and bounced over. Haha, so you're a vegetarian. Ling He laughed, giving Hamburger a gentle squeeze. You just need grass to survive, much easier to feed than the contract lumberjacks. Glancing at the cold steak in his hand, Ling He looked at the axe warriors nearby, deciding he'd toss it into Vera's experimental breakfast tomorrow as a little bonus for everyone. Just then, Vera's voice called out from the campfire. Hey, dinner's ready again. You lousy lord, get back here and eat. Coming. Ling He replied, preparing to head back with Hamburger in tow. Ling He had just turned to leave when a deafening roar split the night sky. The ground shook violently, as if something massive had crashed down from above. By the campfire, Vera gazed up at the night sky and murmured, "It doesn't look like tonight will be a peaceful one." Suddenly, 3 bright red exclamation marks appeared before every lord, including Ling He. System alerts followed in quick succession. The Ghost Spirit Clan has activated their ultimate strategy, Ninefold Tower. The Ghost Spirit Clan has activated their ultimate strategy, Mirror Realm. Ling He spun around. Sure enough, the tremor had not been without reason. In the distance, less than a kilometer away, a colossal tower had appeared out of nowhere. The regional chat channel instantly erupted in chaos. Swift Warrior, does anyone know what's happening right now? Lone Bravado, no idea. I haven't even seen the slimes that Vendor Bro mentioned. People who were about to go to bed suddenly snapped awake, talking all at once. Yet, discussions about the Ghost Spirit Clan and their ultimate strategy led nowhere. After all, throughout the entire day, hardly anyone had even encountered outsiders. Suddenly, one message caught everyone's attention. Cold Soul, have you noticed? The number of people in the regional chat is dropping. Ling He quickly checked the corner of his interface. In just a few minutes, dozens of people had vanished, and the number was still climbing. Everyone's expression changed at this rate. Half of them would be gone within a day, and in 3 days, there might be no one left alive. The most unsettling part was that they had no idea what threat they were about to face. Meanwhile, in a hidden cave, Lin Xiao let out a crazed laugh. Ha ha ha, we're all going to die, everyone's coming with me. In front of him, beyond the regional announcements, the Trial Scrolls interface was open. Match successful. Trial, Apocalypse Calamity, Legacy of Defeat. Description, a tragic race, defeated on a battlefield far beyond our time. Now, they have left the land they once belonged to and broken into our world, a world as delicate as a new sprout, untouched by hardship. Make your choice. Fight. Go mad. Will we let them restore their former glory on our soil, or will we consume their flesh and blood, rising to become mighty trees ourselves? Lin Xiao knew all too well that the sudden appearance of the Ghost Spirit Clan was the apocalyptic catastrophe brought on by the Trial's pages. Faced with such a disaster, even if the human lords joined forces, it would be almost impossible to resist. Besides, unity among humans was nothing but a pipe dream as one of them. Lin Xiao understood human flaws all too well. As he pondered this, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the cave. Rustling, Lin Xiao's ears twitched slightly. He immediately wiped the smile off his face, his gaze sharpening as he stared toward the entrance. Who could it be? He tensed, calculating silently. The people he'd sent out to gather supplies shouldn't be back yet. The footsteps paused just outside. Then, a little girl's voice drifted in. Big brother, can I stay here for the night? It's so dark outside, and I'm really scared. Just a little girl? Lin Xiao's heart skipped, but his vigilance didn't waver. For a child to show up at this time and place, she was either an enemy lord or a special follower of some lord. Either way, it was bad news for Lin Xiao. It meant his hiding place had been exposed. A surge of killing intent rose in Lin Xiao, but he didn't show it. Instead, he quietly slipped a sharpened stone dagger up his sleeve and replied in a low voice, "Come in." Okay, the girl's voice was sweet and innocent. She walked into the cave in a dirty princess dress, looking pure and harmless. Lin Xiao's gaze swept over her, was certain she belonged to a lord. In this era, there was no way to make such clothes anymore. Big brother, as soon as she saw Lin Xiao, her eyes lit up and she quickly moved closer. Lin Xiao was ready to act at any moment. But the man who followed her inside made him relax just a little, and he quietly put the dagger away. So, this man is with his followers, Lin Xiao thought. He quickly stepped back a few paces, widening the distance between them. Seeing this, the little girl stopped, a hint of disappointment in her eyes as she lowered her voice. Big brother, do you not like me? Lin Xiao didn't answer. He simply watched the girl and the man warily, his silence speaking for itself. The girl sighed. Since you don't like me, we'll just leave. She turned as if to go, but suddenly stopped, looked up, and asked seriously, before I go, could you answer one question for me? Lin Xiao's gaze remained cold. He replied quietly, ask. I knew it. You do care about me, the girl flashed a mischievous smile. But Lin Xiao's expression didn't change. All right. Since you don't want to let me stay, we'll just try my luck with another lord. She grinned, then suddenly changed the topic. Big brother, in your opinion, who is the strongest lord among the humans right now? The strongest lord? Lin Xiao didn't even hesitate. The answer slipped out, Liangxin Xiaofan. Though he hated to admit it, with the ongoing timber trade, Liangxin Xiaofan had amassed a fortune in gold coins an amount that was truly unimaginable. Wealth, after all, had long since become a form of power. Calling Conscience Vendor the strongest right now made perfect sense to Lin Xiao on a subconscious level. Conscience Vendor, the girl softly repeated the name, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. She waved at Lin Xiao, her voice crisp and clear. All right then, thank you, big brother. They'll be on my way. Wait. Lin Xiao suddenly called out to stop her. A hint of delight flashed in the girl's eyes, and the corners of her mouth lifted as she turned around. I knew you couldn't bear to send me away alone at night, could you? In the next instant, a cold light flashed. A stone dagger plunged straight into the girl's pale throat. Blood spurted out, splattering across Lin Xiao's face. The girl's eyes widened as she opened her mouth to call for help, but only a few faint gasps escaped. Moments later, the dull thuds of blades sinking into flesh echoed as her followers collapsed into pools of blood. You're not going anywhere, Lin Xiao said coldly, pulling the blood-stained dagger free. An expression of unwillingness flickered across the girl's face before her body dissolved into a cloud of particles and vanished into the air. Lin Xiao bent down to pick up 2 gold coins she had dropped, a mocking smile playing on his lips. When a real human be they a commoner or a lord, their body never disappears, nor do they drop so much money. This could only mean one thing. The girl and her followers weren't human at all. What gave her away was that phrase, we humans. Lin Xiao sneered. Real humans never refer to themselves in such an awkward, stilted way. Besides, his gaze swept over the marketplace, where almost every lumber listing bore the name Conscience Vendor. How could any real human lord not know that name? Thinking back to the earlier notification, Lin Xiao had already guessed the truth. This was likely one of the ghost tribe's ultimate strategies, a mirror realm, where they disguised themselves as fellow human lords to get close and deliver a fatal blow. His eyes lingered for a moment on the conspicuous name Conscience Vendor in the marketplace, and a strange smile curled on his lips. The ghost tribe would surely gather information on the strongest human lord, and the answer they'd get would undoubtedly be this high-profile Conscience Vendor. He turned to the regional chat and began to type. Creators, hear me out. When facing the ghost tribe, we know nothing about their tactics or their ultimate plan. Wandering alone in the wild is as good as suicide. It only makes it easier for outsiders to pick us off one by one. I urge all powerful lords to share your locations and let weaker lords gather nearby. Only by uniting can we survive this crisis. Meanwhile, inside the lumberyard, Ling He had just finished enjoying Vera's freshly cooked steak. Leaning against the campfire with a drink in hand, he glanced over the messages in the regional chat, reading every word Lin Xiao had posted. Stick together, huh? Ling He rubbed his chin. Although this guy nicknamed Creator God had stirred up quite a bit of drama in the regional chat earlier, he actually made some sense now. If the lords could band together, maybe they wouldn't have to pay so much in protection fees, heating costs, or space rentals. The more Ling He thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. If he could buy more building blueprints and use surplus wood to build a shelter, maybe he could even charge extra for tolls or entrance fees on top of everything else. He had to admit, the idea was tempting. As someone who enjoyed doing small business, Ling He didn't have strong prejudices. Profit was what mattered most. He could tolerate even foreign lords like Hamburg, who once nearly killed him, so why not work with his own people? After all, unity just meant more opportunities to collect fees. Everyone could benefit, make some money off each other, and as long as others were after survival, he could focus on earning cash. Wasn't that a fair trade? But just as Ling He was calculating how to profit from this cooperation, someone in the trading hall channel beat him to the punch. A lord called Warlord posted a message. If you're near the stream, come find me. My place is on flat ground, near a maple tree with a large burl. You should be able to see it from the nearby high ground. I've already sent someone to wait by the stream. If you meet them, just come back together. This guy moves fast. Ling He thought to himself. He hadn't even figured out his own pricing yet, and Warlord was already sharing landmarks? As soon as Warlord posted his location, the regional channel exploded with scattered location messages. Seeing this, Lin Xiao's lips curled into a sly smile. Now, those who posted their locations in the channel were either inexperienced newcomers or true powerhouses, sometimes both. And among the strong, there were always a few reckless ones. In the face of the looming apocalypse, these lords who so easily trusted others would become the easiest targets to take down. But Lin Xiao wasn't satisfied. His real target wasn't any of the lords already active in the chat, but someone else. Creator God. That guy still hadn't made a move. Creator God, Lin Xiao suddenly said. By the way, where's the vendor? Seeing this message, Ling He, who'd been about to share his own location, froze. Was Lin Xiao trying to put him right in the spotlight? Creator God really knew how to steer the conversation. Sure enough, after Lin Xiao's question, the focus of the regional channel quickly shifted to Ling He. By Bei's wife. Yeah, where's Vendor? Isn't he the strongest among us? Why hasn't he said anything? Broken wing. Maybe Vendor's already asleep? Usernames are useless. Who knows? Maybe he's already been taken out by the Ghost Clan's final strategy? Chicken duck fish dog cat. Don't talk nonsense. Vendor's goods are still in the trading hall. He's definitely alive and well. Ling He had already been the center of discussion in the regional channel, but with Lin Xiao's prompt, everyone's attention now turned to him. Why hadn't Vendor shared his location? The heated discussions in the regional chat caught Ling He's eye. The comments were a mix of goodwill and malicious speculation, with a few people even blatantly wishing him dead. Is the bastard lord feeling sad? Vera slid over to Ling He's side, glancing at the messages scrolling by in the regional chat. Her slender finger tapped the screen. Look, this one, and this one. These people calling you names are the same clowns we kicked out of the market this morning. Want me to hit back at them for you? As she spoke, a sharp glint flashed in Vera's eyes, clearly displeased that anyone would dare insult the lord she served. Ling He shook his head gently and reached out to adjust Vera's hat. No need. Hearing you say that already makes me feel better. The corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. Since they're just sore losers we've already beaten, they can say whatever they want. No matter how much they curse, they can't take back the market. As the discussion heated up, more and more private messages flooded in, most of them trying to figure out Ling He's exact location. Just then, one particular message caught his attention. Ding, you have a new private message. Ling Yu, you go. Whatever you do, don't reveal your location. Please trust me. Ling He frowned slightly. Wasn't this the same person who interrupted his meal earlier? If not for her, his steak wouldn't have gone cold. What was even stranger was that she had already used a skill to locate him, but now she was warning him not to give away his position. Honest Vendor, give me a good reason. Ling Yu, you go. I just killed someone. Honest Vendor. Ling He's frown deepened. What was Ling Yu Gu trying to say? First, she told him not to reveal his location. Now, she claimed to have killed someone. Was this some kind of threat? Ling Yu Gu quickly replied, don't block me. Please, just calm down and hear me out. Honest Vendor, all right. After all, she was still a potential customer, and Ling He never blocked people like that on a whim. Besides, he was curious to hear what shocking thing she'd say next. Ling Yu Gu explained, I just killed someone, but not a real person. These things can disguise themselves as human lords and talk to us like normal, but there's something off about the way they speak. They're not strong, but when they die, they drop an absurd amount of gold, way more than usual. I suspect they're connected to the sudden appearance of the Ghost Clan. Before I got suspicious, one of them even asked me who the strongest human lord was, and I blurted out your name. Now, you're probably on the Ghost Clan's radar. So please, trust me, don't meet with any other lords outside of the chat interface. You're a good person, and I don't want to see you get killed just because you're kind. This baffling guy had just handed him another good person card. Ling He pulled the corner of his mouth into a wry smile, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes. Of course, he was a kind person, but his definition of good was probably a whole different species from what Ling Yu Yug had in mind. Still, she had unintentionally provided a useful piece of information, and as a savvy merchant, Ling He knew better than to ruin someone's mood. Conscientious Vendor, got it. He'll remember that, Ling He replied softly. At the same time, his finger slid across the regional chat interface, quietly deleting the message he had already composed. Far away on the snowy plains, Ling Yu Yug finally relaxed her tense shoulders when she saw Ling He's affirmative response, letting out a long sigh of relief. Her earlier overstep had already created a rift between her and the conscientious Vendor, and she'd been worried that her advice would be ignored. Fortunately, the other party wasn't a fool. Her gaze swept across the regional channel again. The message from Godmaker was clearly suspicious, as if deliberately steering the conversation. Trusting him would be like volunteering to become a target on a shooting range, extremely dangerous. A flash of coldness passed through Ling Yu Yu's eyes as her fingers unconsciously tightened. Whether good or evil, it's human nature to turn a blind eye to others' suffering. But those who kick others when they're down, especially with foreign threats looming, were the ones she truly despised. She looked down at the few coins that had just fallen into her palm, her knuckles whitening as she clenched them. She couldn't afford to stick to her original slow recovery plan. Time was running out. Meanwhile, Ling He closed all the private chat windows that kept popping up. He stretched his arms above his head, loosening his muscles. Ugh, Eating too much always makes me sleepy. He yawned, rubbing the corners of his reddened eyes, and turned to Vera. Do you think whatever Ling Yuyug mentioned will come looking for us tonight? It will. Vera answered without hesitation, her tone deadly serious. Her gaze cut through the woods toward the distant tower. Even from within the lumberyard, you could glimpse the outline of the tower through the leaves if you looked up. A faint smile played at the corners of Vera's mouth. We're practically neighbors now. I doubt they'd miss the chance to pay their future neighbor a visit. She paused, then glanced at Ling He's tired eyes. But if you're tired, you should get some sleep, you bastard lord. Leave the night shift to me, I'll handle the restocking. If anything creepy shows up, I know how to protect our assets. Ling He chuckled and patted Vera's hat. So, our lady capitalist is actually worried about me? You never say anything decent, Vera huffed, rolling her eyes and crossing her arms. I'm just doing my duty as a secretary. And you can drop the lady part entirely. All right. All right, Ling He replied with a grin, but he didn't take her advice to rest. After a moment's thought, he decided to stay awake, keeping Vera company through the night. He was curious to see what exactly those others Ling Yuyug had mentioned were, and just how dangerous they might be. Time ticked slowly by. The lumberyard was calm, broken only by the steady sound of axes and livestock, echoing through the night. Bored, Ling He shifted most of his attention to the activity in the regional chat channel. As the creator god suggested that human lords should gather together, the number of people in the regional channel didn't just continue to drop, it started falling even faster. This unusual trend seemed to confirm that Ling Yuyug's guess intel was accurate. Right now, reaching out to other lords was indeed extremely dangerous. Ling He frowned and shook his head, eyes fixed on the constant stream of death notifications popping up in the channel. Each message felt like a stab to his merchant's heart. These lost lives could have been his future clients. Every death meant hundreds, or even thousands of gold coins in long-term losses. If humanity were wiped out, his path to prosperity through trade would be completely cut off. After all, a monopoly means nothing without a market of buyers. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Ling He muttered to himself, narrowing his eyes. Damn those ghost spirits. Hey, just as his thoughts were racing, a clear voice called out from beyond the logging camp, snapping him back to reality. I saw the firelight from inside. Is someone there? The voice sounded young and a bit anxious, like an inexperienced youth. Ling He tore his attention away from the channel and exchanged a wary glance with Vera. Is it a human lord driven out by the messages in the channel? Or is it one of them Ling Yuyug warned us about? Vera whispered. Should we let them in? Let's wait a moment. Ling He raised a hand to stop Vera from acting rashly, his mind working quickly. The Spiritwood logging camp had no fences or defense. It was just a patch of forest on the plains. If these newcomers meant harm, they could simply barge in instead of calling out politely. That in itself showed a certain level of goodwill. After a moment's thought, Ling He stood up and called back loudly. Yes, someone's here. You can come in. There's plenty of wood, and the fire's warm. You're welcome to stay the night. But the reply from outside the camp caught Ling He off guard. The young man's voice was hesitant. Sorry, we don't really know each other, so maybe we shouldn't come in. Could you come out to the edge of the camp? We'd like to talk face to face. Are they suspicious of me? Ling He couldn't help but smile. On second thought, it was perfectly reasonable. While he was being cautious of them, they had every right to be wary of him too. After all, a shadowy forest was the perfect place for an ambush. Have the contracted axe warriors pause their work, Ling He instructed Vera. Then come out with me to meet our friends. Vera nodded and quickly ordered the axe warriors to stop. She pulled a burning stick from the campfire as a torch and followed Ling He without a word. Ling He didn't bring all his warriors. Instead, he ordered them to hide among the trees, ready to respond if anything happened. Only Ling He and Vera stepped out beyond the camp's edge, fully exposed in the open. Standing across from them was a surprisingly large group at least a dozen people. At the front was a young man with glasses, who greeted Ling He with a warm smile as soon as he appeared. My name is Lu Qi, the young man introduced himself politely. I'm sorry to bother you so late at night. Vera let out a soft hum, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, and nodded slightly. She folded her arms across her chest, looking a bit displeased. Do you have any idea how many gold coins we lose for every minute you keep us waiting? Her words were not an exaggeration. As the main workforce at the lumberyard, pulling all the contract loggers away would indeed result in real financial losses. Lu Qi didn't quite catch the underlying meaning, so he just scratched the back of his head and gave a sheepish smile. Vera. Ling He shot Vera a sharp glare, then quickly glanced at Lu Qi and his group out of the corner of his eye. Judging by their attire, more than one of them held the title of Lord, with Lu Qi seemingly in charge, though they all appeared outwardly friendly. What amused Ling He the most was that none of them seemed to pick up on Vera's obvious hint clearly. None of them were particularly sharp. Lu Qi suddenly spoke up in a hesitant voice. I'm really sorry for bothering you. How much did you lose? I can cover it. Really? Vera's eyes lit up, and she was just about to quote an astronomical figure when Ling He quickly clapped a hand over her mouth. MMPH Vera struggled in his arms, but Ling He looked straight at Lu Qi and calmly replied, 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins, Lu Qi repeated softly, then broke into a smile. That's not too much. As he spoke, he held out his hand, and 10 gleaming gold coins appeared out of thin air. Consider it a token of friendship. How does that sound to you? The moment the real gold appeared, Vera's eyes widened, and she stopped struggling. She had only intended to embarrass them, but not only did they have the money, they were actually willing to pay. While this amount was insignificant to someone like Ling He, who was used to seeing four-digit sums flow through his hands, Vera still instinctively looked up at him. Shoo. Ling He gave a barely audible reminder, and only released his hold when Vera nodded. Call someone to collect it, Ling He whispered in Vera's ear. Vera obediently complied, striking the ground with her staff. Someone come here. A bare-chested contract axeman strode out of the woods behind them. This was a trick Ling He had recently discovered when he issued an order. All the villagers responded, but when it came through his secretary, it allowed for more precise control. The axeman quickly approached Lu Qi. Lu Qi took a mental note. This warrior was incredibly strong and moved with impressive speed. If not for the fact that he was completely unclothed, he would have been an outstanding fighter. The gold changed hands swiftly. Before Ling He could reach out, Vera had already snatched up the 10 coins. They're real. She ran her fingers over the coins, savoring their warmth, then carefully tucked them away in her purse. Meanwhile, the number of gold coins in Ling He's interface had indeed increased by 10. He narrowed his eyes, confirming this unexpected gain. I came here in good faith. There's no need for me to deceive either of you. Lu Qi's voice called out from nearby, sincere in tone. Ling He nodded slightly, meeting his gaze. Since you've paid compensation, let's talk. What exactly do you want from us? Lu Qi was clearly surprised that Ling He became so straightforward after receiving the money. He froze for a moment, but quickly composed himself, putting on that friendly smile again. Actually, the reason we're out here is to find other lords who might want to join us. Join you? Ling He frowned. Yes, Lu Qi explained. We've set up a gathering spot by the stream. There are plenty of people like us there. By the stream? Ling He's eyes narrowed, a thought flashing through his mind. Are you with Zhang Kuang's group? He quickly made the connection, recalling that only someone named Call Me Zhang Kuang had openly mentioned being near a stream in the regional chat. Lu Qi was visibly surprised and nodded. How did you know? Yes, we're with brother Zhang Kuang. Ling He let out a long breath. After just a short conversation, he already felt he couldn't keep this up. I'm not going with you. Why not? Lu Qi's brows drew together, confusion in his voice. Wouldn't it be better for all of us to stick together? Normally, yes, that would make sense, Ling He replied, his tone meaningful. Then he revealed his identity directly. I'm Liangxin Xiaofan. You your brother Ling? Lu Qi feigned shock. Ling He just shook his head coldly, not bothering to respond. 10 gold coins only buy you this much conversation. The fair trade is over. How much longer are you going to keep up this act? The warmth faded from Lu Qi's face, replaced by a serious expression. When did you figure it out? It wasn't hard, Ling He said, raising 3 fingers and ticking them off one by one. First, I know for sure there isn't a stream anywhere near here. There's no way Zhang Kuang's group could be close by. He lowered one finger. Second, I never mentioned my surname was Ling, and I'm certain we've never met. So how did you know my real name just from a nickname? He lowered a second finger, leaving just one pointing straight at the slime behind Lu Qi. And third, this one's been bothering me for a while. Who in their right mind has a slime as part of their team? Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Are you treating me like an idiot? That's just insulting to my intelligence. What? Lu Qi's eyes widened, and he spun around to look at the inconspicuous slime among his team, stunned. What's wrong with that? He never expected that their cover would be blown by something as minor as a slime. A question flashed through Lu Qi's mind. Didn't Ling He's side have a slime too? But Ling He was done talking. Whether they were truly human or not would become clear soon enough. He gave a decisive order. Vera, take them out. Heh. Vera let out a soft snort, slamming her staff heavily on the ground. Unlike before, she raised a finger skyward and shouted, full rations for 10 days. Ding system notification. Your secretary Vera has used a skill, temporarily transforming your contract axe warriors into contract berserkers. Berserker of the Pact. Profit. Profit. More profit. The intoxicating scent of easy gain drives people mad, stripping away all reverence and crushing any obstacles in its way. Special abilities. Exponential frenzy. Resource output rate increases by 150, and combat strength is always maintained at 300 of its base value. Unyielding. In battle, physical attacks cannot intimidate this unit. Morale remains unaffected, and both physical and psychological intimidation are ineffective. Fight to the death. The unit's default battle philosophy is fight to the death. They will never retreat until they are completely wiped out. After quickly scanning the Berserker of the Pact's info, Ling He felt a surge of shock. It was almost unbelievable that such a unit could be recruited for just 1 gold coin. At the current level of development, even regular troops wouldn't stand a chance against these berserkers. They'd be wiped out with ease. The power of coin was truly overwhelming. As Ling He was still marveling at this, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted. Dozens of stone axes flew from the forest, heading straight for Lu Qi's team. Caught completely off guard, a large part of the group fell in an instant. Fortunately, the stone axes weren't sharp, so most people only suffered broken bones. Only one unlucky soul was hit square in the head and died on the spot. However, the victim wasn't a real human. The body dissolved into a cloud of particles and vanished in seconds, as Ling He's eyes narrowed. As expected, they weren't real humans. Even so, Ling He still felt a chill. If not for the slime companion, and if not for Ling Yu's earlier warning, he might have fallen for the enemy's clever words and walked right into their trap. The enemy's disguise was so convincing that unless one looked closely for flaws, it was impossible to tell anything was off. Now, Lu Qi and his group scrambled to their feet, battered and shaken. But this time, when Lu Qi looked at Ling He, the smile was gone, replaced by deep wariness. He was wary of Ling He and even more fearful of the hidden berserkers in the forest behind him. Lu Qi's eyes widened in shock as a realization hit him. These berserkers? Had he stumbled into the lair of some barbarian tribe? Even without human common sense, Lu Qi knew that recruiting and maintaining berserkers was extraordinarily costly. At this stage, gathering 100 berserkers would be an astronomical feat. How had this human lord managed to assemble such a powerful force in such a short time? Before Lu Qi could think further, the packed berserkers behind Ling He let out earth-shaking war cries and charged forward. All for profit. The berserkers burst forth like wild beasts, their footsteps thunderous, their power overwhelming, and an uncontrollable fury radiating from them as they quickly closed in on Lu Qi's group. The stone axes in their hands had already been hurled earlier, but in their berserk state, they seemed completely unfazed. Broken branches snapped off at random, stones picked up from the ground, and even their fists all became deadly weapons. Lu Qi and his group did put up some resistance. However, Lu Qi only had one unit at his disposal, a basic spearman equipped with a simple stone spear. This spearman, while a skilled hunter in the Stone Age, was also a formidable force in battle. His thrusting skill allowed him to easily overpower most basic units, and even Lin He's contract lumberjacks couldn't match his combat strength. But Lu Qi had only one spearman, and he had to face nearly 200 fully armed contract berserkers from Lin He's forces all by himself. Whoosh! As the berserkers closed in, the spearman didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, driving his stone spear straight at a berserker's chest. But in the next instant, a massive arm shot out and snatched the spear away. Before the spearman could react, a boulder the size of a sandbag came crashing down on his head. Immediately, a dozen berserkers swarmed him, their fists raining down in a frenzy. The spearman, positioned at the front, didn't last more than a few seconds before he, like the others before him, was beaten down and vanished into a cloud of particles. At that moment, Lin He glanced at his panel and clearly saw the combat power of his contract berserkers 515 points. This was the strongest recruitable unit had seen in the regional channel all day, while everyone else's forces paled in comparison. Whether even stronger contract berserkers might appear in the future, Lin He couldn't say. But one thing was certain. In this Stone Age world, there was no other unit that could stand against berserkers, at least not today. It didn't take Lin He long to check the berserkers' stats, but in those few seconds, the battle was already over. The overwhelming quality and quantity of the berserkers left Lu Qi's group with no chance to fight back. Their resistance was as fragile as fledgling birds, barely causing any trouble for the berserkers. Soon, the berserkers retrieved their stone axes and pinned Lu Qi's group to the ground, wiping them out completely. Blood and remains quickly spread across the open grassland. Yes, Vera cheered when Lu Qi's group disappeared, spinning around excitedly. She tossed the torch to Lin He and raised her staff, ready to loot the fallen enemies. Lin He, caught off guard, fumbled to catch the torch and grumbled, "Hey, don't play with fire on the grass, you ruthless capitalist." But as Vera bent down to pick up the coins, Lin He knew she hadn't heard a word he said. "Do we really need these few coins?" Lin He sighed, but still moved forward with the torch, helping Vera search for the scattered loot. "You don't get it, you lousy lord," Vera said, shaking her head impatiently. "Making money can be a goal or it can be fun. I'm just enjoying the process of getting rich through hard work. But you're just picking up coins." Lin He couldn't help but retort. Fortunately, the torchlight made it easier to spot the glimmer of coins scattered across the open field. Before long, Vera had collected every last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Vera counted the gold coins one by one, tossing out a number casually. "There are 34 coins in total." 34. Hearing that, Lin He started doing the math in his head. The spoils from this battle were quite substantial. Just the coins alone would be a decent fortune for any region not ruled by his own lord. However, Lin He frowned. Vera had used exponential incentives earlier and promised every contract axe warrior a full 10 days wage. 174 contract axe warriors, each owed 10 days pay, which added up to 261 gold coins. The coins they had just counted didn't even cover a fraction of the expenses. After all that killing, they hadn't even earned enough to cover the cost of selling lumber. Getting rich through murder and arson? Lin He's expression darkened, and he let out a cold laugh in his mind. He couldn't understand why anyone would think war was a way to get rich. In his view, it was more like murder and arson lead to 3 generations of poverty. The more you fought, the poorer you became, and the poorer you were, the more you fought, a vicious cycle with no end. As he brooded over this, a glint caught his eye. His gaze was drawn to it. Called Vera have dropped a coin by accident? Instinctively, Lin He crouched down and pushed aside the grass at his feet. To his surprise, it wasn't a coin, but a shiny, pitch-black card. He had never seen anything like it before. Could it be a blueprint or some special equipment? He glanced around. The contract berserkers nearby were on high alert, watching everything closely, but none of them noticed him. Lin He reached out and picked up the card. As soon as it touched his hand, a panel popped up automatically, displaying the card's details. Death Curse of the Ghost Spirit Clan. Description: split from the Ghost Spirit Clan's ultimate strategy, the realm within the mirror. When the mirror ghosts are wiped out in a mass slaughter, the true nightmare descends. It will eliminate any threat to the Ghost Spirit Clan. Effect: can be used on your faction's core building. If your era is still below the 3rd stage, this card can serve as a milestone to advance you into a pseudo-era ahead of time. Wow, what a terrifying description. Vera had somehow sidled up next to Lin He, staring at the card and drawing out her words in a teasing tone. Just tossed out like garbage. I'm so scared. Lin He couldn't help himself, reached out and flicked Vera lightly on the forehead. Can you be serious for a second? Also, what exactly is a core building? And what's a pseudo-era? He held up the little card, giving it a shake, still puzzled. How are you supposed to use this thing anyway? Vera rubbed her forehead and puffed out her cheeks before switching to a more normal tone. I am being serious. You'll find out about core buildings soon enough. As for this card, you should focus on its effect. Lin He frowned, staring at the unfamiliar terms on the panel, still completely lost. I haven't come across any of these words before. Just tell me what this card actually does. Vera stuck out her tongue, clearly not thrilled about being teased, but answered seriously. You can use this card on the core building you're about to construct. It'll help you advance to the pseudo-era ahead of me as long as you're not already in the 3rd stage. Lin He's mind stirred, but he didn't ask anything else. Instead, he lowered his head and examined the pitch-black card more closely. His thoughts were a jumble. Everything in front of him was far beyond what he understood about the current situation. What's on the back? Just as the description suggested, Ling He flipped the card in his hand. The moment he did, the pitch-black surfaces of the card suddenly changed. The character for death appeared blood red, abrupt, and terrifying. As he turned the card, Ling He's eyes instantly locked onto that character. A chill ran down his spine, making him shudder uncontrollably. He instinctively turned to look behind him. The instant the character appeared, the nearby tower seemed to tremble, as if something dreadful inside had awakened and was now watching him. Humans, again? More humans. A voice echoed from the depths of the tower. Ling He couldn't make out the details, but he could clearly feel the anger and resentment within it. The voice seemed to carry endless curses. Filthy humans, crawling everywhere like vermin. A stain that can never be washed away, a pest that can never be wiped out. Humans, you deserve to die. As the roar echoed, the tower shook violently, stones crumbling from its sides. But as the voice gradually faded, everything fell into a heavy silence once more. After a moment, the voice returned, broken and cold, drifting down from the top of the tower. Strongest one, Conscience Peddler, Ling He, kill him. Before the words had fully faded, 2 figures shot out of the tower at blinding speed, streaking across the sky like meteors, heading straight for the spot where Lu Qi and the others had fallen. Ling He froze in shock, just as a wave of the stench of blood hit him. He watched in horror as a human head flew past, brushing his face and splattering blood onto his shoulder. It belonged to one of the contract berserkers. Thud. Ling He jolted. Before he could gather his thoughts, he heard a heavy thump behind him. Whirling around, he saw a massive, withered monster being beset on all sides by contract berserkers, who were desperately trying to bring it down. What are you doing, you idiot lord? Get back. Vera's voice rang out. She slammed her staff to the ground, and the contract berserkers seemed to receive a command, quickly closing ranks to shield Ling He in the center. Ling He's heart skipped a beat. If not for Vera's quick reaction, he might have already fallen to the monster's claws. But the fight was far from over. That monster was just one of them. Another, even more terrifying creature was rampaging through the ranks of the contract berserkers. Its body was gaunt but seemingly made of steel. With every swipe of its limbs, it easily cut down another berserker. This was the crushing force of civilization. The monsters fought 1 against 100 without fear. Ha ha. Watching the contract berserkers fall one after another, a cold light flickered in Vera's amber eyes. She let out a soft, chilling laugh. If that's the case, how about this? She slammed her staff down again. Full pay for 100 days. For a moment, the battlefield fell silent, as if Vera's words had no effect. But she remained calm, clearing her throat and speaking softly. Even in death, you'll be paid. Dingy, our secretary Vera has used the skill, exponential stimulation. Your contract berserkers have been temporarily strengthened into contract ghost warriors. Ling He stared at Vera in disbelief, his mouth agape. They could get even stronger? Contracted ghost warriors, an ultimate unit born on the edge of life and death, are a special force who have awakened to the truths of the world after experiencing spiritual transformation. They fight with the belief that in life, we pursue profit as humans. In death, we pursue profit as ghosts. All things are illusion. Only gain is real. Ling He carefully examined the panel information and found that the contracted ghost warriors inherited the three main traits of the contracted berserkers: exponential frenzy, indomitability, and relentless combat. However, what truly caught his eye was a brand new special ability forsake the mortal shell. This ability allowed them to continue fighting for 2 hours after receiving fatal injuries, unless their core limbs were completely destroyed. During this time, not only did their combat strength double, but they could also inflict a fear effect on enemies. On the battlefield, several contracted berserkers who had just been executed by monsters suddenly stood up again in bizarre, twisted postures. Some were headless, others had bodies split from shoulder to abdomen, and a few were nothing more than half a torso. The hellish scene left Ling He momentarily dazed, unable to tell who the real monsters were. For profit, the contracted ghost warriors growled in chilling, haunting tones, sending even the fierce ghostly monsters on the field into a momentary shock. Profit. With this thunderous roar, the resurrected contracted ghost warriors charged madly at the monsters in midair. Even when hacked into pieces or losing limbs, they pressed on relentlessly. Even if only a single finger remained, it would crawl toward the enemy. This relentless, undying assault made them even more terrifying than the legendary undead. Finally, one of the ghostly monsters made a fatal mistake, allowing a mangled hand to latch onto a protrusion on its body. Losing its aerial advantage, it was quickly overwhelmed as more contracted ghost warriors piled on, dragging it down to the ground. Ling He quickly scanned the battlefield data. In their death state, the contracted ghost warriors' combat power reached 30, exactly twice that of the contracted berserkers. Even more astonishing, the attribute boost from Forsake the Mortal Shell stacked externally, rather than based on their base stats, meaning their fighting power after death far surpassed what they had in life. Gazing at nearly 200 contracted ghost warriors before him, Ling He felt confident. In life, they are my men. In death, my ghosts. With silver paving the way, victory is certain. However, as the horde of contracted ghost warriors attacked the subdued monster with stone axes and rocks, the results were unexpectedly poor. The monster's seemingly withered body was tough as iron. Even as the stones shattered to pieces, the creature itself remained unscathed, making it difficult to inflict any real damage in a short time. At that moment, something unexpected happened. The monster, which had been pinned to the ground, suddenly managed to push itself up and struggled to its feet. The contract ghost warrior suppressing it wasn't dead, but with a combat power of only 15, was clearly outmatched. With a swift twist, the monster broke free from its hold, flinging the contract ghost warrior aside and regaining its freedom. This time, however, it didn't focus on Ling He. Instead, its eyes locked onto Vera. The monster realized that Vera was the true mastermind behind the contract ghost warriors. Ling He's pupils narrowed sharply. As soon as the monster's gaze shifted away from him, he sensed that something was wrong. Vera, run, he shouted. Almost the instant his voice echoed out, the monster darted past its allies and the line of contract ghost warriors, its hooked claws lunging straight for Vera. It moved with blinding speed, leaving Vera no time to react. She could only watch helplessly as the withered monster closed in, her body frozen in place. Was there no escape? Just as despair began to overtake her, a fireball shot out from deep within the forest, whizzing past her cheek and slamming directly into the monster. With a shrill, agonized scream, the monster was instantly engulfed in flames. In a flash, it was reduced to a pile of ashes. The battle had turned in an instant, all thanks to Hamburg. Both Ling He and Vera were stunned, their eyes turning toward the forest. There, Hamburg, who had been sleeping peacefully by the campfire, rolled into view. With a blink of its big round eyes, it calmly rolled over to Ling He and affectionately rubbed against his leg. Ha ha ha, that tickles. Ling He couldn't help but laugh, feeling a bit odd but unable to push Hamburg away after it had just saved Vera. Hamburg, how did you suddenly get so strong? Ling He scratched Hamburg's fur, a note of confusion in his voice. He distinctly remembered that before, Hamburg's attacks couldn't even scratch the contract axe warrior, so how had it just wiped out a ghost tribe monster so effortlessly? As Ling He was about to ask more, a sudden realization flashed through his mind. Wait, Hamburg, hold on. I need to test something. With that, Ling He quickly pulled away from Hamburg, grabbed a torch, and approached the suppressed monster. What are you doing, you crazy lord? Vera called out in a low voice, hurrying after him as she saw Ling He move recklessly closer to the monster. Following his gaze, she looked down at the creature on the ground and was struck by the horrifying sight. Its body was pinned by countless limbs, twisted into an almost unbearable shape. Just one look was enough to make her mind reel. Fortunately, despite their terrifying forms, these monsters didn't possess any mental attack abilities. Ling He and Vera were able to keep their wits about them and weren't too badly affected. I want to test my theory, Ling He said, raising his torch and casually tossing it onto the monster's body. Whoosh! The moment the flames touched the monster, the fire surged like a raging flood, instantly engulfing both the creature and the contract-bound ghost warrior that was pinning it down. The monster's piercing screams echoed through the air as it was swallowed by the blaze. Ha 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 ha! Ling He couldn't help but burst into laughter as he watched the flames flicker before him. For once, Hamburger wasn't there to tickle him. Vera took a cautious step back, rolled her eyes, and asked, "You mad lord, have you finally lost your mind? You're the crazy one." Ling He shot back, rolling his eyes in return. Then he suppressed his smile, focusing intently on the raging fire. Who would have thought that this seemingly indestructible ghostling monster would turn out to be more flammable than wood? Just a single spark was enough to send this battlefield reaper straight to hell. A thought struck Ling He. Maybe the other creations of the Ghostling clan shared this same weakness. Suddenly, everything clicked. No wonder Lu Qi and his group had hesitated to enter the logging site earlier. They hadn't been worried about an ambush, but about the bonfire burning there. Unfortunately, this realization came too late to test, since Lu Qi and his team had already been wiped out by the contract berserker. The fire died down as quickly as it had started. When the flames finally went out, nothing remained of the ghostling monster but ash, and even the contract-bound ghost warrior that had restrained it was left charred black. The air was thick with a strange, roasted meat aroma. Ling He took a cautious half-step back to stand shoulder to shoulder with Vera. After scanning their surroundings, he leaned in and whispered, "What should we do with these contract ghost warriors? Half of them are already fatally wounded. Give it another hour, and they'll turn into nothing but rotten flesh. What else can we do?" Vera shrugged, unconcerned. "Just bury them under the logging site as fertilizer. Let them make one last contribution to our cause." "Oh, I see." Ling He nodded as if enlightened. "I thought you'd toss their meat into your big stew pot. That would save quite a bit of money." "Huh." Vera's eyes widened. "Lady, how could I do something so gruesome? And how can you say that with a straight face?" TSK, seeing that Vera didn't take the bait, Ling He clicked his tongue. Had half expected her to suggest tossing the contract ghost warriors into the cooking pot, but no luck. Since she didn't bring it up, as a decent person, he decided to respect her stance. "Then he'll leave these contract ghost warriors to you," Ling He said, patting Vera on the shoulder and giving her a look of approval. He added, "Don't forget we still need to pay up later." Although the immediate danger from the ghostlings was over, Ling He hadn't forgotten Vera's earlier promise. 100 days full wages, no matter life or death. That adds up to a whopping 2,610 gold coins in expenses. That's about all the gold Ling He managed to earn today. Vera's expression changed instantly at Ling He's reminder. Her brows furrowed, and it was clear she realized how serious the situation was. Since they'd already made a promise, being in debt simply wasn't an option. Even if half the contract ghost warriors fell, she'd still have to prepare 2,610 copper coins every day for their pay. If we accidentally overspend and can't pay their wages, Vera felt a chill run down her spine at the thought. This wasn't something that could be solved by simply saying, "No malicious wage claims allowed." Rebellious contract ghost warriors could actually string her and that damn lord up on the old crooked tree. Just imagining it made her shudder. Annoyed, Vera glanced around at the contract ghost warriors still standing there in a daze. She slammed her staff on the ground and barked, "What are you waiting for? Get back to work." Even though the contract ghost warriors were resisting death, they could still go on for about another hour. Since she'd have to pay them anyway, Vera wasn't about to waste this last opportunity to squeeze out some value from their labor. The contract ghost warriors didn't object to Vera's order. They silently picked up their stone axes from the ground and headed back into the lumberyard. Some of the axes were broken, but it didn't matter much after all. They wouldn't need that many axes in another hour. Once the ghost warriors had left, Ling He didn't plan to linger in the dark woods either. He turned and led Vera and Hamburger back to the campfire. Sigh back at the fire, Vera let out a heavy sigh. "Thanks to our wonderful neighbor, we've really taken a loss tonight." Snores Izzy. No one responded to Vera, because Hamburger was already curled up by the warm fire, fast asleep again. If the earlier fight with the ghost tribe monsters hadn't woken him, he would have slept straight through till morning. Ling He, meanwhile, focused his attention on the small card in his hand. Now that both ghost tribe monsters had been defeated, the character for death at the center of the card had completely faded away. The description had also changed slightly. Death Curse of the Ghost Tribe. Description: derived from the ghost tribe's ultimate strategy, the Mirror Realm. This contains fragments of their civilization's legacy and power. Effect: use on your faction's core building. If your era is below the 3rd stage, this can serve as a milestone, allowing you to advance early to a pseudo-era. The description no longer mentioned attracting nightmares, but instead spoke of civilization's legacy and power fragments. It seemed the death curse had finally been dealt with. Damn Lord. Ling He put away the card and met Vera's puzzled gaze. You actually look like you're in a good mood, Vera said, a bit surprised. Earlier, after fighting Lu Chi's group, earning 34 gold but losing 261 in wages, Ling He had been upset for quite a while over losing just over 200 gold coins. Why wasn't he bothered now, after losing 2,610 in wages? Yeah, I'm in a pretty good mood. Ling He spread his hands and gave a mysterious smile. Because next, we're about to make a huge profit. Huh. Vera tilted her head, completely confused. She had to admit, when it came to making money, Ling He really had a knack for it. Even Shay's self-proclaimed adorable capitalist to him, a refined and charming lady, could barely keep up with his pace. So what should we do? Vera asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Ling He raised a slender finger, the corners of his mouth curving up slightly. Actually, it's pretty simple. All we need to do is share the information we already have in the regional channel. That's it. Vera tilted her head, a few tiny question marks seeming to float above her tall hat, showing her confusion. Are we charging for the information? No, of course not. The information is free, Ling He replied decisively, a hint of righteousness appearing on his face. Am a good person, how could I take advantage of others in a tough situation like this? Really? Vera narrowed her eyes, sizing Ling He up with a skeptical look. If Ling He hadn't tried to add contracted ghost warriors to the menu for contracted ghost warriors, she might have been a tiny bit more inclined to believe he was a good person. But now, someone who could match her in cunning, or even outdo her, hardly seemed like the trustworthy type. What's with that look? Ling He raised an eyebrow, clearly displeased with Vera's open suspicion. Had just been given the good person card twice by the same person, didn't that count as proof enough? Whatever, it doesn't matter if you're good or not. Ling He glanced up at the darkening sky, his tone turning serious. It's getting late, so let me get straight to the point. He took a deep breath, laying out his thoughts. Vera, what do you think is the biggest problem affecting our income right now? Is it our production capacity? Vera answered instinctively. But as soon as she finished speaking, she shook her head, her hat swaying with emotion. No, actually, we're already overproducing a bit. The market is having a hard time absorbing everything we make. So, is it that our prices are too low? Vera mused aloud, tapping her chin, but quickly dismissed the idea. Price isn't really the issue. With the sawmill's current output and the essential need for lumber, we're bound to take most of the gold circulating in the marketplace, no matter what price we set. She went on. Actually, we have you to thank. If Ling He hadn't slashed prices right from the start, there's no way we'd be dominating the market right now. If we suddenly raised prices, it would just give other sellers a chance to catch their breath, and we'd end up with less gold overall. At that thought, Vera rubbed her forehead, frowning in frustration. What else could be affecting their income? Can't figure it out? Ling He smiled slightly at Vera's troubled expression, a glint of amusement in his eyes. He simply held up two fingers, his voice clear and confident. Let me lay it out. There are really only two key issues affecting our income. The first is demand. Demand, huh? Vera followed his train of thought, nodding to herself. Ling He was right, demand was a major problem. Most lords didn't have building blueprints, so there was no need for large amounts of lumber. What looked like a shortage was actually just a basic need. A single bundle of wood each night for the campfire. If people were really tough, or found a good shelter, they could even skip that. Without demand, even a total monopoly wouldn't bring in much profit. Seeing that Vera understood the demand issue, Ling He's eyes lit up and he continued. But actually, that problem has already been solved because our dear neighbor has taken care of it for us. As Ling He spoke, he pointed toward the distant tower. With his earlier hints, Vera instantly understood his intention. Others might not realize it, but how could she and that cunning lord not know? The Ghost Spirit clan was deeply afraid of fire. Even those terrifying monsters wouldn't dare approach the smallest flame. As long as the ghost spirits remained, fire would be essential for survival. This had a direct impact on the trading post, driving the demand for wood through the roof. The market had expanded thanks to the arrival of the ghost spirits. Vera couldn't help but marvel, a shrewd gleam flashing in her eyes as she looked at Ling He. With a hint of anticipation in her voice, she asked, So, what's the second point, my dear lord? Ling He smiled slightly and replied, The second point is the most important. It's crucial for our future. He paused, his gaze flickering as he looked into Vera's eyes, then continued, The human lords in this region have empty pockets. Even if the price of wood drops to the lowest, they still can't afford to buy. But, as I mentioned before, our dear neighbors have solved this problem perfectly. Vera narrowed her eyes, thinking for a moment as the picture became clearer in her mind. She looked at Ling He, her eyes shining. The outsiders have money, she quickly summarized. Those so-called Ghost Spirit clan members might not be strong in battle, but each one drops 1 to 3 gold coins. As long as you release this information and provide a way to identify them, the human lords won't be caught off guard when facing these outsiders. Everyone will be able to profit, and in the end, all that money will flow right back to us. Vera clutched her shirt tightly at her chest, her eyes burning with excitement. In other words, We're just giving out free intel and expanding the market. Every lord becomes a tool for us to make money. She couldn't help but laugh. In the end, these people will actually thank us for it, not only giving us a good reputation, but also handing over their money. You're more devious than any demon in the depths of hell, my dear lord. Ling He rolled his eyes. I keep telling you, I'm a good guy. He smiled gently. But now, you can see him really doing this for everyone's benefit, right? Vera nodded vigorously. Yes, I get it. So, when are you planning to kick off this evil plan? Ling He didn't answer right away. Instead, he opened his private chat window and sent a message to a familiar name. Honest Vendor, War Maniac, are you there? At the same time, in the riverside gathering place, War Maniac stared at his private chat window in shock. He knew the war game had only just launched, yet Honest Vendor's name was already legendary in the area. And now, such a prominent figure was actively reaching out to him. Wait, War Maniac suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up as he realized a blind spot. He remembered having a private conversation with this Honest Vendor before, though he never got a reply. War Maniac stared at the messages had sent earlier, suddenly recalling the memory. Looking at the name on the screen, he was struck by a realization and blurted out, "Call me War Maniac, so it was you. You're Vendor, bro?" "It's me, haha." The Honest Peddler laughed in the private game chat. "I really have to thank you, brother Zhang Kuang, for that tip back then." Zhang Kuang sat by the campfire, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He remembered how he had casually complained about the ruthless traders at the marketplace, never expecting that his offhand comment would help someone grow into a financial powerhouse. Seeing that Ling He was not only alive but thriving, he finally felt at ease. As someone who had always valued loyalty, Zhang Kuang held fast to the principle of helping others whenever possible, even in this brutal war game. Earlier, he had reached out to Ling He, hoping to share some survival tips. But after receiving no reply for a long time, he feared Ling He had already fallen prey to wild beasts, and had felt regret for quite a while. Now, it was clear that Ling He had become strong enough to stand on his own. "Peddler, if you ever need anything, just say the word. We're all on the same side here," Zhang Kuang said without hesitation. Ling He was a bit surprised, yet not entirely unprepared, to see such a straightforward offer of help. This was exactly the kind of warm-hearted person Zhang Kuang was. "It's nothing too difficult." Ling He got straight to the point. "I just wanted to ask if there's someone named Lu Qi on your end?" Zhang Kuang frowned at the mention, glancing back at the refined-looking man resting by the fire, none other than Lu Qi, whom Ling He had recently killed. Unsure of what had transpired between them, Zhang Kuang took a deep breath and replied cautiously, "Did Lu Qi offend you in some way?" Faced with the possibility of having to choose between the Honest Peddler and Lu Qi, who had come to join him, Zhang Kuang felt torn. But Ling He's next message put him at ease. "Not at all. He actually seems like a pretty gentle person," Ling He explained. "Thanks for letting me know where he ended up. It cleared up a lot of questions for me." "No problem," Zhang Kuang replied, then asked, "But could you tell me what this is about?" "Lu Qi is right here with me. Check the regional channel," Ling He replied simply. Following his suggestion, Zhang Kuang opened the regional channel and saw that Ling He had already started speaking. "Good evening, everyone. The peddler just went through a fierce battle with the ghost spirits and took heavy losses. Hope you're all doing well. Peddler's finally back." Chanyan Rushue responded in the channel. "So the reason you didn't respond to the chat earlier was because you were off fighting?" Mr. Xiaosa asked in the channel, poking fun at the situation. "I'm doing all right," Ling He replied with a casual tone. "A few weird-looking creatures came after me, but the wolves that were chasing me ended up tearing them apart. I even managed to quietly pick up a few gold coins." Xiaosi Kucho couldn't wait to ask, "Hey, Vendor, can you tell us what the combat strength of the ghost spirit tribe is like?" That question immediately piqued Ling He's interest. He was suddenly wide awake, his eyes lighting up. "As for the ghost spirit tribe's combat strength, Honest Vendor," Ling He said seriously, "let's put it this way. The stronger monsters can take out a unit with 30 combat points as easily as slaughtering a dog. Of course, they're not invincible. If you expose them to fire, you can wipe them out instantly." "Are you serious, Vendor? I'd better stock up on some firewood, just in case," Hyakyakui replied anxiously, clearly nervous. Wojijiu suddenly realized something. "Wait a minute, Vendor. Do you already have units with over 30 combat points in your ranks?" As soon as he said this, the channel fell silent for a few seconds. Many people picked up on the hidden message in Ling He's words and drew a sharp breath. In this environment, everyone knew exactly what having a 30-point combat unit meant. Right now, most lords only had villagers with a maximum combat strength of about 10 points. A 30-point unit would steamroll them like an armored vehicle, crushing the locals. And Ling He was saying that ghost spirit monsters could kill those units as easily as slaughtering dogs? No way. That was the first thought in many people's minds. "Talk is cheap. Can you prove it?" Someone with the username Yupyong called him out in the channel. Ling He glanced at the skeptical comments, but just ignored them and focused on what he was doing. Vera leaned on Ling He's shoulder and asked softly, "Aren't you going to defend yourself, Lord?" Ling He shook his head calmly. "Those who believe me will believe me. Those who don't can wait until their next life. I don't see myself as some main character in a novel, a hero in a fairy tale. or even a good guy like War Maniac. I don't waste my breath on things like this. Vera laughed out loud beside him. Exactly. Why should our great producer have to explain anything to a bunch of nobodies? Humph. Ling He nodded in agreement. Vera's compliments were spot on. Although, he couldn't help but notice that her latest title for him seemed even grander than Lord. Coming back to his senses, Ling He continued sharing intelligence on the regional channel. Of course, not every ghost spirit unit is as terrifying as the monsters I just mentioned. There's a type of creature whose combat strength is about the same as ours. Ling He shared his theories about the mirror realm, including some verified information. Some kind of ghostly entity could disguise itself as another human lord, get close, earn their trust, and then kill them. The targets they mimic likely have real counterparts in this area, and their personalities and knowledge of the terrain closely match the originals. Most of the time, you can spot them by catching slips in their speech. But Ling He then offered an even simpler solution, one so obvious that even a fool could use it to tell the difference between a real human and a fake. That's the power of private messaging. By making good use of it, just a simple greeting is enough to tell whether the person you're talking to is human or a monster disguised as one of the Gue Ling tribe. This exclusive, human-only channel has become the strongest pillar in the fight against the Gue Ling threat. Yet, standing off to the side, Lin Xiao couldn't help but sneer. Watching Ling He send his message, he muttered with disdain, TCH. The method was clever after all. He himself had survived an encounter with a Gue Ling disguised as a monster, so reason told him it could work. But that so-called honest vendor had overlooked a crucial flaw. This plan relied entirely on the human lord's absolute cooperation and trust. And it was precisely human greed and suspicion that made this nearly impossible. As Lin Xiao pondered, a private message suddenly popped up. Mr. Carefree, is that really you standing in front of me? Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. Someone was already trying to reach out to the Gue Ling imposter pretending to be him? The corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smirk as he quickly typed a response. Creator God, yes. Mr. Carefree, if it's really you, lift your left leg, then raise your right hand and make a peace sign. Then spin around 3 times for me. Lin Xiao's smile froze. If it were really him standing there, these actions would be easy. But clearly, the guy in front of them wasn't him. Sure enough, there was no response, and a new message came through. Mr. Carefree, you're a fraud. Liar. With a cold, mocking tone, Lin Xiao was immediately blocked. At the same time, his expression darkened. He suddenly realized that in the so-called perfect plan the honest vendor had devised, the darker side of human nature hadn't been fully considered. Once again, had unknowingly fallen into a trap he hadn't foreseen. Damn it. Was this all part of that vendor's scheme too? As Lin Xiao was lost in thought, more new messages popped up in his private chat. This time, instead of Mr. Carefree, several wood merchants' names appeared. Clearly, they wanted to discuss how to deal with the honest vendor as well. Seeing these names, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. Yeah, that vendor may act all righteous, but he's made a lot more enemies than he realizes. The wood market used to be big enough for everyone, but he had to shrink the pie and keep it all for himself. Those starving wood merchants have probably been itching to tear him apart for ages. The wood merchants standing before Lin Xiao had once seemed insignificant, but now he saw that even these nobodies could play a key role at the right moment. If he could put them to good use, maybe the whole situation could turn around. Lin Xiao quickly typed in the private chat. Creator God, listen up, everyone. Why don't we make things a bit tougher for that crooked vendor? Who cares about fake names? I'd love to. Got any ideas? Spit 'em out. Came an immediate reply. Creator God, don't rush. Hey, race what we can do first, and then. Lin Xiao patiently laid out his plan. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. Maybe, just maybe, he could use these people's strength to turn the tables in this game. Right after he shared the intel, public opinion in the region shifted dramatically. The previously calm regional chat was suddenly flooded with comments about Ling He. The skeptical voices split into 2 camps. One side didn't believe a word, while the other, though convinced, remained wary. Those who didn't buy it mocked relentlessly. Seriously? People actually believe what he says? I told you, who's going to believe there's going to be a zombie crisis in a couple of days? Wow, a unit with 30 combat power? Our vendor guy is really something, doesn't even bother making his lies sound plausible. Do you think our vendor's just bored? He wouldn't even reveal his own location before, but now he's suddenly giving everyone advice. Meanwhile, those who chose to believe started speculating about Ling He's motives. How does this vendor know so much about the ghost spirits when they've only just appeared and everyone else is still clueless? Exactly. If he had the intel, why not keep it to himself? Why share it with everyone? What if he's been bought off by the ghost spirits? Maybe he's leaking information to mislead us? Vera, standing beside Ling He, couldn't help but laugh. She nudged him with her elbow. People are calling you a lackey, my lord. Aren't you going to respond at all? Ling He just shrugged indifferently. In his view, had already laid out the perfect strategy for every Inuit was practically spoon-fed to them. If someone refused to use it, or still lost after following it, then that was just fate. As for the factions working against him in the shadows, Ling He was well aware, but didn't care much. He just hoped they wouldn't drag him down with theme if they were foolish enough to start believing their own lies. They'd disappear from the regional chat soon enough. After finishing up everything, a wave of exhaustion washed over him. Ling He yawned, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and turned to Vera. Hey, you said you'd take the night watch, right? Still good on that? Before Vera could answer, had already spread out a hamburger wrapper on the ground and lay down. Ugh, you jerk. Vera grumbled, a vein popping on her forehead. You never even intended to give me a chance to say no, did you? Ling He, already half asleep, just mumbled. Vera, you can do it, Ganbat. Vera took a deep breath, sat down beside him, and moved his head onto her lap. If you're going to sleep, at least lean over here. I still need to use the trading panel to list items. Ling He didn't resist, and let Vera arrange him as she liked. Just as he was drifting off, he called out softly, Vera. Yeah? Vera gently stroked his forehead, thinking, even in his dreams, this jerk calls my name. Guess I do mean something to him. But the next moment, Ling He, barely awake, continued. If you see any happy water at the trading post, just buy it all. Vera stood frozen, her eyes widening slightly. So, in that jerk lord's eyes, she wasn't even as important as a bottle of happy water? She clenched her teeth, her fists trembling as she raised them, but after a long moment, she finally let them drop. She sighed, bent down, and gently rubbed Ling He's forehead, her voice barely above a whisper. All right, I get it. Ling He had no idea how long had been asleep. All he knew was that, even in his dreams, he was surrounded by the faint, sweet scent of a young girl. The air was fresh, the temperature perfect, and the mattress beneath him soft and comfortable. Like a lazy fish, he rolled over and buried his face in a pile of clothes, thinking vaguely that he could sleep a little longer. Smack! A sharp slap jolted Ling He awake, pain spreading across his cheek. Ow, ow, ow. He sat up with a start, clutching his face and glancing around warily. Who hit me? Is it the ghost tribe attacking again? Nope. Vera's face appeared in front of him, dark circles under her eyes, but still wearing a strangely gentle smile. That smile sent a chill down Ling He's spine. Hey, do you even know what time it is? She asked, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Is it morning? Ling He ventured. It's noon, you idiot. Vera grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard. Just how long are you planning to sleep? Do you realize the lumberjacks went to bed later than you, but woke up earlier to start working? How can you sleep so much at your age? My loyalty to you has already been eaten up for late-night snacks and breakfast. Right on cue, Vera's stomach rumbled in protest. Only then did Ling He notice the empty bottles at Vera's feet, remnants of the happy water shed drunk to keep herself going. Looking farther, he spotted an even more shocking sight. Over 1,000 bottles of happy water stacked neatly, reaching as tall as a person. Ling He gave an awkward but polite smile. Vera, why didn't you just buy something to eat? Because you didn't give me permission to buy bread or meat. Vera rolled her eyes, exasperated. As his secretary, she couldn't freely spend Ling He's money. As for the happy water, Shed bought out the entire market on his orders. Here. She pulled up a screen in front of Ling He. According to your instructions, I bought over 1,000 bottles of happy water overnight. But all the lumber was sold, and most of the money came right back to us. Hey, raise how much we have now. Vera pointed to the corner of the screen. Ling He followed her finger and saw his funds had reached 5,135.6 gold. That's a lot of money, he exclaimed. He clearly remembered nearly emptying his pockets before bed, with barely 100 gold left. Yet after just one night's sleep, his balance was well into the 4 digits. Now he didn't have to worry about the 2,610 gold he owed the contract-bound ghost warrior. At this rate, the 100,000 gold head borrowed for the lumber mill would be repaid in no time. Monopolies felt amazing. Flush with cash, Ling He saw no reason to skimp on comfort. He spent less than 5 gold at the trading post, buying some berries and bread for breakfast for himself and Vera. Now that's more like it. Vera took the food, stuffed the berries into the bread, mashed them into jam, and then ate quietly, bite by bite. Once she had eaten her fill, the exhaustion from staying up all night finally began to weigh down her eyelids. From here on out, my lord, you'll have to handle things yourself. Make sure you keep the shop running and the money coming in. Wei La handed the pie show wallet to Ling He, then found a shady spot under a tree, lay down, and soon drifted into a half-asleep, half-awake state. She let out a soft yawn and left him with a final comment. He'll come back tonight to take over your shift. Watching her walk away, Ling He shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. Honestly, making money was great, but as the lord and technically the boss, she still had to work in shifts. Was this really what being the boss was all about? Just then, a Nyoma approached Ling He. The worker was drenched in sweat, clearly having been busy since morning. Ling He glanced at him casually. What is it? Nyoma scratched his head and gave an awkward smile. The new batch of cut lumber is ready. Do you want to put it on the shelves now, or wait a bit? Let's do it now, Ling He said, pointing at his feet. Then he added, if I'm here, just bring the lumber over one by one. If I'm not, just stack it in a pile. Got it. Nyoma nodded and quickly turned to organize his crew, his eyes full of unquestioning obedience. Soon, stacks of lumber were brought over to Ling He. In the past, he would have had to put each piece up for sale himself, But now, with Wei La's Pai Show wallet, everything was much easier. He gently opened the wallet and activated the secretarial function that Wei La had set up. Instantly, all the lumber within 5 meters was automatically listed in the marketplace at the preset prices, the process astonishingly fast. Compared to yesterday's exhaustion, today all Ling He had to do was look after the show finally had some free time. With a bit of leisure, Ling He opened the regional channel to catch up on what had happened overnight. As soon as he entered, he noticed the remaining players' count in the corner. 7,924. Over 2,000 people had died in a single night. That was a huge loss, especially considering there were only 10,000 human lords in this region. Ling He frowned. Most of those who died had either been swayed by conspiracy theories in the channel or had ignored the advice Head given earlier. It was a little frustrating, but Ling He knew there was nothing more he could do. These people were bound to face this ordeal. Damn fools, Ling He muttered to himself. They can't be saved with just a few words, and honestly, they're not worth the effort. In fact, with those people gone, Ling He's reputation in the regional channel had actually improved. He even received a few private messages from people thanking him. It turned out that the survivors had made it through thanks to the information and solutions Head shared days before. While he was reading through the messages, Ling He's eyes drifted to his personal interface, and he suddenly noticed a detail. He had leveled up again. Maybe the early levels weren't that hard, and since Head cornered the lumber market and had some spare time, his level had quickly risen to 5, unlocking some new rewards. LV3 to LV4, Agent System. LV4 to LV5, Blueprint Council Hall. As Ling He read the new updates on his system interface, he couldn't help but smile. Ling He immediately claimed his level-up rewards. In an instant, several notification windows popped up before him, their blue light flickering. The most eye-catching message appeared at the top. Congratulations! You have unlocked the alliance mechanism. You can now propose alliance resolutions in the core building. Your alliance mechanism will be overridden by the agent mechanism. Ling He narrowed his eyes and quickly scanned through the notifications. This was clearly a system update similar to replacing a secretary with an administrator, likely a privilege exclusive to growth paths focused on capital. He clicked into the details page, and a more comprehensive explanation unfolded before him. Agent Overview. We never share what is rightfully ours. That's why agents are the highest form of alliance. Privilege effects. 1. You may unilaterally designate any non-hostile life form as your agent, without needing to go through the core building. 2. The agent mechanism does not impose any alliance constraints on either party, so neither you nor your agent need to pay any maintenance fees. 3. When you designate a foreign lord as your agent, you gain access to that race's internal trading market. However, each transaction will incur an additional 1 trading tax paid to the agent. Although Ling He wasn't sure about the previous alliance mechanism's exact effects, after reading these 3 privileges, his eyes lit up. This system was practically tailor-made for him. The agent mechanism instantly solved humanity's dire problems: their weak power, small numbers, and ever-present threat of extinction. Previously, if all human lords had been wiped out, Ling He would have been left as an unremarkable nobody, unable to progress. But now, things were completely different. If the human lords in this region really were that vulnerable, Ling He could simply abandon the failing human market and turn to the slimes, sell his goods to the ghost folk, or even seek out other hidden races. This meant Ling He was no longer confined to the narrow human marketplace. The label human was no longer an obstacle on his climb to higher levels of trade. So, who should I test this new mechanism on? Ling He muttered to himself, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the sleeping hamburger beside him. This slime lord was clearly the perfect candidate to test out the agent system. Ling He crept closer to Hamburger, gently kneading the soft, blue blob to confirm the creature was still asleep. He pressed his palms together and whispered, "Sorry, Hamburger. He'll make it up to you with some happy water when you wake up." A system prompt instantly appeared. Would you like to designate the slime lord XXXX as your agent? Note: only one agent of the same race can be designated in a single region. Ling He didn't hesitate and chose yes. At the moment, there were no other foreign lords nearby. Hamburger was his only option. You have sent an agent invitation to Slime Lord XXXX. Since XXXX has not responded, the invitation will be automatically accepted after a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Ding. You have successfully designated Slime Lord Hamburger as your agent. That's it. Ling He blinked, watching the notification window disappear. He had expected something a bit more spectacular when designating an agent, but the process was so plain and uneventful that he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After recruiting Hamburger as an agent, Ling He simply registered his nickname in the system without noticing any significant changes. He was still clueless about how to use the slime trading house. Although Vera, as his secretary, might know something about it, she had stayed up all night and was now resting. So Ling He decided to wait until she woke up before asking her. At the moment, the human market was running smoothly, and the buyer's purchasing power was enough to absorb all of Ling He's output. This made him less anxious about expanding into non-human markets, so he turned his attention to another reward he had received from leveling up. The system interface displayed detailed information about the Council Hall. Council Hall. Era. End of the Stone Age producer pathway. Type. Core building. Effect. Unlocks the resolution feature, grants ownership of land within a 10-meter radius, and long-term possession leads to a strong claim. Construction requirement. 500 units of timber. Seeing this, Ling He couldn't help but think of the agent mechanism. It was clear this was a fix for a bug in the original alliance system, which required a core building to initiate resolutions. However, for now, he didn't have any pressing need to use the council hall. Suddenly, Ling He remembered the item he had obtained last night, the death curse of the Ghostling clan. The item description stated it needed to be used inside a core building and would allow the user to enter something called a pseudo-era. Although he wasn't exactly sure what that meant, his curiosity was piqued. Besides, for him, gathering 500 units of timber was a trivial matter. When you've got the money, you can do whatever you want. Let's just build it. After confirming the construction, the system brought up a location selection interface. Ling He didn't pick a spot at random. Instead, he left the lumberyard and deliberately chose a site for the council hall, directly facing the tall tower. This was a provocative move, as after thinking it over all night, he had come up with a plan to deal with the ghostling monster that might still be lurking in the tower. However, after confirming the location, the council hall didn't appear instantly like the spiritualized lumberyard had. Instead, a new prompt popped up. Please assign construction workers. Current efficiency, 0. Estimated completion time, XXXX year. So I actually have to build this myself? Ling He suddenly realized that, after all, this wasn't a game but the real world. Still, this gave him an idea since the construction speed depended on the manpower assigned. If he put enough workers on the job, a project that should take ages might be finished in no time. For Ling He, money was never an issue. Without hesitation, he spent over 1,000 gold coins and summoned 500 fully equipped workers. Hello, boss. Although these cattle and horses aren't particularly strong, the roar of 500 people shouting in unison was truly impressive. Ling He nodded with satisfaction as he surveyed the scene. He quickly set the wages for the newly recruited workers to the highest level, then began assigning tasks. 200 of you will go cut wood. Another 200, head to the council hall. The remaining 100, stay on standby, I have something for you later. Yes, boss. The workers accepted the orders without hesitation and immediately got to work. Ling He then opened the construction panel to check on the progress of the council hall. Assigned workforce, 200 cattle and horses. Estimated completion within 12 hours. He was amazed that the construction time had been shortened to just 1 day. Ling He couldn't help but marvel if he had only assigned a few people. Building the council hall would have taken at least half a month, and with just a dozen workers, it might have dragged on for an entire month. Clearly, spending money is the key to boosting productivity. At that moment, the workers were busy transporting lumber from the logging site to the council hall, where it would be further refined and cut into precise pieces. Perhaps the noise from the construction was too much, because the hamburger, which had been used as a makeshift sofa, slowly began to wake up amidst the commotion. Morning, came a soft, sleepy voice from the hamburger. Morning, Ling He replied instinctively, then suddenly realized something was off and quickly looked down at the hamburger. He actually understood what the hamburger was saying? Could this also be a result of the agent mechanism? With this thought, Ling He frowned slightly, deciding it was best to observe quietly for now and see if things unfolded as he suspected. Meanwhile, the just-awakened hamburger was still groggy and didn't seem to notice anything unusual about its exchange with Ling He. It lazily opened the Slime Race's regional channel. As soon as the channel interface appeared, Ling He, who had been about to speak, immediately closed his mouth. So, is this how the agent mechanism works with internal trading for other races? Does the other party have to actively show you their interface? With that in mind, Ling He decided not to confront the hamburger directly and chose to watch and wait. The hamburger, completely unaware of Ling He's scrutiny, didn't find his attention strange at all. Unlike the two-legged creatures, it spoke a different language and belonged to a different race, so Ling He's gaze didn't bother it. Humming a cheerful tune, the hamburger casually opened its private messages. There were quite a few unread messages. Xiaofan, are you still alive? You haven't sent any updates since you said you were going to take out the two-legged creatures. They're really tough if you can't do it. Just come back. No one will blame you. It's night to me. A tower fell from the sky, but thankfully, it missed everyone. A group even scarier than the two-legged creatures got into a fight with them. Many of them were killed. Are you okay? Those terrifying creatures have set their sights on us. We're no match for them at all. All we can do is run and hope I can make it out. Private messages kept popping up one after another. I managed to escape, but so many of us died. Are you still alive? You didn't get killed by those horrible things too, did you? Ling He glanced at these messages, then shot a peculiar look at the hamburger sitting next to him, a flicker of envy flashing in his eyes. This little guy actually has people who care about him in the game? Could it be some childhood friend or the girl next door? As Ling He stared intently, the hamburger started typing a reply. Of course I'm fine. Those weirdos are nothing. I've already tamed a group of two-legged beasts to be my servants. Those monsters can't even get close to Methy or wiped out by my loyal followers. Wow, that's amazing. The reply came back instantly. Watching the hamburger boast so shamelessly, Ling He couldn't hold back any longer. He reached out and squeezed the hamburger from both sides, stretching the little braggart out of shape. Hey, what are you doing? The hamburger squirmed in protest, but froze the moment it met Ling He's meaningful smile. There's always a pet who wants to act like the master, isn't there, my dear little hamburger? Ling He drawled. The hamburger's eyes went wide. You, how can you speak our language? Suddenly, it realized something even scarier. He must be able to see my private messages too. While thinking it might never be able to chat with its friend again, the hamburger immediately burst into tears. What are you crying for? I never said I'd do anything to you. Ling He softened his tone as he looked at the little creature head, just scared. After all, the hamburger had saved Vera's life, and was also his partner in the slime gel business. Those two things alone were enough to keep it safe. Really? You won't do anything to me? The hamburger looked up, wiping tears from its round face. Really? The hamburger was silent for a moment, then suddenly played dumb. Gulu gulu? Ling He's fist clenched. Now you're pretending you can't talk? You think I'm an idiot? Gulu the hamburger shrank back. Ling He sighed. Fine. Speak when you feel like it. For now, show me your interface. The hamburger obediently displayed its personal interface. When Ling He saw what was on the screen, his eyes widened in shock. Wait a second, you're the real protagonist here, aren't you? On Hamburger's personal interface, a striking line appeared. Growth path. Divine Supreme Legendary Radiant Thunder Slime King, and his current level was LV9. That ridiculously long string of titles made Ling He frown, a sense of unease rising in his chest. He couldn't help but recall his experience with a terrible online game he once played. Back then, he started by hunting rabbits before being sent off to challenge some drowning crayfish. At level 10, he had just finished off the Wolf King at the village entrance, only to be immediately tasked by the village chief to deal with some tough crayfish warriors. By level 50, armed with the legendary King's sword, he was locked in combat with demonized crayfish, fighting back and forth. Even after slaying the creator god and reaching level 100, he still had to run dungeons where he got beaten up by otherworldly demon crayfish. It was all just the same repetitive grind with a different skin, no creativity, just endless stat inflation. Snapping back to reality, Ling He couldn't resist cursing that lousy game. But looking at Hamburger's growth path now, he suddenly realized the design seemed eerily similar to that game's pattern. Most importantly, Hamburger was already level 9, almost twice his own level. Ling He's brow furrowed deeply as he reached down, picked Hamburger up off the ground, and gave him a shake, staring so hard it was as if he wanted to see right through him. Hamburger, when did you reach level 9? No, you've been with us this whole time. How could you have suddenly gotten this far? Your combat ability is clearly lacking. So how did you level up so quickly? For a growth path with higher potential, it should be harder to level up, but Hamburger's path seemed almost effortless. Ling He couldn't make sense of it, so he kept shaking Hamburger, lost in thought. As he did, Hamburger's dazed eyes grew even more confused. With difficulty, his tiny round hand reached out and tapped the interface. A new detail page popped up, and Ling He leaned in to read. Passive unlocked. Brush with death. Skill description. A true king is forged through trials and tribulations. Effect. You gain 80 less experience from simple battles, but gain 80 more experience from dangerous fights. When encountering beings of other races, you continuously earn experience based on the difference in combat strength. After reading the skill description, Ling He finally understood how Hamburger had leveled up so quickly. It was his own fault. Last night, he had slept with Hamburger in his arms. He wasn't exactly strong, but Hamburger was even weaker. He had basically turned himself into Hamburger's personal power leveling tool. No wonder Hamburger leveled up so fast fighting weak monsters. Wait, Ling He's eyes narrowed, a flash of suspicion crossing his face. This little guy was using him as an experience booster. At that moment, the scene shifted again. Hamburger's level suddenly jumped from LV9 to LV10. In an instant, Hamburger's body seemed to undergo a dramatic transformation. Streams of radiant light surged into him, converging into a brilliant core within his body that glowed with every color of the rainbow. Another level up? Ling He barely had time to react before Hamburger's weight increased dramatically in his arms, growing so heavy he could barely hold on. The unfamiliar pressure made Ling He instantly alert. He let go on instinct, letting Hamburger drop to the ground with a heavy thud that filled him with unease. But the changes didn't stop there. Hamburger's body continued to emit a dazzling light, as if even greater transformations were about to unfold. Hamburger's body suddenly began to swell violently. Originally, it was only about half the size of Ling He, but now, under Ling He's gaze, it grew taller and taller. Its size kept expanding until it cast a heavy shadow that completely engulfed Ling He, and only then did the growth finally stop. Ling He coughed lightly. Taking advantage of the fact that the giant Hamburger was still dazed, he quickly stepped back a few paces, shielding the 100 or so cattle and horses behind him. We're all friends here, so I'd advise you not to do anything reckless, he warned. At this point, Hamburger was nearly 3 meters tall, looking like a monster from a distance. If it sat down, Ling He suspected it could easily crush 2 or 3 of the cattle or horses beneath it. As Ling He finished speaking, Hamburger finally snapped out of its stupor. Its now clear gaze fell upon the scene before it, hundreds of two-legged creatures staring intently, weapons gleaming coldly in their hands. Strangely, these two-legged creatures, which used to seem so large, now appeared tiny. Hamburger tilted its head in confusion, taking a moment to realize what had happened. The two-legged creatures hadn't gotten smaller, it had gotten bigger. Much bigger, in fact, even larger than the monster that attacked the humans the night before. At this size, Hamburger felt invincible, and the crowd before it seemed hardly worth fearing. It even thought that wiping out these 100 or so two-legged creatures would be a piece of cake. Just then, the crystal embedded in Hamburger's body suddenly erupted with a blinding light, reminiscent of a sci-fi movie's laser cannon charging up. The brilliance was so intense that Ling He could barely keep his eyes open. He was about to warn the others, convinced Hamburger had lost control and was about to reveal its bloodthirsty nature. But just as quickly as it appeared, the light vanished, and Hamburger's body began to shrink rapidly. Moments later, what stood before the group was a much smaller Hamburger, almost back to its original size. Its small, round hands reached out to Ling He, who was still hiding behind the cattle and horses, and its face took on a pitiful expression, like a pet that had just been abandoned by its owner. Ling He stepped forward, saw this scene, and couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, feeling a wave of disappointment. So all that effort was just to shrink back down? Hamburger nodded vigorously, eyes full of hope, as if asking whether Ling He was pleased. Ling He felt a bit dizzy after all those special effects, had thought Hamburger was about to go all out. Seeing Hamburger's hopeful little hands slowly drop, Ling He shook his head and sighed, feeling increasingly conflicted. Suddenly, Hamburger looked up again, as if it had remembered something. Don't you like how I look now? It asked softly, its voice tinged with the helplessness of a little girl. Before Ling He could reply, a sudden sense of alarm flashed through his mind. He quickly shouted, "Wait, don't." But before he could finish, he was engulfed in a blinding white light. For a moment, his vision went completely white, and he felt as if he were floating up toward the gates of heaven. Yet the angel at the gate only glanced coldly at his credentials and clicked their tongue in disapproval. Ling He had no idea what that was supposed to mean. Suddenly, he felt himself plummeting back down, the white light vanished, and the heavenly illusion in his mind faded away. When the light cleared, Ling He was surprised to find that the giant Hamburger had disappeared. In its place was a small, soft body that threw itself into his arms, nuzzling against him. A familiar voice whispered in his ear, "If I turn into a female two-legged creature, maybe the two-legged ones will like me again?" Ling He stiffly looked down, only to see Hamburger, now looking like a little girl, clinging to him and rubbing against him with an eager, hopeful expression. She wore a bright red dress, leaning against Ling He's chest with a peaceful smile on her face. "Wait, wait, wait." Ling He pushed Hanbao away in a panic, his eyes wide in shock. He reached out and measured Hanbao's height with his hand. "Aren't you a little too young?" "Wait, Hanbao, you're actually a girl? What does girl mean?" Hanbao, who looked like a young girl, tilted her head in innocent confusion, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Does it mean female?" "Actually, no," Hanbao replied cheerfully, grabbing the edge of her skirt with slender fingers and, without warning, lifted it up. "Our species doesn't have males or females, so I'm not a girl." Caught off guard by Hanbao's sudden action, Ling He quickly turned his head away, but couldn't help sneaking a peek through his fingers. As expected, there was nothing underneath, smooth and doll-like. In truth, Hanbao was just a slime that happened to look human on the outside. For a moment, Ling He wasn't sure if he should feel disappointed or relieved. He hurried over to pull Hanbao's skirt down, gently patted her soft head, and said in a serious, admonishing tone, "You can't do that in front of other people." "Why?" Hanbao blinked her bright eyes, clearly not understanding. "Because people will see everything." Ling He tried to explain patiently. "See everything? You mean see my body?" Hanbao thought for a moment, tapping her chin, then continued, "But haven't the bipeds already seen me? This dress is my body, too. It's the same as what's underneath." Each sentence seemed more dangerous than the last. Ling He broke into a cold sweat, at a loss for what to do. He could only try to coax Hanbao like a child. "Hanbao, be good. Why don't you change back to your original form?" But Hanbao clutched the hem of her dress, a flash of fear in her eyes, as if she was afraid of being abandoned. "I thought bipeds didn't really like how I looked before. I'm afraid they'll drive me away." "You're just worried you'll lose your daily XP, aren't you?" Ling He couldn't help but tease, his tone a mix of helplessness and exasperation. Huh. The mood completely shifted. Hanbao looked at Ling He in confusion, like a child interrupted mid-sentence. Ling He awkwardly looked away, clearing his throat. "Ahem, never mind. Forget I said anything." Oh, Hanbao nodded, not really understanding, her small hands twisting together. "Before I change back, can I ask you something?" "What is it?" "Are we friends, Master?" Hanbeo's voice was filled with hope and uncertainty. Ling He had been about to answer, but Hanbeo's question caught him off guard. Friends? Master? How did those two words end up together? Not knowing what to say, he just placed his hand on Hanbeo's head and ruffled her hair, trying to hide his embarrassment. You're my agent now, my junior distributor, got it? If you don't, that's fine. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. Just change back. Hanbao let out a contented sound as Ling He ruffled her head, clearly enjoying it, and not pressing any further. Okay, he'll change back, master. Wait, don't. Ling He barely got the words out before a flash of blinding white light exploded right in his arms, forcing him to shut his eyes. When the white faded, Hanbao had returned to her original form, a small, round, translucent slime. Gulu? Ling He rubbed his eyes, taking a while to recover his vision. He looked down at the little slime in front of him and asked tentatively, next time you change, can you not throw a flashbang? Gulu Gulu. Hanbao wobbled gently and nodded. Even though she acted like she couldn't speak human language in this form, her actions told Ling He she'd gotten the message. Ling He propped his chin with one hand, studying Hamburger's body intently. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if Head had a revelation. I've got it, he murmured, then said to Hamburger, try making yourself a bit bigger, but don't overdo it. Gulu. Hamburger responded immediately, swelling in size until it nearly reached Ling He's chest. Yes, that's it. Ling He nodded with satisfaction. Hold still, Hamburger. With that, he quickly lay down, pressing his hands into Hamburger's soft back, enjoying its warmth and springiness. All right, Hamburger, a little bigger, Ling He instructed. Gulu? Hamburger didn't fully understand Ling He's request, but it obeyed. With a few deep gurgles, Hamburger's body expanded again, each pulse making it even larger. In no time, Hamburger stood 2 meters tall, towering over the nearby cattle and horses. Ling He lounged comfortably atop Hamburger's head, relishing the unprecedented comfort. He took a deep breath and sighed. This is just perfect. Closing his eyes, he let himself sink into the plush, mobile bed, as if lying on a mattress that could be moved anywhere at will. In the past, Hamburger was nothing more than a stationary sofa. Now, with this transformation, it had become a bed that could take him anywhere. A faint smile played on Ling He's lips as he thought, every couch potato deserves a king slime of their own. Hamburger is definitely mine. Suddenly, he grabbed 2 bottles of happy water from the nearby livestock, opening one for himself and pouring the other into Hamburger's body. As the liquid flowed in, Hamburger let out a few satisfied gurgles. Bubbles streamed from its head, popping in midair and scattering in every direction. Watching Hamburger's delighted reaction, Ling He couldn't help but chuckle. As fun as this was, there was still plenty of work to do. Once a batch of lumber had been cut, Ling He forced himself to refocus, lazily saying, all right, we've got a lot to take care of today. He patted Hamburger's head and continued, for example, let's keep working on our business, my dear agent and partner. Thanks to the arrival of the Ghost Spirit Tribe, the fire slime gel, which had been selling poorly the night before, suddenly became a hot commodity. Ling He had only taken a short nap, and the entire stock of gel had already sold out. Clearly, it was time to replenish supplies. Gulu? Hearing the word trade, Hamburger seemed a bit confused, but its actions showed it understood the idea. It promptly handed Ling He a small vial of gel, placing it on his head. No, no, Ling He shook his head, refusing the gel. Remembering what had happened before, he knew giving Hamburger too much gel in a short time could harm it or even make it disappear. That's not something I want to see, he muttered. A rideable, ultra-soft mobile bed like this is irreplaceable if it's gone, he thought with a sigh. Hamburger and Vera are both irreplaceable. Nothing can happen to them, he said aloud. Besides, Hamburger alone couldn't possibly produce enough gel to meet the surging market demand. Ling He realized he needed to scale up production. After a moment's thought, he looked up at Hamburger. Can you show me your recruitment and construction menus? That grassland outside looks perfect for a ranch. As he finished speaking, Hamburger slowly lowered its head, as if bringing up the relevant menus and getting ready to continue their partnership. Gulu. Hamburger let out a soft, jelly-like sound. Although it didn't fully understand Ling He's intentions, it obediently brought up both the construction and recruitment interfaces. Semi-transparent screens unfolded in the air, displaying all sorts of recruitable units and citizen-type basic single-element ice and fire slimes, thunder and venom slimes for military units, and even the special mutant slime exclusive to administrators. Ling He poked Hamburger's squishy body, enjoying the jelly-like texture. You sure you're not the main character here? He muttered with a smile. Thankfully, it had been Hamburger. This penniless little thing had met back the knee if it had been a venom slime attacking him. He wasn't sure he'd have survived. Glancing at Hamburger's personal interface, Ling He noticed the balance showed a big, fat 0. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ever since Hamburger joined him, Ling He hadn't treated it poorly. Yet the few coins from yesterday's trade were already gone. Where did you spend all your money? Ling He asked, giving Hamburger's round head a gentle rub. He looked around and saw no new slimes nearby, so it clearly hadn't spent the money recruiting citizens. So where had it all gone? Maybe Hamburger had used it to help out some little childhood friend? As Ling He's thoughts wandered, Hamburger let out another soft gurgle, scratched itself with its stubby round hand, and tapped something on its interface. A line of text lit up. Special ability, shape-shifting. So you spent all your money on this skill? Ling He raised an eyebrow. This time, Hamburger didn't pretend it couldn't speak. Its reply was as soft and sweet as marshmallow. I was afraid the two-legged ones would kick me out, Hamburger explained in a small, timid voice. All right, no one's kicking you out. Ling He quickly cut in, already guessing what Hamburger was about to say. Had originally wanted to guide Hamburger on how to develop and complete his own orders faster. But it seemed that, left to its own devices, Hamburger's growth was little more than a fantasy. I've got it. Suddenly, Ling He's eyes lit up as an idea struck him. How about I invest in you? What's investment? Hamburger tilted its body, clearly puzzled. Investment. Ling He paused, searching for simple words. It just means I think you have potential, so I'll lend you money to help you grow, and you can pay me back later. Hamburger trembled slightly, obviously tempted, but still hesitated. But I don't have any skills for that. Me neither, at least, not right now. Ling He grinned, sounding relaxed. So this is just a gentleman's agreement, no contract, just trust. Think of it as me believing in you. Hamburger. Trust? Hamburger's body quivered. It didn't understand why the two-legged one would trust it. Suddenly, a thought flashed through its mind. Was this the feeling of friendship that Xiaofan had mentioned long ago? Yeah, that's right, Hamburger finally answered, its voice soft and sticky. If it was a friend's request, it would agree. Seeing Hamburger accept his offer, Ling He patted its head. It's settled then. He'll take goods as repayment for the investment. Of course, as the investor, he'll have the final say over how the money is spent. Sound good? Hamburger naturally had no objections. Ling He then leaned over Hamburger's squishy body, stretching out his palm. One by one, shiny gold coins tumbled from his hand, glinting temptingly in the sunlight as they landed on the ground in front of Hamburger. Don't forget to pick them up, or you'll lose them in the grass. Ling He reminded, eyes sparkling with anticipation as he watched the coins scatter on the ground. Oh, Hamburger responded, leaning forward as if drawn by a magnet, absorbing all the coins into its body. As the coins disappeared, the balance on Hamburger's panel instantly jumped to 1,000 gold. So much money. Hamburger blinked at the screen, amazed to see a 4-digit number in its account for the first time. Still, it didn't rush to spend any of it, remembering its agreement with Ling He that the money's use would be decided by their friend. Hamburger, open up the recruitment details for me, Ling He instructed. Hamburger complied immediately, bringing up the details for available units. Ling He quickly scanned through the information. Era of Flame Slimes. Era of Beginnings. Dynasty Path Introduction. We enter this world with innocence and hope, uncertain if we are ready to face crisis and challenge. Recruitment cost. 1 gold, 1 population. Ling He noticed that the eras for slimes seemed to be classified differently from those of humans, but he only glanced at it before focusing on the rest. What caught his attention most was the recruitment cost. Basic slimes with ice and fire attributes required the same amount as his contract lumberjack, 1 gold each. Lightning and venom slimes, however, cost 3 and 5 gold respectively. Mutated slimes like the administrative officer still cost 10 gold, unchanged. But Ling He spotted a crucial difference. Recruiting slimes required not only gold, but also available population slots, that is, living space for these units. This requirement hadn't come up when he recruited contract lumberjacks or cattle before. He wasn't sure if this was due to racial differences, a chosen path, or if his own residents were just special. After thinking it over, Ling He decided to seek help to better understand the rules of this war game. He opened a private chat. Honest vendor. Hey, Battle Maniac, how's it going? Just as the sun climbed high and Battle Maniac, who had stayed up all night, was about to doze off, the private chat notification snapped him awake. Why does this feel like a boss calling in the middle of the night for a status update? He muttered, replying with a wry smile. Call me Battle Maniac. Vendor, just tell me what's up. I saw you listing lumber last night too. You should take care of yourself. Honest vendor. Haha, it's nothing. Serving our community is what I dodo isn't tire me out. I just have a quick question. You must have a lot of lords on your end. When everyone recruits residents, is there any population limit? Call me Battle Maniac. Oh, that's what you wanted to know? It's not really a secret. Battle Maniac quickly sent over the information about population limits. After reading it carefully, Ling He learned that population limits are closely tied to the chosen development path. Different paths have different attitudes toward residents, and this is directly reflected in recruitment requirements. Since the dynasty path is a fairly common one, Battle Maniac also mentioned its specifics. In the dynasty path, lords are vassals of the king, while the common people are vassals of both the lords and the king. According to the ideology of the dynasty path, it is also the king's duty to provide shelter and protection for his subjects. That's why there's a population requirement for recruitment. After hearing the detailed explanation, Ling He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. TCH, feudal nonsense, he muttered, frowning. This is classic medieval feudalism, through and through. He couldn't believe he actually had to provide housing for new recruits. Ling He glanced at the 1,000 or so oxen and horses working day and night under his command. These laborers worked 17 or 18 hours a day, collapsing to sleep wherever they were when they got tired. For them, the logging camp was home who needed extra accommodations. Unfortunately, that's just how the growth path for Hamburger was designed. Complaining about feudal relics wouldn't remove the population cap. The reality was clear. Without raising the population limit, Hamburger's base cap was only 1. No matter how much gold he had, he could only recruit a single subject. That would obviously be a huge obstacle for Ling He's plan to ramp up slime gel production. He could only thank Zhang Kuang, then turn his attention to Hamburger's building interface. There weren't many construction options for Hamburger, but Ling He quickly found the population building. Slime nest. Era. Age of beginnings. Dynasty path effect. Population cap 1. Construction cost. 5 units of lumber per nest. To Ling He, 5 units of lumber wasn't much. The contracted ghost warriors working as lumberjacks hadn't left yet, and with the output from 600 oxen and horses, daily lumber production had reached an astonishing 73,300 units. If he wanted Hamburger to recruit all its base subjects, his investment of 1,000 gold coins would let him recruit 1,000 units, requiring a population cap of 1,000, which meant a total of just 5,000 units of lumber. Zhang Kuang's earlier reminder came to mind. After a mentally exhausting night, most human lords needed to rest during the day, resulting in a period when demand dropped off. During that time, even if he put lumber up for sale at the trading post, it would be hard to sell quickly. 5,000 units of lumber, that's about 1,500 gold coins. They'll just count that as part of my extra investment, Ling He murmured, his words cryptic to Hamburger. He reached out and kneaded Hamburger's soft body, instructing, build 1,000 slime nests outside the logging camp, a little ways from the council hall. Glurp, Hamburger responded, immediately getting to work. Soon, over 1,000 slime nests were scattered across the vast prairie. Since these weren't his own buildings, Ling He couldn't have the oxen and horses help with construction. All he could do was have them transport as much lumber as possible to the building sites. The rest of the work would have to be done by Hamburger, who could start by recruiting a single fire slime to slowly build the nests. Fortunately, slime nests were much simpler to construct than the council hall. In Ling He's view, the process was straightforward. Dig a small pit in the ground, reinforce it with lumber, then cover it with dirt or other debris. That was all it took to call a slime nest complete. As long as there was enough wood, even a single slime could build a nest within just a few minutes. Once a nest was completed, spare slimes could stay behind to recruit more. This cycle would then repeat. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16. Ling He estimated that if this continued for 9 or 10 rounds, all the nests would be finished, and the rest would just be a matter of time. After making all the necessary arrangements, Ling He reluctantly slid off Hamburger's back. Hamburger looked at him in confusion and let out a low gurgle, clearly not understanding why Ling He suddenly seemed so distant. Sorry, I'll have to spend time with you later, Ling He said with a smile, gently stroking Hamburger's back in apology. He pointed to the tall tower not far from the lumberyard. There's still something I need to take care of today. The Ghost Spirit clan was that friendly neighbor living so close by. Ling He knew that if he didn't suppress their arrogance now, even if he survived last night's attack, he wouldn't be able to withstand their nightly raids in the future. As the saying goes, a thief can lurk for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against one for 1,000 days. Though Ling He usually took things easy, when it came to matters of life and death, he was decisive. Hey, you guys. Ling He turned and pointed at the hundreds of ox horses left behind. Bring as much wood as you can carry, gather 50 contract ghost warriors, and come with me. The ox horses understood immediately and sprang into action, quickly hauling the timber, while 50 contract ghost warriors formed a circle around them, ready to act as guards. Hamburger seemed eager to follow, but in the end was left behind after all. The destination wasn't far. Ling He led the group for over 10 minutes before they finally arrived at the foot of the tower. From a distance, the tower looked unremarkable, but up close, Ling He's team could sense something different. The structure was dilapidated, yet the heavy aura of death radiating from it sent chills down their spines. The lead ox horse whispered, "Boss, are you going in?" These ox horses were sharper than the contract lumberjacks and quickly picked up on the strangeness of the tower. They weren't afraid of death, but they knew that if anything happened to Ling He, their own futures would be in jeopardy. Ling He shook his head slightly and replied, "No, of course I'm not going in." With his current strength, he wasn't ready to storm the Ghost Spirit clan's lair directly, but that didn't mean he was powerless against them. "Open the gate," he commanded. Before he finished speaking, the contract ghost warriors marched forward, standing before the heavy doors and pushing them open with force. The ox horses sprang into action, quickly stacking over 100 bundles of wood at the entrance, forming a massive pile. Ling He took a fire slime gel from his pocket, struck it against a flame, and instantly set the wood ablaze. With a soft whoosh, a raging fire erupted at the tower's entrance, filling the air with scorching heat. Flames shot up, blazing fiercely and sealing off the tower's only exit in an instant. Out on the grasslands, a gentle breeze swept across, pushing thick smoke from the inferno rapidly into the tower. Ling He frowned slightly. He wasn't sure if his mind was playing tricks on him, but it seemed as if a pair of eyes was staring intently at him from behind the raging flames. Just as he focused, trying to catch sight of them, the fire flickered again, and with a gust of wind, that unsettling sense of being watched vanished. He couldn't help but wonder, was it really just his imagination? Ling He took a deep breath, quickly looking away, but he knew in his heart that what had felt might not have been a mere illusion. It was very likely that one of the Gue Ling tribe's monsters was lurking in the tower's blind spots, silently observing him. Still, he didn't expect this bonfire and its thick smoke to wipe out the Gue Ling entirely. For now, his goal had already been achieved. Raising his hand, Ling He pointed to the oxen and horses nearby and ordered, "You lot, from now on, your job is to guard this fire. If you run out of wood, go to the lumberyard and bring more." He paused, his gaze turning cold. "There's one thing you must remember. The fire beneath this tower must never go out." He understood clearly that since the monsters feared fire even more than wood, sealing the tower entrance with flames would effectively trap the Gue Ling inside. Even if it meant burning through huge amounts of wood every day, it was worth it. A few hundred bundles of wood cost less than 100 gold coins, while last night's fight with just 2 monsters had nearly drained 3,000 gold in resources. The comparison made it obvious which side had the upper hand. Ling He muttered to himself, "War is never a losing business." He stretched, looking up at the sky, his mind racing with new ideas. All the human lords in this region had now clashed directly with the Gue Ling based on the information Head revealed last night. Humans wouldn't be completely defeated anytime soon. In fact, they might even gain the upper hand. The lords who survived the battle would also walk away with considerable spoils. Yes, a considerable fortune, Ling He thought, his eyes narrowing as he began to calculate. To him, this wealth meant far more than it appeared. Just like in a bank heist, the ones who profit most aren't those on the front lines, but the ones laundering the money behind the scenes. No matter how hard the human lords fought, in the end, they'd only get a small share of the collective gains. By monopolizing the lumber trade at the market, Ling He had quietly pocketed 5,000 gold coins in a single night. But Ling He knew this didn't mean all of last night's profits were already his. Though over 1,000 had died or been wounded, the nearly 8,000 lords who remained still controlled substantial wealth. If he could draw all that wealth to himself, forging it into a powerful force, his growth would reach a whole new level. However, that couldn't be achieved with just lumber and fire slime gel. Ling He needed something that could monopolize the market, something no one could refuse. And he already knew what that was: life itself. A smile tugged at the corners of Ling He's lips as he glanced at the flickering flames beneath the tower out of the corner of his eye. He then called for his contracted ghost warrior and turned to leave. He already had a plan forming in his mind, but he would need Hanbao's help to carry it out. As soon as he stepped into the lumberyard, a massive figure lunged toward him. With a joyful gurgle, Hanbao spread his round arms and hugged Ling He tightly. "Haha, we've only been apart for a little while, and you already miss me this much?" Ling He laughed, giving Hanbao's soft body a playful squeeze. Hanbao, even more excited, nuzzled against him, purring happily. When Hanbao was younger, Ling He had enjoyed these affectionate moments. It felt like cuddling an oversized cat. But now that Hanbao had reached level 10, he was noticeably larger than Ling He, making it hard for Ling He to tell who was cuddling whom. After their brief reunion, Ling He climbed up onto Hanbao's head and began checking on the progress of recruiting new subjects. During his absence, Hanbao had built dozens of slime nests across the plains, recruiting over 50 fire slimes and a handful of ice slimes at a 9-to-1 ratio. These new recruits were each about half a meter tall, and every fire slime could produce up to 10 units of gel per day. Ling He did a quick calculation. Once Hanbao had used up all his resources, the daily output of fire slime gel would reach nearly 10,000 units, a figure far beyond what the market needed. Unless there was a way to connect this gel to something vital. "Hanbao, I want to ask you something," Ling He said, patting Hanbao's side. "Golu? What is it?" Hanbao replied with a puzzled sound. Ling He was grateful for how easy it was to communicate with Hanbei, made trading so much simpler. "Can your subjects make the same kind of gel you used when you attacked me before?" At the mention of attack, Hanbao immediately deflated like a squashed tomato, his whole body drooping in regret. He mumbled softly, blaming himself for ever raising a hand against a friend even if they hadn't been friends back then. Feeling the soft bed beneath him suddenly sink, Ling He called out, a bit confused, "Hanbao?" "Yes, I can," Hanbao replied quietly, then summoned a fire slime. The creature promptly produced a lump of unstable slime gel. Ling He didn't touch it directly. Instead, using Hanbao's height for leverage, he prodded it with a stick. A small burst of flame shot up and quickly fizzled out, not even igniting the stick. "It looks pretty big, but it's actually weaker than stable fire slime gel," Ling He muttered as he experimented. No wonder Vera offered such a low price for this stuff. It's unstable, hard to store, and not very powerful. Vera's judgment was spot on. But that doesn't mean this unstable gel is worthless. Ling He lay sprawled across Hamburger, propping his chin up with both hands, a shrewd glint unique to merchants sparkling in his eyes. There's an old saying, turning muck into gold. He paused, coughed, and corrected himself. Ahem, I mean, gold will always shine. A good merchant can spot hidden value in things that seem worthless. That's what we call business acumen. Ling He straightened up, his gaze intense as he looked at Hamburger. Hamburger, can you make this gel even more unstable? Ideally, so unstable that a simple breeze could set it off. Gulu gulu? Hamburger made a puzzled sound, its fluid body trembling slightly, clearly not understanding where Ling He was going with this. If the usual unstable slime gel could at least be used as a weak throwing weapon, then the version Ling He was asking for might be so volatile it could explode just by being picked up. Still, as outlandish as the idea sounded, it wasn't difficult for a slime to produce such a gel. Soon, under the guidance of Hamburger, the Slime King, a fire slime squeezed its body and secreted the special gel Ling He had envisioned. A gentle breeze blew by, and the gel instantly ignited, flames flickering in the air. Yes, that's exactly what I want. Ling He watched the faint fire dance in the wind, excitement lighting up his face as the idea in his mind began to match reality. The inspiration for this came from Hamburger's attack the night before, when it instantly annihilated a ghost clan monster. Ling He's goal was to put that kind of attack up for sale in the human marketplace, offering it as a unique countermeasure against the ghost clan. Had already spread the word that monsters feared fire, but exploiting this weakness wasn't easy. Those ghost clan monsters hovered above the ground, moved at incredible speeds, and killed as easily as mowing grass. Even if human lords prepared ahead of time, it would still be tough to hit one with a torch. Even for Ling He's group, if the contract-bound ghost warrior hadn't restricted the monster's movements, and if Vera hadn't drawn its attention, Hamburger's attack wouldn't have landed so smoothly. But things were different in the marketplace. Ling He's eyes gleamed with cunning as he tapped Hamburger's soft surface. A super unstable fire slime gel, one that explodes the moment you buy it, offers an attack that's completely unpredictable. Even the agile ghost clan monsters could easily be caught off guard. What does it mean to sell life? Ling He murmured to himself. It's giving someone who thought they'd never see another sunrise a new hope to survive. That's what it means to sell life. Of course, before putting this unstable fire slime gel up for sale, Ling He wanted to keep working with Hamburger to refine it further. He crouched down, carefully examining the gel samples, pondering ways to improve them. First, sheer firepower wasn't important. Those ghost clan monsters were highly vulnerable to fire, so it didn't take much to ignite them. Second, the area of effect had to be big. Ling He gestured with his hands. Even though the slime gel is small, I want it to cover a whole person when it goes off. That would be tricky. But after some trial and error, and squeezing out a dozen fire slimes, Ling He and Hamburger finally found a new approach. The key was dispersion. Ling He flicked his finger, demonstrating his idea. Normally, slime gel stayed clumped together, whether before or after ignition. The improved, unstable slime gel now resembled a conglomerate of countless small molecular gels. Its instability was extreme. Just a light breeze across the grass, the gust from a swinging fist, or even the faint airflow from a weapon slash could set it off. At the slightest touch, the gel would instantly burst, scattering into a shower of fiery sparks. Although these sparks were relatively harmless, Ling He's tests proved they couldn't ignite trees or grass, and would at most cause a mild burn on skin. Their power was more than enough to instantly kill those ghostly monsters. Woohoo! It's finally done. Ling He cheered with satisfaction. Hamburger let out a quiet sigh of relief. For a slime, research work was pure torture. After spending the whole day working alongside the two-legged creatures, over a dozen of its kin had been drained dry, and even Hamburger itself was exhausted. Still, the day's hard work wasn't entirely in vain. At some point, a new, oddly branching line had appeared on Hamburger's tech tree interface. Hive Spark Gel. Description: a product jointly developed by a certain slime king and a human, designed to expand the attack range while reducing damage. Effect: when triggered by slight disturbance, deals 0.03x damage to an area 500 times larger than the normal attack range. Just as Ling He popped open 2 bottles of soda, ready to celebrate with Hamburger, Vera's voice drifted over from behind. Isn't this just a firework? Ling He paused, then laughed. Now that you mention it, it really is. Suddenly realizing something, he turned to look under Hamburger. Vera, when did you wake up? Just now. Vera rolled her eyes and pointed at the sky. You idiot lord, have you even checked the time? Get so caught up in your experiments that you forget what time it is? Following her finger, Ling He saw the fading sun hanging low on the horizon. Not only was Vera awake, but as dusk settled, the previously quiet area channel was gradually coming to life. It seemed most human lords had quickly adapted to a reversed day-night schedule due to the ghost tribe threat. So this is your brilliant achievement for the day? Vera walked up to a fire slime and watched as it produced a lump of Hive Spark Gel. But just the breeze from her steps was enough to exceed the gel's threshold. The gel exploded right in front of her, showering her face with sparks. After a long silence, Vera finally gave her verdict. It's completely lost its ability to ignite anything, totally impossible to store. Tinkaperno, if it were up to me, I wouldn't spend a single coin on this thing. She turned to Ling He. This is just a waste of productivity and materials. So, what price are you planning to set for this toy, you idiot lord? This much. Ling He held up 3 fingers. 3 copper? 3 gold coins. Vera's eyes widened in disbelief. So what exactly happened today? Did you finally dig a hole and bury whatever conscience you had left? Hey. I'm a very fair lord, you know? Ling He raised his voice in protest, a slight frown on his face. This was the result of an entire day's research, soon to be listed in the marketplace as a powerful weapon against the ghost spirits. He spread his hands. Even if the item itself isn't worth much, don't the labor and research costs count for something? Standing opposite him, Vera crossed her arms and eyed him skeptically, clearly unconvinced. Even if you say that, you really think anyone's going to buy it, you rascal? Ling He just shook his head, a confident smile playing at his lips. You never know. With that, he shifted his gaze from Vera to the open plains beyond the lumberyard. At some point, thousands of slime nests had been neatly arranged out there. A multitude of ice and fire slimes, round and colorful, were rolling happily across the grass, some bumping into each other, bouncing away, then colliding again. It's about time to restock the marketplace, Ling He said, patting Hamburger's side with a gentle smile. Hamburger, let's tally up the final numbers. Meanwhile, far from Ling He's territory, the atmosphere inside a hidden stone cave was completely different. Lin Xiao was jolted awake by a cold sensation at his throat, a real steel blade. Nothing like the crude stone dagger head made himself. Who are you people? Lin Xiao shouted in terror. He couldn't believe it. Had only dozed off for a few hours during the day, and now his life was in someone else's hands. He was sure Head left his followers on guard duty. A quick glance to the side nearly stopped his heart. The followers Head posted as guards were all lying in pools of blood, not even given the chance to raise the alarm. Was this the brutal reality of the war game? Finally figured out your situation? A mocking voice sneered in his ear. The speaker was a bald, burly man with strange, intricate tattoos covering his forehead, giving him a wild, unhinged look. Lin Xiao nodded slightly. Outmatched as he was, no matter how angry or unwilling he felt, he could only swallow it all down. He took a deep breath to steady himself, mind racing as he tried to make sense of the situation. First off, weapons made of steel were not something any ordinary lord could get their hands on, especially considering this was only the second day in the war game. Right now, there was only one way to obtain such weapons: the limited time items that occasionally appeared in the marketplace. And buying those took a lot of money. Enough to break even the richest lord's back. Suddenly, Lin Xiao forced down his trembling and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you guys with the honest merchant? Are you the honest merchant?" Much as he hated to admit it, in his mind, the only person rich enough to buy the limited time items was the honest merchant. Of all things, had he really exposed his nickname in a private chat, only to have someone track down his hideout by nightfall the very next day? Honest merchant? What nonsense are you talking about? The man holding the blade to Lin Xiao's throat frowned. Head shown off his steel weapon, hoping to see some interesting reaction from his victim. Instead, this guy didn't even look surprised, just blurted out a name that made no sense to him. Lin Xiao's eyes widened. You're not with the honest merchant? Seeing the genuine confusion in the other man's eyes, Lin Xiao's tense nerves eased a little. Perhaps it was the string of setbacks had suffered while dealing with those so-called honest vendors that had begun to change his outlook. He no longer saw the world as everyone but me as scum. Now, in his eyes, there were only 2 types of people: honest vendors and the rats lurking in the sewers. He had stopped being openly hostile to everyone, instead letting a faint trace of contempt show in his silence, though it seemed the others hadn't noticed. His gaze was cold, yet carried a hard-to-read ruthlessness. The bald man glanced at his companion, who instantly understood and shifted his blade slightly, creating a small gap. He spoke in a low voice. We have nothing to do with that so-called honest vendor of yours. As he spoke, the bald man moved closer to Lin Xiao. His rough, calloused hand slowly lifted Lin Xiao's short hair, leaning in close to his ear and taking a slow breath. In that moment, Lin Xiao felt a wave of nausea, nearly vomiting. If there weren't a blade pressed against his neck, he was certain he would have already dealt with these men without hesitation. The bald man didn't stop. He leaned in even closer, so near Lin Xiao could hear the trembling of his own breath. In a low whisper by his ear, he said, I can tell you and I were the same kind of people. His repulsive breath was even closer now, sending a chill down Lin Xiao's neck. I can smell the hate, the confusion, even the urge to destroy and despise humankind coming from you. That's what keeps you going, isn't it? His words scraped across Lin Xiao's heart like a knife. The next second, the bald man maliciously ran his tongue across the sweat on Lin Xiao's neck. The disgusting sensation made Lin Xiao clench his teeth so hard his nails dug into his palm, almost losing control from the pain. If it weren't for the blade at his throat, he probably would have killed someone by now. But the bald man didn't push things further. Instead, he slowly stepped back, a cold sneer on his lips. As for this honest vendor you keep talking about, do you really think I'd lie to you? We're 100 times more powerful than him. Lin Xiao paused, then couldn't help but ask, can you casually pull out a few million gold coins? The bald man was momentarily speechless. He stepped back a few paces, his expression complicated. Lin Xiao could tell that the moment he admitted no, his threat level dropped several notches. Lin Xiao was puzzled, thinking to himself, since when did strength become tied to money? After a moment, the bald man finally spoke, his tone somber. Honest vendor's all you ever talk about. Now I'm curious, who is this so-called honest vendor you value so much that you'd put him above your own life? Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh, his eyes turning icy as if he saw right through them. Who is he? If you paid any attention to the regional channel, you'd know. He paused, his gaze sharp. That is, if you even have access to our regional channel. His words made the bald man frown, clearly puzzled, but he said nothing more, just opened his personal panel in silence. He had a strange feeling that if he kept talking, that guy might figure out who they were before he even revealed himself. Still, wasn't that part of the fun? The bald man narrowed his eyes, drew his finger through the air to open the regional chat channel from his personal panel, and slowly licked his dry lips. His curiosity about Lin Xiao was growing by the day, and the honest vendor Lin Xiao kept mentioning intrigued him even more. Maybe this vendor was a potential talent worth recruiting. Just as the bald man was lost in thought, a new message suddenly flashed across the regional channel sent by none other than Honest Vendor. Hey. Good evening, everyone. The greeting from Honest Vendor stood out brightly in the chat. Vendor, you're up early. Dongfeng Mingzhu replied right away. I saw you stocking wood from last night all the way to noon today. Don't wear yourself out, man. Come on, don't jinx him. A user named Niren chimed in. Why not wish Vendor well for a change? Exactly. Added there's a path to heaven. We owe our survival to Vendor's info. Funny how all those people trash-talking him yesterday have gone completely silent today. Ling He, who was monitoring the chat, couldn't help but smirk at his growing reputation. Why had those who once insulted or doubted him suddenly disappeared? The answer was obvious, though no one dared say it aloud. That was exactly why he never argued his fellow neighbors from the Ghost Clan would settle things with those who didn't trust him. Anyone who harbored ill will toward Ling He was already dead, and his reputation naturally soared. Of course, these dark thoughts only flashed through his mind. Ling He hadn't forgotten his real purpose. He quickly replied in the channel. Thanks for all the love, everyone. I'm truly flattered, his words humble. But even though I shared the strategy as soon as I could, over 2,000 people still fell last night. Who were they? Our beloved family and friends. Our brothers and sisters. They're family to me too. After what the Ghost Clan has done, can we really just sit back and take it? Just a few lines were enough to ignite the entire channel. Ling He's repeated use of family struck a chord, making many people imagine themselves or loved ones as the next victims. The chat was instantly flooded with furious messages like no way we can take this. And let's fight the Ghost Clan. Damn right. We live and die as we please. Vendor, just name the place while stand with you and take them on. Replied Fearless Bro, clearly fired up. Yeah, if I'm not afraid to kill people, why would I fear those damn ghosts? Black Dragon added. Just say the word, and he'll bring my crew over to back you up. The wave of calls for all-out war made the bald man secretly click his tongue in amazement. This guy's ability to stir up a crowd was terrifying. If only he could recruit him before he grew too powerful, the benefits would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao frowned slightly as he watched the messages. Knowing Honest Vendor as well as he did, he doubted this sudden wave of agitation was really about starting a fight. And he was right. Because Ling He had no intention of intensifying the conflict between humans and the Ghost Spirit Clan, nor did he wish to be the instigator of this war. Everyone knew that starting a war required enormous resources, and the amount of money consumed was unimaginable. Ling He understood well that spending his hard-earned money on a pointless war would be nothing short of self-betrayal. Such behavior was truly shameful. Sensing that the mood had been sufficiently stirred, Ling He spoke up again in the chat, his tone relaxed but resolute. Conscientious vendor here, I appreciate everyone's support and concern, he typed, pausing before continuing. But rest assured, as a conscientious vendor, I would never put anyone in danger. That's why I spent the whole day developing a powerful weapon that can instantly wipe out the Ghost Spirit Clan's toughest monsters. Before he finished, Ling He quickly followed up with a special offer. Limited time sale, clearing out at a loss. The original price of Hive Gel was 10 gold, but now it's not 8, not 5, but only 3 gold coins. For 3 coins, you're not getting scammed or ripped off, you're buying a brighter tomorrow, a chance at survival. He also added a detailed description of the Hive Gel's usage and listed which monsters it was effective against in the regional chat. Even so, sales didn't pick up at all. According to Ling He, the Hive Gel would explode as soon as it was purchased and couldn't be stored. Since no one was in immediate danger, they naturally weren't eager to buy. What's more, the product details stated 0.03 times power, which made many people skeptical, thinking the effect was far too weak. Although the title conscientious vendor carried a positive reputation in the regional chat, given the terrifying monsters Ling He described, 0.03 times power seemed laughably insufficient. However, unlike most people, the bald man felt a jolt of tension after seeing the hive gel's effect and, without hesitation, he bought one. The moment the purchase was confirmed, a burst of fiery particles exploded, quickly surrounding him. Sir, sir, are you all right? Anxious voices called out from all directions, full of worry and tension. I'm fine. The bald man reassured his companions, patting his shoulder. These weak flames aren't even enough to burn the hair on my arms. Yet a shadow passed through his eyes, clearly deep in thought over the test. After careful estimation, he realized the flames covered a 3-meter radius and lasted about 2 seconds. Based on what he knew about the Ghost Spirit clan, as long as any of their people entered the radius during those 2 seconds, no matter how powerful they'd be doomed. That vendor wasn't lying after all. A hint of approval flashed in his eyes, but so did a cold intent. But precisely because of this, he can't be allowed to live. Turning to Lin Xiao, the bald man sneered. You really hate that so-called conscientious vendor, don't you? No, it's not hate. Lin Xiao shook his head, his expression calm. It's not hate, really. If anything, he's just a bit annoying. The bald man was taken aback, then broke into a sly grin. The unexpected answer only satisfied him more. That's the perfect answer. His smile twisted into something more sinister as he lowered his voice. So, do you want to know who we really are? Staring at the bald man's cruel smile, Lin Xiao realized had set his sights on the vendor. Lin Xiao let out a slow, unhurried laugh. Huh, ha ha ha. Of course. The last batch of losers just died off, and now here comes another group of pests. Of course I want to know who you are. Then, suddenly, his laughter stopped and a serious light flashed in his eyes. In fact, why don't you let me join you? As soon as the words were spoken, the blade pressed against Lin Xiao's neck was withdrawn. Lin Xiao could clearly sense that although the looks from those around him were still far from friendly, they were no longer as hostile as before. The bald man casually tossed something, and a small iron card clattered to the ground in front of Lin Xiao. It was an identity tag, a symbol of the changing times and the shifting dynasties of the empire. It allowed him to change his nickname, an option available only once per era. What do you want me to change my nickname to? Lin Xiao asked. It's up to you, the bald man replied, stepping closer and giving Lin Xiao's shoulder a firm pat. His voice was heavy with meaning as he continued. We don't care what you call yourself. We just want you to say goodbye to your past. Lin Xiao understood this was a way to control him. Once he used the identity tag, both his current name and any connections he had in the regional channel would be erased. Noticing the growing impatience in those around him, Lin Xiao didn't hesitate any longer. He said decisively, use it. Please confirm my new nickname as Tsong Chong. From now on, that's what it'll be called. The moment he finished speaking, his personal interface reflected the change, and a new window popped up. Lord Crying Wall has used a special ability on you. Oath of Defiance. You are invited to join the secret party. Do you accept? Note. After joining the secret party, you cannot initiate or accept friend requests without the leader's approval. I accept, Lin Xiao replied. You have joined the secret party. You have unlocked a new panel, Friends Panel. You are now automatically friends with all members of the secret party. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Xiao's cooperation, Crying Wall burst out laughing and gave Lin Xiao's shoulder another hearty slap. Well then, welcome to the ranks of the traitors, Song Chong. Lin Xiao nodded slightly, remaining silent as he listened to Crying Wall explain the identity of the traitors. Traitors, he said, were humans who stood in opposition to humanity as a whole. They had no fixed allies. Whoever waged large-scale war against humanity, they would become that side's sharpest weapon. Among the traitors were the unfortunate, the zealots of cults, the vanguard of anti-human organizations, and even madmen who delighted in slaughtering their own kind. While not all of them were evil, demons with twisted and malevolent ideologies were not uncommon among their ranks. In short, it could be summed up in one sentence. We turn no one away. As he explained, Crying Wall kept a close eye on Lin Xiao's expression. Seeing that Lin Xiao's face remained impassive, he found himself even more satisfied with the newcomer. Do you have any questions? Crying Wall offered. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment, glanced around, and then asked, Is our party leader not here? After joining, he realized that Crying Wall was just another member of the secret party. The leader was someone else entirely. At this, Crying Wall's expression shifted several times. You really know how to ask questions, he sneered. If it's confidential, please just pretend I never asked, Lin Xiao quickly added. But Crying Wall only grinned wider. Once something's been said, you can't take it back. Still, there's no harm in telling you. But if you try to leak any information about us, I'm sure you know what will happen. Lin Xiao nodded. The moment Lin Xiao changed his nickname to join the secret party, he knew he was now bound to this group with no way out. He glanced at his friends list, where over 50 members of the secret party were densely listed, every one of them aware of his new identity. One careless word in the regional chat could spell disaster in an instant. He'll never leak any information, Lin Xiao promised solemnly. Seeing his cooperation, Crying Wall finally put his hands behind his back and turned away. A deep, thoughtful glint flashed in his eyes. Our all-powerful party leader ran into a bit of trouble when he woke up. Trouble? Lin Xiao frowned slightly. Given the strength the secret party had shown, what kind of force could threaten even their leader? Crying Wall scratched his shiny bald head. That's right. It's still something none of us can figure out. The party leader said he woke up choking on thick smoke, only to find himself trapped by flames. Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully. Clearly, the party leader had gone missing immediately after awakening, and whoever was behind it was still at large. This region truly was full of hidden talents. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ling He sneezed several times in a row and blew his nose hard. Who's talking about me behind my back? He muttered, grabbing a piece of cloth from the marketplace to wipe himself off. At that moment, Vera was sprawled across Burger, leaning in close to Ling He's shoulder and staring intently at the marketplace data. Hey, you reckless lord. You've only sold one batch of hive gel. Was it really necessary to list so much? She pointed at the interface, which clearly showed 2,000 units of hive gel. Though this upgraded slime gel didn't impress Vera, each flame slime only produced 5 units a day, half as much as regular gel. This batch had used up almost half the output of the entire slime ranch. Relax, relax. Ling He handed Vera a chilled soda with a grin. This was exactly why Head had Burger recruit 100 ice slimes. Gel they produced developed a frosty layer, perfect for keeping drinks cold. You spendthrift. Vera rolled her eyes, but accepted the soda without further comment. Ling He just smiled, unconcerned by her remark. After all, wasn't making money meant to be enjoyed? Moreover, since Ling He had invested in the slime ranch, he requested that in future orders, the burger shop continue to give him a 10% discount. In other words, the exchange rate was raised to 1 gold coin for 10 fire slime gels or 5 hive gels. Aside from Ling He, there was currently no one else trading with the slimes. As long as these gels could be successfully sold at the trading post, Ling He could easily pocket an after-tax profit of 850. And that was just the profit from regular gel. If it was hive gel, the profit would skyrocket to a staggering 1,275. This was all while Ling He insisted on fair trading practices. Monopolizing the market was truly satisfying, Ling He mused. Of course, that all depended on whether these products could actually be sold. Ling He glanced up at the night sky and said to Vera beside him, he'll stay up with you for a while tonight. He had his own plans. The council hall had started construction at noon and was expected to take 12 hours, finishing around midnight. Ling He planned to check out its features before going to bed, and also wanted to monitor the sales of the hive gels. However, just as he finished speaking, Vera didn't respond. Vera? Ling He turned to her in confusion, only to see that her attention was fixed on something in the distance. She was staring at the tall tower engulfed in flames. The fire had been burning since daytime, and it still hadn't died down by nightfall, casting the surroundings in a bright glow. Vera? Ling He reached out and gently tugged at her cheek. Snap out of it. Hey, if you want to keep me company, fine, but do you have to get handsy, you jerk of a lord? Vera came back to her senses, brushed his hand away, and straightened her hat. She took a sip of her chilled soda, then turned serious. I have a feeling tonight will be a peaceful night. Of course, Ling He replied, pointing at the distant burning tower with a smile. I've got a feeling every night from now on will be peaceful for us. Is that so? Vera smiled faintly. Then you'll just have to pray to the great god of wealth that all your predictions come true, my dear jerk of a lord. The two of them leaned against each other, sipping cold soda and watching the distant flames. Meanwhile, in the snowy wilderness, Ling Yug was crouched beneath a thick layer of snow, covering her mouth as she stared outside with wide eyes. A freshly severed bear's head had just fallen in front of her, its lifeless eyes still locked on hers. The Ghostling tribe. Ling He had mentioned the terrifying monsters of the Ghostling tribe in the regional chat before, but this was Ling Yu's first time seeing them up close. Their withered, stick-like figures drifted by in silence, leaving no trace in the snow. Their combat abilities far exceeded Ling Yu's expectations and were even more frightening than monsters that could mimic humans. The bear in front of her was the prey Ling Yu had been tracking since dusk. Its meat was supposed to feed her and her 3 subordinates. By all rights, it should have been dead by her hand. But unexpectedly, the bear hadn't died because of her. Just as Ling Yu and her people confronted the threat, the monster from the Ghost Spirit clan appeared without a sound. There was no warning. Its chilling, eerie presence seemed to materialize out of thin air, instantly bringing everyone to the brink of death. The only silver lining was that its first target wasn't Ling Yu and her group, but the giant bear she had hunted earlier, the strongest force on the scene. The bear's roar was cut off in its throat, followed by the sound of tearing flesh, and in an instant, its massive body was locked in a deadly struggle with the ghostly creature. The bear's fierce resistance bought Ling Yu only a few seconds. Without hesitation, she quickly ordered her people to scatter and hide in the bear traps they had set earlier, grabbing handfuls of snow to cover themselves. The snowy ground was as silent as a tomb. Everyone held their breath, the cold seeping into their bones. The monster finally severed the bear's head, blood snaking across the snow, but for the moment, it failed to sense the lives hidden beneath the thick blanket of snow. But Ling Yuyug knew time was not on their side. She could feel her body slowing down in the freezing cold, her blood almost turning to ice. If the monster didn't leave soon, it would eventually discover their presence. Even if they escaped detection, the snow would freeze them to death within hours. As the monster turned to patrol the area, she suddenly opened her eyes and flashed a prearranged hand signal to one of her people, the sign they had originally used for hunting bears, now repurposed to lure away a deadly enemy. The chosen villager sprang from the snow and sprinted away from the monster, sending snow flying and shattering the silence with his footsteps. The ghostly creature moved with terrifying speed, instantly wheeling around to give chase, its claws slicing through the air with a chilling shriek. Now's my chance. Ling Yuyug took a deep breath and leapt from the snow, gripping a wooden stick. She quickly pulled out a vial of deep red slime gel and smeared it onto the stick. A faint spark flared to life. The flame licked at the stick, burning only the gel while leaving the wood untouched. Her face froze. She had overlooked a crucial detail: the stick had been buried in the snow with her for too long. It was damp and couldn't catch fire. There was no time for regret. Her movement had already caught the monster's attention, and the ghostly figure darted back toward her, its twisted arm lunging straight for her chest. She couldn't run, couldn't escape. Was she really about to try to buy wood at the last second and fight the monster heat in? Her mind raced as she quickly opened the trading interface. Thanks to that kind-hearted vendor, buying wood was now easy. But as she moved to make the purchase, a dark shadow loomed over her, its presence suffocating. Even if she bought the wood, there was no time to set it alight. Too late. Her fingers trembled. Then suddenly she remembered something the vendor had mentioned in the regional channel: a different item, beehive gel. It only cost 3 gold coins, affordable for any player who had hunted a mimic monster. But the 0.03x power in its description hardly inspired confidence. Forget it. He seems like a good guy. If it's a scam, so be it. Almost at the very moment the monster's claws closed in, Ling Yuyug tapped her finger and bought the beehive gel without hesitation. The moment she received it, the beehive gel exploded in front of her, sending a burst of brilliant fire particles swirling into the cold air, lighting up the snowy landscape. Fireworks? She froze. The beautiful flames spread silently, seemingly harmless. But then, a surge of searing heat erupted before her eyes. The fire particles, like living creatures, clung silently to the ghostly monster. A shrill scream tore through the air as the monster was suddenly engulfed in flames, the stench of burning flesh carried by the wind. Ling Yuyug stood rooted to the spot, the growing fire reflected in her eyes. Did I really survive? Ling Yuyug patted her chest, her eyes still showing traces of lingering fear. She took several deep breaths, trying to calm her racing heart, then turned her gaze to the side, focusing on the spot where the honest vendor whom she sensed through the hunter's pact was located. He actually saved me again. Ling Yuyug's eyes flickered as she bit her lower lip, her mind racing with thoughts. She wasn't the only one attacked that night. As darkness fell, a biting wind howled through the area, and the night seemed to swallow up all traces of light. The Ghost Spirit clan seized this perfect opportunity to launch a large-scale assault across the entire region. Last night's massacre had only been a prelude to night. The Ghost Spirit clan finally revealed their true ferocity. The shape-shifting monsters scattered everywhere were just the beginning. Now, the truly terrifying warriors of the Ghost Spirit clan began to roam the surface in force. They fought with their bare hands, using no weapons, but could tear through humanity's strongest fighters as if they were made of paper. In the darkness, blood and flesh flew, bodies hit the ground one after another, and screams echoed without end. One human lord after another was pushed to the brink of despair. Many turned their eyes to the trading post, eyeing the powerful weapon Ling He had put up for sale. This shift in the situation served as undeniable proof of the authenticity and effectiveness of Ling He's merchandise. Crackling flames lit up the scene as a ghost spirit monster writhed in agony in the fire before Zhang Kuang. It let out a piercing screech. Several lords nearby kept tossing wood onto the blaze, making the flames burn hotter and higher. Their eyes were filled with caution, anxious to make sure the monster was truly dead. The vendor wasn't lying. This stuff really can kill the ghost spirits instantly, Zhang Kuang muttered to himself, a look of relief flashing in his eyes as his doubts were dispelled. Unlike others who felt forced to buy, Zhang Kuang had chosen to take matters into his own hands. He sought out the monsters Ling He mentioned and tested the hive gel for himself. When it came to life and death items like this, he couldn't afford to take anyone's word for it, no matter how trustworthy the vendor's reputation was in the regional channel. He set an ambush, using himself as bait to lure in the ghost spirit monsters. If the hive gel didn't work as promised, his fellow lords, hidden nearby, would set the entire grove ablaze to buy him time to escape. If it came to that, Zhang Kuang wouldn't hesitate to expose the vendor's deceit in the regional channel, even if it meant making an enemy. Fortunately, the results didn't disappoint him. The hive gel worked exactly as the honest vendor described it, could indeed instantly kill the ghost spirit monsters. Zhang Kuang. The shouts from those around him snapped him back to reality. He tore his gaze from the fire and looked back at the group of people emerging from the shadows. Most of them were lords who had recently come to join him. They hadn't been known for their bravery, which was why they'd sought safety in numbers. But now, Zhang Kuang could see a strong fighting spirit in their eyes, along with a hint of barely concealed greed. Zhang Kuang, since the vendor's goods are the real deal, why don't we take the initiative tonight? One of them suggested, his voice brimming with excitement. Yeah, with you leading us, and all of us working together, the Ghost Spirit clan doesn't seem so scary anymore. Come on, Zhang Kuang, make up your mind. This is a golden opportunity. Whether we can outpace everyone else depends on what we do with it. Rousing shouts echoed through the night sky. Zhang Kuang looked at the group of determined lords before him, unable to stop himself from recalling how timid and nervous they had been when they first came to him. What had transformed these once cowardly people into such a resolute force? The answer was obvious: the miracle product from the honest vendor, honeycomb gel. This remarkable item had completely changed the battlefield. Thanks to it, the threat posed by the Ghost Clan to humans had dropped to an all-time low. Even more enticing, killing these monsters now yielded generous rewards. Each Ghost Clan creature dropped at least a gold coin, far more than the measly copper earned from hunting ordinary beasts. Zhang Kuang glanced at the charred, withered corpse of a monster lying on the ground. Although this particular creature hadn't dropped any coins, the experience points it provided were a pleasant surprise. He quickly checked his character panel. Head jumped straight from level 4 to level 6. As a player on the God of War path, he was used to earning more experience by defeating stronger opponents. But now, that rule seemed to have changed. These Ghost Clan creatures, which could be taken down with little effort, had just boosted him 2 levels at once. Zhang Kuang, make the call. The people around him urged, their eyes burning with excitement. They reminded him of the pioneers who once set foot on the American continent, faced with irresistible opportunities that were high reward with little risk. Who could stay calm under such temptation? Pressing his lips together, Zhang Kuang nodded slowly under their eager gazes. All right, starting tonight, we take the initiative. That's great. Long live Zhang Kuang. Cheers erupted instantly. Everyone was celebrating the decision, but most were already calculating the spoils that would soon be theirs. Am I really making the right choice? Zhang Kuang rubbed his temples and quietly opened the marketplace. Watching the honeycomb gel stock dwindle, he fell into deep thought. In that moment, he felt like a merchant selling matchlock guns to the American pioneers profiting from a war he was helping to fuel. Low risk didn't mean no risk. There would inevitably be those who overestimated their abilities and lost their lives. But in the face of this overwhelming tide, even someone like Zhang Kuang was powerless to resist. Besides, the allure of such profits was simply too strong. He let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. I used to think the honest vendor was just a naive kid, but it turns out he's far more dangerous than most people could ever imagine. Seriously? They actually sold? And so many too. Inside the lumberyard, Vera lay sprawled on top of Hamburger, her eyes wide as she stared at the trading post panel. The demand for timber remained high, forcing her to restock constantly. Ever since the arrival of the Ghostkin, Fire Slime Gel, which worked as a quick fire starter, was selling out faster than she could supply it. But what shocked her most was that the Beehive Gel, which used to gather dust, was suddenly flying off the shelves. The sales were only picking up speed. At this rate, at least half of the 2,000 Beehive Gels would be gone by tomorrow morning. Lord Ling He, how on earth did you pull this off? Vera asked in disbelief. Ling He just shook his head with a relaxed smile. Why is it so surprising? I didn't exaggerate the effects, set a fair price, and made sure people's safety came first. With someone as considerate as me, it'd be strange if things didn't sell. Lord, aren't you just like a peddler bragging about their own wares? Vera muttered. Nonsense. Ling He shot her a look and flattened her hat, then went on. The only people who need Beehive Gel are those who've killed mimic monsters. They usually have 6 or even a dozen gold coins to spare. Do you know why I set the price at 3 gold instead of 6? To give them some leeway and extra chance to recover from mistakes. Ah, you old-fashioned capitalists just don't get it. Ugh, Vera pouted, annoyed at losing the argument, and quickly reshaped her hat. You idiot. After all that talk, you still haven't explained why the Beehive Gel is selling. Oh, but I have. Ling He wagged his finger. I'm not selling Beehive Gel, I'm selling life itself. Selling life? Vera tilted her head, clearly confused. Ling He then patiently explained his entire marketing strategy. After all, aside from the contract-bound ghost warriors who could barely string together 3 unique sentences, Vera was the only one he could chat with for amusement. After hearing it all, Vera's gaze shifted from looking at a jerk of a lord to staring at a full-blown chaotic demon. She rubbed her chin in frustration, then suddenly had a revelation. You know, if the arms dealers in my hometown followed your moral code and business sense, they'd all go straight to heaven. Ling He laughed and waved her off. You're giving me too much credit. I wasn't complimenting you at all. Vera groaned, pressing a hand to her forehead. This idiot of a lord had nothing going for him except an annoyingly good mood. If she hadn't insisted that Ling He by the lumberyard earlier, Vera felt he might already be lying dead in the grass by now. Just then, the familiar voice of Bullhorse rang out from beneath Hamburger. Boss, the council hall you assigned us to build is finished. Would you like to come inspect it? Ling He glanced toward the distant tower as he spoke. Huh, is it midnight already? Perhaps it was the constant flames spreading from the tower, but not a single ghostling had shown up at the lumberyard tonight. Just as Vera had predicted, it was indeed a peaceful night. By the way, the council hall counts as a core building, Ling He said, giving Vera's shoulder a gentle nudge. He placed the death curse of the ghostling tribe in front of her and asked, this item for entering the pseudo-era should be usable now, right? It should be, Vera nodded. As Ling He's secretary, she not only helped him with his work, but also answered his questions from time to time. After losing a few arguments with Ling He, she was eager to redeem herself with her wealth of knowledge. Come on, follow this lady. With that, Vera jumped down from Hamburger. Ling He followed right behind, not forgetting to wave Hamburger over to join them. The three of them, plus one slime, quickly arrived outside the newly built council hall. It had to be said that, even though the council hall was constructed with Stone Age technology, it still captured the spirit of its era. Ling He looked at the freshly built little house and shook his head. From the outside, it looked rather shabby, just a simple wooden hut. But compared to sleeping out in the open, at least it offered some shelter. Bullhorse stepped forward with an awkward smile and opened the door for Ling He and Vera. Thoughtful. Vera nodded approvingly, then led Ling He into the council hall. The inside was just as bare as the exterior. In the main hall, there was only a round table in the center, surrounded by empty space. The only thing of value was the core building's functionality at the table. Aside from that, there were a few small side rooms, each with nothing more than a crude wooden bed, a stool, and a small tablino mattresses in sight. Ling He and Vera walked straight to the round table in the hall, where a core building interface appeared in front of Ling He. The council hall core building has unlocked the following functions: declare war, justify war, improve diplomacy, disband alliances, era evolution, Senate not enabled. The list of functions was clear and concise. Ling He immediately focused on era evolution and selected it. That's right. If you want to enter the pseudo-era, just choose this option, Vera explained with a playful tone. At that point, I'll fill you in on more details, but the final decision rests with you. Ling He nodded and, without hesitation, clicked on era evolution. The moment he did, the scene around them changed dramatically. The shabby wooden hut vanished, replaced by a grand new panorama. Streams of molten bronze poured down like waterfalls. War chariots sped across vast plains. The deep sound of horns rose alongside the roar of forges. Smoke signals streaked through the sky, and parchment scrolls slowly unfurled. This was the pseudo-era, the Age of Bronze. This was their era. The curtain of history had been drawn. This is our era, deeply rooted and long hidden in the depths of our collective wisdom. When our ancestors first glimpsed the dance of flames within the forge, when we made our first pact with the earth, and when the molten rivers of bronze and tin solidified in clay molds, humanity finally broke free from the shackles of the Stone Age. Look, the swordsmith forges the stars into his blade. The surface of ritual vessels bears the totems of the gods. Wheels roll across the spines of wild plains, and caravans laden with riches travel from city-state to city-state. This is not only the awakening of warfare, but the tempering of civilization itself. Rise up, the gods still watch the world from behind bronze masks, but humanity now holds the power to reshape matter. Will this azure golden light be enough to pierce the long night of the centuries ahead? Word by word, Ling He finished reading the detailed description of the Bronze Age and silently closed the information panel. After reading this, he almost felt an urge to dive into this simulated era right away. Unfortunately, although the Bronze Age was now available as a selectable pseudo-era, the entry option was grayed out and could not be clicked. To access this pseudo-era, Ling He first had to meet a specific prerequisite. Entry requirement: forge a bronze weapon or tool. So far, Ling He hadn't seen any messages about bronze or copper or in the regional channel. In other words, whether he could enter the Bronze Age anytime soon depended entirely on luck. As Ling He pondered this, Vera walked over to his side, swiping her panel as she began to explain more about the eras. The so-called era is divided into the overall era when all human lords in a region advance together, and the individual era, which refers to the pseudo-era Ling He was currently viewing. Ling He wasn't at the stage to worry about the former just yet, so Vera focused on the latter. A pseudo-era can only be entered by those who meet certain conditions and act as pioneers. Building on the base era of the starting region, a pseudo-era can only be one level higher, and once chosen, it cannot be changed. Entering a pseudo-era grants many era-specific bonuses, but it also influences a lord's personal growth path and the special abilities of some units. Take Ling He's current case as an example. Once he enters a pseudo-era, his era will be considered level 2, and he'll no longer be able to recruit Stone Age characters as secretary units. The rewards for growth path upgrades will also have a chance to reflect the unique features of that era. Finally, there are the oxen and horses. The level 2 bonus from entering a pseudo-era will enhance their special abilities, raising the self-improvement combat power cap from 3 at level 1 to 6 at level 2. After listening to Vera's detailed explanation, Ling He rubbed his temples and said, "It sounds like there are basically only advantages, not many downsides." "For now, that's true," Vera replied, not disputing his words, but she added, "Even so, I still have to remind you, you reckless lord, that choosing a pseudo-era is something you should consider carefully. First of all, every era has its own focus and grants different bonuses." As Vera spoke, her hand suddenly paused as she scrolled through the panel. She pointed to a few lines of text on the screen in front of her, which listed the additional bonuses unlocked after entering the Bronze Age. Old roads reunited. Era progression speed 100, materialism tendency 10. Copper smelting boom, bronze smelting speed 20, or refining efficiency 10, or output rate 50. When using bronze equipment, citizens combat power 3. Tao of non-action. All citizens resistance to mysticism 20, morale drops twice as fast when fighting mystical creatures. Ling He narrowed his eyes as he read through these bonuses, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. The Bronze Age offered a total of 3 era traits, 2 positive and 1 negative. The copper smelting boom made Ling He's eyes gleam with greed. These bonuses seemed tailor-made for the ore industry. The dramatic increase in speed and efficiency was simply too valuable to ignore. If he focused on mining, these advantages would be indispensable. And the extra 3 combat power from bronze gear combined with the unique abilities of his cattle and horses would mean a 45 boost in productivity with little effort. On the other hand, the negative effect might not impact him much. After all, whether it was the contract axe warriors or the berserkers and ghost warriors Vera had enhanced, their morale always remained high. As long as he had enough money, he didn't have to worry about morale collapsing. As Ling He pondered, Vera continued, her tone turning serious. "There's one more thing. When a region enters a new era, all lords are forced into that era. No matter what pseudo-era you chose, it will be overridden by the regional era." "I see." Ling He nodded lightly, his thoughts instantly clear. In other words, the choice of pseudo-era couldn't be made lightly. If he picked the wrong Oni pseudo-era that clashed with the regional era, then all his efforts would go to waste once the new era arrived. Only now did Ling He realize just how much the bonuses of the Bronze Age had locked him in, leaving him no chance to use the death curse of the Ghost Spirit clan. With that thought, he didn't hesitate to take the death curse item from his bag. In an instant, the pseudo-era panel, which had previously shown only the Bronze Age, suddenly revealed a brand new option: the spiritualization era. Pseudo-era, spiritualization era overview. In our enemies, we glimpsed a path we never imagined. Ancient trees willingly split their rings and offered up their branches. Stone walls guided miners to extract dreams from deep within the earth. Mycelium quietly spread, nurturing new life beneath the rotting soil. We came to know unknown beings, sensed the joys and sorrows of the continent, and learned to weave all things with spirit as our thread. Ling He gazed at these words, a strange feeling stirring in his heart. The spiritualization era was different from the Bronze Age. Its entry requirements had already been met. In other words, if he wished, he could use the death curse at any moment and step into the spiritualization era. But before deciding whether to enter, Ling He knew he had to first review the bonuses that the spiritualization era would provide. The road ahead was uncertain, with the pace of progress reduced by 30. There was a 20 increase in idealist tendencies, and future eras would no longer be compatible with purely materialist eras. Ling He stared at the era selection panel hovering before him, where the attributes of the era of spiritualization were clearly displayed. All things have spirit. Spirit would become a hidden attribute for each region. When the spirit concentration in an area reached medium, high, or extremely high levels, crop growth rates would increase by 15, 45, and 100 respectively. Spirits within 3 feet all residents would gain 10 resistance to the supernatural. The Lord's luck would increase by 1, and when upgrading growth paths, there would be a 30 greater chance of receiving spiritualization rewards. Compared to the bonuses from the Bronze Age, these attributes seemed vague and hard to grasp. The only straightforward benefit was the boost to crop growth, but even at the highest spirit concentration, it still lacked the competitive edge of the copper smelting boom. As for spirits within 3 feet, that was equally puzzling. What exactly did a spiritualization reward tendency mean? With only a 30 chance, if it never triggered, wouldn't that bonus be as good as non-existent? "So what do you think, Bastard Lord?" Vera asked, standing nearby and tapping her chin thoughtfully. "Are you going to enter the era of spiritualization now, wait a while, and choose the Bronze Age, or just pick neither?" Ling He closed his eyes, frowning slightly as he quickly ran through the calculations in his mind. When he opened them again, his gaze was resolute. "Let's choose the era of spiritualization. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Vera raised an eyebrow and pointed at the Bronze Age option, her tone laced with doubt. The Bronze Age is the cornerstone of human civilization. It's likely to become the mainstream in this region. If it does, everything we invest in the era of spiritualization will go to waste. Even knowing that, you still want to take this new path? Absolutely, Ling He replied firmly. Vera was right. The Bronze Age was deeply rooted in human history and was the most likely candidate for the dominant era here. Its bonuses were also more tangible and, at first glance, superior to those of the era of spiritualization. But the era of spiritualization offered a one to luck. There's a saying, Ling He mused, lucky people never have it too bad. Just this single point of luck gave him a gut feeling that the era of spiritualization might bring unexpected surprises the Bronze Age never could. We're going with the era of spiritualization, he confirmed once more. Well, all right then. Vera spread her hands and shrugged. It's your decision, bastard lord. I was just making a suggestion. With Vera no longer objecting, Ling He placed his palm on the glowing panel before him, his fingertip tapping the era of spiritualization option. Pseudo-era. Era of spiritualization. Selected. A system message immediately appeared. The death curse of the Ghost Spirit clan has been consumed. Congratulations. You have successfully entered the pseudo-era. Era of spiritualization. You are now at civilization level 2. Please explore further features on your own. Explore on my own. Ling He didn't dwell on it. Instead, he stretched and yawned, realizing it was already past midnight. With the era chosen, he had completed the last task of the day. All that was left was to wait for the market to react. Only after upgrading his growth path would the spiritualization reward tendency have a chance to come into play. Good night, Vera, Ling He said, bidding her farewell as he called for hamburger and headed inside. Wait, where do you think you're going, bastard lord? Vera called after him. Vera quickly caught up with Ling He and followed him inside. She watched as he placed the hamburger on the wooden bed, then started to flatten and spread it out, shaping it like a mattress. Finally, he lay down on top of it, his whole body sinking into the soft embrace of the burger. Half his body disappeared into it, and he let out a soft, satisfied sigh. This is so comfortable. Ling He slowly melted into the hamburger, looking as if he was about to drift off to sleep, his mood completely at ease. But just as he was about to fall asleep, Vera puffed out her cheeks, strode forward, and yanked him off the hamburger. You idiot lord. How am I supposed to restock if you're sleeping here? If you want to sleep, go somewhere else. She grumbled, pulling him out of the council hall. The night air outside was chilly. Vera ordered the nearby cattle and horses to light a campfire, and warmth gradually filled the area. Then, just as she had done the night before, she let Ling He rest his head on her lap. Slowly, Ling He's breathing became steady, his eyelids heavy, and he finally fell asleep. Vera watched him doze off, then quietly opened the trading interface, her eyes fixed on every transaction record. She scrolled through the screen, completely focused, until the silence of the night was shattered by a blood-curdling scream. Ah! A small, thin man collapsed in the dirt, clutching his severed finger and screaming in agony. His terrified eyes stared ahead as a figure walked toward him, cold and merciless. I'm human. I swear I'm really human. He cried out, his voice shaking. What do you want me to do so you'll believe me? Of course I believe you, Lin Xiao replied coldly, his voice coming from right in front of the man. A glimmer of hope flickered across the man's face, but before he could say another word, a sharp pain shot through his palm. He looked down to see that his left hand had been stabbed through by a stone dagger. Ah! The man screamed again, his body convulsing like a kite with its string cut. When he looked up at Lin Xiao again, his eyes were filled with nothing but terror. Hand over all the coins you have left, Lin Xiao said, his tone icy and unforgiving. The man hesitated for only a moment. Lin Xiao immediately cut off another of his fingers without a second thought. This time, the pain nearly drove the man mad, but he didn't resist. He'll give them. He'll give them, he pleaded, lowering his head and weakly tossing a handful of gold coins onto the ground. The dull, harsh clatter of the coins hitting the dirt echoed in the night. Lin Xiao bent down to pick up the coins, then turned to a figure standing behind him. Thanks, he said. It was the same person who had once held a knife to Lin Xiao's throat. The man gave a faint, rueful smile. No need to thank me. Honestly, you're better at this than I ever was. Back then, I was too naive. The price I paid to prove myself was nothing compared to what you've done. He glanced down at the man collapsed on the ground, his eyes flickering. By the way, if you're done with this guy, mind if I have a little fun with him? Lin Xiao glanced at the man on the ground and replied coldly, do as you like. Then he turned and walked away. Finding a quiet corner, he looked down at the coins in his hand, a hint of self-mockery in his eyes. Am I really strong? He murmured. But these coins I took by force are stained with blood. Why do they seem so worthless compared to the money others earn in just a few minutes? After Lin Xiao finished talking to himself, a private message from a friend suddenly popped up. The content made him frown. Kraiwal, Song Shuang. After you've handed in your pledge, come back with the others. Remember, anyone who's seen us can't be left alive. Staring at the message, Lin Xiao's gaze grew deep and serious. His reply carried a note of dissatisfaction. Song Shuang. Aren't we going out to hunt again tonight? This is a perfect opportunity. We could get a lot out of them. If we let the others keep growing, won't they become a threat? And besides, Crywall, Song Shuang, that's an order. The tone from the other side grew even harsher. I'm not here for you to question me. Tonight's situation is complicated. The main force of the Ghostling clan has already dwindled rapidly, and the leader is still missing. We can't act rashly. If we expose ourselves before the leader issues a mission, you, me, all of us, will pay a heavy price. Lin Xiao stared at the screen, his brows tightly knitted. Although the other person's words were full of orders and threats, he felt more than just pressure. He sensed endless noise and cowardice. He thought to himself, I chose this path, thinking I could plunder and grow at will, yet I'm bound by so many restrictions. I can't even act freely, almost like a victim. Maybe even more pathetic than those so-called good guys. But he knew very well that no matter how much resentment he felt, the situation was beyond his control. In the end, he replied coldly, understood. That night, the secret party's operation ended hastily, and dawn began to break. Damn Lord, hey Lord? Ling He was abruptly awakened from his sleep by Vera's voice. Half asleep, he turned over and waved his hand, his voice hoarse. If you're hungry, just buy breakfast yourself, we can afford it. Let me sleep 5 more minutes. Wake me up this afternoon. Just as he was about to drift back to sleep, Vera suddenly shouted in his ear, Damn Lord. Ling He's eyes snapped open, and he sat up in a panic, looking around. Who's here? Who's bold enough to come knocking? Vera couldn't help but laugh, folding her arms across her chest with a teasing tone. Bold enough? It's just me waking you up, my lord. Honestly, I feel bad for disturbing you. Rubbing the corner of his eye, Ling He tried to clear his head, then glanced at the sky. Judging by the sun, it's not even noon, probably just past 9 or 10. His expression fell instantly. Who gets it? I'm being dragged out of bed by my secretary at 9 a.m. He forced a bitter smile and muttered, Back when I ran a snack shop outside the elementary school, I never opened before 11:30. Vera shook her head helplessly. I didn't want to wake you either, but someone you know is looking for you. I figured you should hear about it. With that, she pulled up the private chat window and showed it to Ling He. He glanced at it and saw it was a message from Zhang Kuang. Had been fast asleep, and now this guy was already looking for him early in the morning. What is it? I just asked a question yesterday morning, and now he's here for revenge? Ling He thought helplessly. Muttering to himself, Ling He finally shook off the last traces of sleep. Based on what he knew about Zhang Kuang, if the guy was reaching out in private, it definitely wasn't just for small talk. With that in mind, Ling He turned his attention to the private chat window. Call me Zhang Kuang, vendor bro. I'm planning to set up a guild. A guild? Ling He paused, a flicker of caution in his eyes. He knew that in most online games, starting a guild was no big deal, but in this war game, it was clearly a brand new feature. That thought made him focus even more. He didn't respond to Zhang Kuang right away. Instead, he clicked into the regional channel. His first glance was at the top right corner, where the remaining players, 7,719, was displayed. Last night, the human side had only lost a little over 200 people in the entire region, practically a peaceful night, compared to the bloodbath of the first day. That meant today's resource gains should be pretty decent. Ling He thought quietly, shifting his gaze from the numbers in the corner to the stream of messages in the regional channel. One new message caught his eye: latest discovery, Ghost Clan weaknesses. It mentioned that a certain type of mimic monster would cause strange spatial distortions when close to fire. This discovery came from a human lord named Mr. Xiaosa, not so Xiaosa. Ling He frowned slightly. The name sounded familiar, but he couldn't place it, so he pushed the thought aside. Soon, the channel's focus shifted to an even hotter topic: the first guild in the entire region, War God Hall, had started openly recruiting. The announcement came straight from Zhang Kuang himself, with no details held back. He gave a full explanation of the guild system. The guild system was, in a sense, a variation of the alliance system, but it placed more emphasis on personal relationships between lords rather than group cooperation. Once a guild was established, it required a daily fund to avoid being disbanded. In return, though, guild members received plenty of benefits. For example, basic building blueprints could be handed over to the guild for research. Once research was complete, every member could freely copy the blueprint and keep using it until the guild was dissolved or they left. That alone was enough to appeal to players strapped for resources, especially lower-level ones, for whom the guild's shared resources were a huge draw. Zhang Kuang also mentioned that the advantages of joining a guild went far beyond that. Ling He quickly scrolled through the channel and found the growth rewards Zhang Kuang had posted. LV9, LV10, Random Level Guild, Aura, Path of the War God. Curious, Ling He tapped for more details and discovered, ironically, that Zhang Kuang had lucked into a particularly powerful guild's skill: Sacred Law of War. Our allies are the ones we can truly rely on, so we can entrust our backs to our companions and focus wholeheartedly on the battles ahead. The effect? All friendly fire between guild members was disabled. Ling He's eyes widened in silent amazement. That's insane. In war games, friendly fire was often the root cause of chaos and defeat. Removing that risk would massively boost tactical coordination and the overall combat effectiveness of the guild. Clearly, Zhang Kuang had hit the jackpot with this one. Ling He felt a ripple of excitement. He wasn't planning to join any guild himself just yet, but this new system made him wonder if he had a guild like that, just how much more complex and interesting could future battles become. After getting a general idea of the situation, Ling He quickly typed on his keyboard in the private chat window. Honest vendor, are you asking because you want to invite me to join the guild you're setting up? The reply came back almost instantly. Just call me Zhang Kuang, haha. No need to be so formal, vendor. I wouldn't dare. I just wanted to ask if you have any plans to start a guild yourself. The first guild established in the region will gain a lot of influence. Honestly, I was only able to unlock the guild system today, thanks to the information and supplies you provided. I'm not someone who forgets where I came from. If you're thinking of starting a guild, I want to compete for that first spot. Reading these sincere words, Ling He found himself respecting Zhang Kuang even more. Someone willing to help a stranger without hesitation was clearly a person of good character. As he was considering how to respond, another message popped up from Zhang Kuang. Of course, if you'd like to join the War God Hall, I'd be more than happy to have you. I just need to check what's your development path. Our guild system requires all members' classes to be related to warriors. To avoid any misunderstanding, Zhang Kuang quickly explained that the guild system was based on the War God path, so all members needed to have warrior-related traits. Berserkers, shield warriors, paladins, dragon knights all were welcome. But classes like deity, emperor, pope, priest, hunter, or rogue didn't meet the requirements. I see, Ling He thought with a hint of disappointment. Head hoped to benefit from the guild's reputation, but as a producer, he had nothing in common with warriors. It's a pity, but my class just isn't compatible with your guild. Still, I wish you all the best. Hope your guild becomes a huge success. I'm not planning to set up my own guild, so you're welcome to claim that first guild title. Just remember to look out for my business in the future. Reading this, Zhang Kuang breathed a silent sigh of relief. Honest Vendor had been in the spotlight in the regional chat, and if Head tried to compete for the first guild, it could have strained their relationship. It might not seem like a big deal, but even close siblings can fall out over profit. He didn't want to risk offending the region's biggest merchant. After settling the matter, Ling He closed the chat window, yawned, and was about to curl up next to Vera for a nap. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the numbers on his personal panel. Remaining balance, 26,192.51 gold. Ling He choked on his own saliva and sat up straight. Head earned nearly 30,000 gold in a single night. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this number, Ling He still couldn't help but click his tongue when he saw the terrifyingly low amount of assets he had left. Finally noticed, you lousy lord? Vera lifted her chin proudly, a glint of satisfaction in her eyes. She immediately began her detailed report. All 70,000 sets of lumber produced yesterday have been sold out. After subtracting the portion you used, the net profit is about 17 to 18,000 gold coins. Also, although the fire slime gel and beehive gel haven't sold out completely, they still brought in nearly 6,000 gold. Add that to the leftover funds from yesterday, and that's the number you're seeing now. All right, Ling He chuckled, reaching out to ruffle Vera's hat. It's all thanks to you keeping an eye on the shop for me. For once, Vera was in such a good mood that she didn't mind Ling He's little gesture. Instead, she put on a serious face and said, by the way, there's something important. Our population has now exceeded 1,000 people, and just paying daily wages costs over 200 gold coins. You need to keep an eye on labor costs, you lousy lord. Ling He nodded in agreement. In this area, there were probably very few who could afford to pay 200 gold in wages a day, might be the only one. Fortunately, the first batch of laborers had worked for a full 24 hours, and the resulting 2-point increase in combat strength had boosted resource output by 30%. With the contract ghost warriors still on staff, the lumber mill's daily output had already surpassed 80,000 sets. Now that Ling He had reached the second era, the maximum combat bonus for laborers had risen to 6 points, leaving plenty of room for further increases in output. Looks like I need to recruit more laborers, Ling He thought to himself. Second era laborers not only offered great value for money, but at full strength, their base combat power even surpassed that of contract loggers, making them a viable replacement for lower-tier workers. Checking his personal stats, Ling He saw that he had reached level 7, just one step away from level 8. This was thanks not only to his lumber monopoly, but also to the strong sales of fire slime gel and beehive gel. Leveling up came with 2 rewards. LV5, LV6, random building blueprint. LV6, LV7, premium secretary recruitment card. Ling He didn't rush to check the details of the blueprint. Instead, his attention was drawn to the premium secretary recruitment card. Premium secretary recruitment card. Description: to find a 1,000-mile horse, first build a golden platform. Plant a parasol tree, and the phoenix will come. Effect: spend 10,000 gold coins to recruit a top-tier secretary suitable for the current era's limit. Also increases the maximum number of secretaries you can recruit by 1. Only by planting a wudong tree can you attract a phoenix. Ling He muttered softly, his eyes unconsciously drifting toward Vera beside him. He knew perfectly well that Vera, who could see his stats panel, had already noticed the special effects of the premium secretary recruitment card. Spending a fortune to hire a new secretary seemed a little unfair, especially compared to Vera, who had joined for free. What are you staring at me for, you idiot lord? Vera rolled her eyes, her tone slightly impatient. Just use it if you want. If you care so much about other people's feelings, you'll never reach the level of a true end producer. Ling He studied Vera's expression, searching for any sign of a reaction, but she genuinely seemed unconcerned. I see, he nodded thoughtfully. Looks like I've been treating you too much like a person. Before he finished speaking, Ling He suddenly reached out and snatched the top hat from Vera's head, the hat that symbolized her status as a capitalist. The moment he put it on, he felt as if Vera's capitalist spirit had possessed him. Even his gaze seemed sharper. You jerk lord. Vera protested sharply. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't mess with a lattice hat. She tried to grab it back, but Ling He held her at bay with one hand, leaving her stomping her feet in frustration. Seeing Vera so flustered, Ling He couldn't help but laugh. All right, I'll stop, he said, returning the hat to her head. Vera, you're still as adorable as ever. The scene reminded him of the first thing Vera had ever said to him. I'm adorable now, pay me. Oomph, of course I'm adorable, Vera sniffed, adjusting her hat. I don't buy it. Ling He shook his head. You are just a cutthroat Victorian capitalist, not ladylike at all. As he spoke, he pinched Vera's cheek. But I do need a ruthless capitalist like you. Now and in the future, you'll always be my chief secretary. That'll never change. Vera rolled her eyes again. I know that already. So, are you going to hire someone new or not? She yawned. I'm exhausted. I have to let you use my lap as a pillow every night, and my legs are sore. Just hire someone to help out already. It's not like I want to use your lap. You are the one who drags me out of bed, Ling He mumbled under his breath. What was that? Nothing. Ling He turned his focus back to the premium secretary recruitment card. Besides worrying about Vera's feelings, he had another concern. This card was different from the one Head used to recruit Vera. It was tied to a specific era. If he used it now, he could only recruit a top-tier secretary from the Spirit era. If he saved it for another era, it might be even more valuable. Should he hold on to it? Or is it really worth saving this top-tier secretary recruitment card for the future? Forget it. After weighing his options, Ling He shrugged. He wasn't some protagonist in a novel who had the patience to hoard treasures for 10 years before finally enjoying them. No matter how valuable an item is, if you just hold on to it and never use it, its worth is basically zero. Ling He understood this very well. So, without hesitation, he decided to use it. 10,000 gold was deducted from Ling He's account, about a third of his total funds. It was a hefty sum, especially considering that the promised pay for nearly 200 contract Ghost Warriors was only 3,000 gold. Congratulations, you have successfully used the top-tier secretary recruitment card. Your secretary limit has increased by 1, the system announced. Immediately after, another message appeared. Since you are currently in the era of spiritual transformation, you have received a top-tier secretary unit appropriate for this era by MO. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of Ling He and Vera. She wore a blue robe, her long hair cascading to her waist, and carried herself with an extraordinary presence. If Vera was cute with a touch of elegance, this woman exuded a striking, cool beauty with an air of confidence. In terms of cuteness, Mo was a bit behind Vera, but her aura was far stronger, and her beauty was simply overwhelming. Ling He was momentarily stunned, completely captivated by her presence. Then, as he found himself getting lost in admiration, Mo raised an eyebrow, opened her eyes, clasped her hands, and bowed to Ling He. I have long heard of your great name, sir. I consider myself skilled in a few unique arts and have read some poetry and classics. I am honored to be at your service. Her words carried an old-fashioned, scholarly tone, giving off a sense of deep cultural refinement. Ling He snapped out of his daze just as the system chimed in again. Congratulations, you have gained the approval of Secretary by Mo. You may now view her personal profile. Seeing this, Ling He immediately stepped forward to help Mo up and quickly pulled up her profile. I want to see too. Let me see. Vera squeezed up beside Ling He, peeking over his shoulder, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Mo's profile was clear and concise. Secretary, Mo. Combat power, 20. Traits. Moral authority. When our actions align with ritual propriety, all citizens in Mo's region gain 2 to aggressiveness. Spring and autumn penmanship. When regional or global notifications are triggered, you may add, modify, or delete any wording in the announcement. Battle music. When wielding a guqin as her main weapon, Mo's combat power increases by 500, and she gains music-related support skills. Archery mastery. When wielding a longbow as her main weapon, Mo's combat power increases by 500, and she gains archery attack skills. 8 Steed shadow. When riding a chariot, Mo's combat power increases by 500. If she is in a spiritually transformed region, she enters a special state, moving as if on level ground. Hichu and Luoshu. While in Mo's region, Defeating neutral creatures increases drop rates by 20 and gold rewards by 20. Ling He's eyes widened in shock. What an incredible set of abilities. Compared to this, Vela's stats seemed almost trivial. Bai Mo's skills were dazzling. Especially those boosting combat power with specific weapons. It was as if she could dominate the battlefield. And her Hichu and Luoshu skill, which increased drops and gold from neutral enemies, was a huge bonus for accumulating wealth. Wow. Ling He couldn't help exclaiming, she's way too strong. Vela watched Ling He's reaction and muttered quietly, are you regretting it now? Ling He turned to her thoughtfully and whispered, do you think it's too late to change my mind? Huh. Vela stared at him in confusion, not quite understanding what Ling He meant. Just kidding, just kidding. Seeing the look of disdain Vera was giving him, Ling He quickly waved his hands in explanation. He felt a pang of regret must have been influenced by Vera's hat to say something so thoughtless. Bayamo stood nearby, glancing between the two of them with amusement. She covered her mouth and chuckled. You two seem to get along really well. There's no hint of a superior-subordinate vibe at all. Get along well. Vera tilted her head in disbelief and pointed at Ling He. Are you talking about me and this jerk of a lord who won't even let his people eat? Ling He coughed loudly. How many times do I have to tell you? A heartless, greedy capitalist like you has no right to judge me. Although he didn't agree with Vera's assessment, their exchange reminded Ling He of something. Given the current state of his people, it was clear they didn't exactly embody proper decorum. That meant by Mo's special skill, mental victory, probably wouldn't be triggered for him. As Ling He was thinking this, Bayamo let out another soft laugh. Hee hee, I knew my instincts were right. You two really do get along well. She looked at Vera, suddenly realizing she hadn't checked her profile and didn't even know her name. But she quickly changed tack, saying, Miss Capitalist, you can't blame everything on our Lord, can you? As the sages say, when heaven is about to place a great responsibility on someone, it first tests their resolve, exhausts their body, starves them, and frustrates their efforts. The Lord is just giving everyone a chance to build character. This is truly virtuous and in line with tradition. Ling He started coughing again, feeling a bit embarrassed by Mo's compliments. If she hadn't pointed it out, he never would have thought of himself as such a virtuous person. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Congratulations. You have met the condition, proper decorum. Secretary Mo's special skill mental victory has been activated. All residents in your territory, aggression 2. Ling He sucked in a sharp breath. This was the second time since Mo's arrival that she had shocked him like this. So it turned out that mental victory was defined entirely by Mo herself. Looking at Mo's cheerful smile, Ling He decided to test some of her other abilities, especially the easiest one to trigger, 5 chapters of archery. All it required was for Mo to equip a longbow, and there just happened to be a limited time item in the marketplace. Iron banded bow. Price, 50 gold. Limited time offer. 2 days, 12 hours, 39 minutes remaining. 50 gold was nothing more than a day's worth of meals for Vera. Normally, Ling He wouldn't bother, but since he had a use for it now, he wasn't about to be stingy. The body of the iron core bow was expertly carved to resemble wood, so finely crafted that it could evoke genuine admiration. Ling He handed it to Mo, and the tension of the bowstring seemed to hum softly in the air. Unlike ordinary bows, this one featured sharp iron tips at both ends, resembling the claws of a predator, making it look lethally sharp, capable of easily piercing through an unsuspecting enemy. Mo, see if this bow suits you, Ling He said calmly, though a hint of anticipation colored his voice. Mo took the bow, her fingers gliding over the string before she gave it a gentle pluck. A clear, crisp note rang out, and her eyes glimmered with approval. Excellent bow. Her tone was modest, yet Ling He could sense her reluctance to let go of it. Though Mo downplayed her excitement, the ease and affection in her movements revealed just how much she appreciated the bow. Clearly, this expensive iron core bow was more than just a weapon to her, it was a symbol of confidence. As Mo gripped the bow, Ling He noticed a subtle change on his personal interface. Secretary. Mo. Combat power, 100. Attack skills, by Arrow, Sanlian, Yenju, Xiangqi Jingyi. At that moment, Mo became the first member of Ling He's team to break the 100-point mark in combat power. Even the contracted ghost warrior, who had once died, had only reached 30. Mo's display was truly impressive. Mo, could you show me your shooting skills? Ling He asked, unable to hide his anticipation. Of course, my lord. Mo nodded slightly. Without hesitation, she drew an arrow from her quiver, knocked it, and steadily aimed at a massive tree ahead. Sanlian, she called out, and the arrow shot forth like lightning, striking the tree trunk with a muffled thud and embedding itself deep inside. But that was only the beginning. In the blink of an eye, 3 more arrows followed, each one striking the fletching of the previous arrow with uncanny precision, as if it were fate. With the combined force, the first arrow actually pierced through the tree trunk and embedded itself in another giant tree further behind. Ling He watched in amazement, clicking his tongue in awe. So this is what true combat power looks like, he murmured. Compared to Vera, The meticulous logistics secretary, Mo was more of a formidable secretary and bodyguard. Ordinary firearms might not even be able to penetrate a tree, yet Mo had done it with ease using her bow. Ling He felt certain that she had not yet reached her full potential. Mo's skills only activated under certain weapon restrictions, such as Jiawe formation and 5 chapters of archery. Her 8-steed shadow skill could boost her combat power 5-fold, but it required her to be riding a chariot. Unfortunately, there were none for sale in the current market. It seems I'm finally learning that money can't buy everything, Ling He thought with a hint of regret. Though he still had plenty of funds, his current needs were beyond what the marketplace could offer. After a brief consideration, he opened the regional channel and sent a message. Honest buyer here, looking to purchase an ancient zither, chariot, or mining location at a high price. If you're interested, please message me privately. Fair prices guaranteed. No one replied for a long while. It was late at night, a time when most people were asleep, and the items he sought were far from common. Ling He didn't rush. Instead, he calmly turned his attention back to Mo, setting aside his hopes for the market for now. Unbeknownst to most, this message had already caught the attention of someone with ulterior motives. Lin Xiao silently mouthed, "Guqin, chariots, or mineral locations." As he kept a wary eye on his surroundings. Under the crying wall summons, nearly 10 secret party lords had already gathered here, each with a different expression, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Another dozen or so lords were still on their way, but a single night wasn't enough time for everyone to assemble. Behind each lord stood their own followers, well-equipped, experienced, and far superior to the fresh newcomers of the Stone Age scattered throughout the region. As Lin Xiao glanced around, he realized the power gathered at his side was formidable. This is an opportunity. Lin Xiao's mind raced, instantly grasping the key point. Setting aside the Guqin and chariots, if the honest merchant wanted to buy minerals, he would have to show up in person after all. Minerals are buried deep underground and can't be traded remotely through the marketplace. Following that logic, this could very well be his best and perhaps only chance to see the honest merchant's true face during the early stages of the war game. Right now, with the secret party's formidable strength backing him, he had the power to contain, catch up with, or even surpass the honest merchant, closing the gap created by his manipulation of the marketplace. Having thought this through, Lin Xiao stood up decisively and strode over to the crying wall's side. Speaking directly, "Can we have a proper talk?" Seeing Lin Xiao approach again, the crying wall sighed helplessly, rubbing his smooth scalp as he asked, "What is it this time?" At this point, he was no longer sure if bringing Lin Xiao into the secret party had been the right decision. The issue wasn't that Lin Xiao was half-hearted. In fact, it was the opposite. Lin Xiao had been so proactive in the party's affairs that sometimes even the crying wall couldn't tell who was the real veteran among them. "I have a solid plan," Lin Xiao said straightforwardly. "If it works, the secret party won't have to worry about funding for a long time. We'll have more wealth than we could ever spend to support our operations." As soon as he finished, Lin Xiao felt several sharp gazes lock onto him. While the secret party did rob other human lords, that didn't mean they were wealthy. Most lords poured their resources into their own development, and few managed to save up much money. Even with plundering, slaughter, fraud, threats, or even kidnapping, the party's profits were meager after expenses. So, Lin Xiao's mention of endless wealth immediately sparked everyone's interest. Well, sounds like I've stumbled onto something big." At some point, a man with a snake-like, sinister face had slipped in beside Lin Xiao, his eyes flickering toward the crying wall. "Mind if I get a piece of the action, old friend?" Lin Xiao recognized him as one of the lords summoned by the crying wall last night. His nickname was Shadow Wolf. The crying wall didn't respond to Shadow Wolf's question. It wasn't tacit approval. He simply knew many in the party were too unruly to be commanded. He couldn't control Shadow Wolf's actions, and if not for the party leader's influence, Shadow Wolf probably wouldn't have shown up at all. Seeing the crying wall's silence, Shadow Wolf's lips curled into a mocking smile. "All right, it seems the Lord of the Wailing Wall has tacitly agreed to let me listen in." Yulong's voice shattered the brief silence. His gaze locked onto Lin Xiao, a sly, unfriendly smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Kid, this brilliant plan you keep talking about, aren't you going to share it with the rest of us?" His tone grew increasingly sinister. Behind him, several stern-faced followers had quietly taken their positions, hands resting on their weapons, ready to act at a moment's notice. "But before you start, let me remind you of something." Yulang stepped forward, closing in on Lin Xiao, his voice dropping so only those nearby could hear. "My time is valuable, and unlike the Wailing Wall, I don't go out of my way to recruit talent. If I find out your so-called plan is just a joke at my expense, I'll have no choice but to go and apologize to the party leader myself." "Apologize? For what?" The surrounding secret party members exchanged glances, but the knowing look in their eyes showed they understood Yulong's veiled threat. Surprisingly, Lin Xiao remained calm. He didn't show the slightest hint of fear. In fact, he seemed composed, even wearing a confident smile, as if he was sure of victory. "Trust me, sir." Lin Xiao met Yulong's gaze, his voice unwavering. "This plan won't disappoint you. Because just now, I saw a message from the honest trader in the regional channel. Honest trader? The wailing wall shot up from his chair, the legs scraping sharply against the floor. Again? The honest trader? That's right. The honest trader. Lin Xiao nodded, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Yulang frowned, glancing between Lin Xiao and the wailing wall. As a newcomer, he had no idea who this honest trader was or what the two of them were getting at. The wailing wall ignored Yulong's confusion and declared resolutely, "No, I don't approve of this plan. But I haven't even explained what it is yet." Lin Xiao blurted out, his voice rising in frustration. He had prepared for all kinds of reactions, but he never expected the wailing wall to shut him down just at the mention of the honest trader's name, without even hearing him out. There's nothing more to say. The wailing wall fixed Lin Xiao with a sharp stare, his tone brooking no argument. Song Shang, I've told you many times, until we contact the party leader, we can't expose ourselves. That honest trader is like a star on this stage right now. If we make a move on him, do you really think we could stay hidden like this? Yulang suddenly burst out laughing, his voice echoing through the room. He still didn't understand the cryptic exchange between Lin Xiao and the wailing wall, but the wariness on the wailing wall's face only made him more curious. A pale, slender arm slipped quietly over Lin Xiao's shoulder as Yulang practically draped himself on him, his lips nearly brushing Lin Xiao's ear. Go ahead, I'm very interested in your plan. Tell me all about it, and about this honest trader you keep mentioning. His voice was as smooth and dangerous as a serpent's hiss. Whatever the wailing wall can't handle, maybe I can. With that, Yulang gave Lin Xiao a gentle push, signaling him to follow for a private conversation. Seeing that he had at least one supporter within the secret party, Lin Xiao finally breathed a little easier. He was determined not to miss this perfect opportunity to bring the honest trader into their scheme. Please, come with me, Lord Yulang. Lin Xiao bowed slightly and walked alongside Yulang, moving out of the wailing wall's earshot. As they walked, Lin Xiao began to quietly explain his idea. Right now, the honest trader controls the largest share of the trading market. I've done the math, his daily turnover is never less than 5 figures. In copper coins? Yulang asked offhandedly. Gold coins. As soon as he spoke, Lin Xiao felt the hand gripping his shoulder tighten sharply, almost digging into his flesh. But in the next moment, the grip relaxed again. Yulong's voice turned unexpectedly gentle, barely above a whisper in Lin Xiao's ear. Go on. Yes. Lin Xiao gave a slight nod, a shrewd glint in his eyes. I just saw a message in the regional channel. Liangshin vendor is offering high prices to buy gyukins, chariots, and mining coordinates. Yulang frowned, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. He didn't quite understand what was so special about an ordinary buying request, but he chose to remain silent and wait for Lin Xiao to continue. This is our chance. Lin Xiao leaned forward, lowering his voice. If we lure Liangshin vendor here under the pretense of having mining coordinates, and then take him down, that daily 5-figure income could be ours. Yulang responded non-committally, but the flash of greed in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. Since joining the secret party, had never seen monthly earnings in the tens or even hundreds of thousands in gold. If what Lin Xiao said was true, then Liangshin vendor was basically a walking gold mine. And if they controlled that gold mine, the position of party leader might change hands as well. Should we act now? Yulang asked impatiently, his fingers unconsciously brushing the weapon at his waist. No. Lin Xiao shook his head decisively, a calculating look in his eyes. Liangshin vendor isn't a fool. If we want to trick him, our offer needs to be at least partly real. Which means, before we act, we actually need to have a mind. Lin Xiao and Yulong's figures gradually disappeared into the distance, their voices fading away. Several other secret party lords exchanged glances, quickly standing to follow. Like Yulang, Lin Xiao's promise of endless wealth was far more tempting to them than Kuqiang's talk of secrecy. As for the party leader, they respected him, of course, but only if he gave orders himself, not if Kuqiang tried to throw his weight around in his name. In moments, almost half the group had left. Among those who remained, someone looked at Kuqiang with concern. Sir, shouldn't we stop them? These were the ones who leaned more toward Kuqiang's way of thinking. Kuqiang only shook his head slowly, then stuck out his tongue and licked his lips in a strange, lingering way, as if savoring some flavor. Why should I stop them? Was Tsongshang lying? Or is there no chance of success? Faced with Kuqiang's question, the others exchanged awkward glances, unable to answer. Kuqiang answered for them. I can taste every word Tsongshang said was true. He didn't deceive us about anything. Sir, do you mean that kid's plan might actually work? Someone ventured, picking up on the implication, only to look even more confused. If that's the case, why don't you want to go with them? Is it really because of the party leader? The speaker's words abruptly cut off as Kuqiang silently appeared in front of him, pressing a pale finger to his lips. Shu, I'm not finished. Kuqiang inhaled deeply, catching the lingering scent left by Lin Xiao's departure, a strange smile spreading across his face. It's the scent of hatred. That kid buried his hatred beneath a layer of sincerity, thinking he fooled everyone. But I'm not a fool like Yolongi's emotions can't fool me. Kuqiang's voice dropped to a cold, low tone. Just watch. This plan is doomed to fail. Liangxin vendor will die in the end, and no one will gain anything from it. With that, Kuqiang sat back down in silence, as if nothing had happened. Wow, there's actually something this good? Next to the council hall, Vera stood by Ling He's side, her eyes filled with awe. In front of them, a massive cylindrical wooden statue soared into the sky, the Qitian Pillar, a building Ling He had drawn from a set of random architectural blueprints. A clear system message appeared before Ling He. Qitian Pillar Aryan product of the Spirit Transformation Age. The system prompt explained in detail. As long as spirit energy was infused into this fragile structure, it could unlock functions that shouldn't exist in the current era. The construction requirements were also straightforward: 300 units of wood, and the pillar had to be built within the core area of their own territory. This was the first time Ling He had obtained a blueprint related to a growth path, and it immediately triggered an era-specific spirit transformation reward. Still, Ling He didn't think this was just a matter of a little extra luck. Always had a knack for fortune, especially with a smile on his face. Since all the requirements had been met, Ling He promptly sent out a purchasing request and gathered his team to build the Qitian pillar beside the council hall. When the giant pillar was finally erected, the building interface displayed. Qitian pillar effect. List goods to the trading market. Efficiency depends on citizen productivity. Current assigned citizens, 010. Though the description was simple, it was enough to make Vera light up with excitement. In the past, even though Vera could use the Pisho wallet to quickly list items for trade, she always needed Ling He nearby. Only then could she monitor both the trading market and the regional channel simultaneously. But with the Qitian pillar, everything changed. The goods produced by the lumberyard and the slime ranch next to the council hall could now be listed directly through the pillar, and Ling He could handle other affairs remotely. This meant Ling He was finally freed from the tedious work at the lumberyard, and Vera no longer had to keep an opposite schedule just to coordinate with him. Thinking of this, Vera, who'd been staying up night after night, couldn't help but yawn. Ugh, you tyrant of a lord, if there's nothing else, I'm going to catch some sleep. Go ahead. Ling He nodded, then turned to Biamo. Biamo smiled knowingly and patted his chest. Lord Ling and our ruthless capitalist can both get some rest. Leave things here to me. My name is Vera Belen. Vera protested quietly, but no one paid her any mind. Biamo continued. I've studied the words of the sages since childhood. If any outsiders show up, they'll be sure to persuade them with wisdom and reason. They'll count on you. Biamo, Ling He said, stifling a yawn. Once I'm done with my nap, they'll see if I can get you a battle wagon. Being woken up by Vera a little after 9 was pure torture for someone used to sleeping till noon. With that, Ling He led Vera into the council hall. Inside, Hamburger was sprawled out on a wooden cot, snoring steadily and showing no signs of waking up. Seeing Hamburger sleeping so soundly, Ling He couldn't help but chuckle. This guy's sleep quality was even better than his own. Ling He lay back down on Hamburger, the soft warmth making him squint his eyes in contentment. It was far more comfortable than using Vera's lap as a pillow, and he couldn't help but think that, for a long time to come, Hamburger would be his best stand-in. Stupid lord, I'm going to sleep first. Clearly unwilling to settle for the hard wooden bed, Vera lay down right next to Ling He. It wasn't long before she drifted into a peaceful sleep. Ling He took the opportunity to gently pinch her cheek. When she didn't react, he relaxed and closed his eyes for a nap as well. Soon, the council hall was filled with the alternating sounds of their snoring. Zzz. Lord? The door to the council hall creaked open, and Biamo peeked in cautiously. Her gaze fell on Ling He and Vera, curled up together, and a smile tugged at her lips. You two really make a good pair. A sudden beam of bright light shattered Ling's dream. Lord, it's already afternoon. Mo's gentle voice sounded right by his ear. Ling He slowly opened his eyes, only to realize he was no longer in the council hall. It turned out Hamburger had woken up and carried Ling He outside while he was still asleep. Good morning, two legs, came Hamburger's voice from below. Morning, Hamburger, Ling He replied instinctively, then looked around. Hey, where's Vera? Biamo put a finger to her lips and gestured toward the council hall. I just carried Miss Ruthless Capitalist back inside. She's still sleeping. Ling He shot her an approving look, noticing for the first time she was holding a wooden basin of water. This is for you to wash your face, Biamo said, passing him the basin. I thought you'd want to freshen up after waking. Splashing cool water on his face, Ling He felt instantly more alert. As expected of an excellent secretary, though her special abilities didn't mention it, Biamo was clearly better at looking after people than Vera. Anything special happen while I was asleep? Ling He asked. No, Biamo shook her head. I've already checked around the lumberyard, and the slime ranch are both safe. Ling He nodded and casually opened his personal interface. His level was still stuck at 7, probably because everyone had been resting during the day and the marketplace wasn't very active. With no new rewards coming in, he rubbed his chin in thought. Vera was still sleeping, so what should he do next? Ling He glanced at his account balance, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. In just a few hours of sleep, his gold reserves had bounced back from 16,000 to just over 20,000. For him, gold was as good as in his pocket could get as much as he wanted. He frowned slightly, scrolling through his messages. Unfortunately, no one had responded to his buying requests. Ling He sighed softly, though he had expected as much. The rarity of Guqin, the advanced nature of war chariots, and the exceptional value of mineral resources, none of these were things ordinary people could easily part with. Even if someone possessed them, they would certainly think twice before selling. After all, except for the Guqin, both war chariots and minerals were foundational assets for any lord, essential for the development of their territory. Ling He tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Maybe he shouldn't pin all his hopes on others. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind: the beehive gel he had developed earlier with Hanbao. His eyes lit up, as if a light bulb had gone off over his head. Is a war game really that limiting? He muttered to himself, eyes gleaming with intelligence. If you can imagine it and build it, who cares about blueprints? Who says you can't make a war chariot without a blueprint? With this realization, his gaze drifted down and landed on Hanbao. A sly smile played at his lips. Heh, my dear partner, it looks like you'll be needing your help again. Gulu? Hanbao shivered slightly, a chill running down its spine. By now, it could understand human speech, and hearing Ling He's peculiar tone, it couldn't shake off an ominous feeling. But unlike when they researched the beehive gel, Ling He didn't trouble Hanbao too much this time. He first opened the trading interface and began rapidly scrolling through the virtual screen, scooping up all sorts of blueprints other players had listed for sale. Wheels, fishhooks, bone needles. Most of these were non-structural blueprints with little practical value for most players, so they were usually put up for sale right away. Prices were low, typically between 3 and 5 gold coins, some as cheap as 1, while others were marked up to over 10. But compared to Ling He's resources, these sums were negligible. He bought up every blueprint he didn't already own, greatly expanding his tech tree, all for less than 3,000 gold. Most were just miscellaneous accessories, but the one he truly valued was the blueprint for the wheel. Primitive wheels, an introduction to Stone Age technology. Ling He read softly. Look at that rolling ring. Carrying the weight of civilization, it crushes the barriers of mountains, turns the wheel of fate, and connects deserts and oases through its spokes. With this blueprint, he could now manufacture standalone wheels, one of the core components of a war chariot. Since he didn't have any mineral resources on hand, Ling He decided to use pure wood for this experiment. He personally instructed the craftsman to cut and polish the wood into wheels and spokes, then attach them to the sides of a carefully designed hollow wooden frame. With a few oxen helping with the assembly, a simple two-wheeled handcart quickly took shape. Ling He circled the wooden cart, stroking his chin. This was just the beginning, nowhere near a true war chariot. He glanced at Hanbao again, the sound of gold coins clinking in his hand as he let them drop one by one. My dear agent and supplier, it's time for us to work together again. Gulu the hamburger didn't quite understand, but thanks to their previous research collaboration, it skillfully opened up the various panels. Ling He didn't waste time with unnecessary words. She climbed on a hamburger's back and began directing. He pointed 3 times at the recruitment panel, indicating, recruit this one, that one, and this one. What Ling He chose were the 2 electric and poison unit types he hadn't asked Hamburger to recruit before, as well as the officer unit. At first, Head worried that giving Hamburger more powerful troops might become a threat, but as they worked together more, Ling He's guard gradually lowered. A dozen minutes later, Hamburger had built a new slime nest and recruited all the units Ling He had selected. Ling He glanced over them, immediately dismissing the poison slimes. His reasoning was simple: they were just too tiny. He held out his hand for comparison and realized the poison slime was about the size of his palm. Ling He even felt like he could pick one up with a single hand. What he needed now wasn't a miniature pet, but a key component for his chariot. Other than the wheels, he needed a power source. Normally, in Ling He's world, this role would be filled by tamed horses. But since he hadn't even seen a horse here, let alone tamed one, he started considering alternatives. If horses could pull a chariot, why not slimes? The research project he and Hamburger were tackling this time was to test the feasibility of using slimes to pull a chariot. Ling He even thought that with this project, getting a graduate degree would be a breeze. With the poison slimes out of the running, Ling He was left with the electric slimes and the mutated slimes. Both were fairly large, with the biggest mutated slime standing 2 meters tall, covered in vicious-looking red spikes. However, that didn't mean they were suitable for pulling a chariot. Ling He quickly realized that the electric slimes' bodies were too slick. The thick ropes slipped right off them and couldn't be secured. The mutated slimes, on the other hand, were so spiky that tying a rope around them was like wrapping it around a saw blade. It would get cut the moment they moved. Because of this, Ling He dismissed the mutated slimes, just like the poison ones. Now, his only option was the electric slimes. Watching them roll back and forth in front of Hamburger, Ling He rubbed his chin, wondering how he could get them to successfully pull a chariot. At the very least, the harness couldn't keep slipping off. As he pondered, his gaze drifted to Hamburger. He remembered Hamburger had an ability that let it transform into a little girl. Ling He shared an idea with Hanbao. Since we have this skill, does it mean that the thunder slimes can also transform into horses? Hanbao, who was used to calling humans two-legged beasts, looked puzzled at the word horse. After Ling He patiently explained, Hanbao, though still unsure, followed the instructions and summoned a new thunder slime. Next, Ling He purchased 2 shape-shifting skill books from the trading market and handed them to the 2 thunder slimes. Under his guidance, the slimes quickly transformed into impressive warhorses, clad in glowing, phosphorescent armor with arcs of electricity crackling across their bodies, majestic creatures straight out of a futuristic world. But Ling He knew this was only for show. The warhorse forms created by the slimes looked sturdy, but the armor was actually soft and wouldn't stand up to real weapons. That was fine with him. What he really needed was just a stable spot to keep the thick rope from slipping off. After securing the rope that connected the 2-wheeled cart, Ling He was pleased to find that, although the rope still slipped a little on the slime's surface, he had finally found a way to keep it in place. The test went smoothly. The 2 transformed thunder slimes moved forward, and the cart followed behind. Biamo, why don't you give the chariot a try? Ling He asked. Biamo nodded and jumped lightly onto the custom chariot Ling He had built. Watching her stand on the cart, Ling He felt a bit anxious. If this Spuro-Femin invention didn't work, he'd have to move on to plan bussing real cattle or horses, or even waiting for a special offer at the trading market or buying from someone else. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up. Secretary by Mo's special skill 8 Steed Shadow Escape has been triggered. Since you are currently in a spirit realm, Mo has received the walk on level ground status and can ignore movement speed penalties from terrain such as lakes and slopes. To his surprise, this improvised chariot, built without any blueprint, was actually recognized by the system. Ling He quickly opened by Mo's stats panel and saw that, with the main weapon and mount bonuses activated, her combat power had shot up to 500, a truly impressive number. He wasn't sure how strong the ghostly monsters that had attacked them earlier were, but Mo should be more than capable of handling them now. At that moment, a private message interrupted Ling He's thoughts. Shadow Wolf, I've got the coordinates for an open-pit copper mine. Interested? An honest vendor? Of course I'm interested. Ling He instinctively pinched his cheek, and the sting at his fingertips confirmed he wasn't dreaming. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't help but smile. Is today some kind of lucky day? He wondered to himself. I just got hit with a double stroke of good fortune. Could it be because I actually washed my face today, making my already lucky baby face look even fairer? Despite his endless inner monologue, Ling He kept a professional calm on his face and didn't forget to formally respond. He cleared his throat, his voice steady and firm. If the copper mine coordinates are real, I can promise you a minimum payment of 3,000 gold coins, with no upper limit depending on the size of the deposit. 3,000 gold coins. By the side of an exposed open-pit copper mine, Yulang let out a sharp, explosive gasp, his voice laced with disbelief and greed. His eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. If he remembered correctly, this area was just a beginner's zone. The entire region was still stuck in the Stone Age. Its people hadn't even mastered the basics of metalworking. Yet in this impoverished, primitive place, someone was offering a minimum reward of 3,000 gold coins, with no limit. What did 3,000 gold coins mean? Yulang had climbed from the first era to the third in his lifetime, and had never held that much money in his hands. His fingernails dug unconsciously into his palms, leaving deep marks. What a filthy rich bastard. Yulang had always harbored a general disdain for humans, but had never disliked a specific human as much as he did in this moment. Then again, maybe that just meant he'd finally found the right target. He no longer bothered to hide the greed in his eyes, which now gleamed dangerously as he turned to look at Lin Xiao. That guy's hooked. Meeting Yulang's gaze, Lin Xiao forced a sycophantic grin, his face full of flattery. I knew that with you personally handling things, taking down a little merchant would be a piece of cake. Cut the crap. Yulang clearly wasn't buying it. He waved dismissively, his voice cold and hard as steel. Just tell me what we do next. For you, sir, the next step couldn't be easier. Lin Xiao spoke as he pointed down at the ground, his fingertip trembling slightly. Now that we have this mine, all we need to do is keep pretending to negotiate with that honest vendor. Bring him here. He won't suspect a thing with this copper mine as bait. We'll hide our men nearby, and when he comes close, we take him down in an instant. That'll be it. He paused, frowning. The only tricky part is how to get the coordinates to that honest vendor. Humph. Yulang sneered at the mention of a challenge, his lips curling with contempt. That's easy. However we found out about this place, that's how he'll find out too. With that, Yulang gestured behind him, his finger tracing a cold arc in the air. A few lightly armored warriors from the secret society immediately understood. They roughly dragged a terrified man in front of Yulang. The man's clothes were ragged, his face covered in dirt and fear. Thud. One of the warriors kicked him hard, forcing him to kneel. The man let out a muffled groan, his knees slamming into the hard ground. Yu, the man, unshaven and disheveled, didn't dare to get up. He just stammered the same word over and over, his voice trembling with fear. Oh. Yulang crouched down to meet the man's gaze, a cold smile on his face. What about us? Go on, let's hear it. You staring into Yulang's eyes, the man fell silent, trembling. He knew these people were complete villains, merciless killers. Earlier, he had managed to join up with a few other human lords. During the recent days of sudden ghostling attacks, life hadn't been good, but at least they'd managed to survive. But everything changed with the sudden arrival of Yulang and his companions. The man's fingers trembled as he recalled that nightmarish turn of events. The villagers they had painstakingly recruited and gathered were scattered in an instant the moment Yulang's group appeared, then mercilessly slaughtered. None survived. The other lords he had worked alongside were executed without hesitation, simply because they couldn't offer Yulang enough value. They joined their people in death. He alone survived, only because he possessed a special ability that could bring profit to Yulang. The harsh reality made his throat tighten, his voice filled with helplessness and despair. I've done everything you asked. You've already found the mineral deposit. When will you let me go? You want to leave? Yulang slowly reached out a hand, pale as a corpse, and patted his face twice, each slap crisp and clear. The man forced himself not to flinch, though the touch sent chills up his spine. I like how straightforward you are, Yulang said with a slight smile. So, leaving isn't out of the question. With that, Yulang pulled a tortoiseshell from his robes and tossed it casually at the man's feet. The shell spun on the ground before coming to a stop. Just one more divination on this copper mine. Do that, and you're free to go. What? The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the tortoiseshell on the ground. Are you insane? It was true that only reason Head survived among Yulang and the other secretive lords was because of a unique skill Head gained along his path, turtle divination. Turtle divination. Sacrificed 10 years of lifespan to conduct a predictive calculation limited to the current region. The result is inscribed onto a tortoiseshell, creating a one-time use item. Under Yulang's coercion, Head already used this skill twice. The first time was to locate the conscience vendor. Although the divination succeeded, Lin Xiao had intervened to stop Yulang from acting. In Lin Xiao's view, approaching the conscience vendor without a good reason would only alert him, making any future attempts far more difficult. That led to the second use of turtle divination to find the nearest mineral deposit. That was why Yulang's group had managed to locate this site in less than half a day. After 2 uses, the man had already sacrificed 20 years of his life. Now, Yulang was demanding a third divination specifically for the mine they now stood upon. This was nothing less than draining away his remaining years for nothing. Rage surged inside him, his blood pounding so hard it felt like his temples would burst. But when he met Yulang's cold, twisted gaze, the anger was instantly doused by fear. All he could muster was a fleeting moment of fury. Fine. He finally bowed his head, the words squeezed out between clenched teeth. But this is it. One last time. You have to let me go after this. Of course. Yulang nodded lightly, a chilling smile spreading across his face. The man took a deep breath, bent down to pick up the tortoiseshell, and closed his eyes, activating the turtle divination once more. Another 10 years of his life slipped away like water, his face growing even paler, sweat beading on his forehead. Images flashed through his mind, complex symbols gradually appearing on the shell's surface, the engravings faintly glowing. The single-use item was complete. Yulang stared intently at the tortoiseshell covered in symbols. It was this very shell that had guided them to the open-pit copper mine. Unfortunately, the shell would decay and vanish after the divination was done, or it could have served as a useful marker for the site. Here. The man's hands shook as he handed the tortoiseshell to Yulang, his eyes filled with hope and pleading. Now will you let me go? You promised one last divination, and I'd be free. Leave. Yulang took the tortoiseshell, his sharp gaze piercing the man kneeling on the ground. After sacrificing 30 years of his life, the man's skin was covered in wrinkles and streaks of stark white hair threaded through his once black hair. Under Yulang's stare, his heart clenched involuntarily, and his breath nearly stopped. Of course, you're free to go, Yulang said coldly. The man let out a heavy sigh of relief, his shoulders relaxing visibly. I'll go right now. He fought to suppress his trembling as he pressed his hands to the ground, trying to stand. Khan, see our guest out, Yulang called out again, his tone laced with a twisted pleasure. Before the man could grasp the meaning of those words, a bolt of pain shot through his skull. At some point, an icy iron gauntlet had clamped down on his head, gripping him so tightly, he couldn't break free. No. The man struggled desperately, but the strength of that hand was far beyond what he could resist. Crunching sounds echoed as his skull began to crack, and bright red blood streamed from the top of his head, trickling down his cheeks. How did it come to this? He thought in despair. They promised that if I helped them, they would let me go. Slowly, he stopped resisting. His skull was riddled with fissures. Even if he somehow escaped, he wouldn't live much longer. As his life ebbed away and death drew near, his fear of Yulang and the secret party lords faded. With the last remnants of his strength, he cast his divination one final time. This time, a strange smile appeared on his lips. I see it now. Most of you will die. Your end is coming soon. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Before he could finish, a tremendous force tore his head from his shoulders. Instantly, a fountain of blood sprayed upward, splattering the faces of those gathered around. The lords of the secret party were unfazed, as if this was nothing out of the ordinary. Yulang even reached up to wipe the blood from his face, tasting it with a sick grin. Ha 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 ha. I kept my word, didn't I? This is exactly how the useless should leave. Watching Yulang's twisted expression, Lin Xiao instinctively took 2 small steps back, quietly wiping the blood from his own face. There really isn't a single sane person in the secret party, he thought. He resolved to use the secret party to deal with the conscience merchant for now, but as soon as possible, he would find a way to leave. If he stayed any longer, he doubted he would escape with his life. Elsewhere, Ling He was still waiting for Yulang's reply, pondering a crucial question. In areas without a map, how could someone pass on the location of mineral resources? Would they have to rely on landmarks, like they did in the previous area's channel? That was hardly ideal. If the 2 parties were far apart and depended solely on landmarks, it would be easy to get lost, one person heading east, the other west, and neither ever finding the other. Yuling must have realized this too, Ling He thought, which was probably why he had gone silent for so long. Just then, a new message from Yuling finally appeared in the private chat. Wolfshade, I've already prepared the coordinates. If you trust me, go to the trading house and buy an item called turtle shell. I've listed it for 100 gold as a deposit. For the remaining payment, we'll settle it in person in front of the copper mine money for goods. At the same time, Ling He studied the message from Wolfshade carefully, but found nothing suspicious in the wording. He quickly opened the trading house interface, swiping through the virtual screen until he found the item called turtle shell. Turtle shell. Description: a common tool in ancient divination rituals, engraved with an unknown set of coordinates. Listed price: 100 gold, 15 transaction tax included. Ling He narrowed his eyes, a faint smile tugging at his lips. This so-called unknown coordinates was almost certainly the location of the copper mine Wolfshade mentioned. After a brief moment of thought, he hit the purchase button without hesitation. The system chimed, and 100 gold was deducted from his account. A mere 100 gold, Ling He thought. Compared to the potential fortune the copper mine could bring, this is barely an investment. As the transaction completed, an ancient-looking turtle shell materialized in Ling He's hand. The moment he touched its surface, a strange sensation washed over him, as if he were being drawn into a mysterious state. Although he was still far from the destination, as long as he held the turtle shell, Ling He could instinctively sense which direction he needed to Goth Mountains to cross, the rivers to ford. The entire route appeared clearly in his mind. "Biamo," Ling He called out, wanting his companion to take a look at this curious item. When he turned, he realized Biamo had already stepped down from the war chariot and was now standing beside him. Her gaze was fixed on the turtle shell in his hand, her eyes glinting with an unreadable light. Ling He lifted the shell and gave it a gentle shake in front of her. Biamo's eyes followed its movement, confirming his suspicion she was indeed very interested in this object. "Is there something wrong with it?" Ling He asked directly. Biamo frowned slightly, as if searching for the right words. After a moment, she replied, "It smells a bit like blood." She hesitated, then shook her head. "Or maybe I'm just overthinking it." Ling He nodded as if he only half understood, but inwardly he thought. A turtle shell, as the name suggests, must have been taken from a slaughtered turtle. A faint trace of blood is to be expected. He didn't dwell on it, instead handing the shell to Biamo. "Can you estimate how long it will take us to get there?" Taking the turtle shell, Biamo closed her eyes and slipped into a state of focused perception. Her brows alternately relaxed and furrowed, as if she was working through a complex calculation. After a long pause, she opened her eyes and gave her answer. 3 days. If I travel at full speed, I can reach it in 3 days. And with everyone else? Ling He gestured toward the oxen, horses, and the contracted ghost warriors in the lumberyard. For a long journey, he couldn't go without the ghost warriors. They were his main line of defense. Biamo considered for a moment before replying. With everyone included, a forced march would take at least 7 days, conservatively. In reality, it could take even longer. The timeline had stretched out considerably, but Ling He nodded decisively. "All right. As soon as Varus rested, we'll set out first thing tomorrow morning." In the blink of an eye, it was already the next morning. Vera stood on the chariot, her staff held straight out in front of her as she shouted excitedly, "Let's go." Although she had woken up at midnight, Ling He and the others had insisted she get some more sleep, so now she was bursting with energy. "Miss Blackheart, you're in quite the good mood today," Biamo chuckled beside her. "Of course." Vera lifted her chin with pride. "Ever since I started following that jerk of a lord, I've been working double shifts every day. I've been looking forward to this trip for ages." As she spoke, she suddenly realized something odd about Biamo's nickname for her. She stared at him in disbelief. "Miss Blackheart, is that really the nickname you're using for a super cute and elegant lady like me?" Thinking back to being called Miss Blackheart Capitalist just yesterday, and now simply Miss Blackheart, Vera pouted. "What? Am I not capitalist enough for you anymore?" All right, enough with the bickering. Vera, could you move aside for a second?" Ling He's voice cut in at just the right moment. He was directing the contracted ghost warriors as they loaded crates of soda onto the chariot, his lifeblood, and something he could never leave behind. To make up for the loss in productivity caused by sending the ghost warriors out, Ling He had already increased the number of workers at the lumberyard to 1,000. According to his calculations, although their daily output would temporarily drop from over 80,000 units to just over 70,000, with everyone at full strength, it would only take 4 days to push their combat power to its peak, at which point daily production would soar to 130,000 units. Even better, with the construction of the Heaven Pillar completed, these highly motivated workers could now handle resource production, transportation, and stocking all on their own, requiring no supervision at all. Pleased by this thought, Ling He gestured encouragingly toward the lumberyard. After all, it was the hard work of these laborers that made his future look so bright. Suddenly, a small figure darted over and leapt at Ling He. Are you leaving, Two Legs? Take me with you, please. Hamburg. Ling He sighed, grabbing her by the scruff. Although her current girl form was quite cute, her non-human identity and tiny size left him a little disappointed. She didn't look nearly comfortable enough to use as a pillow. We'll change back then. Hamburg instantly shifted into her plump, round slime form and snuggled up against Ling He. Only then did he nod in satisfaction and place her on the chariot. Since he was bringing Soda along, he couldn't possibly leave his stand-in, or rather, his sofa behind. After all, Soda and Hamburg were the perfect combination. Just as the preparations for departure were wrapping up, Vera caught by Mo's eye and suddenly grinned mischievously. Hey, Lord Lin. Ling He looked at her suspiciously, thrown off by her unusually sweet tone. That nickname was something Vera only used when Shed made a lot of money, so hearing it now caught Ling He off guard. He frowned, wondering if something was wrong. He quickly stepped forward and pressed his palm to Vera's forehead. Her temperature was normal. There was no sign of a fever or illness. Huh. Vera was stunned for a moment, almost swallowing her words. Ling He's reaction made her drop all pretense and asked directly, You idiot lord, aren't you worried the lumberyard will be in danger if we all leave? Danger? Ling He reached out to touch Vera's forehead again, frowning. He muttered, Seems like you really are sick, talking nonsense like this. He chuckled and explained casually. Right now, the biggest threat to the lumberyard is the Ghost Clan's tower, but it's currently burning. The Ghost Clan is too busy to bother with us. Even if something escapes from the tower, it'll get lost in the thousands of slime nests before it ever reaches us. Vera still looked a bit unsure, but Ling He continued. Even if someone does show up with a handful of weak troops to challenge us, do you really think we'd be afraid? Look, my ox and horse units have a peak combat strength of 7. That's higher than some basic units from the Stone Age. Honestly, in the most dangerous thing in this whole area right now, Vera was at a loss for words. She understood what Ling He meant. At this moment, the lumberyard was actually the safest place. All right, I get it, Ling He suddenly said with a smile, pressing down on Vera's tall top hat before grabbing her arm and pulling her off the chariot. He led her aside and asked quietly, Do you want to stay here and watch the place? What? Vera looked up in shock, unable to react at first. She had just straightened her hat when she heard Ling He's question. No way, she protested, pretending to be heartbroken, gazing at Ling He with teary eyes. You heartless lord, you've already forgotten your old secretary now that you have a new one? I really misjudged you. Ling He sighed helplessly and pinched her cheek, cutting off her act. He whispered in her ear, So you want Mo to stay behind and guard the place? Exactly. Vera's expression changed instantly. The tears were gone, replaced by eager agreement. You're absolutely right. Ling He smirked and asked in a low voice. So, if we add up our combat strength, what do we get? Vera froze for a moment, quickly doing the math in her head. If she and Ling He combined their strength, maybe they'd reach 1 point? That should be enough, right? Seeing her hesitate, Ling He knew had convinced her. He let go of her cheek, which snapped back with a smack. Vera covered her face, complaining. Ow, that hurts. Be gentle, you idiot lord. But Ling He was already back on the chariot, lounging comfortably in Hamburger's arms. He waved at Vera and called, Vera, hurry up. Don't make me leave you here to guard the place. At that moment, Mo glanced at Vera from the chariot, smiled softly, and shook his head. Miss Vera seems to have a bit of an issue with me. Ling He quietly pondered Vera's feelings. As secretaries, the gap in their value was obvious. It was just like the saying, only when the parasol tree is planted will the phoenix come. Among all the top secretary recruitment cards, Mo was hailed as that phoenix. If he put himself in Vera's shoes, he realized it would be hard not to feel unsettled when faced with someone so outstanding. Just as Ling He was about to speak, Mo interrupted him with a soft chuckle. As the sages say, a gentleman maintains dignity but does not compete, and holds himself to high standards while being lenient with others. He'll do my best to get along with Miss Vera. After all, we'll be working together for a long time. Besides, isn't Miss Vera quite charming in her own way? What are you two whispering about? Vera had already climbed onto the chariot, her eyes darting between Mo and Ling He. Oh, nothing, Miss Blackheart, Mo replied with a slight shake of her head. She picked up the tortoise shell Ling He had bought in one hand and grabbed the reins of the chariot with the other. Since everyone's here, please take your seats. Let's get going. Over the next 7 days, as the human lords mounted a strong counterattack, the ghost spirit's assault gradually weakened. But for Ling He and his companions, it was a week full of thrills and close calls. No one would have guessed that beneath Mo's gentle and refined appearance was a reckless speed demon. Every day, after setting the marching routes for the contracted ghost warriors, Mo would take the group on what she called sightseeing trips. In reality, these outings were more like extreme sports. Using the special powers of the spiritualized zone, Mo drove the chariot across vast lakes and up near vertical slopes, completely ignoring the limits of the terrain. At that moment, the chariot was racing up an 80-degree incline, heading straight for the clouds. Ling He and Vera clung tightly to Hamburger, screaming at the top of their lungs. Cliff ahead. Stop. Stop. The chariot finally came to a halt on a flat mountaintop, right in front of a human lord who was eating with his subordinates. Seeing the chariot charge up at such a crazy angle, the lord was so shocked he dropped the wild grass from his mouth. Ling He gave the stunned lord an awkward smile. Hi. Then he leaned over the side of the chariot and started retching. Vera wasn't doing much better. She was doubled over nearby, trying not to be sick. Compared to Ling He, Vera was clearly far more captivated by something else at the moment. Even her physical discomfort was temporarily forgotten. She leapt nimbly from the chariot, her sharp gaze sweeping through the tall grass around her. This one's barely edible, worth about 5 copper, she said, crouching down and rolling a tuft of wild grass between her fingers. This one's better, grows fast, and is nutritious, but doesn't taste great. Let's say 20 copper. Oh, and there are even some spices here. With the help of her value deconstruction eyes, Vera could easily spot the truly valuable seedlings hidden among the wild plants. This had become an essential skill for her whenever she went out these days. 2 gold, 3 copper, 12 copper. As she gathered the plants, she quickly tallied up their worth in her mind. According to Ling He's plan, once the mining affairs were settled, these assorted seedlings would become stars in their future agricultural ventures. Damn lord, I've picked everything worth taking. In just a few minutes, Vera climbed back onto the chariot, lugging a bulging burlap sack. Thanks to her special ability, she didn't need to identify each plant one by one. She simply walked over and collected anything valuable. A timid voice suddenly interrupted. The human lord, who had been left to the side, nervously raised his hand. Is there any chance that what you just took is my food supply for the next few days? Only then did Vera notice the small group standing nearby. She raised an eyebrow and replied, how can you call it stealing when I'm collecting these right in front of you? Besides, these are just seeds from the wild grass you haven't even started harvesting yet. Ling He quickly cut her off, his gaze sweeping over the people in front of the chariot. Aside from a few villagers who looked almost feral, the lord at the front was dressed in rags, his face smeared with dirt, hiding at the mountaintop and gnawing on wild grasses, clearly trying to avoid the war. Ling He knew all too well that there were plenty of people in this world who hated war, himself included. He casually tossed a few gold coins, which landed at the stranger's feet. Stop chewing on grass. Use that money to buy yourself some bread. With that, Ling He gave Mo a meaningful glance. Mo understood immediately and flicked the reins. The 2 horses at the front of the chariot instantly glowed, their bodies clad in radiant armor and crackling with arcs of lightning. Every hoofbeat exploded with sparks. The chariot, trailing a blaze of special effects, made a smooth 90-degree turn at the edge of the cliff and disappeared from sight. The stunned lord finally snapped out of his daze and immediately opened a regional chat channel. Hey, does anyone know where to buy premium upgrades in this war game? I just saw a luxury mount with full special effects fly right past me. I don't want to try anymore. However, as soon as Xiao Xiejun sent his message, the channel erupted in laughter. Seriously? Are you out of your mind? Spending money on skins in a war game? That's some imagination. Chinchon locked. Don't people even try with their stories anymore? There aren't even any flashy effects for the ghost spirit race. Violet Milk Dog sneered in agreement. Justice and Rule chimed in. If you said the ghost spirit race had some special effects, maybe I'd believe it. But saying it's a human's mount? That's just ridiculous. Almost everyone who saw the message thought it was a joke. Some even seized the opportunity to stir the pot. I can vouch for this. Someone pretending to be in the know said with fake seriousness, my cousin's cousin got a legendary Dragon Slayer sword with his first top-up of 999. That's nothing. Heroic Spirit jumped in. I've been reborn, invested billions, and now have SS-level officers everywhere. Want to hear more? Send me 50 copper in the trade market. Idiots. You're all idiots. Xiao Xiejun stomped his feet in frustration, but soon his attention was drawn away by his rumbling stomach. Looking down at the wild green's head painstakingly softened, now trampled on the ground, he felt a pang of regret. He'd have to be cooked all over again. Just then, he noticed the gold coins Ling he had left behind. After picking them up and adding them to his inventory, he realized this wasn't a prank. That mysterious lord was truly wealthy. Definitely a big spender, he thought. recalling Ling He's flashy war chariot pulled by a magnificent steed. As someone who used to obsess over collecting fancy wings, pets, and mounts in online games, Xiao Xiejun was especially drawn to such ornamental gear. I want it. I really want it. He clenched his fists. That's it, I'm going out there. He was determined to find that lord, learn how to get a mount like that, and prove he hadn't been lying. Although he stopped talking in the channel, the topic of special effect mounts continued to pop up from time to time, especially in this entertainment-starved era. Even Yu Lang, the secretive leader of the Coppermine faction, had caught wind of the rumor. At first, he didn't believe it after all. From Era 1 to Era 3, had never seen anything like it. That is, until the war chariot, crackling with arcs of electricity, appeared right before his eyes. Yahoo! Vera stood up on the chariot, waving enthusiastically at Yu Lang from afar. Previously, Ling He had shown her the private chat with Yu Lang, so she could guess that the person now standing near the open pit copper mine was likely the lord who sold the coordinates to Ling He himself. When Vera greeted him first, Yu Lang also raised his hand and waved in the direction of Ling He and the others. However, behind this seemingly friendly gesture was a hidden signal. From another perspective, it was actually a command to the secret party members lying in ambush nearby. Hold your positions. Before Ling's group arrived, the secret party had already dug several carefully concealed pits around the open pit mine. Since this was a mining area, these man-made pits didn't look out of place at all. Once the time came, it would be easy to hide people in them and keep their presence completely undetected. Mo brought the chariot to a steady stop right in front of Yu Lang. She eyed his unusually pale skin and the faint, shadowy aura that seemed to cling to him, her brows furrowing ever so slightly. Out of politeness, she chose to remain silent. Yulong's gaze flickered. From the moment the chariot rolled up, he had been sizing up the newcomers based on their clothing and demeanor. First was the girl driving the chariot, dressed in a retro robe that made her look less like a lord and more like an administrative officer from the pseudo-Bronze Age. Next, there was the boy sprawled out on a slime. Why is there a slime? Yu Lang wondered for a moment, but quickly dismissed it. Compared to the impressive warhorse pulling the chariot and the crackling arcs of electricity surrounding the vehicle, a mere slime was hardly noteworthy. Just a slime, nothing to worry about, he thought, shifting his focus to the others. The boy's plain clothes made him look nothing like a lord if he was one. He was probably just an insignificant vassal. With those two ruled out, only one person remained on the chariot. Yulong's gaze settled on Vera, black suit, white shirt, a patterned high hat, gold-rimmed glasses that added a touch of refinement, and a staff held high in her hand. With such attire and bearing, even in the pseudo-era, even at a low level, there was no way she was just an ordinary administrative officer. It was obvious to Yu Lang who she really was. Ahem. Yu Lang cleared his throat, looked directly at Vera, and put on a deliberately friendly smile as he spoke up. I presume you must be the honest vendor herself? Yes. Vera initially didn't catch the meaning behind his words, thinking he was simply being polite. Only after she replied did she realize something was off. Huh. Startled, she pointed at herself. You mean me? That's right, Miss Vendor. A glint flashed in Yulong's eyes. Although Vera quickly tried to cover up, her instinctive yes had already given her away. Now he knew exactly who to target in the coming ambush. But just as Yu Lang was calculating how best to take advantage of this gold mine once he had Vera in his grasp, he remained oblivious to the gaze behind him, one even more wolf-like than his own that quietly opened. A girl? The honest vendor is actually a girl? Lin Xiao gritted his teeth in disbelief. Despite having prepared himself for all sorts of surprises, he never expected that the one who had ruined his early advantage and tricked him at the marketplace would turn out to be a girl. At that moment, Ling He suddenly burst out laughing. He glanced at Vera and said, Hey, vendor sis, aren't we here to do business? Let's get down to it. As he spoke, Ling He reached out and lightly poked Vera in the lower back, signaling her to keep playing her role and continue negotiating with Yu Lang. After all, Ling He had brought Vera here precisely so she could assess the value of the mine and discuss pricing with Yu Lang. As his secretary, Vera's role was obvious. What kind of good boss would tire themselves out handling all the negotiations personally? As for the conscientious vendor persona, Ling He didn't care much about it. If necessary, had even let Vera take his place after all. Earning money while relaxing wasn't a bad deal. With that thought, Ling He casually picked up a bottle of soda, leaned back in a nearby chair, and took a sip. When he noticed Yu Lang staring at him in confusion, he just waved his hand easily. You two go ahead, don't mind me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Lang snapped out of it and turned to Vera, still looking perplexed. And this is? He didn't seem the least bit bothered by Yu Lang's confusion. After all, he was a lord under the conscientious vendor's banner. These little gestures were nothing to him. If He had joined the secret faction, poking Vera like that would have cost him his hand. But right now, he just lounged to the side and said casually, just a stray I picked up on the road, no need to pay attention. Vera rolled her eyes and shot back. A stray you picked up? She said it offhandedly, but inside she was struggling to hold back her laughter. If there weren't others around, she probably would have burst out laughing. Every time she argued with this annoying lord, she usually ended up on the losing side. Now that Ling He wanted her to pretend to be the conscientious vendor, she figured she might as well enjoy the banter while it lasted. Of course, when it came to money, Vera was all business. Her gaze swept over the open-air copper mine behind Yulang. After a careful look, she named her price. If you're really planning to sell this mine, we can offer 8,000 gold. 8,000. Ling He straightened up a bit, his expression turning a little more serious. The number was surprising, but he didn't interrupt Vera. After all, had barely spent any of his earnings from the past few days. Even though the ghostling attacks had eased up, the demand in the trading house was still unstable. Despite that, Ling He was averaging about 20,000 gold a day. After a few days and deducting various expenses, he had around 130,000 gold on hand. So for him, 8,000 gold was an easy deal. Besides, Ling He trusted Vera. She never joked around when it came to money. If she dared to offer 8,000 gold, she must have her reasons, like the astonishing copper reserves in the mine before them. Yuling fell silent. Though had seen his share of big deals, the way they casually tossed out a price in the thousands left him completely stunned. Lin Xiao had mentioned many times how wealthy the conscientious vendor was, but seeing it for himself made Yulang realize that was only the tip of the iceberg. Kalingxio was, after all, not really present when he casually mentioned tens of thousands of gold coins. Those were just numbers to Yulang. But when Vera offered 8,000 gold, it immediately caught his interest. This was real, tangible money he could get right away. In this beginner's area, even if he went to great lengths to defeat 100 lords, he'd be hard-pressed to accumulate that much. Yulang stood frozen, momentarily speechless at the sheer size of the offer. Seeing his hesitation, Vera asked softly, "Well, do we have a deal?" He was about to agree when, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a message from Shang on his friend panel. "Don't forget our plan. They have far more money than this." The words were like a bucket of cold water, snapped back to his senses. Of course, anyone who could casually offer 8,000 gold must have far more to their name. A flicker of greed flashed in his eyes, and any thought of walking away vanished. "Haha, of course I agree. Thank you for your generosity. This will make life much easier for me." He spoke politely, but made no move to actually take the money. He knew that as soon as he accepted, he'd lose any pretext for staying close to the group by the war chariot. Using the excuse of picking up the payment, he slowly walked over and struck up a casual conversation. "With the ghost clan running rampant, I've been hiding out here for safety. But you all seem pretty exposed. Traveling without any followers must be dangerous. I'm surprised you made it here in one piece." "Dangerous?" Lingyi shot him a strange look, clearly puzzled by this sudden concern. Still, since it was just small talk, he replied, "What danger could there be? Even if there was, do you really think a street vendor like her couldn't handle it with that kind of money?" Yulang slapped his forehead in mock realization. Right. With her resources, she could summon thousands of people in an instant. "I can't believe I forgot." Lingyi shook his head slightly. In reality, they had over 100 contract ghost warriors not far behind, just a 10-minute march away. The only reason they'd kept them back was to avoid startling Yulang, since Head come alone. After all, Head put out the call to buy information himself, and as long as the goods checked out, the money was no big deal. There was no need for threats. The ghost warriors were mainly there for night patrols against ghost clan monsters, and to guard the copper mine after the purchase. With the increasing value of oxen and horses, Lingyi was already planning to phase out all the contract lumberjacks and convert the remaining ghost warriors into security forces. Just as Lingyi was thinking this through, a system notification suddenly popped up. "You have entered an ambush. Your chat and recruitment panels are temporarily disabled." Everything happened far too quickly. The instant the pop-up appeared, Yulang shed all pretense, his arm darting toward Vera like a venomous snake. Just as he was about to succeed, a cold, triumphant smile curled at the corners of his lips. In his mind, this so-called honest vendor was no different from the other fools who had fallen by his hand. But just as his fingertips were about to brush Vera's collar, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his fingers. "Ah!" Yulang let out a piercing scream and instinctively yanked his hand back. When he looked down, he saw that a small coin purse was clamped tightly onto his finger. What the? Even wallets bite people these days? The absurd thought flashed through his mind, and his attention was completely captured by the bizarre coin purse, momentarily forgetting to continue his attack on Vera. Mo reacted first, quickly maneuvering the vehicle to put some distance between them and Yulang. She didn't strike back recklessly. Instead, like a mother hen shielding her chicks, she spread her arms to protect Ling He and Vera behind her, eyes scanning the surroundings for any hidden threats. "What's your problem?" Vera finally snapped out of her shock, glaring furiously at Yulang. If it hadn't been for the timely intervention of her Pichio purse, she would have fallen for his trick. "My problem?" Now that Head dropped the act, Yulang let out a loud, mocking laugh. "It's simple, little vendor." He grabbed the Pichio purse, tearing it off his hand despite the flesh it took with it. "I have a grand project that needs your help. So, how about you all come with me?" Before he finished speaking, heavy thuds echoed from below. Figures in black cloaks and fully armored warriors poured out from the open pit copper mine, quickly surrounding Ling He's vehicle. Yuling didn't rush to give the order. In his eyes, this so-called honest vendor was nothing more than prey, waiting to be carved up. His confidence came not only from the secret society's forces, but also from a trusted officer he had trained personally. Karn, come out and meet our future friends. At Yulong's command, a massive figure stepped out of the crowd. Dressed in full iron armor, Karn's footsteps made the ground tremble with every step. This armored knight from the Third Era had once boasted a combat strength of over 150, if not for his warhorse being slain. Even now, he was still above 100. With Karn standing guard and the secret society's lords and their followers encircling them, Yulang was completely at ease. He waited quietly, eager to see terror and despair appear on the face of the proud vendor. The more noble someone appears, the more delightful it is to see them wear such an expression, isn't it? But it was clear that Yulang was about to be disappointed. As the members of the secret party didn't launch another attack, Ling He and his two companions leaned in close, whispering to each other atop the chariot. What's going on with this guy? Ling He asked in a low voice, his brow furrowed. Why is he ambushing us? And those troops of his, they don't seem like something from our era, do they? They really don't, Vera replied with a wary glint in her eyes. She explained, right now, the regional era is the Stone Age. Even if someone, like you, managed to reach the pseudo-level 2 era early, at best they'd be at the Bronze Age. But those soldiers ambushing us are clearly from a much more advanced era. This realization made the three of them question who these people really were. Were they truly human lords? Humph. Suddenly, something occurred to Vera. She stomped her foot in frustration, making the chariot rock slightly. My offer was already very reasonable, but those greedy bastards still weren't satisfied. In her view, Yulang and his group were attacking because the negotiations over benefits had fallen apart. But Ling He shook his head, his expression grave. There's no getting around the fact that we've been ambushed. Judging by the scale and formation of the enemy, this was planned well in advance. It wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. As for their motive? Sometimes, when it comes to hostility among our own kind, you don't really need much of a reason. Jealousy alone can explain a lot. By Mo Ling He suddenly turned to Bai Mo beside him, meeting his gaze. If it were up to you, how confident are you that we could break out? Although Bai Mo's combat power of 500 seemed impressive, Ling He had never seen the stats of high-level troops, so he had no idea how Bai Mo would stack up against them. My lord, if you're asking about our chances of breaking through, Bai Mo hesitated briefly, glancing at the secret party members, then replied with certainty, I'm completely confident. But I wouldn't recommend we try to break out right now. Oh, Ling He raised his eyebrows, intrigued. Then what do you think we should do? Bai Mo didn't answer right away. Instead, he posed a question to Ling He. Would you be willing to trust me, just as you trust Miss Vera? Finally got my name right, Vera muttered from the side. Ling He flattened Vera's top hat with a slap. Is this really the time for that? After dealing with Vera, he turned to Bai Mo and gave him a reassuring look. If I choose to rely on someone, they'll trust them completely. As long as you're willing to trust me, I'll trust you. Hearing this, Bai Mo smiled slightly. I won't let you down. With that, Bai Mo flicked the thick rope in his hand, and the chariot began to move slowly toward Yulang. The pace was unhurried, more like approaching for negotiations than charging into battle. Yulang raised his hand, signaling to the restless secret party members to stand down. With Karn by his side, he wasn't particularly worried about the three approaching him. In fact, he was more curious to see what tricks this so-called honest merchant could pull off, now that recruitment through the interface was forbidden. Bai Mo stopped the chariot at a safe distance from Yulang, cleared his throat, and offered a meaningful smile. As the sages say, punishing without teaching is tyranny. So, gentlemen, I believe we still have room to talk. If, as Miss Vera suggested, the issue is simply the price, then Bai Mo's words were abruptly cut off by a rough voice. And who do you think you are? Has your lord lost his tongue, or is that why you're the one talking? Bai Mo maintained her composed smile, but her gaze slid past Yulang and locked onto the man who had just spoken. In one seamless motion, she drew her bow, nocked an arrow, and took aim. Yinju. The words had barely left her lips when a silver arrow pierced through the man's forehead. With a heavy thud, his body hit the ground. Several system notifications popped up in Ling He's vision. Congratulations on your first kill of a fellow human lord. You have gained experience, 0. You have received loot, none. This was Ling He's first time witnessing the death of another human lord, even if it was Bai Mo who did the deed. Watching someone go from hurling insults one moment to losing their life the next, he was struck by how calm he felt inside. So much for those stories where people always throw up after their first kill. Novels really do lie, he muttered under his breath. The surrounding members of the secret society instinctively scattered away from the corpse. When they regained their composure, all eyes turned toward Bai Mo with anger. But she simply held her graceful smile, meeting their glares heated. As the sages say, teach without regret, and punish without hesitation. This is perfectly in line with the rites. Well, isn't that just righteous? A mocking voice called out from the crowd. But before he could finish, another arrow whistled through the air, and another body crashed to the ground. Mo slowly lowered her bow, her gaze sweeping over the now pale and sweating crowd. Her voice was gentle as she asked, "Now, may I have your attention for a moment?" Silence. No one dared to reply. With two lords killed in an instant, no one wanted to be the third. Even Lin Xiao, hidden among the crowd, felt a chill. Those arrows had flown so fast he hadn't even seen Mo draw. If those two fools hadn't spoken up first, he might have been the one lying dead on the ground. Seeing no one respond, Mo nodded slightly. It's always best to talk things through first. There's nothing that can't be solved through communication, don't you think? She turned back to Yulang. If it's just the price you're unhappy with, I can make a decision on my own. On top of Miss Vera's offer, I'll add another 10%, so 8,800 gold coins. Then, to round it up to a full 9,000, the extra can go to the families of our two fallen friends as compensation. How does that sound? A twisted smile crept across Yulong's sickly face. 100 gold for a life? Was she trying to win him over? To be fair, 9,000 gold coins was no small sum. If not for Lin Xiao's earlier words, he might have been tempted to accept the offer on the spot. After all, discovering this open-pit copper mine had cost only a few lives, practically nothing. Earning 9,000 gold coins with such ease was a deal too good to pass up. But as Lin Xiao spoke, the situation began to take an interesting turn. If the other side could offer 8,000 or even 9,000 gold, it meant that defeating them would yield far greater riches. Money truly is the most seductive devil, capable of clouding anyone's judgment. Now, Yulang was thoroughly enticed by the potential profits. His appetite had grown well beyond 9,000 gold. Yet, when it came to Mo's proposal, his answer was unwavering. "I refuse." Yulang sneered, licking the wound on his finger. "Now that you've said your piece, let me offer you some advice. Surrender, and lay down your weapons. Maybe you'll get to keep your lives. Otherwise, with so many of us here, your little war chariot won't be enough to protect you." His gaze swept over to Vera, then he pointed directly at her. "Except for her, none of you will make it out alive." "Me?" Vera blinked, pointing at herself in confusion. Yulong's intention was to sow discord between the Lord and his secretary. He even used a special ability tied to his words, something that usually caused a stir at least a slight drop in loyalty. But this time, he picked the wrong target. There was never any loyalty between Ling and his team to begin with. Mo let out a soft chuckle, as if both amused and annoyed by Yulong's ridiculous attempt. He took a deep breath, drew his bow, and aimed a humming arrow straight at Yulang. "I've already made my point. Why must we always settle simple matters with bloodshed?" With a whoosh, the arrow shot out, giving Yulang almost no time to react. Unlike the two who had fallen before, Yulang was faster and more ruthless. He grabbed a nearby villager and yanked him in front as a human shield. With a sickening thud, the arrow pierced straight through the villager's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Fury burned in Yulang's eyes. The fallen Villager footman squire had taken the fatal blow. But what truly pained Yulang was not the loss of a follower, but the ruined chainmail he wore. This armor could withstand even Stone Age arrows, but Mo's bow was clearly something else. The arrow destroyed the chainmail, leaving the squire barely clinging to life. "Damn it!" Yulang cursed, shoving the dying squire aside. He immediately pointed toward the war chariot, his voice icy and furious. "Karn, kill them. The rest of you attack. Don't let any of them escape except that merchant. Leave him alive." The order spread instantly among the secret society members, who had been itching for action. As soon as Yulang finished speaking, the circle surrounding the chariot tightened. Spears were raised, all aimed at the vehicle, trying to force it to a halt. Mo smirked, unfazed, and quickly drew 4 arrows from his quiver, knocking them on his bowstring without hesitation. The sage once said, "Time flows on, never stopping, day or night," he murmured, his gaze steely and resolute. "And so should the bodies of our enemies flow endlessly downriver, day and night." He drew the bow, sending arrows arcing through the air as the battle erupted. The conversation just now was already the last chance Mo was willing to give to Yulang and the others. After all, as the sage once said, to punish without teaching is tyranny. But at this moment, none of the secret faction's lords showed the slightest intention of repentance. Since they refused to change after being warned, Mo saw no reason to show mercy. "It's just a few hundred people," Mo said coldly. Jingy. With a sudden release of her bowstring, 4 streaks of cold light shot through the air like meteors, piercing the hearts of 4 lightly armored soldiers with deadly precision. Blood spurted, and their bodies collapsed almost simultaneously. That was only the beginning. Mo's slender fingers reached for the quiver on the carriage, her movements smooth and effortless. Each time she drew an arrow, a flash of light followed, swiftly claiming another life. Every pull of her longbow was like a death sentence, signaling the imminent end of several more enemies. The hiss of arrows cutting through the air, the screams of the wounded, and the heavy thuds of bodies hitting the ground mingled together, forming a grim symphony of death. Mo stood tall on the war chariot, her longbow opening and closing like the relentless machine of a reaper. The secret faction's lords watched in stunned silence, some forgetting to even breathe. Is this really happening?" One of them muttered in disbelief. If they hadn't known which era this scene might have convinced them that they were the ones about to be crushed by history. As the arrows in the quiver dwindled, Mo was no longer content with picking off her enemies from a distance. With a flick of her thick rope, the chariot surged forward like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, the wheels thundering over the earth. Now's our chance. Seeing the chariot drawing closer, a spearman tightened his grip on his iron spear, his knuckles turning white. That damned woman had killed so many of his comrades in such a short time. If they could just stop the chariot, the rest could swarm her and tear this demon apart. The chariot's will was almost within reach. The spearman's eyes flashed with determination as he seized the moment, thrusting his spear forward with all his might. A sharp metallic clang rang out. The spearman's face twisted in shock. The woman driving the chariot had managed to deflect his spear with just the corner of her longbow, sparks flickering as metal met metal. He tried to speak, but a sudden taste of blood filled his throat, cutting him off. Looking down, he saw that Mo had driven the end of her iron-rimmed bow deep into his heart. Warm blood gushed out, and his life ebbed away as quickly as the tide receding from the shore. The spearman's body collapsed, tearing open a hole in their defenses. Panic spread among the others. They didn't even have time to close the deadly gap. Mo's eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Sensing the opportunity, she drove the chariot straight through the secret faction's encirclement. In an instant, the tides of battle had turned. The chariot prowled around the edge of the enemy ranks like a hungry beast. Mo's bow never stopped moving, picking off enemies and shrinking their space to survive. The cries of the secret faction's soldiers rose one after another, fear spreading through their ranks like a plague. The situation shifted so quickly that the secret faction's lords could hardly believe it. Moments ago, they had seen themselves as the hunters, but now, in just a few minutes, they had become the prey to a fierce white wolf. Was Mo always this powerful? Ling He muttered under his breath, his voice low but still caught by Mo's sharp ears. Amidst the chaos, Mo glanced back at Ling He and gave him a confident smile. Worth every bit, don't you think, my lord? Watching Mo's prowess on the battlefield, Vera puffed up her cheeks in annoyance, a hint of jealousy flashing in her eyes. She had been here first, after all. Just then, Vera's expression changed abruptly, as if she sensed something. Her gaze snapped to the other side of the chariot. On the distant horizon, over 100 contract ghost warriors wielding stone axes were charging toward Ling He's position, their synchronized steps kicking up a cloud of dust that blurred the sunlight. Judging by the time, it had been about 10 minutes. Just as expected, they had finally arrived. A sudden idea flashed through Vera's mind, and an excited smile appeared on her lips. She slammed her staff against the chariot and pointed a slender finger into the distance, just about to say, "Thou." Before she could finish, Ling He darted forward and clamped a hand tightly over Vera's mouth. "Please, ma'am, you can't say that." Ling He was breaking out in a cold sweat. If you go promising some sort of exponential bonus, like full pay for 1,000 days even for the dead, that's going to be a massive fixed expense. Recruiting by Mo didn't cost that much. Even when you bought out that open-pit copper mine, your bid was only 8,000 gold. MMPH. Vera struggled to pry Ling He's hand away, trying to break free. "Promise me you won't make any wild promises." Ling He stared straight into her eyes. Vera could only nod repeatedly. Only then did Ling He let go. Vera immediately gulped in fresh air, glared at him, and put her hands on her hips. "You rotten lord, are you trying to murder your absolutely adorable chief secretary?" Ling He cleared his throat and looked away, pretending not to notice. When he was sure Vera wasn't about to use her skills again, he finally relaxed. As the saying goes, nothing is more expensive than something free. How true that is. Recruiting by Mo required a hefty sum, but the ongoing costs were limited. Vera, on the other hand, might not cost anything up front, but if she was allowed to use her skills unchecked, Ling He's little fortune as a so-called tycoon would be wiped out in no time. By now, the members of the secret party also realized the presence of the contracted ghost warriors. So they did bring people after all. The secret party lords weren't surprised by the appearance of the contracted ghost warriors. Given the honest merchant's resources, showing up alone would have been the real shock. But seeing what the contracted ghost warriors actually looked like, the lords breathed a sigh of relief and regained their confidence in the superiority of their era. Seems like that honest merchant's only real asset is his secretary. No matter how strong he is, if he can't keep up with the times, his followers are just a bunch of ragtag misfits. "Attack block them," one of the secret party lords commanded, pointing into the distance. They still hadn't figured out what to do about Mo driving the chariot, but slaughtering a bunch of half-naked savages armed with nothing but battered stone axes was hardly a challenge. After all, even the weakest of the secret party's Era 3 units had a combat rating of 30, and their armored troops could reach over 60. This will be a massacre. With the lords now directing the fight, some of the secret party soldiers split off from the main force. They stopped focusing on Mo and the chariot, and instead charged headlong toward the contracted ghost warriors. Steel clashed with stone, and the battlefield rang with the sound of blades piercing flesh. Just as the secret party lords had predicted, iron weapons easily slaughtered the unarmored ancient units, while stone weapons were useless against metal armor. Did I do it? Muttered an unremarkable spearman. Before, they could only watch helplessly as Bayemo cut down their comrades, their morale sinking lower and lower. But now, his spear had pierced straight through the heart of a contracted ghost warrior. It was proof that their enemies weren't as invincible as they'd feared. Their enemies bled just like anyone else. Just then, a massive hand suddenly closed around the shaft of the spear head just thrust forward. All for profit. The chilling whisper, as if rising from the depths of hell, echoed in front of the spearman. He stiffly turned his head, eyes locking onto the contract ghost warrior whose heart he had just pierced. It was this very warrior who reached out and grabbed the spear. The spearman tried to pull it free, but the weapon was lodged deep in the ghost warrior's body and wouldn't budge. Yet the ghost warrior, despite having lost his heart, seemed completely unfazed, fearlessly advancing step by step. For profit, for profit. The contract ghost warrior muttered words the spearman couldn't understand, pressing forward with the spear still through his chest. Fear surged through the spearman, and he collapsed to the ground in panic. "You're not human. You can't possibly be human," he screamed in his mind. But the contract ghost warrior said nothing more, just continued to chant profit under his breath, before raising his stone axe high. Thud! The axe came crashing down onto the spearman's helmet. Thanks to the iron helmet, the spearman only felt dizzy, his skull spared from being shattered. But the ghost warrior didn't stop. Again and again, the stone axe was raised and brought down. Thud! 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 With each blow, the iron helmet became more and more deformed. Soon, a mixture of blood and brain matter began to seep from the twisted gaps in the helmet. Only then did the contract ghost warrior stop, leaving the spear still impaled through his chest as he turned to seek his next target. Similar scenes played out all across the battlefield. Some tried to cut the contract ghost warriors in half at the waist, others swung from neck to abdomen. But they didn't understand no matter what, these ghost warriors would not fall. Even if only half their bodies remained, they would stagger upright and fight to the bitter end. At last, some soldiers could no longer bear the pressure and broke down completely. No, no, no. What are we even fighting? They're not human, they're ghosts. Demons crawled up from hell to claim our lives. Weapons clattered to the ground as soldiers, overwhelmed by fear, wept and turned to flee, running as far from the contract ghost warriors as they could. Terror spread quickly across the battlefield. Ding! Morale of your Imperial Spearmen has dropped by 10 points. Morale of your Foot Knight Squires has dropped by 10 points. Morale of your Imperial Spearmen has collapsed. Loyalty has dropped by 50 points. Your Imperial Spearmen have routed. Your Sword and Shield soldiers have routed. Your Foot Knight Squires have routed. With the first deserters, the entire line of soldiers sent to stop the contract ghost warriors collapsed. Some, in their panic, even ran back the way they came, crashing into the ranks of their own allies who were trying to surround Bayemo. "Karn, what are you doing?" Yulong's furious roar echoed across the battlefield. "Stop worrying about their lives. If you can't capture two and kill one, then kill them all." Originally, Yulang had wanted to keep the Conscience Peddler alive, hoping to use his wealth as a stepping stone to greater power. But as the Conscience Peddler revealed more and more hidden cards, Yulang no longer dared to let him live. Although only half of the formation had collapsed, any further hesitation could lead to a complete rout. Everyone would fall apart, and even Yulang himself might die here. He was well aware of the situation and understood the danger. Upon receiving Yulong's command, Kan finally sprang into action. He had been waiting for the right moment to ambush Bayemo and Ling He, but now, with orders to kill them all, he held nothing back. Just as the chariot surged forward again, providing an opportunity to claim more lives, Kan leaped up, raising his halberd high and bringing it down hard onto the chariot. "Third Company!" Bayemo shouted angrily, immediately following up with an arrow that shot straight toward Kan's face. The arrow found its mark, slipping into a gap in Kan's helmet. Luckily, thanks to the superior gear provided by Yulang, Kan's armor was tough enough to save him from instant death. But in the next instant, 3 more arrows flew in quick succession, each one slamming into the shaft of the first. With the combined force, the initial arrow was finally driven through Kan's helmet and out the back of his head. With a heavy thud, Kan's body crashed to the ground, only to be mercilessly crushed beneath the chariot's wheels. Bayemo lowered his longbow, glanced at the fallen body, and sneered. As the sages say, an army's commander can be taken. "I had my eye on you for a long time." Kan had been surrounded by heavily armored knights, and everyone assumed Bayemo would have to fight his way through to reach him. But with Kan's sudden leap, no one was left to shield him. Was completely exposed. Yulang stared in disbelief as Kan fell. Even his most elite officer had been killed by a single arrow from Bayemo, without a chance to fight back. He wasn't mourning Kan's death. Rather, he realized the battle was truly lost. The sudden loss of a commander shattered morale. Now, with Kan dead, fear was clearly written on the faces of the remaining soldiers. The losses were devastating. and even if Yulang survived, his standing within the secret party would be ruined. And the mastermind behind all this was from Shang. Yulong's eyes widened as he looked up, scanning the chaotic battlefield. Corpses littered the ground, deserters were fleeing, and the secret party's lords struggled to regroup and resist. Yet, no matter where he looked, Shang was nowhere to be found. Damn it! Yulang growled through clenched teeth. How had he been outmaneuvered by a newcomer to the organization? This so-called new lord was far stronger than most, and even his officer was beyond ordinary in a completely different level. Without Shang's interference, Yulang would never have targeted the honest peddler. In fact, if not for Shang, he would have chosen to retreat the moment the price hit 8,000 gold coins. Xiangqi. Suddenly, a voice rang out, and 2 arrows pierced Yulong's abdomen. Elsewhere, atop a chariot, Bayamo slowly lowered his bow, turned to Ling He, and gave a thumbs up. Nice shooting, my lord. Haha, it's really not that impressive, Ling He said, scratching the back of his head with a shy smile. In truth, he had only picked up the little wooden bow on a whim, just playing around without thinking much of it. With his limited strength, his arrow wobbled in flight, likely to fall to the ground after just a few meters. To his surprise, Bayamo quickly drew her bow and fired. Her arrow met Ling He's in midair, merging with it, and driving both straight into the belly of the shadow wolf. The sight piqued Ling He's curiosity about Baimo's abilities, and he snuck a glance at her stats. Xiangqi fires a spinning arrow that can combine with any small thrown object, slightly altering its trajectory. The merged projectile inherits 90 of this unit's base attack power. No wonder she was hired with such a generous salary. Her skill, while debatable in practical value, scored full marks for its emotional impact on Ling He. But for Vera, the scene caused a storm of emotions. Eyes wide, she leaned in and whispered to Bayamo, "Doesn't it hurt your conscience to say things like that?" "Not at all," Bayamo replied softly. "Besides, the Lord's archery really is quite good." "Really?" Vera glanced to the side, clearly skeptical. Maybe it was Baymo's well-timed praise, or maybe it was the mood of the moment. But Ling He picked up the wooden bow again, struggling to draw it. This time, he aimed at a secret faction lord organizing troops in the distance. The arrow arced weakly, almost hitting the ground. In a flash, Bayamo raised her bow and fired, calling out, "Xiangqi." A streak of light shot out, carrying Ling He's arrow far across the battlefield. A scream rang out as the secret faction lord fell, 2 arrows stuck in his chest. With another commander down, chaos spread. The contract-bound ghost warriors, fighting on despite multiple wounds, further shattered the enemy's morale. Bayamo seemed unfazed, quietly lowering her bow and turning to give Ling He a thumbs up. She then looked at Vera with a meaningful smile. "Of course it's true," she whispered in Vera's ear. "As the sages say, business is war, and by that logic, war is business." She patted Vera's tall hat. "Battles aren't just about fighting. There's a lot more to it than that. Miss Blackheart, you still have much to learn." Vera puffed out her cheeks, understanding Baymo's point, but still visibly shaken. "But before anything else." "Hey!" Vera slapped Baymo's hand away. "Touching a lattice hat without permission is hardly proper etiquette." Bayamo just smiled, unconcerned, twirling the thick rope in her hand. "Hold on tight, my lord. Let's go meet the mastermind behind all this." Hearing Baymo's words, Ling He put away his small wooden bow. The chariot raced forward, cutting through the scattered remnants of the secret party's forces, and came to a steady stop in front of Yulang. At that moment, Yulang had just pulled 2 bloody arrows from his abdomen, clutching his wound as he struggled to crawl across the ground. Blood seeped through his fingers, leaving a winding trail behind him. Although the arrows had only pierced his intestines and the injury wasn't fatal, if he didn't leave the battlefield soon, he would bleed to death. "My dear merchant, where do you think you're going?" A chilling voice sounded behind Yulang. He froze, his neck turning stiffly as if rusted. The familiar chariot, the familiar trioid was the exact scene from just a few minutes ago. But this time, the powerful troops he had relied on, hidden in the shadows, were gone. He was completely alone, with no one left to help him. "Please, don't kill me." Yulang's voice trembled as he tried to scoot backwards. "I agree to the deal. Whatever you want, I'll do it." Bayamo raised her iron-banded bow, her voice cold. The sage once said, "A petty man fears power but has no respect for virtue." Don't you think it's a bit late to say this now? We gave you so many chances. We could have parted peacefully. But you, as she spoke, she drew the bowstring taut. "Take a good look at what you've done." The sage said, "If you repay resentment with virtue, how will you repay virtue?" Even if the sage himself were here today, I doubt he'd forgive you. "No, no, no." Yulang raised his trembling arms to shield himself, his voice breaking. "I don't want anything anymore. You can have it all. Please, I'm begging you, spare me." The man who had been laughing maniacally just minutes before now resembled a trapped beast, pleading for his life just like those he had once killed. Suddenly, as if grasping at a final lifeline, Yulang looked up and fixed his gaze desperately on Vela. Pointing to his chest, he pleaded, "Wait, I'm useful. I know a lot of things. Whatever you want to know, I can tell you." "Oh." Ling He spoke up suddenly, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Mo understood and slowly lowered her bow. Under by Mo's control, the chariot rolled a few steps closer. Gravely wounded, Yu Lang was now like meat on the chopping block, facing the unstoppable advance of the chariot with nowhere left to run. He gave a bitter laugh, stopped struggling, and seemed to resign himself to his fate, awaiting judgment. Ling He leaned forward slightly from atop the chariot, looking down at Yu Lang. So, you're saying you can tell us anything we want to know? Yu Lang nodded. For example, this open-air copper menu discovered it after ambushing a group of lords, using one of their special abilities to locate it. And, stop. Ling He cut him off, his impatience clear as he even stifled a yawn. Yu Lang looked up in confusion, noticing Ling He's bored expression. To be honest, I don't care how you found this mine, Ling He said bluntly. Whether you stole it, robbed it, or even killed someone for it, it doesn't matter to me. The only thing I care about is that, after finding this place, the first person you thought of and came to was me. That's good, very good. As he spoke, Ling He stepped down from the armored vehicle under by Mo's worried gaze, casually patting Yu Lang on the shoulder. His gesture was so natural, it was as if he wasn't facing someone who had just been an enemy. You know, before you attacked us, I actually thought we could have been friends. Friends? Yu Lang gave a bitter smile. Just minutes ago, if Head heard Ling He say something like this, he would have scoffed who would want to be friends with a nobody tagging along with the so-called honest trader. But now, he didn't even have the right to mock. Head lost, and lost completely. Despite his frustration, Yu Lang had no intention of attacking or taking Ling He hostage. In his mind, Vera was the well-known honest trader in the channel, and capturing Ling He would be pointless. Ling He kept his hand on Yu Lang's shoulder. Yes, friends. We could have been friends. He shook his head with a sigh, then met Yu Lang's eyes again, his expression shifting to a gentle smile. But, unfortunately, now, I ask and you answer. Yu Lang nodded. He didn't bother asking any foolish questions like whether He'd be allowed to live after giving up the information. He'd been through this too many times to believe in empty promises. If he didn't ask, he could at least hold on to a sliver of hope. If he did, there'd only be despair. Judging from your appearance, you don't seem to belong to this era. Who are you really? Ling He asked his first question. Despite his fear, a hint of pride appeared on Yu Lang's face as he spoke about his identity. We're from the secret party. Maybe you can't understand it now, but back in our territory, people called us part of the defector faction. Yu Lang revealed everything he knew about the secret party and the defectors without hesitation. Though he held some status within the secret party, for someone who could betray all of humanity, betraying the party itself was nothing. So the defector faction is basically an alliance of lunatics, perverts, and cultists? Ling He summarized, his tone surprisingly calm. Yu Lang hesitated. That's one way to put it, but not entirely. Interesting. Ling He's lips curled into a slight smile. And interesting? Yu Lang was stunned. He'd told others about the defectors before, but Ling He was the only one who ever smiled and called it interesting. That's right. Ling He nodded, his eyes flashing with a light Yu Lang couldn't decipher. Very interesting. For some reason, after hearing Yu Lang's description of the defector faction, Ling He's first reaction wasn't anger, fear, or even pity. Instead, he looked as if He'd just spotted a business opportunity. If there were no terrorists, who would buy guns and bullets? If there were no missiles flying through the sky, what use would there be for air defense systems? This necessary evil is, in fact, the best catalyst for the market. Ling He lowered his head and glanced at Yu Lang's wound, then turned to Vera and reached out his hand. Didn't you pick some herbs on your way here? Do you have anything that can stop the bleeding? I do, but not much, Vera replied reluctantly, rummaging through a sack on the armored vehicle until she finally pulled out a bottle. I ground the herbs into a paste during some downtime and put it in here. You'd better use it sparingly, Lord Bastard. Once it's gone, that's it. The rest of the herbs need to be saved for planting. Those were your orders, remember? I get it, Ling He said, taking the jar from her and placing it in front of Yu Lang. I'm sure you don't need my help applying the medicine, right? Yu Lang was silent for a moment before pouring out some of the ointment and spreading it over the wound on his abdomen. The effects were immediate. The bleeding stopped almost at once. Why did you save me? Yu Lang's voice was hoarse. He felt a glimmer of hope for survival, but he was afraid Ling He was the type who enjoyed toying with his prey before the final blow. He worried that the oasis He'd found was just a mirage, and the pain of falling from heaven into hell was the worst kind of agony. Ling He didn't answer Yu Lang's question, since he didn't owe him any explanation. Seeing that the bleeding had stopped, Ling He quickly moved on to his next question. From what you said earlier, you're not from this area. So how did you get here? We got here thanks to the Ghostling clan's tower, Yu Lang replied. Half a month ago, we were helping them defend the tower against invading human lords. Suddenly, the Ghostlings decided to break away from their original territory. We didn't have time to evacuate, so we ended up coming here with them. So that's how it happened. Ling He nodded to himself. However, his brow soon furrowed. Now that he understood how the secret party had arrived, new questions had arisen about the Ghostling clan. It seemed they weren't native to this region. Since their enemies included human lords from Era 3, it meant they came from a powerful era themselves. How did such a formidable lord manage to descend into this primitive, Stone Age wilderness, as if it were child's play? Ling He asked Yulang about this, but Yulang was just as clueless. Although they were currently allied with the Ghostlings as part of the Turncoat faction, they were still human at their core, and the Ghostlings would never share all their secrets with them. After hearing Yulang's explanation, Ling He and the others couldn't help but laugh. Isn't that just a one-sided infatuation? Vera said between laughs. Biamo quickly covered her mouth, but still nodded in agreement, smiling. She's willing, but he's indifferent. Why degrade yourself for someone who doesn't care? Warm feelings for a cold heart. What's the point of sincerity if all you get in return is contempt? Yulang opened his mouth, wanting to argue, but the current situation forced him to weigh his options. In the end, he swallowed his words. All right then. Ling He noticed that Yulang really knew little about the Ghost Spirit clan and clapped his hands. That's all I wanted to ask. I'm not interested in what crimes you've committed, or who you've killed or robbed. As for now, Ling He deliberately drew out his words, making Yulang tense up. He knew this scene all too well. Every time Ling He was about to execute an enemy, he would strike this very pose. Was it his turn this time? Countless possibilities flashed through Yulang's mind, and a bitter smile crept onto his lips. He didn't even register what Ling He said next. The words simply slipped past his ears. Suddenly, a hand landed on Yulang's shoulder, making him jump. Were you even listening to me just now? Ling He eyed him suspiciously. These days, capturing a prisoner feels like dealing with a college student. Yes, of course I was listening. Yulang hurried to explain. Ling He beckoned him with a curl of his finger. If you were listening, then let's get to the point. Besides this mine, you must have something else you want to trade with me, right? Looking at Ling He's outstretched hand, Yulang's bitterness deepened. Not long ago, hadn't he used this same gesture to threaten others? I understand. Under Ling He's expectant gaze, Yulang seemed to age in an instant. He produced 2 blueprints from thin air. I've heard about you, and I know your wealth is unimaginable. I doubt there's anything on me that would interest you, except for these 2 outdated blueprints. Ling He quickly snatched the blueprints and looked them over. The first one read, Subterranean Smelting Furnace. Era, Basic Bronze Age. Description, deep beneath the earth, the furnace roars with fire, turning or into rivers of molten metal. Here, the edge of civilization is forged. Production rate, 300 units of any metal ingot per 7 days. Construction requirements, 200 units of stone, 20 units of wood. The second was, Ceramic Mold Casting Workshop. Era, Basic Bronze Age. Description, a handful of clay, fired at 1,000 degrees. 3 parts copper, 7 parts skill. Only with proper molds can weapons be forged like a forest of spears and halberds. Construction requirements, 150 units of clay, 50 units of bone meal, 20 units of pine resin. Both were Tier 2 era building blueprints. For Yulang, who had already reached Tier 3, they were of little use. But in his mind, these were the most valuable things Ling He might want. That's all I have, Yulang said with a bitter smile. I don't expect anything, just make it quick. Quick, sure, Ling He nodded, but not right now. What? You? Yulang looked up sharply, a desperate light in his eyes. But before he could act, Ling He had already turned and handed the blueprints to Vera. Vera, see what these are worth. For a moment, Yulang didn't quite understand Ling He's actions. When Ling He said, not now, didn't that mean he intended to torment him further? By this time, Vera had already taken the blueprints. Her slender fingers carefully unfolded the paper, her gaze sweeping quickly over the contents. After just a glance, she looked up and gave her price without hesitation. The smelting furnace blueprint is worth about 50 gold, and the foundry workshop is even more expensive, around 100 gold, Vera said, her voice clear and professional. Her comment about the price wasn't directed at Ling He personally. Compared to other blueprints from the Bronze Age, these 2 were already above average. More importantly, for someone like Ling He who hadn't yet developed a mining industry, these blueprints carried significant added value. Got it. After hearing Vera's offer, Ling He nodded, then turned to Yulang and reached out to shake his hand. Yulang grew even more confused, unable to figure out what Ling He was up to. Suddenly, he felt a weight in his palm. Looking down, he saw a handful of gleaming gold coins. Pleasure doing business, Ling, he said quietly in his ear. So, this had really just been a straightforward transaction? Instinctively, Yulang stored the coins in his personal inventory. Staring at the 150 gold coins now added to his account, he almost wondered if he was dreaming. See, doing business isn't so complicated, is it? Ling He patted Yulang's shoulder, a faint smile at his lips. A fair trade, cash for goods, nothing owed on either side. Seeing Yulang still standing there in shock, Ling He shook his head with a soft laugh. He leaned in, lowering his voice, and said, as for the money from the minerals, I won't be paying you for that. I think you know why. If we ever do business again, remember this: the rules exist to protect you, not me. With that, Ling He gave Yulang's shoulder another firm pat and walked back to the war chariot. Standing atop it, he looked down at Yulang, his tone relaxed. Now that the deal's done, I won't keep you for dinner. You're free to go. He's not going to kill me, And I can actually leave? Yulang staggered to his feet, still in disbelief. He glanced at Ling He, hesitated, then finally asked the question that had been weighing on his mind. So, you're actually the honest merchant? Though it was phrased as a question, his tone made it clear he already suspected the truth. In fact, ever since Vera had called Ling He Lord, Yulang had begun to guess as much. Ling He simply smiled and nodded, confirming his identity without a word. A low, bitter laugh escaped Yulang, almost as if he had lapsed back into his earlier madness. His eyes lingered on Vera for a moment, then turned to Ling He. In a soft voice, he said, "Thank you." There was a hint of genuine gratitude in his words, but even more self-mockery. He had never imagined that someone who trampled on the rules as he did would one day end up so wretched, abandoned by the very rules had ignored. What passed for a fair trade was only possible because of Ling He's mercy, a mercy had once scornfully rejected. The laughter faded. Clutching his wounded side, Yulang turned and walked away. This time, he didn't refuse Ling He's kindness. As he crossed the blood-stained mud, the once mad Wolf King became nothing more than a lonely, pitiful wolf. After Yulang had walked away, Biamo suddenly raised her bow and mimed pulling the string. "Do you need me to do this?" she asked calmly. Though she didn't say it outright, Ling He understood her meaning. "Let it go." Ling He shook his head and gently pushed her bow down. "A little courtesy never hurts, right?" "Courtesy?" Vera raised an eyebrow, her voice tinged with skepticism. "Do you really think that guy was polite? I didn't get that impression at all." As she spoke, Vera jumped down from the carriage and bent to pick up the pixie-shaped wallet from the ground. She still remembered how Yulang had tried to grab her earlier. What kind of manners could you expect from someone who would lay hands on a lady? Exactly, a guy had lay hands on a lady. Vera trailed off, suddenly turning to glare at Ling He. "Why are you looking at me like that? What did I do?" Ling He spread his hands innocently, then pointed to the open-air copper mine at their feet. "Look, isn't this the gift he just gave us?" He had a point. Vera quickly realized there was another side to the story. Without Yulong's involvement, they would never have located the mine so quickly. Even if someone else had offered help, it wouldn't have been so precise as to give them exact coordinates. Killing Yulang might be satisfying in the moment, but if we let him go and give him a bit of funding to get back on his feet, who knows, she might end up helping us again. Ling He analyzed the situation clearly. However, Vera seemed to have a different concern. She looked down at the spot Ling He was pointing to and slowly realized they hadn't paid for anything yet. "That's right, we haven't paid him," she said with a sheepish smile. "Counting the loss of the contract, Ghost Warrior, we've only spent a few hundred gold. But buying this copper mine should cost 8,000 gold, and we haven't spent a single coin on it yet." Her attitude softened, and her impression of Yulang improved a little. Honestly, if we had a few more bad guys like him around, we'd be doing pretty well. Just then, Biamo let out a soft laugh, quickly covering her mouth. Uffed. She couldn't help but giggle, a playful glint in her eyes. "You're laughing at me?" Vera raised an eyebrow, sounding a little annoyed. "No, not at all." Biamo quickly shook her head, lowering her bow. Smiling, she explained, "I just think our Lord is truly generous and kind-hearted, always acting with proper decorum. You really have the qualities of a wise ruler." "Generous and kind-hearted?" Ling He's ears perked up, and he looked at Biamo curiously. "If I hadn't stopped you earlier, what would you have thought of me then?" "In that case," Biamo's eyes curved in a gentle smile, "I still admire you, my lord. You act with both wisdom and decisiveness, ridding the world of evil still in line with proper conduct." Ling He coughed awkwardly, a little embarrassed. "I'm not that great, really." Though Biamo's praise surprised him, her perspective was oddly reassuring. Whether he killed Yulang or let him go, it seemed that in Biamo's eyes, either choice could be justified. Suddenly, a thought struck Ling He. By the way, that secret organization Yulang mentioned and the lord who came with him, they're probably just a small part of the group. From what he said, a lot of secret society lords are active in this area. Ling He frowned slightly. "Biamo, what do you think? What if we launched a surprise attack and wiped out that secret group?" Biamo spoke calmly, his eyes shining with intelligence. The sage once said, "A nation needs sufficient food, a strong army, and unity. If something must be sacrificed, the army goes first. In other words, to defeat an opponent, you must first break their military strength. If you, my lord, choose to strike first, not only are you taking precautions, but your actions also align with the teachings of the sage and the rights of Zhou. It is only fitting." Ling He raised an eyebrow. "And what if I choose to do nothing?" Without hesitation, Biamo replied, "If you do nothing, it shows your great tolerance and broad-mindedness. You put the people first, and that, too, is in accordance with the rights of Zhou." Vera, standing to the side, blinked in confusion, her face full of puzzlement. To her, the conversation seemed to mean one thing: there are many ways to follow the rights of Zhou. Unable to help herself, she asked, "So what exactly are the rights of Zhou?" "That's something sacred," Ling He replied, reaching out to gently tap Vera's hat, a smile playing on his lips. "Those who understand, understand. If you don't, it's no use explaining." Vera puffed up her cheeks, clearly dissatisfied. "Fine then. I don't want to know anyway." Ling He couldn't help but laugh at her reaction, shaking his head in amusement. He felt a surge of contentment. So this is what it means for everything to be in line with the rights of Zhou. He thought to himself that Bai Mo truly deserved his reputation as a top-tier secretary, recruited at great expense. Previously, Ling He had assumed Bai Mo was just a bodyguard type, skilled only in martial arts. Now, it was clear that Bai Mo excelled at diplomacy as well. From now on, Ling He could act as he pleased, leaving the scholarly debates to the experts. All right, let's drop the subject, Ling He said, handing Vera a bottle of soda to lift her spirits. At the same time, he used the 2 blueprints that Yulang had brought. Shifting gears from casual conversation, he turned his attention to business. First, he needed to secure control over the mine. With the defeat of the secret party, the ambush threat was gone. Ling He quickly recruited 2,000 cattle and horses, then bought matching stone tools from the marketplace, spending a total of 4,000 gold. This move essentially wiped out the entire stock of stone tools in the market. This caused quite a stir in the regional chat. Stone tools weren't valuable. Most people preferred to make them themselves rather than buy them. For all the stone tools to suddenly sell out was truly unusual. Ling He ignored the chatter, focusing on assigning tasks to his new recruits. The council hall, as the core building, and the pillar of prayer, which allowed him to put goods on the market, both had to be built first. These required a huge amount of wood. When he tried to remove his own wood stock from the market, he discovered a limitation. An alert popped up. You are out of range of the listing location. At the copper mine, he couldn't access the wood he had listed earlier. Until now, Ling He hadn't realized that once you moved too far from where you listed an item, you couldn't remove it unless you returned to that spot. It seemed the marketplace could serve as a local storage, but it couldn't be used as a lossless, long-distance inventory. That approach was clearly blocked by the system. Fortunately, wood wasn't a rare resource. Ling He simply assigned a group to go logging and turned his attention to the 2 Bronze Age blueprints from Yulang. With requirements like clay, bone meal, and pine resin, the construction demands of these blueprints were still a bit too specialized for now. Bone meal was undoubtedly the easiest material to obtain at the moment. Despite the hasty retreat of the secret order and many enemies escaping the battlefield, plenty of bodies still remained. Ling He surveyed the scene, calculating silently. All he needed to do was strip the flesh from these corpses and burn the remains, and he could produce a significant amount of bone meal. His gaze first fell on Vera, and he was about to point at her, but hesitated mid-gesture. Instead, he turned to Bai Mo. I'll leave this task to you. It just didn't feel right to ask Vera to handle the corpses, but it seemed perfectly reasonable for Bai Mo to do it. Bai Mo nodded quietly and accepted the job. What about me? As Bai Mo got up and left the carriage, Vera immediately scooted closer to Ling He, pointing at herself and asking urgently, "Hey, you jerk of a lord, you're not planning to forget about me, are you?" Ling He reached out, intending to ruffle Vera's hair, but her hat got in the way, so he settled for patting the top of it instead. He had no intention of letting Vera sit idly, just didn't want her to do such unpleasant work. He opened the regional chat and quickly posted a buying request. Honest merchant here, buying large quantities of clay and pine resin. Clay, 1 gold per stack. Pine resin, 3 gold per stack. List directly on the market. I'll buy immediately. No need to DM. After posting, he pushed the trading interface toward Vera. Help me keep an eye on the market. These 2 materials weren't rare in the region. Rather than wasting time searching for them, it was better to buy them at a high price. Time is money, and the time saved could be spent earning even more golden investment well worth it. Besides, he had just made a small fortune, so spending a little extra wasn't an issue. His announcement instantly caused a stir in the regional chat. 3 gold for a stack of pine resin and 1 gold for clay? That's faster money than fighting the ghost spirits. Someone exclaimed. Unlike ancient zither, or chariots, or minerals, clay and pine resin were easily accessible to most players. No one had paid much attention to them before, not because they were rare, but because there was no demand. Now, Ling He had single-handedly created a huge market. Holy crap, there's a clay deposit right by the river where I spawned. That's basically a gold mine. Don't try to hog it, I'll let your buddy help you out. Players were instantly on the move, greed flickering in their eyes. While exploring the world of Sword Dance of the Azure Sky, I happened to come across a pine forest that was not too sparse. Since the vendor needed pine resin, I decided to settle here for the time being. The acquisition plan progressed surprisingly smoothly. The positive reputation Ling He had carefully maintained paid off when he posted his request. Most people chose to trust rather than doubt him. In less than half a day, enough raw materials to build a foundry. Piles of clay and solidified pine resin were neatly stacked in front of him. Bai Mo returned from the battlefield and immediately reported on the post-battle cleanup. Near the copper mine, the secret party had left behind over 100 corpses, all of which Bai Mo had stripped of their equipment. After setting aside the damaged pieces for repair, there were still more than 30 usable suits of iron armor. What do you plan to do with this equipment? Bai Mo asked. Ling He stroked his chin and made a decision. Distribute it among the contract ghost warriors. After a brutal battle that spanned 2 eras, The contract ghost warriors had managed to break the enemy's morale with their death resistance and intimidation abilities, but they had also suffered heavy losses. These 30 sets of iron armor would be just enough to equip each surviving ghost warrior. Biamo nodded in agreement and continued with the inventory report. Nearly 200 corpses, including those of the contract ghost warriors, had produced a total of 400 units of bone powder, thanks in part to the ghost warriors' large builds. Meanwhile, half a day of mining had yielded impressive results. Over 1,000 laborers and beasts of burden had collected nearly 5,000 units of stone and more than 2,000 units of malachite, while the logging teams brought back thousands of units of timber as well. With this enormous manpower and material support, the previously tedious work of preparing furnace and foundry materials was completed with ease. Ling He didn't hesitate to open the construction panel and, near the copper mine, laid out 10 pit furnaces and 1 clay mold foundry in quick succession. At the current pace of construction, these buildings would be finished within 10 hours. Meanwhile, Vera's acquisition efforts continued. 1 foundry might be enough to supply the current population, but Ling He's ambitions were clearly greater. Since the Shadow Wolf had generously handed him the chance to monopolize the next era, he wasn't about to let that opportunity slip by. Besides, while the cost of a few hundred gold coins for a foundry might mean instant wealth for others, to Ling He it was hardly worth mentioning. With this in mind, Ling He turned and gently patted Hamburger, who was dozing beside him. It was clear Hamburger was fast asleep. Ling He couldn't help but smile. On the journey to find mineral resources, Hamburger had already amassed a fortune of several thousand gold coins from their joint slime gel business. Perhaps it's true what they say. Even if a poor man strikes it rich overnight, he can't compare to the wealth that a rich man's couch brings. Thanks to the massive influx of funds, Ling He had finally gotten the copper mine fully on track. All the challenges faced in the early days of mining had been resolved, one by one, thanks to his considerable resources. Now, it was just a matter of time. Meanwhile, Yulang, clutching his wounded abdomen, slipped away from the copper mine, keeping his distance. He didn't rush to regroup with the defeated lords of the secret party. Instead, his mind was filled with thoughts of Ling He. Yulong's emotions were a tangled mess, his feelings torn in two. On one hand, he felt a measure of gratitude Ling He hadn't chased him down to finish him off. On the other hand, almost everything he had was now lost because of Ling He. He couldn't pretend there was no resentment. With a bitter laugh, Yulang slumped against a large tree, his hand pressed to his wound. Gratitude and hatred, coexisting in one heart. What an irony. Humans truly are contradictory creatures. The word human stirred up even more complicated feelings inside him. The memory of being toyed with by Ling He and his companions was still fresh in his mind, a sharp reminder that he was, after all, just a human too. The twisted smile faded from his face, his gaze growing distant and shadowed. Because he was human, he would never fully earn the trust of the Ghostling clan, or any other outsiders. Even as a member of the defectors, he was no exception. Having spent so much time with the party leader, had almost forgotten his original motivation. Why had he joined the defectors in the first place, thrown himself into a war against his own kind? Was it just to become stronger in this dog-eat-dog world? That purpose had long since been buried by time, growing vague and uncertain. With a heavy sigh, Yulang suddenly felt lost, a wave of vulnerability washing over him. For the first time since being mocked by Ling He and the others, he wavered. For the first time, he wondered, what would he do after eliminating all the human lords? After a while, Yulang shook his head. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find an answer. Maybe, only the party leader knew. He remembered what Crying Wall had said: shouldn't have acted alone, but should have stayed put and waited for the party leader's return alongside Crying Wall. Just then, a trembling voice called from behind him. Lord Yulang? HM. Yulang whipped around, anger flaring in his eyes as he glared in the direction of the voice. As expected, Lin Xiao stood there, his body shaking. You actually have the nerve to show yourself in front of me? Song Shong. Yulong's gaze was sharp as a blade, his tone full of menace. Lin Xiao flinched and dropped to his knees, voice quivering. I am sorry, Lord Yulang. I was just so scared. I didn't mean to run away. Yulang stared at him coldly. In the past, just hearing the words Song Shong would have been enough for him to kill Lin Xiao without a second thought. But after his encounter with Ling He, the fire inside him seemed to have lost some of its intensity. Lin Xiao's face was full of fear, his eyes wide with terror. Looking down at the trembling figure, Yulang realized Lin Xiao didn't seem like someone plotting against him. Besides, considering the beating head just taken himself, Lin Xiao's escape almost seemed reasonable. Lord, is there anything I can do to help you now? Lin Xiao asked cautiously. Hearing this, the last trace of anger finally faded from Yulong's heart. He fell silent for a moment, then let out a cold snort. His gaze was still icy, but he said nothing more. At the very least, when everyone else was only concerned with saving themselves, Entropy was the only one willing to come back for him. Thinking of this, Yulang impatiently gestured to Lin Xiao. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and give me a hand. Lin Xiao nodded and carefully stepped forward, helping Yulang up from the ground. Seeing how cautious he was, Yulang felt a bit relieved and said casually, "Why don't you stick with me from now on? Stay away from that crying wall. It's not as." Before he could finish, a sharp pain pierced his chest, and blood gushed from his mouth. He looked down in shock and saw the stone dagger buried deep in his heart. "We were supposed to be teammates," Yulang whispered hoarsely, his vision blurring. But Lin Xiao didn't respond. He simply pulled the dagger out, letting more blood spill out, and Yulong's sight faded to darkness. In his final moments, only one thought filled his mind. This was the first time in his life he had let his guard down, and the moment he did, the blade slid effortlessly into his chest. Lin Xiao flicked the blood from the dagger, a cold smile tugging at his lips. Yulong's death didn't surprise him. In fact, had never planned to see Yulang again. He hadn't expected they'd cross paths once more, and it was Yulong's vulnerability in that moment that caught him off guard. Lin Xiao's gaze swept the ground, and suddenly, something caught his eye: a pile of glittering gold coins scattered beneath Yulong's corpse. Gold coins. He quickly collected them into his personal inventory, over 30 coins in total. Usually, it would take looting 2 ordinary lords to amass that many coins. And killing Yulang brought even more benefits than that. Looking at the growth path interface, Lin Xiao couldn't help but tremble, not from fear, but from excitement. Growth path, false creator god, current level, LV11. Killing Yulang had granted him enough experience to resurrect from the ruins, propelling his development into the top tier of this region. However, when he thought of the honest vendor, Lin Xiao's smile vanished, and his mood grew heavy. Compared to that development maniac who practically controlled the entire game through the market, Lin Xiao still had nothing. The more he focused on the honest vendor and calculated his advantages, the deeper Lin Xiao's sense of helplessness became. With his market power, the honest vendor's growth was almost equal to that of all the human lords in the region combined. That mountain of wealth only made Lin Xiao feel even more suffocated the harder he tried to catch up. Meanwhile, back at the original stone cave hideout, in front of the crying wall, the secret party lords were gathered. The crying wall let out a sound that was somewhere between laughter and weeping. Yulang is dead. His warriors could have done so much more. The secret party lords around showed little surprise. After all, once you joined the secret party, everyone automatically became friends. When Yulang and a few other secret party lords' names disappeared from the friend list, the truth was obvious. "My condolences," someone said softly, stepping up beside the crying wall. But the crying wall only shook his head, his face showing no sorrow, just the faintest hint of a smile. If one looked closely, they'd notice that although his lips curved up, there was no warmth in his eyes. The bloody night had finally passed. Dawn had arrived. Ling He stood before a newly forged furnace, holding a piece of malachite in his hand. He turned to look at Vera and Bai Mo, who stood beside him, and said steadily, "So, are we ready to smelt copper now?" "Of course. Absolutely not." Bai Mo and Vera spoke almost in unison. Ling He and Bai Mo immediately turned to Vera with puzzled looks, both wondering, "Why not?" Ling He hesitated and asked, "Wait, are you thinking of something inappropriate?" "Inappropriate?" A question mark seemed to appear on Vera's forehead, but she quickly shook her head, pointed at Ling He, and teased, "You idiot lord, are you planning to smelt red copper?" "Red copper? Isn't it supposed to be bronze?" Ling He replied, glancing at Bai Mo for help. "Copper actually comes in red, yellow, orange, green, blue, and even purple," Bai Mo said directly, shaking his head apologetically. "Sorry, my lord. As the sages say, admit what you know, and admit what you don't. As for this red copper Miss Blackheart mentioned, am not familiar with it." Seeing this, Vera helplessly patted her forehead and gave a dramatic sigh. "All right, my bad. I guess that's not exactly common knowledge." Her lips curled into a triumphant smile. "Looks like even the top-tier secretary Bai Mo isn't all-knowing after all. Well, let this lady explain it to you." She turned to Ling He. "Hey, idiot lord, do you know how many types of copper there are? Cut the chatter and get to the point." Ling He tossed the malachite in his hand aside, strode over, and pressed down hard on Vera's top hat, giving it a rough rub for good measure. "Hey." Vera puffed out her cheeks in protest. "See? You're always so rough." Interrupted, her mood for showing off vanished. After clearing her throat, she began to explain copper types to Ling He and Bai Mo. There are several types of copper, mainly brass, bronze, white copper, and red copper. Brass is made by smelting copper with zinc, or also known as a copper-zinc alloy, and is often used to make musical instruments. White copper is a copper-nickel alloy, which is corrosion-resistant. People who want to look fancy without spending much often use white copper cutlery instead of silver. It's cheap, but still looks good. If you just smelt copper or without adding anything, like our idiot lord here, you end up with pure copper, which is what I called red copper. Red copper conducts electricity very well, but once made into equipment, its hardness is only about 35 HV. At this point, Vera paused to gauge Ling He and Bai Mo's reactions. As expected, both looked completely lost. Ling He felt as if his long-forgotten chemistry lessons were coming back to haunt him, while Bai Mo was utterly baffled by all the technical terms. Looks like, compared to BMO, Vera does have her strengths at least. In terms of the era she comes from, she completely outclasses BMO, Ling He thought to himself. So what about bronze? BMO suddenly asked. As the sages say, there's no shame in asking questions, BMO added, not at all embarrassed about his lack of knowledge in certain areas. Bronze, right, Vera said, holding up one finger, then switched to two as she thought it over. Bronze mostly comes in two types. The kind that define the entire Bronze Age is made by adding tin or to copper, creating a copper-tin alloy. She glanced at Ling He, then back at BMO. Do you know how hard bronze, the copper-tin alloy, actually is? As Vera expected, BMO hesitated when faced with this question. He frowned slightly, and, after thinking for a moment, finally answered, 50 HV? Although he didn't really understand what Vera meant by HV, he figured that since bronze is harder than pure copper, this conservative estimate should be acceptable. Vera's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of mischief in her eyes. Wrong. The answer is 100 HV. She tapped her finger lightly on the table, her tone filled with professional confidence. The hardness of copper-tin alloy is nearly 3 times that of pure copper. For an era to be named after bronze, its power goes far beyond what most people imagine. Ling He, however, looked worried after hearing this and shook his head. So what you're saying is, besides copper you'll also need to find zinc and nickel, and, most importantly, a source of tin? Or, Vera said, her smile widening as her eyes narrowed slightly. You could choose another type of bronze, my dear troublesome lord. Let's hear it. Vera folded her hands on the table and continued, arsenical bronze. It's usually produced by smelting arsenic-bearing copper ores directly. The process is simple, and the hardness can reach 80 HV. She paused for a moment. Compared to tin bronze, arsenical bronze is a bit softer and more brittle, but once made into weapons or armor, it has a unique trait. She parted her lips and pronounced the word clearly, poison. When smelting arsenic copper ores, the byproduct is arsenic trioxide, or, as you might know it, arsenic poison. Vera spoke with a calm, professional tone. Any weapon made from arsenical bronze, if it wounds a living creature, is far more lethal than one made from tin bronze. And, all right. Ling He quickly raised his hand to cut her off before she could launch into another long explanation. Before we get any further into bronze, can you tell me how red copper weapons compare to stone tools? They're definitely superior, Vera nodded. Though she had been emphasizing the shortcomings of red copper, it all depended on what you were comparing it to. She began counting on her fingers. Compared to stone tools, red copper might be slightly lacking in hardness, but it perfectly compensates for the brittleness of stone. The sharper a stone blade is after sharpening, the more likely it is to chip or even shatter during use. But red copper is completely different. She traced an arc in the air with her finger. Red copper is extremely tough. Even if a blade gets dulled during use, it's not a big deal. Just sharpen it, and it's ready to go again. But, Vera raised her index finger for emphasis. If you use red copper weapons in battle, depending on the intensity of the fight, you'll need to sharpen them every 1 to 4 hours to deal with the loss of sharpness from dulling. If you switch to bronze, however, both the disadvantages of red copper and stone tools disappear. Wait. Ling He suddenly caught on to a few key words in Vera's explanation, his eyes lighting up. You mean, red copper gear needs sharpening every few hours, and sharpening wears down the thickness, so after a certain amount of use, red copper weapons become completely unusable? Vera tilted her head in confusion. That's about right. Is there a problem? There's a huge opportunity. Ling He slapped both hands onto Vera's shoulders, his eyes shining with excitement. This is our next era's entry-level product, right here. He might not know much about alloys, but he definitely understood business. If red copper equipment really worked the way Vera described, then in the next era, no one would be able to get ahead of Ling He in the copper market. What do you mean? Vera blinked in confusion, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. She had just been discussing the drawbacks of red copper equipment and couldn't understand why Ling He had suddenly shifted the conversation to low-end products. Seeing her blank expression, Ling He's lips curved into a faint smile, and he chuckled softly. Did you forget how the world's most durable light bulb manufacturer went out of business? Vera frowned, clearly baffled by the sudden question. You bastard lord, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean. Only then did Ling He realize that, in Vera's era, capital had yet to recognize this fatal flaw. Of the 3 people present, he was the only one who understood this piece of history. That happened before I started playing the war games. Ling He leaned back in his chair, his gaze growing distant. There was a company that made the world's most durable light bulbs. Their products could last for decades, even 100 years, without burning out. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. As a result, the market quickly became saturated. There was no longer any demand. That industry giant, once a pioneer, ended up failing miserably. Ling He's voice grew lower. Standing on the bones of their predecessors, later manufacturers formed the Phoebus cartel and set a standard. A light bulb's lifespan could be no more than 1,000 hours. Anyone who broke this rule was shut out and pushed out of the market. By joining forces, these businessmen made a fortune. Glancing at the window and noticing it was still early, Ling He decided to share this story with Vera and Mo. That's even possible. Vera's eyes widened in shock, her hand unconsciously covering her mouth. It was her first time hearing of merchants being driven out of business for making products that were too good. That's the market for you, Ling He said with a wry smile, a spark of intelligence in his eyes. It's complicated and ruthless. It looks orderly, but it often defies logic. That's just how markets work. Mo leaned forward, curiosity shining in his eyes. Could you tell us more about your plan? Of course. Ling He snapped his fingers and gestured at the furnace in front of them, the firelight flickering across his face. Think about it, a furnace can only smelt 300 metal ingots every 7 days, and during the process, there's a loss of materials. He paused and looked at Mo. Mo quickly filled in. It takes about 3 units of wood for every metal ingot. Right. Ling He nodded approvingly. That's not a cheap cost. At present, the rapid development of the copper mine was almost entirely propped up by Ling He's investment. Setting aside the massive initial outlay, the ongoing maintenance would be a staggering expense. Ling He folded his hands on the table. If we were to go straight to producing powerful and durable bronze equipment, how do you think we should set the price? I know this one. Vera raised her hand eagerly, like a student desperate to answer. Considering the initial investment, plus the materials and labor during production, 10 gold coins per bronze ingot seems like a fair price. Ling He didn't disagree, but threw out a series of sharp questions. But if we set the price at 10 gold coins per bronze ingot, how many people could actually afford it? For those who can, would they ever need to repurchase, given how long bronze equipment lasts? Or, if they truly need bronze gear, wouldn't it be more cost-effective for them to band together and mine the ore themselves? Vera fell silent, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Each of Ling He's questions struck at the heart of the matter, forcing her to reconsider the entire business model. Being a pioneer doesn't always guarantee huge profits or peace of mind. The price of 10 gold coins for a single bronze ingot was shockingly high, and Ling He was keenly aware of the underlying risks in the market. Frowning slightly, he analyzed the situation for Vera. At this price, people will be forced to look for alternatives. They'll either mine the raw materials themselves, or buy unrefined, or from middlemen. A spark of insight flashed in Ling He's eyes. It's just like the light bulb company I mentioned before. If we don't change our approach, we'll be squeezed out of the market sooner or later. That's why we need copper. He eagerly continued to lay out his plan. Copper may not be as good as bronze, but it's far better than stone tools. More importantly, it's a consumable resource, so it won't threaten the future market for bronze equipment. When it came to pricing, Ling He smiled confidently. We could even set the price at 3 gold coins. 3 gold. Vera snapped out of her thoughts, eyes wide with disbelief. She quickly did the math in her head. The wood alone would cost 90 copper, not to mention labor for mining and smelting, plus the expense of building furnaces. After deducting a 15 transaction tax, they'd barely make a single gold in profit per copper ingot. Factoring in infrastructure costs, the profit would be almost negligible. But Ling He shook his head, undeterred. Pricing isn't that simple. Don't forget, we control the timber market. Right now, there's an oversupply of wood. Producing more would just waste resources. And copper, he paused meaningfully, is the key to solving that problem. Realization dawned on Vera. You mean, using copper as a new channel to sell timber? Exactly. Ling He's eyes gleamed as he opened the construction menu and casually ordered several underground smelting furnaces. Spreading his arms wide as if envisioning a grand future, he declared, now, all we need to do is keep refining copper, making it the gateway to the Bronze Age, and blocking out all competitors who covet the mining market. With that, he grabbed 3 cans of soda from the war wagon and tossed 2 to Vera, and Mo, to our new market. Cheers. Mo raised his can in response. Meanwhile, Vera stared at her drink, pupils narrowing as a crucial realization hit her. You bastard, this is tin. Uffed. As soon as Ling He heard Vera's words, the soda he had just swallowed sprayed out of his mouth, splashing everywhere. He quickly wiped his lips, then raised the half-empty can in his hand, and looked at Vera with a complicated expression. Are you saying this thing is tin? Vera nodded, her eyes shining with confidence. I know what I'm looking at. I'm not wrong. Ling He frowned. But didn't you say before that this stuff wasn't worth much? He remembered clearly when he first gave Vera the soda, she hadn't seemed excited at all. Her face back then was full of confusion and disappointment, as if he was just wasting money. Vera didn't shy away from it, and replied honestly, at that time, I really didn't think it was valuable. She paused, her gaze growing a little deeper. But now, things are different. As she spoke, she deftly pulled the tab and took a big gulp, draining the soda in one go. After a quick burp, Vera shook the empty can, brought it close to Ling He, and pointed at the inside. Look, right here. Ling He leaned in. Vera tapped the thin layer inside the can with her fingertip. The so-called tin is just this, only a thin coating. Ling He murmured instinctively. That's barely anything. Then his eyes suddenly lit up as he caught on to what Vera meant. So, when she said it wasn't worth much, she was referring to the tiny amount of tin actually present. Yeah, it's not just about price, you have to look at the content. Ling He mused. Tin is valuable, but if it's only a thin coating, it's not worth much. But then he fell silent, thinking. Even so, the situation wasn't that simple. But, if you have enough of them, that's a different story, he muttered. Vera caught his words and smirked, as if she'd expected his reaction. You figured it out, didn't you? She said, a teasing note in her voice. All these cans together, there's a significant amount of tin here. Ling He paused, then laughed. Who would have thought that just trying to quench my thirst would lead to such an unexpected windfall? Vera rolled her eyes. You really do have some luck. She turned away, continuing, bronze only needs a small amount of tin in the alloy between 5 and 20%. Even with just 5%, you can make bronze that's much harder than pure copper. She paused, then gave a cold chuckle. So, with all these cans combined, you could easily arm a small force with bronze weapons. If I didn't know the truth, I'd think you planned this all along. Ling He couldn't help but laugh, scratching the back of his head. Haha, don't say that. It's just a lucky accident. Who could have predicted something from so long ago would turn out like this? Vera still looked at him with a hint of suspicion, then suddenly stopped and stared at him. You're not actually some scheming lord, are you? Ling He smiled and raised his hands in mock innocence. No, no way. There's no way I could have planned for something like this so far ahead. Vera studied him, and the doubt in her eyes slowly faded. Yeah, if you were really that prepared for every little detail, you'd be quite a big shot. Then she grew serious and held up a finger. But there's something important you have to remember. She paused. When you're smelting the copper, you can only add the tin coating from the cans. The cans themselves are made of aluminum. If you mix in too much aluminum, you'll ruin the entire batch. Ling He nodded, taking her words to heart. Ling He didn't think what Vera asked was difficult at all. He casually summoned 2 oxen and horses from beside the furnace, handed them an empty can, and pointed at it, saying, break this open and carefully sand off the coating inside. See if you can manage it. The 2 oxen and horses took the can carefully, exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then answered firmly, we don't know how yet, but we can learn. That's the spirit. Ling He cheerfully patted them on the shoulder. We need hardworking folks like you, I mean hands. He pointed at the 2. From today on, you're the captain and vice captain of the can sanding team. He'll assign a few more people to help. With that, he waved over a few more oxen and horses, handed them the cans from the chariot, and without waiting for thanks, gestured toward the distance. All right, what are you standing around for? Get to work, off you go. Watching the group walk away with the cans and start sanding them with stones, Ling He turned around, spread his hands, and looked at Vera. See, problem solved. Vera blinked, looking a bit puzzled. But since when did we have a can sanding team captain position? Ling He shook his head lightly and smiled, unfazed. Oh, Vera, you're really only sharp in your own field. He waved dismissively, laughing. It's not like we're paying extra wages. Why worry about it? Vera paused, then nodded. Fair enough. You bastard lord, I officially acknowledge you as a bastard. She couldn't help but laugh, then shot Ling He a sideways glance. Ling He muttered under his breath, stop recognizing things that don't even exist. He glanced down at Mo beside him, who politely saluted and said, my lord, you value talent, and use people wisely just as it should be. See, even though she calls me a bastard lord every day, I've always been a good guy, Ling He said, squinting happily. Suddenly, his thoughts shifted to the lumberyard. In his rush to leave, had left behind a lot of soda and empty cans there, and they couldn't be transported by air. The trading post spatial transfer was no longer available, and Ling He wondered how to deal with all those cans. But soon, an idea struck him and his eyes lit up. Right, the trading post. He mused. As long as I pay enough trading tax, goods can be delivered quickly between 2 allied lords. He stroked his chin, thinking it through. If he set the price of the cans too low, other lords might snap them up, but if he priced them at 20 or 30 copper, no one would want to pay that much for a bunch of scrap cans. So, the transportation problem was temporarily solved. However, the next issue was even trickier. People. If only you were a person, he sighed, turning to Scratch Hamburger. Looking at the pig in front of him, Ling He smiled wryly, wishing it could help him sort out these troubles. Gulu? Hamburger let out a puzzled murmur. After a moment of thought, it seemed to understand what the two-legged creature meant. Just then, Ling He suddenly felt his comfortable sofa vanish beneath him, and he found himself sitting directly on top of a little girl. Hamburger! Ling He shouted, his face darkening. It's just a metaphor, a metaphor. He knew perfectly well that even if Hamburger could take on a human form, it still couldn't use the human trading system. Since its trading system was completely different, there was no way for it to trade with Ling He remotely. Puffed Vera covered her mouth and giggled. She teased, so, Lord Bastard, your true colors are showing, huh? You clearly don't want to move, but you're not making any effort to get up either. As she finished, Vera glanced sideways at Mo, curious about what he might say next. Under her gaze, Mo merely turned his face slightly and spoke softly. The sages say, observe a person's actions, examine their motivations, and note where they find comfort. In other words, we should view people from multiple angles and perspectives, considering things dynamically. So, from a higher and more nuanced point of view, Our lord here is certainly acting within the bounds of decorum. Vera's mouth parted in surprise, and she thought, seriously? When did Mo get so philosophical? She understood every word, but together they made little sense to her. Still, after Vera's earlier comment, Ling He felt too embarrassed to stay seated on Hamburger any longer. He stood up, grabbed Hamburger by both cheeks, lifted it into the air, and shook it hard until it was dizzy and transformed back into its original form. Seeing his agent Hamburger finally return to normal, Ling He let go and stretched out comfortably on his sofa again. Now where was he? Oh right, he needed to find an agent from his own kind. The thought brought a twinge of regret. Head let the shadow wolf go too soon. If only Head kept it longer, he could use it now. At the very least, he could have nabbed one of those mysterious secret society lords who followed the shadow wolf. But now, both the wolf and those lords had vanished without a trace, leaving Ling He with no choice but to find a human lord nearby. But lone human lords were hard to come by given the population density in this area. He might cross paths with one and not even notice. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken him a whole week to travel from the lumberyard to the open-pit copper mine without seeing a single soul. Hey! Just then, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded in Ling He's ear. It wasn't Vera, nor Mo, and it certainly wasn't one of the laborers at the mine. The voice seemed to come from far away. Ling He jerked his head up, eyes fixed on the horizon at the edge of his vision. He could make out several figures he vaguely recognized running toward him. In a flash, a thought struck Ling He, but he couldn't quite place who they were. Still, this was a rare human lord. Ling He suddenly raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Catch him! Don't let him get away!" Mo reacted instantly, narrowing his eyes and raising his bow, ready to aim at the distant figure's legs to keep them from escaping. But Ling He moved quickly, grabbing Mo's bow and stopping him from taking such a drastic action. Mo was forced to pause his actions. Seizing the moment, Vera slammed her staff heavily into the ground and commanded, "Attack!" In an instant, armored warriors wielding great swords surged forward. After a round of re-equipping, the contract ghost warriors under Ling He's command saw a dramatic boost in their combat power. With the addition of iron armor, their battle strength soared to 55 points, a qualitative leap from their former, deathly state. As the security force Ling He had stationed in the mining area, these contract ghost warriors could now tear apart any Stone Age unit that dared to challenge them. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiejun was rushing toward Ling He, accompanied by a few of his followers. As he ran, he waved and called out, "Hey, I finally found you," but before he could finish, he collided head-on with the advancing contract ghost warriors. Staring at these towering, armored warriors like human bulldozers, the followers behind Xiao Xiejun exchanged glances, as if reaching a silent agreement. Suddenly, the system notification chimed. "Ding, your follower Wasteland Tracker has lost 100 loyalty points. Ding, your follower Beast Whisperer has lost 100 loyalty points. Ding, your follower's loyalty has dropped into the negatives. They are beginning to flee." Huh? Fleeing? Xiao Xiejun stopped and turned around, only to find no one behind him. He rubbed his eyes, but still saw nothing. Huh? 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 Before he could react further, a heavy figure tackled him to the ground. Moments later, after confirming there was no threat nearby, the contract ghost warrior stood up. Ling He, riding in a vehicle driven by Mo, arrived at the scene. Help! Xiao Xiejun lay beneath the contract ghost warrior, weakly reaching out, looking as if he were on the verge of passing out. "Let him up," Ling He ordered quietly. Once the contract ghost warrior rose, Xiao Xiejun gasped for air, desperate for oxygen. Just moments ago, the 60-pound armor and nearly 200-pound muscle-bound warrior had nearly suffocated him. "Wow, this is only our second meeting. Isn't this a bit too enthusiastic?" Xiao Xiejun wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes, half joking. "Second meeting?" Ling He raised an eyebrow, slowly recalling the other's face. "You're that who was it?" "Let me think." Suddenly, he clapped his hands as it came to him. "You're that beggar who was eating grass on the mountaintop." "Eating grass? Beggar?" Xiao Xiejun clutched his chest with a wry smile. "Come on, that's a bit harsh, isn't it? Besides, I have a name, it's Li Zian," he began, then stopped himself. "Wait, forget it, that doesn't matter." Ling He cut off his rambling, his voice cold. "He'll ask why you're here later. For now, I'm giving you a chance. Will you take it?" "Ding, the benevolent merchant lord is inviting you to become his agent. If you don't refuse, you will automatically accept after a 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8. Xiao Xiejun glanced nervously at the contract ghost warriors eyeing him. He understood the situation. Clearly refusal would likely mean his death. 10 seconds isn't a long time, but it was enough for several thoughts to flash through Xiao Xiejun's mind before a new notification popped up in front of him. "You have been designated as the human agent of this area by the Lord, Liang Xin Xiaofan." Ling He flashed a confident smile and waved dismissively at the contract-bound ghost warriors who were eyeing them warily. "All right, break it up. We're all on the same side now." At his command, the ghost warriors immediately withdrew their oppressive aura. Xiao Xiejun finally let out a long breath, his tense shoulders relaxing a little. But the relief didn't last long. He watched as Ling He leapt down from his ultra-cool war chariot, landing steadily right in front of him. His heart clenched up again. His mind raced, scrambling for something to say, and he managed to squeeze out an awkward smile. Boss, so you're the legendary Xiao fan? Ling He raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. You didn't know? He looked Xiao Xiejun up and down. If you didn't know who I was, why were you following me? Their chance encounter on the mountaintop wasn't exactly close to this open-pit copper mine. Ling He had assumed the other guy must have known his identity and had deliberately tracked him here. Haha. While Xiao Xiejun scratched the back of his head awkwardly, avoiding Ling He's gaze. Would you believe me if I said I just wanted to ask where you got your ride, boss? My ride? Ling He glanced back at his war chariot on instinct. Head built the thing himself, and even he thought it looked pretty awesome. Wait, are you saying you want this? Yeah. Xiao Xiejun's eyes sparkled, nodding so hard, he looked like a pecking chicken. For someone who lived for style, looking cool was a lifelong mission. Combat power was optional. A good skin was non-negotiable. Boss, can you tell me where you got the skin for your ride? He asked eagerly. I haven't seen anything like it at the auction house. Is there some kind of hidden shop? Like a super VIP store you unlock after spending a ton? He was getting more excited, eyes wide with anticipation. Wait, I get it. Boss, are you a reincarnator? Did you know about the war game ahead of time? Sell your house, borrow money, and dump it all into the game, just to get back at people who looked down on you in your previous life? As he spoke, he leaned in so close he was nearly nose-to-nose with Ling He. If it weren't for the fact he was clearly unarmed, by Mo, standing nearby, would have already put an arrow through his forehead. Ling He frowned, his smile fading. Thanks to the agent system, Xiao Xiejun was now listed as a friend in his contacts. But honestly, this guy didn't seem all that bright. Seeing that Xiao Xiejun was about to get even closer, Ling He immediately reached out and pushed his head away, clearly annoyed. If he didn't stop him now, this guy might just spin up a million-word novel in his head. Ahem, Ling He cleared his throat. It's nowhere near as ridiculous as you think. No secret reincarnation, no crazy spending. I do have some wealth, but I can honestly say that every cent, every copper I have, I earned through hard work. When Ling He flatly denied being a big spender or a reincarnator, Xiao Xiejun paused, surprised. Really? Really? Ling He nodded firmly. I hate nothing more than people who want something for nothing. As they spoke, Ling He's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. He smiled and pointed at the chariot behind him. Isn't this what you're after? He said, raising an eyebrow. If you really want it that badly, it's not impossible. But the price is 1,000 gold. When Xiao Xiejun heard the offer, he swayed as if he might shatter at any moment. He had mentally prepared himself, knew a chariot that looked this good couldn't possibly come cheap. But 1,000 gold? That was outrageous under the current circumstances. Could even the wealthiest lord in the region afford that? Wait, he glanced at Ling He and thought, actually, the richest lord probably could. But what about the second richest? Definitely not. At this price, this stylish chariot would clearly remain Ling He's exclusive ride for a long time. Seeing the reluctant look in Xiao Xiejun's eyes, Ling He's lips curled into a faint smile. He hadn't set the price at 1,000 gold just to tease him, nor did he intend to actually sell the chariot. The truth was, this kind of chariot simply couldn't be mass-produced. As the saying goes, rarity increases value. To make a wooden chariot that wasn't particularly powerful but looked incredibly cool, he needed Hanbao's help first. That part was easy after all. During their time together, Hanbao had always been cooperative, except when he was sleeping. But there was a bigger problem: skill books. Each chariot required at least 2 morphing skill books. Although these weren't especially rare, human lords couldn't obtain them. Even if a human lord managed to get one, it would only be a different skill sharing the same name. Only slime lords could drop skill books with unique slime traits. And the skill books from the slime market couldn't possibly meet Ling He's demand for mass production, simply because there were so few slime lords around. That's right, pitifully few. During the week they spent traveling, Ling He had checked most of Hanbao's stats whenever he had free time. By looking at the number of players in the region channel, he realized there were fewer than 1,000 slime lords in the whole area. At first, Ling He thought the slimes had been hunted down to such low numbers because they were too weak. But after Hanbao explained, he learned that there were only ever a little over 1,000 slimes in this region to begin with. Compared to the human race, it was obviously unfair. But fairness had no place in the war game. The elderly, the children, the grasslands, the snowy fields starting out ahead wasn't just a saying. Those who died tragically right after arriving, for all sorts of reasons, probably understood this best. Besides, if the war game was really about fairness, there wouldn't be a powerful race like the ghost spirits, whose strength rivaled the third era, and there wouldn't be giant sharks like Honest Vendor dominating the market. Ling He looked at his own hand and chuckled, realizing his thoughts had drifted too far. He pulled himself back to the present, stepped forward, and patted Xiao Xiejun on the shoulder. 1,000 goldies, that a lot to you? Or not? Xiao Xiejun instinctively replied, of course it's not much. Ling He looked up, meeting his gaze with a smile. Remember how I said I'd give you an opportunity? Become my agent, and a mere 1,000 gold will be nothing at all. He reached out his hands. Although Xiao Xiejun didn't quite understand what Ling He meant, he instinctively cupped his hands together. At that moment, he watched as Ling He placed his palm above Xiao Xiejun's hands, and suddenly, a shower of gold coins rained down. There were so many coins that within seconds, Xiao Xiejun's hands were overflowing, and the excess spilled from his palms onto the ground. Boss, what are you doing? Xiao Xiejun asked curiously. Ling He paused, smiled, and replied, try adding these coins to your personal inventory. See if you can do it. Muttering under his breath, Xiao Xiejun quickly got to work. Soon, Head gathered all the coins in his hands, as well as those scattered on the ground, and stored them in his inventory. Not one more, not one less, exactly 1,000 coins. Wait, Xiao Xiejun started to say, but Ling He's voice interrupted him again. Try buying something from the marketplace, go for something expensive. Following Ling He's instructions, Xiao Xiejun opened the marketplace interface. Since it wasn't his own money, he didn't feel any hesitation about spending it. Scanning the listings, he spotted a whirlwind/skill book and tapped on it. Whirlwind/listed price, 15 gold, including a 20 transaction fee. Do you want to purchase? Yes. Xiao Xiejun confirmed without hesitation. Transaction failed. Transaction failed? Xiao Xiejun stared at the sudden pop-up in disbelief, then glanced at his balance. He clearly had enough coins, so why did the transaction fail? Was there a bug in this war game? Ling He, of course, noticed all of this. Back when he was running the slime ranch with Han Bao, had already started to suspect something. But Han Bao had always been so well-behaved that Ling He never got the chance to confirm his theory. Now, after testing it with Xiao Xiejun, Ling He finally understood what was going on. This was the agent mechanism. When it came to handling money, there was a hidden rule that wasn't spelled out anywhere. Your money is yours, my money is mine. The agent system drew a clear line when it came to ownership. The money that belonged to the agent was theirs to use without restriction. But if Ling He gave someone money, even if it appeared in the agent's account, it would still be subject to certain limitations, much like the secretary system. Unless Ling He gave explicit permission, the agent couldn't freely spend money that technically belonged to him. Just like earlier, Ling He had casually told Xiao Xiejun to buy something from the marketplace, but hadn't specified what or given permission to use his money. As a result, when Xiao Xiejun tried to buy the 15 gold whirlwind slash, his own balance wasn't enough, leading to the failed transaction. Try buying the whirlwind slash again, Ling, he said with a smile. Okay, Xiao Xiejun replied, not expecting much, and tapped the button again. Transaction successful. A whirlwind slash skill book suddenly dropped at Xiao Xiejun's feet. How did it work this time? Xiao Xiejun wondered, clearly puzzled. Ling He simply smiled and explained the basics of the agent mechanism, including his plans for logistics and the role Xiao Xiejun would play. The concept wasn't complicated, and Xiao Xiejun had no trouble understanding it. At the same time, he finally understood what Ling He meant by opportunity. By guarding this mining site for Ling He and serving as a logistics hub, he could take a one cut from every transaction made with Ling He. It might not sound like much, but the sheer volume of goods Ling He moved was staggering. Even just a tiny portion of what slipped through Ling He's fingers would bring him 1,000 or more gold coins in just a month or two. That was a lot more than he could ever earn risking his life on the battlefield. Xiao Xiejun's eyes lit up as he did the math in his head. So in just a month or two, he'll finally be able to buy that mount skin? Ling He noticed the gleam in Xiao Xiejun's eyes, and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He hadn't expected the guy to still be thinking about that skin head mentioned before. Still, it was a good thing having something to look forward to always made people work harder. I'm entrusting you with this important task. Can you handle it? Ling He looked at him meaningfully. Xiao Xiejun instinctively straightened up and stood at attention. I guarantee the job will get done. Haha, no need to be so formal. Ling He laughed and patted him on the shoulder, seeing that Xiao Xiejun fully understood his new role. Then he instructed the nearby contract ghost warriors to escort Xiao Xiejun back to the mining site, placing him with the newly promoted squad leader of the grinding pot group. If there's anything you need to do, they'll send you instructions in a private message, Ling He called out, his voice fading as he moved away. By the time Xiao Xiejun snapped out of his daydream about future riches, Ling He was already out of sight. Meanwhile, the contract ghost warriors led him deep into the furnace area of the mining site, where waves of heat and the smell of metal filled the air. Gulping nervously, Xiao Xiejun suddenly felt like he'd been tricked into joining a pyramid scheme. He wondered if he'd ever be able to leave. Testing his luck, he glanced cautiously at one of the contract ghost warriors and tried to take a step toward the exit. The ghost warrior immediately turned, letting out a low, questioning grunt, its hollow eyes fixed on him. Xiao Xiejun quickly bowed at a 90-degree angle and blurted out, "My leg just cramped up. I was just stretching. Sorry if I caused any trouble." Elsewhere, Bayamo was already on his way back, driving his war chariot. Thanks to the secret party, Ling He now knew just how overpowered by MO was in this area, so he no longer needed to send a large escort of contract ghost warriors whenever he traveled. Without the ghost warriors slowing him down, Ling He's return trip was more than twice as fast as before. The chariot sped across the wilderness, kicking up a trail of dust. Enjoying the rush of cool wind, Wei La, who was lying on top of Hanbao, suddenly turned her head, frowning. I don't really want to ask, but, you bastard lord, do you really trust that guy? You've only met him twice, and you haven't even spent 30 minutes together in total. Trust? Ling He rested his hands behind his head and laughed lightly. I trust everyone under me. Worst case, if it doesn't work out, they'll just fire him and find someone else. That makes sense. Wei La nodded in agreement. The agent system only allowed one agent per race in a given area, and they couldn't be directly replaced. How to fire someone was an unspoken understanding among everyone. Actually, there's something else I'm more concerned about, Ling He said, opening his personal status panel in front of Wei La, his brows knitted in frustration. It's been so many days, why am I still stuck at level 7? Ling He lay there, recalling what had happened a week ago. Back then, he was still at level 7. Now, although he had earned over 100,000 gold coins, his experience hadn't budged at all, was still stuck at the same level had been when he left the lumberyard. Are you eager to level up? Vera asked, lying on top of Hamburger and tilting her head. Her black hair swayed gently with the movement. Ling He shrugged, looking nonchalant. Not really, he replied. On the Terminator path, level doesn't necessarily equal strength. He thought about the rewards had received for reaching level 7, not just the 10,000 gold coins needed to recruit by MO, but even the 300 bundles of timber for building the Sky Pillar were astronomical amounts for an ordinary lord. If he hadn't built up his initial capital early on, he wouldn't have been able to seize these opportunities at all. But Ling He didn't finish his sentence before Vera's mischievous laughter reached his ears. A pale hand reached out and pinched his cheek without any hesitation. I thought you didn't care at all, you jerk of a lord. Vera teased, her tone playful. If you do care, then stop being so lazy and start developing new products. Your growth path clearly says you can only gain experience through monopolies. Do you plan to live off timber forever? Monopolies, not just trade or income. The thought flickered through Ling He's mind. Could it be that the experience gained from each product was limited? But he didn't have time to dwell on it, because Vera's antics had already crossed his line. Ling He immediately fought back, grabbing Vera's cheeks and pulling them apart. How many times have I told you? What kind of good secretary tries to gaslight her boss? Jerk lord. Vera protested, her words muffled. Hamburger blinked its big, watery eyes, raising its chubby little hands helplessly as it watched the two of them roughhouse on top of it. Mo, on the other hand, remained calm. While driving the chariot, she casually plucked a leaf and brought it to her lips to play a gentle tune, as if completely ignoring the commotion behind her. The playfighting ended quickly. Vera let go first, and Ling He didn't push it any further, slipping back into his usual laid-back demeanor. After a moment of silence, Vera gazed up at the sky and spoke softly. There's something I've wanted to say for a long time. Oh. Ling He turned his head to look at her, waiting for her to continue. I'm not a qualified secretary, and you're not a qualified lord or terminator, for that matter. Oh, is that all? Ling He laughed, patting the top of Vera's hat. We're both free anyway, so let's just muddle through together. Did you only hear the first part? Vera stared at him incredulously, wondering how a serious statement could sound so strange coming from him. What else? Ling He shot her a glance. Why don't you tell me what makes me so unqualified? There's way too much to list, Vera replied, counting off on her fingers one by one. Before Vera could finish speaking, Ling He pinched her mouth shut. She looked up and met his face, which wore a half-smile, half-smirk. Emotional, illogical, talking about monopolizing everything but treating profit like a joke. You're too easygoing. Even when insulted, you don't get angry. Even I'm not that bad, am I? With her mouth pinched, Vera could only mumble in protest. Ling He didn't wait for her to respond. He let go of her and continued. What do you think a final producer should be like? Should they never joke around, spend their days scheming for profit, and cling to their wealth until they die of old age? As he spoke, he tapped his chest with his thumb. No, I don't know what others on this path believe, but that's definitely not me. If a final producer is supposed to monopolize everything, is everything just about visible wealth? Ling He went on. There's a saying I really agree with. Private property is sacred and inviolable. For me, happiness, admiration, sympathy, fulfillment or pain, sadness, embarrassment, confusion, these emotions are my private property too. A final producer should control wealth, not be enslaved by it. I won't give up everything I've already monopolized just to earn a few more coins. Why chase after gold and jade, only to lose a joyful heart? Mo's voice drifted from ahead, perfectly summing up Ling He's words. Vera's eyes flickered as she turned away. So you value happiness over profit? Is that what a final producer means to you? Suddenly, she covered her mouth and laughed. Oomph, you really are getting more interesting, you scoundrel lord. She turned back, her amber eyes meeting Ling He's. You know, a lot of people think the path you choose determines your potential, but that's not true. What really matters is your heart and the era you live through. A weakling at level 100 is still no match for a true powerhouse at level 1. If you level up too quickly, maybe it just means you're not facing real challenges. If it's hard to advance, maybe it means you're stronger on the inside than you realize. All right, Ling He interrupted, raising a hand. That's enough philosophy for now. Let's be clear, you still need to level up. No matter how much you flatter me, you're still doing the work these next few days. Huh. Vera's face froze. Oh, here comes the scoundrel lord's reverse psychology again. 3 days passed in a flash. The region remained peaceful at least for Ling He. During this time, thanks to Vera's explanations, he learned a few things about the nature of growth paths and their levels. For example, no two growth paths are exactly the same. Even if they share a name, the rewards for leveling up can be completely different, shaped by the Lord's expectations and the era they live in. In the end, it's just like drawing cards at random. Ling He muttered, rolling his eyes as he looked at his personal panel and rubbed his hands together. Ever since she figured out how to gain experience points, Vera had been working tirelessly for the past 3 days, like a machine that never stopped. Since it was impossible to find a new monopoly commodity in the short term, Ling He shifted his focus to the untapped herbal market. Although Vera could only claim a tiny share of the market on her own, it was still much better than the lumber and fire slime gel, which no longer provided any experience. For 3 days in a row, Vera carefully selected easily obtainable herbs that didn't require replanting and listed them all in the trading house. Finally, at the very moment Ling He returned to the logging camp, his level successfully broke through to 8. Vera covered her mouth and yawned, a hint of annoyance flashing in her eyes. Treating a lady like a workhorse. I'm about to take back every nice thing I ever said about you, you wretched lord. She grumbled as she sidled up to Ling He. So, what's the reward for leveling up this time? When her gaze fell on Ling He's personal panel, she saw LV7 LV8, surplus value lens. Puffed. Vera choked on her own saliva and stumbled backward. What are you getting so worked up about? It's just a panel. Ling He stepped aside, looking annoyed. No, that's not it. Vera pointed at the panel, struggling for words. You, wretched lord, your luck is unreal. Ling He looked puzzled. What's so special about my luck? He checked the reward again, feeling a bit disappointed it was just another one-time use item. Surplus value lens. Type, single-use item. Effect, choose any category. If there is a high-value target of that category within the region, one location will be randomly marked. The effect seemed very similar to the 100 gold tortoise shell the Shadow Wolf had sold him before. Since both were consumables, Ling He didn't consider this a particularly valuable item. Vera shook her head, exasperated. Wretched lord, have you forgotten why we're here? 4. Tin ore. That reminder snapped Ling He back to reality. Had been so busy pushing Vera that had nearly forgotten the real goal. He immediately jumped off the cart, listed all the empty soda cans from the logging camp, and sent a reminder to Xiao Xiejun through the friend panel not to forget their agreement. Once all the cans were bought by Xiao Xiejun, and Ling He estimated he'd have enough to smelt at least one batch of bronze at the lowest ratio, he returned to Vera's side. Weren't you about to say something else just now? Vera sighed. Wretched lord, can't you just let me finish for once? By rarity, tin ore actually counts as a high-value target. Ling He's eyes snapped back to the personal panel. Yes, Vera continued. If my understanding of high-value targets is correct, using this item to search for valuable minerals might just reveal a rich tin vein buried deep underground. After speaking, Vera's gaze grew more complicated as she looked at Ling He. This bastard of a lord, just how does your luck work? She couldn't help but feel that Lady Luck herself was practically fighting to shower him with good fortune. Vera had sensed something was off for a while. Normally, the rewards from leveling up should be random, but Ling He's level wasn't high. Yet every time he advanced, he always received exactly what he needed or something that would greatly benefit his future growth. Was it really because of that luck 1 bonus from the Linghua era trait? No. Vera shook her head and dismissed the thought. In her opinion, Ling He had already been unusually lucky even before entering the pseudo-Linghua era. Could it actually be, as he said, people who laugh a lot just have better luck? Huh. If only it were that simple. Ling He scratched the back of his head with a grin. Judging by Vera's words, his luck really had been pretty good lately. Suddenly, as if something occurred to him, he joked, maybe it's because I still owe 100,000 gold coins? When he first bought the Linghua lumber mill, he took out a loan for 100,000 gold coins. He could pay it all back now, but he wasn't in any rush. After all, there was still a whole year left. Why hurry? For all he knew, he might be dead and gone before then, and that initial loan would never need to be repaid. Using debt to threaten a war game, what an idea. Vera suddenly understood and clapped her hands. I knew it, bastard lord. Only you would think of not paying your debts when you have the money. If anyone knows how to bend the rules, it's you. She shook her head with a laugh and added, but it's not as mysterious as all that. Ling He just shrugged helplessly. Besides, who knew if this so-called surplus value lens could even help them find the tin mine they needed most right now? As they spoke, Ling He took the item out of his pocket and held it in his palm. The surplus value lens looked like a transparent diamond-shaped crystal. As soon as he brought it out, a pop-up appeared in front of him. Please select the item you wish to search for. Note: if there is no qualifying high-value target in the area, a use will still be consumed. So, whether it worked or not, this surplus value lens could only be used once? Ling He thought for a moment, then decided not to put it away. Instead, he chose what he wanted to search for: minerals. He was curious about what kind of high-value minerals could be found in this area. After he made his choice, a system message flashed by. Ling He then saw that, through the crystal, a shape like an arrow appeared inside the surplus value lens, refracted by the light. At that moment, the arrow was pointing diagonally downward from where he stood. Judging by the angle, the marked mineral deposit wasn't far away. Could a valuable mineral vein really be right beneath his feet? With that thought, Ling He jumped to his feet and called out to Vera, "Come on, let's check it out." He followed the surplus value lens guidance, heading straight toward the burning Ghost Tribe Tower. "Boss, you're back?" The Oxhead and Horsehead workers had stayed by the campfire hurried over to greet him. Ling He didn't respond, his eyes fixed on the arrow inside the surplus value lens. The arrow now pointed directly at the ground, just as Vera had guessed, marking a deep mineral vein beneath the surface. Without the surplus value lens, this mineral vein might have remained undiscovered until the distant future, when prospecting technology had finally advanced. But now, Ling He didn't hesitate. He pointed to the ground beneath his feet and gave a command to the cattle and horses gathered around the campfire: "Start digging." Digging up the very foundation of the Ghost Clan's tower might not seem particularly ethical, but the cattle and horses simply exchanged a glance and got to work without complaint. The soft turf was quickly peeled away, and soon the sound of pickaxes striking stone echoed through the air. Ling He had expected this phase to take quite a while, but just half a quarter of an hour later, one of the cattle horses swung its pickaxe hard, and suddenly, a deep hole appeared before them. Had they broken through? Ling He stepped forward to inspect it closely, then turned to exchange a glance with Vera. At that moment, a pungent odor wafted up from the hole, right into Ling He's nose. Coughing violently, he staggered back. "Are you all right, Lord?" Mo, who had been waiting nearby, immediately rushed over and helped Ling He take a few steps back. Ling He was fine, but they were about to be in trouble. Vera's voice came from beside him, trembling slightly. Ling He looked over to see her crouched where had just been standing, as if conducting a chemistry experiment, holding her nose and sniffing the air rising from the hole. "It smells like marsh gas. What's coming out of the hole is hydrogen sulfide. I think I know what's going on now." Vera stood up abruptly and quickly retreated to where Ling He and Mo were standing, giving a small, tense smile. "There was probably an extinct volcano beneath us. For it to be buried beneath the plain, the area must have gone through millions of years of crustal changes. And honestly, I think we should run." "Why?" Ling He asked instinctively. Before he could finish, he saw Vera, hand trembling, point toward the campfire burning in front of the Ghost Clan's tower. "Hydrogen sulfide is explosive when it meets fire." "What?" Mo's face went pale in an instant. Forgetting all decorum, he grabbed Ling He and Vera, one under each arm, and rushed them back to the war chariot, speeding away. They had barely gotten far when a thunderous explosion erupted behind them, the sound carrying for kilometers. The ground shook violently, and a massive mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Holy crap! Far away on a hillside, several human lords stared in shock at the mushroom cloud, exclaiming in disbelief. The Ghost Clan's tower was so conspicuous that any lord stationed on high ground couldn't help but notice it. Normally, almost no one dared approach the tower, which was why Ling He's lumberyard had gone undetected by other human lords for so long. Still, many had fantasized about somehow removing those towers that dominated the region. Blowing them up was one of the most common ideas. But since most people were still stuck in the Stone Age, it was nothing more than a fleeting fantasy. Who could have imagined that the mushroom cloud they had never seen in their entire lives would appear right before their eyes in today's wargame? As the massive cloud shot up into the sky, tearing through the clouds and turning the whole sky pitch black, many lords couldn't help but swallow hard. The regional chat immediately exploded with activity. Countless messages poured in like a tidal wave, overwhelming everything else. "Running snail, what on earth just happened? Is this some kind of Stone Age explosion? Milk tea no sugar, a mushroom cloud. Oh my god, is this real? I swear I just saw my great-grandma smiling at me. Half-price chips. Was this done by a human lord? Someone powerful, please say something. I'm about to wet myself here. Allahu Akbar. The Great Lord declares responsibility for this." Everyone reacted differently to the mushroom cloud. Some were terrified, some tried to ease their nerves with jokes, and some even brazenly claimed responsibility. The regional channel was filled with all kinds of responses. Yet, a few lords further away had no idea what was going on and felt totally left out. "Worst assassin in the village. What mushroom cloud? Why does it suddenly feel like I'm being left out of everything?" "Grandpa Zhang. No idea either." "One. Half-price chips. It's a mushroom cloud. Like from a bomb. When I studied chemistry, explosions on this scale would need hundreds of tons of yield to even come close." As some people started explaining, news of the mushroom cloud spread through the regional channel like wildfire. Those who hadn't witnessed it firsthand simply couldn't believe it. After all, seeing a mushroom cloud in the Stone Age was beyond imagination. But as more and more people insisted it was real, many lords began to feel a heavy sense of dread. Zhang Kuang was one of them. His territory was in a lowlying area surrounded by mountains, so he couldn't see the sky being devoured by the cloud. But if the rumors were true, he couldn't help but sigh to himself. There was no way humans could unleash something of this magnitude. Did that mean an even more terrifying force than the ghost spirits had appeared, attacking their towers? If that was the case, it would be an unprecedented disaster for every lord. He needed to be prepared. Zhang Kuang quickly opened his personal interface. After a moment's hesitation, he sent a private message to the person he trusted most. Call me Zhang Kuang. Brother Vendor, do you know anything about that mushroom cloud everyone's talking about in the region? At that moment, Bayamo had just driven his war chariot out of the thick smoke, black clouds billowing behind him. When he saw a private message from Zhang Kuang, who he hadn't heard from in a while, he glanced back nervously at the lingering smoke, then replied in the chat. Honest Vendor, yeah, I know. That was me. Call me Battle Maniac. Was that you, Vendor bro? Battle Maniac's eyes widened in disbelief. After a brief moment of shock, he instinctively assumed Ling He was joking with him. He couldn't help but recall his own reaction when he first heard about the mushroom cloud, utter disbelief. Realizing this, Battle Maniac's fingers flew across the chat interface as he quickly sent another private message. Call me Battle Maniac. No, I'm not joking with you, Vendor bro. His tone grew serious. Take a look at the regional channel. There are a lot of people saying they saw the mushroom cloud with their own eyes. If this is real, it probably means there's a force out there even scarier than the Ghost Clan. If we don't start planning ahead, I'm worried. Worried about what? Ling He glanced over the stream of private messages from Battle Maniac as he shifted his gaze toward the high tower. Through the billowing smoke, he could clearly see a massive crater over 100 meters wide centered around the Ghost Clan's tower. The tower itself was badly tilted and on the verge of collapse. Only the toughness of the bedrock had absorbed most of the explosion's force, preventing the tower from being completely obliterated. Even so, the shockwaves and searing smoke had left the tower's surface covered in deep, web-like cracks. Ling He narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. Even if there were Ghost Clan survivors inside the tower, they'd be too busy dealing with the aftermath to bother with anything outside for a while. Satisfied, he turned his attention back to the private chat. Call me Battle Maniac. I'm worried we're all going to die in this disaster. After sending the message, Battle Maniac let out a long sigh, his shoulders slumping. For him and for most human lords, this sudden war game was nothing short of a catastrophe. He had no idea what the conscientious Vendor was thinking, but deep down, he was grateful. Ever since the Ghost Clan had appeared, Head kept a close eye on the number of surviving human lords in the area. Aside from the brutal casualties on the first day, the steady stream of supplies from the conscientious Vendor had greatly reduced human losses. That was why he saw the Vendor as trustworthy and always turned to him first whenever he faced something overwhelming. Ding! A new message notification popped up in the chat, and Battle Maniac immediately looked up. Conscientious Vendor, I'm not joking either. It really was me. I was mining and accidentally dug into a lava channel in an extinct volcano. When I lit a campfire, it ignited the swamp gas that had built up inside. That actually makes sense, Battle Maniac muttered. Dug into an extinct volcano, set off centuries worth of trapped swamp gas, and a mushroom cloud went up. Since my ass. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why was it that, when everyone else was still stuck in the Stone Age, the conscientious Vendor was already excavating extinct volcanoes? From a scientific standpoint, none of this made sense. Before Battle Maniac could come up with a reply, Ling He sent another message. Conscientious Vendor, as for what everyone's saying about blowing up the Ghost Clan's tower in the regional channel, all I can say is it was an accident. Ling He was never especially eager to bring down the Ghost Clan's tower. In fact, Head always had a certain respect for them. Not only did their presence stimulate the market, but their two final strategies were currently the fastest way for humans to earn gold and experience. As Ling He's only real cash cow at the moment, he was reluctant to let the Gue Ling tribe get knocked out of the game so soon. After some consideration, he realized that Zhang Kuang, being the first to establish a guild in the entire region, was likely to become a major client in the future. It wouldn't be wise to go too long without keeping in touch. So, Ling He sent a few messages in the private chat channel. Honest Vendor here basically, that's the situation. Brother Zhang Kuang, you can rest assured. You know my reputation, I wouldn't joke about something like this. Call me Zhang Kuang. After sending this message, Zhang Kuang stared at the private chat for a long time, hesitating, unable to bring himself to say what was really on his mind. Since there were no new messages from Zhang Kuang, Ling He casually closed the chat and shifted his attention to the spot where the explosion had just occurred. Because of the blast, the earth had been turned over, and the deep mineral veins previously marked by the surplus value lens were now exposed as open-pit mines. The cattle and horses that had been left near the campfire hadn't managed to escape in time and were all wiped out in the explosion. What do we do now, you idiot lord? Vera's voice came from nearby. Ever since the last surprise attack by the Gue Ling tribe, she had had another close call with Ling He. After experiencing this terrifying explosion, she couldn't help but feel that her earlier remarks about Ling He's luck had been premature. This isn't a gift, this is a death trap. She thought to herself. Why did the surplus value lens, which was supposed to point toward high-value targets, lead Ling He to such a hellhole? Could it be that the 10,000 gold coins Ling He still owed had attracted some supernatural attention? Maybe we should just pay off the debt, Vera suggested tentatively. Vera, are you out of your mind? Ling He shot her a surprised look, completely confused by her train of thought. With an interest-free loan, you only need to pay it back when the deadline comes. Right now, he was much more curious about what kind of mineral could cause such a massive explosion. But the thick black smoke rising in front of him made it obvious that exploring the mine with the surplus value lens was out of the question. Wait a minute. A sudden idea struck him. He spent 10 gold coins to recruit 10 contract lumberjacks, who appeared before him. These lumberjacks were sturdy enough to survive a few breaths of toxic smoke, and while they weren't too bright, Ling He didn't expect them to handle anything complicated. Go over there and bring back any pieces of rock that look different from ordinary stones. Got it. The 10 contract lumberjacks shouted, all for profit, and charged straight into the thick, swirling smoke without hesitation. Before long, they began returning one after another, each carrying fragments of blasted ore. Ling He placed the stones in front of Vera for her to examine and identify. Granite? Trash, keep looking. Mica? Trash, keep looking. Cassiterite? Wait. Ling He stopped when one lumberjack handed him a piece of cassiterite and raised the surplus value lens. Cassiterite, an important mineral from the Bronze Age, had been found, but the mineral indicated by the surplus value lens wasn't cassiterite. Is there really something more valuable than tin ore? Just as Ling He was pondering this question, a contract lumberjack suddenly burst out from the thick black smoke, clutching a cluster of lead gray, stump-shaped ore in his arms. Is that argentite? Vera's surprised voice broke the silence. Before she even finished speaking, the remaining value lens in Ling He's hand shattered, confirming that this argentite was exactly what the lens had been pointing to. Ling He was about to ask a question when he noticed Vera's expression had become oddly complicated. She sighed softly. With something like this, I honestly can't tell if you're lucky or unlucky, you bastard lord. As Vera explained, the truth became clear. Argentite, a compound of silver and sulfur, was second only to pure silver or an electrum in value among silver ores. However, before the age of industrialization, silver's worth was limited to currency. Worse still, in this war game, silver wasn't even recognized as a circulating currency. This meant that unless Ling He advanced to an era where he could recruit a secretary of Vera's caliber, this argentite would be completely worthless. Ling He couldn't help but click his tongue in frustration. According to information from Shadow Wolf, the secret party members came from Era 3, while Vera's era was likely 4 or 5, a considerable gap. Holding a treasure he couldn't use for now was certainly a frustrating feeling. Fortunately, cassiterite, which often accompanied argentite, happened to fill the last gap in Ling He's Era 2 commercial plans. At last, he had everything in place. A sudden smile spread across Ling He's face as he reached into the black smoke before him. Our next era is truly about to begin. Vera watched quietly from the side, her eyes shining. The last time she'd seen that expression on Ling He's face was their first night meeting. Back then, he had risen from a small fry to a giant in no time, and finally turned to the trading hall with a soft laugh, saying, "Game over, everyone. Vera, don't just stand there. There's still a lot for you and Biamo to do." Ling He's voice pulled her back to reality. "Bastard lord, will you die if you don't squeeze every drop out of me for a single day?" Vera grumbled, but her hands never stopped moving, and the occasional smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. After all, who doesn't like making money? Ling He had no idea what Vera was really thinking. He simply handed the trading panel and chat panel to Vera and Biamo, respectively, then opened up the construction panel and started making sweeping changes to the area around the lumberyard. The original plan had to be changed because tin ore was so scarce, had intended to build all the smelters near the copper mine, so only joy juice barrels and a small amount of lumber would need to be transported, greatly reducing the production cost of bronze ingots. However, as the mining of cassiterite progressed, using similar production methods began to create issues with cost control. On one hand, pricing the cassiterite became a challenge. As a strategic resource with much lower reserves than copper ore, its price was extremely sensitive. If priced too low, the lords would have no hesitation in buying up large quantities, quickly depleting the inventory. But if the price was set too high, the 15 commission from the trading post would push production costs sharply upward. In this situation, Ling He decided to change his strategy. Instead of obsessing over the pricing of cassiterite, he switched to a zoned smelting approach. Under this new plan, aside from the initial batch of bronze ingots, the copper mining area would focus solely on producing red copper ingots, while the smelting of bronze ingots would be moved to the vicinity of the logging camp. This allowed Ling He to take full advantage of the abundant fuel resources around the logging camp, freeing himself from the headache of cassiterite pricing. As for the price of copper ore, he had no concerns at all. According to his plan, copper ore would be listed at 1 gold coin, but the actual logistics cost was just 15 copper coins. The brilliance of this pricing was that it would have almost no impact on the profit margin of bronze. Even if some lords couldn't resist buying the copper ore, all they would end up with was a pile of rocks they couldn't do anything with, having to wait for Ling He's red copper ingots to hit the market, at which point they would realize how foolish their decision had been. Thinking about all this, Ling He couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Once his plan was in motion, gold coins would flow to him from the trading post like water. Population, materials, wages, tools, almost every resource had to be invested, with each expenditure amounting to a staggering sum that ordinary lords could barely imagine. To support this vast production network, Ling He recruited thousands of cattle and horses. Some were sent to the mines filled with toxic dust to collect cassiterite, others were assigned to bolster the logging camp, and the rest were distributed among the construction of various smelting furnaces and foundries. Several days passed quickly. During this time, the unusual situation with copper ore at the trading post attracted the attention of many players. There would be periods when a large amount of copper ore suddenly appeared for sale, only to be snapped up in no time. Many players jokingly referred to this phenomenon as the copper mine ghost, making it a hot topic in the human regional chat. Some players even thought it was a system bug and tried their luck purchasing the ore, only to discover the transaction actually went through. However, another problem soon became apparent without smelting facilities. Those who bought copper ore could only stare helplessly at their piles of stone, not knowing what to do with them, and eventually leaving them to gather dust in a corner. Ling He paid little attention to all this. Instead, it was the gradually declining daily profits that left him feeling a bit drained. Over the past few days, his gold income fluctuated between 3,000 and 5,000 coins. After a period of heavy copper refining that had reduced his reserves to just 90,000 gold coins, a few days of adjustment finally brought his balance back up to 100,000. But the root cause of everything was the mushroom cloud that had risen that day. The enormous cloud had shocked everyone, and news of it quickly spread throughout the region. The Ghostling clan, whose momentum had already been waning, was completely cowed by the terrifying sight and retreated into hiding. Their withdrawal sapped the market of its former vitality. Hive gel sales stalled, drawing little interest, and with no external threats, the demand for fire slime gel dropped lower with each passing day. Although timber was still Ling He's main source of daily income, keeping his life going day after day, the market that once overflowed with gold coins had almost vanished as the ghost spirits retreated. More and more lords had begun to cut their own wood, reducing their reliance on the trading post, and trying to save what little gold coins remained. Clearly, the old-fashioned market model was no longer sustainable. Ling He muttered under his breath, having foreseen all of this when he first started selling timber. Even though the price of wood had been driven down to a bargain, for ordinary lords, killing neutral wild creatures only brought in a few copper coins at best, making it hard to afford even a few bundles of wood. If the ghost spirits hadn't suddenly appeared, flooding the region with gold coins and stimulating the human market, Ling He would never have made tens of thousands of gold coins a day, sometimes even more than 20,000. Without the ghost spirits, the entire market system built on their threat would collapse as well. Still, Ling He wasn't worried. He knew that the first batch of red copper ingots would be ready in just one more day. There would be about 6,000 ingots, all produced from materials he gathered himself. In other words, although each red copper ingot was set to sell for just 3 gold coins, almost all the profit from the entire supply chain would end up in his pocket. No one else could imagine how much he was actually making. As for the bronze ingots, they would be ready tomorrow as well. Ling He gave a self-deprecating smile. Back at the open pit copper mine, he had used some empty tanks on his war chariot to smelt a small batch of bronze ingots, but that amount, just over 20, was barely a drop in the market. He planned to keep those, partly as a memento and partly to test the difference between bronze and red copper equipment. Now, all he had to do was wait patiently for time to pass, then seize his place at the top of the future market. However, during this period of waiting, an unexpected private message suddenly popped up for Ling He. "Call me Zhang Kuang. Merchant, I thought about it, and I really need to make this clear. Could I ask you for a favor?" After sending the message, Zhang Kuang nervously clenched his fists. He had been considering this for days, but never had the courage to say it out loud. Now, seeing the ghost spirit's attacks weakening and his allied lords growing more confident, Zhang Kuang finally reached out to Ling He. "A favor?" Ling He raised an eyebrow as he looked at the private chat window. In fact, it wasn't unusual for people to ask him for help. Most messages would be quickly screened out by his assistant, by MO, and never reach him at all. But Zhang Kuang was different. Back when Ling He was struggling, Zhang Kuang had offered to help without being asked, and Ling He had never forgotten that kindness. Besides, Zhang Kuang was now the second strongest military power in the whole region. The fact that even he had to ask for help took Ling He by surprise, both emotionally and rationally. Ling He decided to hear out what Zhang Kuang wanted before making any decisions. After all, they were all human surely. Things could be discussed. Zhang Kuang was right about that, wasn't he? Seeing that Ling He didn't immediately turn him down, Zhang Kuang didn't hesitate any longer and quickly sent a private message. Just call me Zhang Kuang. This might sound a bit awkward, but would it be possible for me to borrow some wood from you? Ling He was taken aback. Wood? He repeated, his mind racing. If Zhang Kuang had asked to borrow money, he might have hesitated, but wood was another story. Lately, wood had been piling up in the trading house, and he hadn't been able to sell much. Lending some to Zhang Kuang wouldn't be a problem. Seeing that Ling He hadn't replied right away, Zhang Kuang quickly added, I promise he'll pay you at the market price, maybe even a bit more. He'll definitely return it with interest. Of course, if you're not willing, I won't bother you again. Ling He quickly replied, honest vendor here, I never said I wouldn't lend it. The question is, how much wood do you need, and what for? Zhang Kuang, you'll have to tell me first. Zhang Kuang sent over a more detailed explanation. We need about 3,000 bundles of wood. As for the purpose, you've probably built a council hall by now, right? Have you looked into the consultation feature? Consultation feature? Ling He thought for a moment. He remembered seeing that option in the council hall, but at the time it was locked, and eventually, had stopped paying attention to it. So this wood is related to the consultation feature? Ling He asked. Exactly. Zhang Kuang replied without hesitation. Actually, one of my subordinates is a level 10 player, and his level reward unlocked the ability to initiate the consultation function. Zhang Kuang quickly sent a detailed explanation. Era of the consultation mechanism. Introduction to the Stone Age ritual path. Fate binds us together from all corners of the world, connected by blood and destiny. Effect sends a consultation request to the top 100 fellow lords in the region by development score. Invited lords can go to the council hall to participate. Once more than 50 lords have accepted, the consultation will be initiated. Ling He read the message carefully and finally understood why Zhang Kuang needed 3,000 bundles of wood. To hold a consultation, 3 conditions had to be met. The lord had to be among the top 100 in regional development, they had to have a council hall, and someone had to initiate the consultation. From what Zhang Kuang described, the first 2 conditions were already satisfied. The only thing left was to build the council hall, which required a hefty 500 bundles of wood. Even so, Ling He still didn't understand why Zhang Kuang was so eager to borrow wood just for an unknown consultation feature. So he asked directly. Zhang Kuang replied immediately. What if I told you that the consultation feature will determine what ultimate strategy our human race adopts in this region? Would you still see it the same way? Final strategy? Ling He stared at these words, his brow furrowing unconsciously. Half a month ago, it was this very prompt that first introduced the concept of the final strategy to him, signaling that the Ghostling tribe had already set foot in this region. While his understanding of the final strategy was limited, the intelligence he had gathered made it clear. This would undoubtedly shape the future of the entire area. If Zhang Kuang was right, the options under discussion in the council would determine the next strategic direction for humanity. In that case, whoever controlled the right to vote and the power to support could also steer the course of the future. A faint, knowing smile appeared at the corner of Ling He's mouth. He had already made up his mind. Lianxin vendor, Zhang Kuang. I can give you 5,000 units of timber. It'll cover all the transaction taxes, and you won't need to pay a single coin, he messaged casually, though there was a deeper meaning behind his words. But I have one condition. Zhang Kuang was taken aback when he received the message. He had some dealings with Lianxin vendor, but their relationship was nowhere near close enough to warrant such generosity. A deal this good, waiving 1,500 coins and all taxes, what could possibly be behind it? Suspicion rose in Zhang Kuang's mind, but he still replied in a private message, call me Zhang Kuang, vendor. What's your condition? No need to be nervous, the condition is simple, and it won't take much effort on your part. Ling He replied, getting straight to the point. I need your full diplomatic support in future council sessions. In other words, whenever there's a vote, I want you to back whatever option I support, no questions asked. Diplomatic support? Zhang Kuang paused, then let out a breath of relief. That wasn't a difficult condition at all. Lianxin vendor's reputation in the region spoke for itself, his choices rarely went wrong. And with such a generous deal on the table, the condition seemed harmless and easy to accept. After all, with this material support, he'd gain a significant advantage in the upcoming war. He replied quickly, call me Zhang Kuang vendor. If that's your condition, I have no objections. Oh, Ling He smiled, satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Then let's get the trade ready. He turned to Vera, who was standing nearby. Vera, come help me handle this transaction. Vera stepped over, glanced at the chat window, and let out a soft, mocking laugh. You're really just giving it away? You reckless lord, you're getting more extravagant by the day. Shoo, keep it down. Ling He tapped her hat in exasperation, knowing Vera was just annoyed about missing out on a bit of extra cash. Unlike him, she couldn't just ignore the money. Vera pursed her lips, still disgruntled, but started processing the trade anyway. Compared to coin transactions, bartering involved more complicated tax calculations, so having Vera take care of it saved Ling He a headache. It let him avoid unnecessary fees and spared him the trouble. As the trading system automatically brought up the necessary forms, Vera handled the details, muttering to herself, I don't even know what to call this lord's reckless spending anymore. Ling He didn't mind at all. Once Vera finished, he turned his attention back to the screen, quietly waiting for the trade to go through. After all, as a ruthless capitalist from the Victorian era time, when people would rather pour milk into the river than sell it cheaply, it's no surprise she'd think that way. Still, Ling He felt the need to correct Vera's perspective. Value isn't just about tangible money, Ling He said calmly but firmly. Everything in this world, whether it's visible or not, can be measured in terms of value. Instead of calling it a free giveaway, I'd say it's just an ordinary exchange. We're trading our surplus tangible goods for the intangible things we need. This deal won't be a loss for Zhang Kuang and his group, but it certainly won't be for me either. Vera frowned, placing her hands on her hips. All right. All right. You know I never understand this stuff, you jerk of a lord. She shook her head and pointed at the panel in front of Ling He. The deal's done, but it looks like that guy has something else he wants to tell you. Following her gesture, Ling He saw Zhang Kuang's message clearly displayed on the panel. Call me Zhang Kuang. Thanks, vendor. Give me 3 days at most, 3 days to build, and then I'll send an invitation to all human lords in the region. While the ghost spirits are in retreat, if we humans can unite and develop our own strategy, we might finally defeat them for good. Then, humanity could become the largest and only dominant force in this area, and everyone would be much safer. So that's what Zhang Kuang is after. Ling He's gaze lingered on the words defeat and safety, and a faint smile played at his lips. This was exactly Zhang Kuang's style, a good guy who was always willing to help strangers. Unfortunately, he was bound to be disappointed. Ling He chuckled softly, then replied briefly in the private chat. All right, I'll wait for you. With that, he closed the private channel. With nothing left to do, Ling He's eyes drifted toward the distant, smoky darkness. The ghost spirit's fractured tower still loomed, barely visible through the haze. Ling He narrowed his eyes, thinking, if the ghost spirits truly have nothing more than what they've shown, who knows how much longer that tower can stand on this land. He turned away and spent a leisurely afternoon with Vera on the grassy field, letting the cool breeze brush their faces. As night fell, they returned to the council hall, where Ling He fell sound asleep atop Hamburger. In his dreams, countless cattle and horses toiled away. Outside the open-air copper mine, workers poured molten copper into molds, one batch after another, until the region's first bronze ingot was born in the firelight. In a daze, a pop-up window appeared in front of Ling He. Both Mo and Vera, who were nearby, noticed it immediately. Vera reached out, intending to wake Ling He, but Mo stopped her. Mo pressed a finger to her lips and smiled gently at Vera's puzzled look. Fine, I won't wake him up, Vera muttered, pulling her hand back. Sunlight streamed through the wooden windows of the council hall as Ling He sat up from Hamburger, stretching his arms. Ah, another day of sleeping in without Vera waking me up. Lord, you're awake? Mo's gentle voice came from in front of him. Ling He looked up, and as always, she was already standing beside his bed with a basin of hot water, ready for him to start his day. Wipe your face, my lord, Mo said softly. He casually took out a white handkerchief embroidered with golden thread, dipped it in some hot water, and gently began to clean Ling He's face. This handkerchief was clearly not something from this era, so only Vera had to put up with a little inconvenience. Once had finished, Mo smiled faintly. As the sages say, a gentleman should dress properly and maintain his appearance when one's bearing is dignified. Others will naturally respect him. Although the circumstances are limited, as your secretary, keeping you clean and presentable is definitely part of my job. Mo's gaze drifted over to Vera, who was fast asleep nearby. A faint snore escaped her lips, and her restless little hands kneaded at a hamburger in her sleep. Drool even trailed from the corner of her mouth, dripping onto the smooth surface of the burger. Mo couldn't help but smile kindly. He soaked the handkerchief again and suddenly wiped Vera's face. Time to get up, Miss Blackheart. If you don't, the sun's going to burn your backside. Stop, stop, you're killing me. Vera struggled beneath Mo's relentless attack, but with his extraordinary strength, she didn't stand a chance. Her combat ability was practically zero, while Mo's was at least 4 times that of a typical contract lumberjack. No matter how she resisted, she could only submit to Mo's cleaning service. Finally, when Vera's face was polished to a shine, Mo stopped. Survived another day, he said with satisfaction, watching Vera collapse weakly onto the hamburger as if she'd just escaped death. But soon, Vera noticed something was off. Hey, why is my handkerchief in your hands? Who knows? Mo shrugged innocently. I don't think the sages ever mentioned anything about this. How strange. With that, he put the handkerchief and water basin outside the meeting hall, acting as if nothing had happened, and returned to Ling He. Hey, you! Vera shouted angrily, but Mo didn't give her a chance to argue. He smiled and turned to Ling He. My lord, there's something rather important waiting for you in your control panel. Vera's eyes widened in anger, her cheeks puffing up. He's definitely trying to change the subject. But Ling He had no time to deal with her. He reached out and tapped open his personal interface. What's this? He muttered, surprised by the pop-up on the screen. Regional announcement. Congratulations. You have successfully smelted the first bronze ingot in this region, becoming a pioneer of human civilization here. A regional announcement will be made. Would you like to remain anonymous? This was the first time Ling He had triggered a regional announcement. Aside from the 2 strategic messages from the Ghost Spirit Tribe, had never seen anything like it before. But was this really such an important matter? The only real significance, he thought, was that the first batch of copper and bronze ingots had just come out of the mine. Ling He shook his head, unconcerned, and was about to select Do Not Remain Anonymous. Suddenly, he paused and looked up sharply at BMO. BMO, is it possible to edit this regional announcement? At that moment, Ling He suddenly remembered BMO's unique ability Spring and Autumn brushwork. It was a subtle yet incredibly practical skill. Whenever their side triggered a regional or global announcement, she could freely add, modify, or delete any part of the message. Sensing Ling He's gaze, BMO kept her usual cheerful smile and didn't deny it. Lord, would you like to make a regional announcement? Even if you just want to chat with everyone, that's fine too. Chat. Ling He's eyes flashed with a hint of amusement, and a knowing smile tugged at his lips. How could he waste such a good opportunity on idle conversation? Instead, he asked, is it morning or noon right now? BMO glanced at the sun outside the window. I'd say it's about noon. Noon. Ling He nodded, quickly calculating his options. Now that the Ghost Spirit clan was in retreat, humans no longer needed to hide during the day as they had before. At this time, almost everyone should be awake. He leaned in and whispered a few words in BMO's ear. BMO smiled wider and nodded. Understood. With that, she swiftly swiped across the panel to select whether to post anonymously. In an instant, a prominent announcement popped up before every human lord in the region. Honest Vendor's new stock is here. Copper ingots at a huge loss, just 3 gold each. Only 3 gold. For the price of a single honeycomb gel, you can get copper equipment. Limited stock, first come, first serve. Miss it today, and you'll have to wait a week. We also offer affordable forging services. Add 1 gold to customize your copper gear into any weapon you like. Sneak peek. Bronze ingots coming soon. The best choice for entering the pseudo-AJ. Great value, plenty in stock. For details, follow Honest Vendor. Honest Vendor, your top choice for shopping. The sudden advertisement instantly caused an uproar in the regional chat. Damn, Vendor Bro actually put an ad in the War Games regional announcement. Ji Xinshanshan was the first to exclaim. How much did Honest Vendor pay to advertise in this game? Zhao Ritian, will pay double. Come on, Ritian, even the loose change in Vendor Brother's pocket is out of your league. Seriously, I'm starting to suspect Vendor Bro is an NPC merchant from the starter village, posting regional announcements whenever he feels like it. The news quickly spread to the riverside, snowy plains, deserts, and more. The lords who had survived the Ghost Spirit clan's invasion stared at this advertisement disguised as a regional announcement and fell into a long, contemplative silence. Suddenly, a message flashed across the regional chat. Xiao Xiao Xiejuan's question stood out. Did I read that right? In the regional announcement, Vendor Bro said a copper ingot only costs 3 gold? But just smelting 1 copper ingot takes a copper ore and several stacks of wood. This message struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly shifting the player's attention. Moments ago, they were still discussing how Vendor Bro managed to use the regional announcement for advertising, but now they were stunned by this shocking price. Players quickly ran the numbers in their heads. Copper ore alone costs 1 gold, a price Lin He had established through repeated sales. Add in the wood required for smelting conservatively, another 1 gold. With a 20 transaction tax, selling at 3 gold meant making a meager profit of just 40 copper coins per transaction. But that was only part of the story. A business-savvy player offered a detailed analysis in the chat. Don't forget the cost of building a smelting facility, plus hiring miners and smelters. Selling at 3 gold is operating at a loss. Even more shocking was that equipment shaping services were being offered for only 1 gold. Considering the wood consumed and labor involved in the process, this was pure loss. A saint, really. Zhang Kuang stared at the stream of discussion in the chat, clenching his fists unconsciously. He knew that if it were him, he could never be so selfless for the good of the entire region. Yet right then, the so-called saint, Ling He, was intently focused on several data panels in front of him, the corners of his mouth curled into a knowing smile. As a merchant who controlled the entire supply chain from raw materials to finished goods, he was well aware that what seemed like a money-losing venture to outsiders actually hid a clever strategy. Take equipment shaping, for example. By carefully designing his workshop layout and integrating the forging and smelting facilities, he could eliminate the need for additional reheating and reduce material waste. Even after a 15 transaction tax, that 1 gold fee still brought in a substantial profit. Anyone who tries to copy me is doomed, Lin He murmured, a calculating gleam in his eyes. In this unregulated free market, as the frontrunner, he was quietly squeezing out all potential competitors under the guise of generosity. To him, customers were always friends, but fellow merchants were the real enemies. Thinking of this, Ling He reached out and sent a private message to Xiao Xiejuan, conscientious vendor. Nicely done. That's right, all those comments guiding public opinion in the regional channel were carefully crafted by Ling He, who had taught Xiao Xiejuan exactly what to say. He. Far away at the open pit copper mine, Xiao Xiejuan saw the praise from Ling He and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, scratching the back of his head with a smile. At first, he had been a bit resistant to being managed by Ling He, but after spending the past few days as a logistics hub and trading multiple times, he had completely transformed into a dedicated conscientious vendor. There was no helping it, vendor bro was just too generous. For every batch of copper ore he handled, he earned a 1 commission. That meant for every 10,000 units of copper ore put on the market, Xiao Xiejuan would get a 100 gold coin bonus. In just a few days, had already saved up more than 200 gold coins. Over 200 gold coins, how long would I have to fight tooth and nail to earn that? Xiao Xiejuan thought to himself, finally understanding what it meant when people said making the right choice matters more than working hard. At this rate, even if he was just working for vendor bro, he'd be the second richest person in the whole region in just a few months. Thinking this, Xiao Xiejuan instinctively sent a message in the private chat. Xiao Xiejuan, it's all thanks to your guidance, vendor bro. I'll work even harder from now on, and do my best to follow your example. Conscientious vendor, maybe don't use me as your role model. We've known each other for a while, no need for you to go bankrupt so soon. Xiao Xiejuan. This guy? Ling He shook his head with a smile, not bothering to explain, and instead looked at his personal stats panel. The number of gold coins was soaring rapidly, and in no time at all, his earnings had surpassed 10,000. As expected, customers are like a damp sponge. If you squeeze hard enough, you'll always get something out, Ling He mused to himself. At this trading pace, he estimated that the first batch of refined copper ore would bring him about 20,000 gold coins. Unlike with lumber, as the era progresses, the demand for copper equipment won't drop off. In fact, it'll skyrocket. This is a monopoly market that will keep bringing in huge profits, whether or not there are outside disruptions. Ling He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Given that, the importance of the Ghost Spirit clan might need to be reconsidered. While he wasn't quite ready to eliminate them, compared to before, his market position was no longer dependent on their presence. Never mind. Ling He shook his head, have to think it over some more. At the very least, he'd wait until Berserker's Council feature was activated and see what the final strategy would be before making a decision. For now, aside from his rapidly growing pile of gold, Ling He's experience on his progression path was also increasing at an astonishing rate. Maybe it was because, unlike the lumber market, there was absolutely no competition in the copper market. He controlled 100 of it. That total monopoly on refined copper was giving him much more experience than had expected. Level 8, Level 9, Resolution, Tax Collection. Level 9, Level 10, Breakthrough Decision. In just a single day, Ling He had leveled up twice. A system panel popped up with a resolution prompt. Collection Resolution, Extraordinary Measures for Extraordinary Individuals. Every debt must be settled, and those who refuse will lose even more. An explanation followed. Collection will become your legitimate casus belli. You may propose a blood debt as your ultimate strategic resolution. Ultimate strategic resolution? Ling He exclaimed, drawing the attention of both Vera and Mo, who were standing nearby. Idiot Lord, are you all right? Vera withdrew her glare from Mo and examined Ling He's expression with concern. Ling He cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment. He wasn't very familiar with the concept of an ultimate strategy, which explained his reaction. He made a mental note. To propose an ultimate strategic resolution in the council, he would first need to unlock the relevant proposal through growth path upgrades. Under their watchful eyes, Ling He continued to review the rewards for reaching level 10. A new prompt appeared. Direction Breakthrough. We have completed our initial accumulation of capital and survived the toughest, ground-up phase. Now, it's time to decide the path forward. There is no right or wrong, everything comes down to a single thought. Effect. Choosing a direction will affect future upgrade rewards. If no choice is made by level 11, the path of moderation will be chosen automatically. Choose a future direction? Ling He muttered to himself. This isn't as simple as a class change in an online game. The rules of war games were far more complex. He instinctively clicked to proceed, only for the system to prompt. You are about to enter a direction selection phase. During this period, you will temporarily enter a sleep state. Please ensure you are in a safe area. You may select one secretary to accompany you. Suddenly, a soft hand grasped Ling He's. Looking up, he saw Vera, the same person who had just called him an idiot lord, holding his hand, her eyes filled with a hint of caution. Lord Idiot, Vera asked softly, will you choose me or Mo as your secretary? This decision was more important than it seemed. As the only person privy to Ling He's inclinations, the secretary's identity would signal the lord's trust and preferences. The secretary's status largely depended on the lord's attitude. The choice had actually begun the moment Ling He moved to click. He looked up at Biamo, who simply smiled, shook his head, and took a step back. You don't need to worry about me. He'll be better able to ensure your safety from outside. Or, if you're not comfortable with it, you could simply choose not to pick a guide at all, right? Biamo's words made Ling He pause and reflect. Indeed, he could face this decision entirely on his own, neither taking Vera nor Biamo along. That way, his choice would remain private and true to himself, which seemed like a balanced and prudent approach. As Ling He fell silent, Vera gently let go of his hand. I get it. Right now, maybe not choosing anyone is the best choice. She started to step back, but Ling He suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Vera, come with me. What? Vera stared at him in disbelief. Didn't you hear what Biamo just said? Not picking anyone is the best option right now. The best option? Ling He chuckled. Didn't you once say the Bronze Age was the ideal way to enter the False Era? When have I ever played by the rules? Before Vera could argue, Ling He had already confirmed the safe zone. As soon as he spoke, a wave of dizziness washed over them, and they quickly drifted into a deep sleep. Biamo looked at the two collapsed figures and shook her head with a sigh. The ground's filthy. Why sleep there? She picked them a pone in each arm, then turned to Hamburger. Your name's Hamburger, right? What an odd name. Can you help me out? Hamburger bounced happily in response. Biamo settled the sleeping pair on Hamburger's back. Glancing at the way they pressed together, she couldn't help but smile. It's easy to make promises in poverty, but how many friends remember you in prosperity? Lord and Miss Blackheart, I really do like you both. Elsewhere, Ling He shivered and woke from his stupor. Darkness surrounded him, and on either side floated a scale and a wide, gaping mouth. Vera, are you there? His voice echoed through the void. A moment later, he heard the tap of a scepter hitting the ground, and a gloved hand, its white fabric torn, rested on his shoulder. Vera's face appeared out of the darkness. Of course I'm here, you jerk of a lord. Ling He impatiently pushed her face away. If you're here, just say so. Why the horror movie routine? Trying to scare someone? Well, it didn't work on you, did it? Vera pouted and leaned in again. You really aren't easy to scare, huh? Cut the nonsense. Ling He pointed at the two objects floating above. Are these what you meant by biased choices? Vera narrowed her eyes, studying the scale and the enormous mouth. If I'm not mistaken, this is probably because you entered the spiritual false era. It's affected your growth path, so your options now come with a touch of mystery. Mysterious elements? Yes, mysterious elements. Vera nodded slightly, her eyes shining with intelligence. Stupid lord, ever since we entered the age of spiritualization, you must have noticed that the rewards we get from leveling up have long since defied conventional logic. So, when faced with choices like these, we need to look at them from a perspective that goes beyond the ordinary. She patted her chest and flashed a mischievous smile. But don't ask me for advice on this, I'm a staunch materialist, through and through. Oh really? Ling He raised an eyebrow, his gaze meaningful. Then why were you cursed by the god of commerce? This question stemmed from the initial recruitment card that read, recruit a secretary from any era. To this day, Ling He still had no idea where Vera actually came from. The so-called Victorian era was just a running joke between them after all. In his understanding of the Victorian era, there certainly wouldn't be anything as mystical as a god of commerce. Tisk. Vera clicked her tongue in annoyance. You're the one who picked me, and I was even a little pleased. But now you're already digging up my past. She tossed her scepter aside, then raised her hands to frame the air in front of her face, catching the floating, oversized mouth above her head in her imaginary viewfinder. Stupid lord, when you look at this mouth, what comes to mind? Mouth. Ling He replied hesitantly. Smack. Vera slapped her own face, dragging her hand down from her brow in a perfect display of utter speechlessness. What I mean is, she raised a finger. Can you try to look at it from a more abstract perspective? Maybe see it as a symbol of gluttony or greed, or even as a kind of divinity, like the ones you read about in novels. Imagination. Ling He's eyebrows lifted as he started to catch on to Vera's hint. Exactly. Vera nodded. This isn't just a simple binary choice. If it were, there would be a detailed description above our heads right now. But Luke, there's nothing. No explanation, no effects, just a blank slate. She gently tapped her finger against Ling He's chest. So my guess is, what really determines the future direction is right here. In your heart. Ling He realized. This choice was far more complicated than it appeared. It wasn't just a matter of picking between two options, or even three if you included a middle ground. In reality, his choices were unlimited. The key was how he interpreted the two items floating above his head. As Ling He took another look at the oversized mouth Vera had pointed out, trying to understand it on a deeper level, Vera withdrew her hand from his chest, and the playful look faded from her face. Because at that very moment, lines of text began to appear above the giant mouth. Endless greed. You are like a bottomless maw, insatiable and never fulfilled. For you, the road ahead is nothing more than a cake waiting to be devoured. Consuming more is your only purpose. You have no need for sharp claws or blades, because your fangs will tear apart any barrier that stands in your way, sink into every opponent's flesh, and drain them of every last drop of blood and marrow. Note: Choosing this path requires a personality leaning toward chaos. So this is a reflection of my inner self? Ling He stared at the words floating before his eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. Before entering the war game, Ling He had played plenty of board games in his spare time, so he knew exactly what chaotic alignment meant. In the alignment grid, traits like self-interest, authoritarianism, impulsiveness, and intolerance were all hallmarks of a chaotic personality and the kinds of things people like that would do. But Ling He had always considered himself a good person. So, my lord, are you planning to choose this path? Vera's voice came from behind, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Even her way of addressing him had changed unconsciously. Clearly, she was quite pleased with this manifestation of Ling He's inner self. No. Ling He shook his head without hesitation and firmly pointed to the note. Obviously, there's no way I depict this. How could my personality be chaotic? Had collected more than a few nice guy cards in his life before entering this war game. He was the kind of person people might have built a shrine for. The only explanation for the appearance of a path like endless greed was. Ling He glanced at Vera out of the corner of his eye. He remembered her saying to think of the giant mouth as a concept of greed. She must have misled him. Yes, that must be it. Victorian-era robber barons really were too evil. Ling He muttered to himself. Step aside, I'll handle this myself. With that, he gently moved Vera behind him and eagerly approached the scale floating in midair. This time, he wasn't going to let Vera's words sway him. Humph, Vera pouted, mumbling under her breath as she watched Ling He's back. You did it yourself last time, too. What does it have to do with me? A few seconds later, Ling He stood directly beneath the scale. Without Vera's interference, his mind felt unusually clear. So, what kind of path would the scale represent? Would it be about bargaining, tipping toward whoever offered more? The thought had barely surfaced before Ling He dismissed it. No, I can't think like that. He shook his head. That kind of opportunism definitely sounds like something a chaotic type would do. So what else could the scale stand for? Wait, trade, trickery, a rigged balance. Wait, what am I even thinking? Ling He rubbed his temples. The more he thought about it, the further off track he got. Why couldn't he come up with something positive? For example, what could a rigged scale suggest? Injustice? That's it. Ling He suddenly clapped his fist into his palm. If injustice is one side, then fairness is the other, and fairness is clearly one of the meanings of a scale. How did it take him so long to realize something so obvious? And following that line of thought, he could also associate it with balance or contracts. As these ideas spun through Ling He's mind, words began to slowly appear above the scale. The introduction to the axiom oath of gold appeared before their eyes. The axiom descends, two sides of the scale. Blood soaks the weights, soul and bone bind the heavens. We place gold and silver on one side of the scale, hoping to gain everything we desire through the balance of the contract. When the scale tips, gold becomes the new oracle. A clear note followed. Choosing this path requires a personality that leans towards neutrality. Ling He let out a sigh of relief after reading the note. Drawing from his experience with endless greed, he understood that the two blank options in the darkness could each be shaped only once. Once a choice was fully formed, it could not be changed. When he read phrases like blood soaks the weights, soul and bone bind the heavens, he couldn't help but worry that had been influenced by the wicked capitalist Vera and had developed a chaotic inclination. If both options ended up being chaotic and unavailable, would he be forced onto the path of neutrality? Fortunately, the final requirement was only leans towards neutrality, which Ling He felt suited him well enough. Well, it's not as good as endless greed, Vera commented sharply after a moment's thought, standing to the side. No, Ling He shook his head decisively, then gave Vera's tall hat a couple of light taps. Even the best inclination should be a choice, shouldn't it? What are you doing? Vera quickly shielded her hat and stepped back. If you keep tapping, it'll get shorter. And how are you so sure you can't choose endless greed? You rotten lord. Before she could finish, Ling He swiftly reached up toward the scale above his head, as if to grasp it. He moved so fast that Vera didn't even have a chance to persuade him further. The next moment, the scale seemed to sense the summons and descended willingly into Ling He's hand. Confirming your alignment compatibility, a message flashed before Ling He's eyes. Suddenly, the pitch-black space lit up with 5 different colors of light, flooding the area. The strange scene lasted only a moment before all the lights surged toward Ling He, and in the end, only 2 colors successfully passed through his body. Lines of text appeared one after another before Ling He and Vera. You never submit to authority, nor do you pledge loyalty, whether it's the Empire's laws, the doctrines of faith, or even moral judgment. None can bind you. Freedom is your birthright. You cherish your own liberty, but do not strive to protect that of others. Under freedom, your actions are unpredictable. You might sacrifice an army in a battle with demons just to save a stranded kitten, or stab a savior in the back for a taste of legendary wine. You lean toward neither good nor evil. Morality is decided on your own whim. You do as you please, impossible to predict. Your alignment, chaotic neutral. Do you confirm your chosen path? Axiom, oath of gold? Isn't this slander? Ling He's mouth twitched in disbelief, couldn't believe his personality was actually classified as chaotic. He didn't even need to look to sense Vera's amused expression beside him. I told you so. Vera lifted her chin smugly. An inclination means, deep down, that's who you are. If you really weren't like this inside, how could you end up with that kind of alignment? Vera seemed like she wanted to say something else, but Ling, he didn't give her the chance. He squeezed the scales in his hand without hesitation. Confirmed. Congratulations, you have successfully chosen your path. As a reward for your oath to the principle, you've gained a special ability. The scales and the blood-stained weights have been affected by spiritualization, and your combat power has increased. Countless notification windows instantly flooded Ling He's vision. Two streams of colors surged from the darkness, pouring into his body like a tide. In that moment, he felt a warm power sweep through him, as if his entire being was brimming with boundless energy. So this is what spiritualization feels like. Ling He instinctively clenched his fists, glancing at his personal stats out of the corner of his eye. He saw that his combat power had jumped to 1. Vera, stunned for a second, suddenly burst out laughing so hard she could barely speak. Oh, Lord of Chaos, look on the bright city, at least now you're not a nobody anymore. Ling He clicked his tongue softly. That surge of power had just felt seemed to evaporate in an instant. But looking on the bright side, his combat power had gone from 0 to 1, which meant his strength had increased by an infinite percentage. And an infinite increase meant there was still plenty of room for growth. Boosting it by another 100% wouldn't be a problem. Why should he complain? Ling He nodded to himself, feeling much more at ease. Sometimes, you just have to be content with what you have. Besides, this choice had given him 2 special abilities. Ling He turned his attention to his personal panel for a closer look. Ling He. Nickname, Honest Merchant. Development path, Terminator. Current level, LV10. Cost control. Attack defense abilities, no special ability. The scales and bloodstained weights. Combat power, 1. Evaluation. If someone ever tries to hang you from a lamppost, you can proudly tell them that the rope in their hands belongs to them too. His personal panel had changed. Ling He frowned slightly, ignoring the obviously snide evaluation. He noticed the note after his level had changed from starting from scratch to cost control. This meant had officially moved past the beginner stage and become a major player with significant capital. Maybe this would affect his future rewards? Ling He made a mental note to think about this later. Next, his eyes fell on the special ability had gained from his chosen path. Scales of Balance Overview. All things have spirit. After spiritualization, the world is now aware of your existence. Effect. By using the scales, you can trade any item with any being, including but not limited to physical objects, concepts, perceptions, thoughts, and emotions. All trades made through the scales are guaranteed by the world itself, and anyone who breaks the contract will face severe consequences. Note: within spiritualized areas, breaking a contract results in weakness-triggered death, which may be avoided if the individual has sufficient health immunity. Ling He was stunned. Weakness-triggered death? He hadn't expected his choice to grant him such a powerful ability. If he had chosen the middle path, would he have missed out on all of this? Then again, maybe it was also related to his selection of the pseudo-epic spiritualization. Ling He guessed that if he had chosen the materialistic bronze pseudo-epic, he might not have gained any special abilities at all, regardless of his decision. But aside from the fatal penalty, the ability to trade anything with anyone was simply too powerful. Ling He couldn't help but think that perhaps he really had made the right choice. He had finally found the target of his experiment. Ling He raised the scales in his hand, his gaze fixed in the direction of endless greed, and spoke softly into the void. How about we make a deal? Before he finished speaking, the scales slipped from his grasp and floated back into the air. In the next instant, the enormous mouth representing endless greed appeared, slamming down on one end of the scales with a thunderous crash, tilting them instantly. Hey, what the hell are you doing, you bastard lord? Vera stared at the scene in shock, her eyes flickering with disbelief. She seemed to realize Ling He's intention, yet she could hardly believe it. This is just unbelievable. Of course, in making a deal with the war game, Ling He replied, excitement shining in his eyes. His voice was low but full of anticipation. In truth, even he hadn't been sure this would work until now. But as it turned out, the scales could actually choose the war game itself as one of the targets. If the war game really is just a game, this is incredible. Ling He couldn't help but marvel, his admiration for the game's freedom growing even deeper. But unfortunately, the war game wasn't an ordinary game, it was reality. So, things that seemed illogical in a regular game actually made perfect sense here. Suppressing his excitement, Ling He turned his gaze to the raised end of the scales. He thought to himself that the Oath of Justice had granted him 2 special abilities, so the enormous mouth, symbolizing endless greed, should at least give him 1 unique power as well. Now, all he needed to do was add to his side of the scales, balance both ends, and he could then choose 2 different options in this bias selection. This was the 4th choice had discovered, building on the 3 existing ones. She could have it all. With a thought, countless gold coins appeared in the air, gathering under his will and clattering onto the raised end of the scales. As the coins piled up, the scales seemed to grow larger and heavier, yet no matter how many coins he added, not a single one fell off the edge. Even so, the weight of 100,000 gold coins only caused the scales to shift ever so slightly. That expensive? Ling He muttered, then, without hesitation, put all his assets onto the scales. The value of his lumberyard made the scales tremble a little more. Then, a huge number of smelters and equipment workshops added to the weight, and thousands of cattle and horses increased it even further. Yet, despite everything he offered, the scales still didn't tilt significantly. Clearly, 100,000 gold coins and all these assets were nowhere near enough to exchange for endless greed from the war game. Ling He muttered under his breath, wondering just how expensive this could be. How much could it possibly be? He whispered, his expression growing serious. With that, he looked over at Vera. Her eyes of value deconstruction might be able to estimate the true worth of endless greed. 10 million, Vera said flatly, her tone leaving no room for doubt. She glanced at Ling He, then spread her hands and sighed. I told you before, choosing that option is nothing compared to endless greed. Vera continued to extol the countless benefits of endless greed, but Ling He's attention had already been caught by a single word. 10 million? That couldn't possibly be copper coins. The amount already sitting on the scales far exceeded 100,000 gold coins. So, was Vera talking about 10 million gold coins? The thought of that staggering number made Ling He let out a wry laugh as he covered his forehead. In a larger world, earning 10 million gold coins wouldn't be difficult for him. But now, with endless greed within reach, he was unwilling to simply let it go. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He remembered that the Oath of Equity had granted him a special ability. He immediately opened his personal interface to review the detailed description of the bloodstained weight. Bloodstained weight overview. Compassion weighs 1,000 pounds. Love and hate, as light as dust. Effect 1. Gain reputation points by completing fair trades. Every 100 progress grants 1 reputation point, up to a maximum of 100 points. Effect 2. Reputation points can be spent to guarantee or force a trade. Ling He quickly weighed the 2 transaction options. Forced trading could compel the other party to accept a deal, but would incur a huge premium due to violating their will, something he wasn't comfortable with. In contrast, the guaranteed trade piqued his interest. Looking at his starting 100 reputation points, Ling He made up his mind. A bloodstained, rusty weight appeared on the scales, causing them to dip slightly. A system notification popped up. Reputation 1. Guaranteed trade for 100,000 gold. Note: collateral must be repaid within 1 year, or you will lose the Oath of Equity's favor. Ling He's eyes lit up. Wasn't this basically leveraged trading? Without hesitation, he swept all the assets off the scales and replaced them with exactly 100 bloodstained weights. His reputation points dropped to 0, and the scales, once unable to balance with mountains of gold coins, now found equilibrium with these small weights. As the saying goes, a man's word is worth its weight in gold. At this moment, Ling He's reputation had been directly exchanged for the value of 10 million gold coins. The system prompted him. Confirm transaction? Exchange 10 million gold in collateral for endless greed. Ling He didn't hesitate for a second and selected yes. To him, the real guarantee behind this transaction wasn't just his reputation points, but the favor of the Oath of Equity itself. Given that I can't repay the 10 million gold within the deadline, the Axiom Oath gold alignment will be revoked, but endless greed will remain. Ling He carefully weighed the pros and cons of this deal. The worst outcome would simply be trading the Axiom Oath gold for the endless greed alignment. Besides, for an entire year, he could enjoy the special abilities and upgrade rewards brought by the Axiom Oath gold for free. To him, the Bloodstained Scales guaranteed transaction was basically a sure-win deal. What made it even more tempting was that the 10 million gold credit didn't accrue any interest. At that thought, Ling He's eyes lit up. What's there to be afraid of with interest-free leverage? Leverage up, always leverage up. Nothing feels better than leveraging once, except leveraging all the time. Right on cue, the system notification chimed. Congratulations. You have successfully chosen the alignment, Endless Greed. You have gained the special ability, Devourer's Greed. Due to spiritualization, your combat power has increased. This wasn't the first time he'd seen a combat power boost notification. Ling He glanced calmly at the stats on his personal panel. His combat power had doubled, now reaching 2 points. Not bad, he thought. Double it again, and he'll be able to arm wrestle a fully buffed ox or horse from the Stone Age. Turning his attention to the special ability from the Endless Greed alignment, Ling He carefully read the description of Devourer's Greed. Devourer's Greed. Description: the greed in your heart has manifested. On your claimed lands, all spirits under your dominion will dance to the tune of your desire. There's always a way to consume everything. Effect: within spiritualized zones, if a lord refuses to trade with you and there is land nearby with your strong claim, hostile spiritualized beings will periodically appear on that land. Note: all spiritualized beings generated by Devourer's Greed start out neutral toward you. Ling He stroked his chin, analyzing the ability. The effect of Devourer's greed was undeniably powerful so long as someone in a spiritualized zone refused to trade with him. Whether they were of the same race or not, they'd never know peace. But there were quite a few limitations. First, it had to be within a spiritualized area concept he didn't fully understand yet, so had need to consult the Ghost Spirit clan. Second, he needed to have a strong claim on land near the target. Currently, the only strong claim he could provide was through a council hall, but it wasn't practical to build a council hall at someone's doorstep. Just to deal with them it would be expensive and troublesome. If only there were an easier way to establish a strong claim, Ling He muttered to himself. It seemed that even as a level 10 terminal producer, he was still just starting out, with plenty left to learn. He closed his personal panel, only then remembering that Vera was still present. He turned to look at her. At this moment, Vera had stopped her incessant chatter and seemed completely stunned. Her eyes were wide open, lips trembling, and disbelief was written all over her face. It was only when Ling He glanced her way that she seemed to snap out of her daze, parting her lips to speak, her voice shaky. "You bastard lord, you racked up another 10 million in debt." Vera's words were squeezed out through gritted teeth. If Vera had initially thought the 100,000 gold Ling He owed was a calculated risk, this leap to a 10 million debt left her utterly dumbfounded. Her eyes were round as saucers, and her fingers unconsciously gripped the edge of her clothes, as if trying to make sure she wasn't dreaming. Could someone actually get addicted to debt? This wasn't a trivial sum. Divided over a year, it meant nearly 30,000 gold had to be paid back every single day. With the current number of lords in the region, each one would have to contribute at least 5 gold coins to Ling He daily just to cover the gap. But with the Ghostling clan's resources already stretched thin, this was pure fantasy. Ling He saw Vera's panic and couldn't help but smile, reaching out to gently pat her on the head. "Don't worry. If I can't pay it back, then I just want," he said lightly, as if he were talking about the weather. After all, it's a loan secured by his own credit. If he burns through his reputation, isn't he entitled to take it easy? Vera gasped, her eyes growing even wider. "So, you never planned to pay back the 10 million from the start?" She stared at Ling He, as if seeing a creature she'd never encountered before. She hadn't realized just how many twists and turns there could be when it came to owing money. She'd certainly learned a lot from him. Now, don't make me sound like some kind of deadbeat," Ling He replied, shaking his head with a look of innocent indignation. "I'm just saying, if I can't pay it back, let the war game take the collateral. If I do manage to repay it, I definitely will." "Isn't that the same thing?" Vera crossed her arms, raising her brows as if she'd seen right through him. Though young, she knew the region's economy inside and out. All the lords combined might not produce 50,000 gold in a day, sometimes not even 30,000. Of that, they still needed to recruit new people and set aside an emergency fund. In the end, maybe only a third or half of it actually entered the market. Even if Ling He monopolized everything, scraping together 10 million gold in a year was a pipe dream. Tisk. Ling He clicked his tongue, ruffling Vera's hat with a firm hand. "You've got to have a little faith in your boss. It's only 10 million gold. There'll be bread, and there'll be milk. Just wait and see." With that, Ling He glanced around and noticed that aside from himself and Vera, everything had faded into a dark, empty void. Time to go back, he thought. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a translucent window suddenly popped up in front of him. Leave the direction of choice? Yes. A wave of dizziness washed over them, and both Ling He and Vera sat up at the same time from atop hamburger. Biamo, who had been keeping watch nearby, looked up and smiled. "You're both awake?" For the Lord to take a whole day and night to decide, it must have been a tough choice. Ling He was momentarily stunned, his brows knitting together. Had he really been gone for a whole day and night? It hadn't felt that long. Maybe the pitch-black space had made him lose all sense of time. As Ling He pondered, a new message was suddenly sent to every lord ranked in the top 100 for regional development. "The Grandmaster of the retreating Lord faction has invited you to join the council. Do you accept? Please note, you must enter the council chamber and accept the invitation within 1 hour, or it will be considered a refusal." Ling He stared at the invitation in front of him, quickly estimating the time. By his calculations, the council chamber on Battle Maniac's side should have just been completed. "I'll let Vera fill you in on the decision we need to make. I have something to take care of and need to step out for a bit." Ling He waved at Biamo, then turned to Vera and gave her a few simple instructions, asking her to tell Biamo everything that had happened in the dark space. Once he was done, Ling He reached out to his personal interface and selected accept without hesitation. Just moments ago, Head felt wide awake, but as soon as he confirmed his choice, an overwhelming drowsiness hit him. His eyelids grew impossibly heavy. "I knew it would be like this." What an annoying feeling. Ling He's voice grew faint as he swayed and collapsed back on a hamburger, quickly falling asleep. Now, only Vera and Biamo remained in the council chamber. Biamo folded his arms, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he looked at Vera. "Well, Miss Blackheart?" Vera was silent for a moment. She hadn't planned on sharing the details with Biamo, but there was just too much to complain about, and since Ling He had asked her to explain, she decided to go ahead. Fine. Vera shrugged, stood up from hamburger, grabbed by Mo by the sleeve, and led him toward the door. Let me tell you what happened. Meanwhile, Ling He opened his eyes again to find himself in a completely unfamiliar place. He was inside a small, fully enclosed wooden cabin. Though the space was sealed off, it wasn't dark. Oil lamps hung on the wooden walls, their flames gently flickering inside glass covers, casting a warm glow throughout the room. Ling He took in his surroundings and realized that, despite its simple appearance, the cabin was cleverly designed. The room was circular, divided into 5 areas: east, west, south, north, and center. The center was slightly sunken, with no furniture in the way clearly meant as a focal point for speakers. The east, west, south, and north sections were laid out identically, each with tiered, semicircular wooden desks rising one above the other. The 4 areas were separated by distinct aisles, marking clear boundaries. Several other lords had already arrived. Some gathered in small groups, whispering among themselves, while others sat alone in the corners, observing the room. Fortunately, there were plenty of seats, well over 100, so the space didn't feel crowded. Ling He rested his chin on his hand, scanning the 4 sections before his gaze settled on the eastern area, his eyes lighting up. The east held the largest group in the room, so far about 11 people. Remembering the supplies head sent to Battle Maniac, Ling He was fairly certain of their identities and headed straight for the east section. Is Battle Maniac here? He called out, his voice loud enough to draw attention in the otherwise quiet cabin. Most people glanced at him briefly, then looked away. There are only so many human lords in this region, so with a little guesswork, most people could figure out who was sitting in the East District. As the #1 guild in the area, the name of War God Hall, and its leader, Battle Maniac, was known to all. It was only natural that some people would try to curry favor. However, even more eyes were drawn to another legendary figure, Conscience Vendor. Rumor had it that this mysterious person looked utterly ordinary, like an NPC starter merchant. Would he really show up at the meeting today? The question lingered in many minds. In a corner of the East District, while the rest of the hall didn't pay much attention to what was happening, the lords in the East District didn't dare ignore Ling He's presence. Is Battle Maniac here? Ling He asked bluntly. The question was directed at a boy who looked about 10 years old. Full of youthful vigor, he frowned and smirked, clearly about to say something rude to this stranger asking about his boss. But a sharp glance from someone nearby cut him off like a knife, and his attitude immediately softened. And you are? The boy asked, his tone much less hostile. Conscience Vendor, Ling He replied calmly, while also sending Battle Maniac a private message to prove his identity. Those 3 words were like a bomb going off in the wooden cabin. The quiet conversations instantly died away as every eye turned to Ling He. The boy's face shifted rapidly, scorn, shock, disbelief, all flashing by in seconds, like a quick change performance. You're really Vendor? The boy stammered, his voice trembling with excitement. Before he could say more, a burly man pushed him aside and stepped forward, beaming from ear to ear. Ha ha. His hearty laughter echoed through the room. Vendor, you finally made it. Come in, have a seat, Averion's been waiting for you. The man enthusiastically took Ling He's arm and led him to a seat in the center of the East District. Caught off guard by this sudden warmth, Ling He nonetheless recognized the man's outgoing personality. Who else could it be but Battle Maniac? Ling He didn't refuse and followed Battle Maniac to the center. Behind them, the boy who had questioned Ling He was still standing there, trembling slightly. It's really Vendor, he muttered, disbelief and excitement in his eyes. Hey, stop shaking, his companion said, nudging him with an elbow. You only asked a couple of words. Vendor didn't even mind. So what are you so nervous about? Who says I'm nervous? The boy snapped, cheeks flushing with embarrassment. I'm just excited, okay? Other than Battle Maniac, Vendor is my biggest idol. Seeing him in persona, aren't you guys excited? His friend glanced at the boy's red face and quietly inched away. You know, they're both guys, why are you blushing like that? Fan culture is getting out of hand, he muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Battle Maniac exchanged a few words with Ling He before casually saying, my people are still young, barely adults, really. They might come off a bit rude, so don't take it personally, Vendor. Ling He smiled and shook his head, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. That's just how young people are, he said. Back in our day, we were probably even more reckless than they are now. He could tell that Zhang Kuang had done a good job protecting the people who had chosen to follow him. But as a result, many of them hadn't yet experienced the hardships that would toughen them up. That was exactly why Ling He had openly revealed his identity to everyone. After all, what's the point of having an identity if you don't show it off? These people were all on his side. There was no need to pretend to be some mysterious protagonist from a novel, putting on airs just to feel proud. Zhang Kuang laughed at that. You're right, brother Vendor. If we had some drinks right now, I'd insist on sharing a few rounds with you. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he spoke. Ling He laughed as well, but waved his hand. Businessmen don't drink. But if you don't mind, brother Zhang Kuang, we'll figure out a way to make some sweet drinks later. We'll get a couple of dishes and have a great meal together. Haha, how could I say no to that? Zhang Kuang replied, giving Ling He a hearty pat on the shoulder. Time passed slowly as the two chatted. More and more lords arrived for the council, and every few minutes, another would emerge from the corners of the wooden hall. Ling He took the opportunity, in between conversations with Zhang Kuang, to quietly observe the lords seated in the four sections. He noticed that one familiar face hadn't shown up, causing him to frown slightly. He lowered his head and opened his private chat interface to send a message. Conscientious vendor, aren't you coming to the council? As soon as the message was sent, in the smelting area by the copper mine, Xiao Shiejuan paused when he saw Ling's message. Although he had received the council invitation, he replied helplessly, Boss, I don't have the blueprint for the council hall. Ling He couldn't help but chuckle, and asked, You don't have the blueprint for the council hall? Yeah, Xiao Shiejuan replied, I'm only level 4 right now. I'm still a bit short of reaching the upgrade reward that gives the council hall blueprint. Ling He glanced at Zhang Kuang sitting beside him, barely resisting the urge to facepalm. Well, he definitely won't be able to come, he muttered to himself. Who would have thought that a lord ranked among the top 100 in the region was only level 4? Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden bang on the table snapped him back to reality. He looked up sharply as the table in front of him was struck with a deafening thud. Startled, Ling He tensed up. Standing in front of the table in the eastern section was a woman dressed in animal skins, with strips of cloth tied around her body. No one had noticed when Shed appeared. She slammed her palm down hard on the table, the sound echoing through the hall. What's that supposed to mean? Her voice was edged with anger, her sharp gaze fixed directly on Ling He. The people from the Temple of War reacted instantly, rising to their feet and glaring at her with fury, their eyes full of hostility. The other lords in the room didn't look pleased either, casting mocking glances in her direction. Most of them, even after half a month in the war game, still wore clothing that reflected their civilized background, simple but presentable. In stark contrast, this woman looked as if she'd stepped straight out of the Stone Age, completely out of place. How could such a wild woman dare to challenge the Temple of War and the conscientious vendor? How interesting, truly fascinating. Yet the woman seemed completely unaware of if her gaze was fixed intently on Ling He, her eyes openly scrutinizing him without the slightest attempt to hide it. Ling He endured her unwavering stare for more than 10 seconds before he couldn't help but clear his throat, breaking the awkward silence. Can I help you? The woman paused for a moment at his question, a flicker of decision flashing in her eyes. Then she spoke, enunciating each word clearly. Hello, I am Ling Yuyug. Hey, the young man from earlier finally snapped. Seeing that the woman had come over just to introduce herself, he stormed out from behind the table, moving toward Ling Yuyug with a look of utter disdain. Do you think Zhang Kuang and Xiaofan have nothing better to do? If you don't even know basic manners, get lost. Before he could finish, his words caught in his throat. Ling Yuyug didn't even spare him a glance. With agile movements, she vaulted over the wooden table and landed gracefully in the middle of the War God Hall's crowd, as if the aggressive young man was nothing but air. Hey, what's your deal? The young man's face turned bright red, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles cracked. He wasn't the type to hold back just because she was a woman. If this hadn't just been a projection, he would have gone over and taught her a lesson himself. Ling Yuyug still ignored him, her attention fixed entirely on Ling He. She reached out, glanced meaningfully at Zhang Kuang, and then gently nudged the lord who had been sitting on Ling He's other side. Her tone was calm and even. Excuse me, could you move? You. The lord she nudged was generally even-tempered, but the arrogance in Ling Yuyu's voice made a vein throb on his forehead. So what if she was one of the top 100 lords in the region? Aside from Xiaofan, what right did a lone lord like her have to act so high and mighty in front of the War God Hall? Just as the tension was about to boil over, Ling He suddenly spoke up. Zhang Kuang, just let her sit next to me. He remembered Ling Yuyu's name. After all, someone had given him several nice guy cards, probably wasn't here to pick a fight. If she wasn't here for trouble, there was only one other explanation: she was here to offer her support. And free diplomatic backing was always welcome, so Ling He had no intention of sending her away. If she's a friend of Xiaofan, Zhang Kuang grumbled, shooting a glare at the lord sitting beside Ling He looked that left no room for argument. Under Zhang Kuang's intimidating stare, the lord shrank back, reluctantly sliding over to make room. Ling Yuyug took the seat next to Ling He without hesitation and gave his sleeve a gentle tug, signaling for him to sit as well. Ling He sat down, and Zhang Kuang immediately gestured to the others in the War God Hall. Why are you all still standing? Sit down. Or do you want people to laugh at us? With that, the lords who had stood up returned to their seats, and the atmosphere in the wooden cabin settled back into calm. A few quiet sighs of disappointment could be heard around the room. Some of the lords had been hoping for drama, but Ling He's simple words had defused the situation, leaving the whole thing feeling anticlimactic and unsatisfying for those hoping to watch a spectacle. At that moment, Ling Yuyug rested her chin on her hand, leaning against the wooden table, her gaze unabashedly studying the side of Ling He's face. The intensity of her scrutiny was enough to make anyone uncomfortable. Ling He couldn't help but clear his throat again, breaking the silence. So, would you mind explaining what exactly is going on here? Of course. I'm here to protect you, Ling Yug replied, her lips curving into a meaningful smile. Her eyes flicked subtly to Zhang Kuang, her voice dropping a little lower. You're one of the rare good guys. I'm not about to stand by and watch you get eaten alive by certain people. Zhang Kuang's expression darkened slightly. It wasn't because he cared about Ling Yu's words, but because he sensed a trace of murderous intent from her. This woman had clearly seen blood and taken lives before, and for a brief moment, she had even considered killing him. Perhaps that killing intent wasn't just a fleeting emotion, she simply hid it too well, like a seasoned hunter silently and patiently stalking her prey. Unfortunately for her, the Hall of War Gods was not a target she could easily hunt. Zhang Kuang pondered this quietly. At that moment, Ling He suddenly leaned forward, blocking the line of sight between Ling Yug and Zhang Kuang. He smiled and said, "Thank you." Huh. Ling He's unexpected gratitude caught Ling Yug off guard. For a moment, she even forgot to continue showing hostility toward Zhang Kuang. Instinctively, she replied, "Oh, you're welcome?" A subtle warmth stirred in Ling Yu's chest. Why would he thank her? Was it because he said he wanted to protect her? But she and Ling He were nothing more than strangers. Could a single sentence really earn the trust of this well-known vendor in the area? Sensing her confusion, Ling He continued softly, "But since you want to protect me, I hope what happened just now doesn't happen again, all right? Everyone sitting here is on the same side. I believe it's always better to be friends than enemies." Almost without thinking, Ling Yug agreed, "All right." By the time she realized what Shed said, Zhang Kuang was already reaching out his hand. "Shall we get acquainted?" Ling Yug hesitated for a moment. Meeting Ling He's encouraging gaze, she finally decided to put away her hostility and shook hands with Zhang Kuang. But the moment their hands met, their eyes locked, and each felt a ripple of emotion inside. Ling Yug thought to herself, this vendor is too kind-hearted. Getting involved with the Hall of War Gods. With his trusting nature, he might not even realize he's being used until it's too late. Meanwhile, Zhang Kuang smirked inwardly. This woman's background is a mystery, and she's no stranger to bloodshed. Who knows whether her relationship with the vendor will bring fortune or disaster. Suddenly, a notification window appeared between them, separating their joined hands. Countdown over. For this council session, 100 were invited, 68 have arrived, meeting the minimum requirement. The council is about to begin. With the announcement, Zhang Kuang quickly returned to his seat. Seeing this, Ling Yug didn't hesitate and sat back down as well. The two of them now sat on either side of Ling He, sandwiching him in the middle. Ling He scratched his cheek awkwardly. Ha ha ha. He felt like a hot dog wedged between two slices of bread. Others had sat on either side before, so why did it feel so awkward now? Fortunately, the awkwardness didn't last long. As the council began, the atmosphere in the hall shifted immediately. One by one, the nicknames of the lords began to appear above their heads. Ling He took the opportunity to glance around at the four sections of the room. Apart from his own eastern district, the other three regions stood out in different ways. In the north, the lords sat scattered, keeping their distance from each other, with little sign of cooperation. The west and south, on the other hand, already had small factions forming, creating a tense and complicated atmosphere. The southern section was divided into two groups, each with 3 to 5 people. On the left, Eric Zimmer led his team, while on the right, Antoine Durand took the lead. Ling He noticed that all the southern lords had their real names displayed above their heads, which caught him off guard. Battle Maniac leaned in and explained in a low voice, "These people from the south are from the military and the police. The two sides have been in contact before, but something must have happened. Ed Thief had a falling out. Look at them. They'd rather draw a clear line here in the council chamber than sit together." Ling He smirked. This division actually worked in their favor since the two sides couldn't unite. It would be hard for the South to present a unified front in the final strategy discussions. Their influence would be almost negligible. "Hey, vendor, were you just laughing?" Battle Maniac asked in surprise. "No, you must have misheard," Ling He replied quickly, shifting his attention to the western section. Unlike the divided north and south, the west had nearly 10 people gathered under the leadership of an elder known as Li Zong. Though they had fewer members than the War God Hall, they made up for it with unity. In Ling He's eyes, this old man was the most significant potential threat in the entire council. "Battle Maniac, tell me about the West," Ling He asked, narrowing his eyes. "To be honest, I don't know much about them." Battle Maniac shook his head. That old man always keeps a low profile. If it weren't for this council, he probably wouldn't have shown up at all. Rumor has it that he's from the Supreme Academy of Sciences. The Supreme Academy of Sciences? Ling He repeated thoughtfully. As someone who developed hive gel and homemade combat vehicles, he knew brute force alone wasn't the key to victory in this war game. If even an amateur like him could achieve such results, then the true scientific elites must be even more formidable. In this world where only the strong survived, an old man who had managed to live this long and rank among the top 100 in regional development was not a threat to be underestimated. Things were getting more and more interesting. Ling He's lips curled into a subtle, meaningful smile. At that moment, the final countdown for the council ended, and a striking new message appeared before everyone. Council is now in session. Please select your proposal for this round. Note: only one proposal can be approved per session. As the message flashed by, a heavy silence fell over the cabin. No one spoke first. The air seemed to freeze. On one hand, everyone was waiting for someone to take the lead. On the other, these lords, who had been invited so suddenly, only had a vague understanding of what the council function truly entailed. Ahem. Zhang Kuang cleared his throat loudly and stood up under everyone's gaze. As the initiator of the council, it was only natural that he should break the silence. His gaze slowly swept across the three regions other than the East District, and every lord could feel the weight of his scrutiny. He took a deep breath, his voice low and firm. First, I want to thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend this council and make it possible. I am Zhang Kuang, founder of the Temple of War. I'm sure many of you know me or have at least heard of me, so I won't repeat myself. His tone grew serious. Let's get straight to the point. There is only one reason I called you all here: to decide on humanity's ultimate strategy for the coming days. Ultimate strategy. The lords from the north, where independent players were most numerous, exclaimed in unison. The phrase brought back painful memories. The last time they heard ultimate strategy was the night the Ghost Clan first appeared. Remembering that time, many of the lords' faces turned grim. It was the most difficult period for humans in this region, just entering the war game. Many lords were still clinging to a peacetime mindset, forced to scurry and hide like insects from the Ghost Clan's relentless hunts. If not for the sudden appearance of the honest peddler, things might never have improved for the humans here. That's right, the ultimate strategy. Zhang Kuang slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing through the cabin like thunder. The Ghost Clan has threatened humanity for too long. Ever since the war game began, every one of us here has lived under their constant threat. He pointed at a spot in the air, as if there were an invisible counter hanging there. If you've paid attention to the regional channel, you'll notice that the number in the corner keeps dropping and fewer people are speaking. That's all thanks to the Ghost Clan. His voice, once passionate, suddenly dropped, every word squeezed out between clenched teeth. Have you noticed? Nearly half our people are gone forever. He looked around, eyes burning. This land beneath our feet isn't large. In fact, it's so small that it can't hold two dominant forces. Unless we're willing to become lambs to the slaughter, there's no way humans and the Ghost Clan can coexist on such a small piece of land. As Zhang Kuang's powerful words rang out, one by one the lords clenched their fists, knuckles turning white. No one wanted to be a helpless victim. That feeling of powerlessness was something none of them wished to experience. But as for destroying the Ghost Clan, how could they possibly achieve it? The Ghost Clan had established more than one tower in this region, and so far, not a single human lord had dared approach those towering structures. Getting close meant facing unknown dangers that could threaten their very lives. Yet if they never approached the towers, the Ghost Clan would never be wiped out. Even if humans drove them back again and again, even if the Ghost Clan hid for a while, sooner or later they would return, digging their way back up and driving their blades straight into humanity's heart. So, that was the true purpose of the final strategy. Through the shifting emotions in the eyes of many lords, Zhang Kuang could see what they were really thinking. It wasn't because he was exceptionally clever, but because what weighed on his mind was the same as everyone else's. Humanity's ultimate strategy. This was our only hope of eradicating the ghost spirits. Yet, just as Zhang Kuang had stirred the room to a fever pitch, an aged voice rang out from the western section, cutting through the fervor. Everyone turned to look. Li Zong slowly raised his withered hand and began to speak. I have a question. Please, go ahead. Zhang Kuang immediately reined in his intensity and answered the elder lord with respect. It's said that elders come first, and in the presence of the oldest member at this assembly, Zhang Kuang naturally showed due deference. Academicianly, if I may ask, how many lives will this coming battle actually cost? The air froze. Subtle expressions flickered across many faces, adrenaline fading in an instant. The previously heroic mood seemed to vanish without a trace. When it comes to life and death, especially for those who had fought on these battlefields for so long, who didn't understand that the price of all-out war might be their own lives, would they be the ones to pay that price? A subtle sense of scrutiny spread quickly. Many lords began to doubt and question Zhang Kuang. Though he was usually even-tempered, the barrage of skeptical looks sparked a surge of anger within him. Academicianly, Zhang Kuang's gaze hardened, his tone losing its warmth. Since you're an elder, I'll address you with respect. To be honest, I'm a blunt man, and you're clearly much wiser than I am. So let me ask you, surely you understand the story of the frog in boiling water? Li Zong was taken aback. Zhang Kuang's words sent a ripple through the crowd, drawing all those doubtful eyes to him. Zhang Kuang swept his gaze across the room and continued. The number of human lords is still dropping every day, but do you know how many lords the ghost spirits have lost? None. 0. Since the ghost spirits appeared, not a single one of their lords has fallen. The crowd was stunned into silence. Zhang Kuang's voice grew more passionate. Can't you see what's happening? Their lords have never died, while you're ready to give up for a little temporary safety and short-term peace. In the face of Zhang Kuang's anger, Li Zong only smiled faintly and replied calmly, "What if I told you there's a way to reduce human lord casualties to zero? Would you believe me?" "What?" a lord exclaimed, barely believing his ears. "It's not impossible," Li Zong said, still composed. "I have a way." He then began to present his proposal. Li Zong, proposed the final strategic plan, the weight of Mount Pan. The room fell silent, eyes filled with confusion and anticipation. Zhang Kuang listened quietly, each of Li Zong's words sinking deep into his heart. The weight of Mount Pan. This was Li Zong's idea, to unite the strength of all human lords, excavate the mountains, and transform them into a massive fortress bristling with mechanisms. All the lords would gather inside, safe and secure, avoiding further casualties for the time being. Once the fortress was complete, humanity's technology could quickly catch up to and even surpass the ghost spirits. When the time was right, they could strike back. But this also meant surrendering vast territories to the ghost spirits. Ling He's eyes flashed. He tapped the table sharply and posed a pointed question. Executing this strategy will require enormous resources. So, who exactly will provide them? The entire hall fell into silence as every gaze turned to Li Zong and Zhang Kuang. As he spoke, Ling He fixed his gaze on Li Zong like a hawk, watching for any subtle change in his expression. Of course, those with money contribute money, and those with strength contribute strength. Li Zong met Ling He's scrutiny calmly, his tone steady and his face betraying nothing, as if he were just stating the most ordinary fact. On the surface, this answer seemed unremarkable. But out of the corner of his eye, Ling He glanced at the display screen, where the resource requirements for the final strategy, Burden of Panshan, were listed: 100,000 bronze ingots and 10 million units of timber. The shocking numbers made him quickly look away, unwilling to read any further. Well, what a convenient way to put ethos: with money give money, those with strength give strength. Ling He sneered inwardly. In the entire region, he was the only one who could provide bronze. He held a monopoly over the timber market. Even when it came to labor, he was second to none. This was clearly targeted at him. The implication couldn't be more obvious: they wanted him to bear the entire cost, manpower, and supplies for this so-called final strategy. Ling He lowered his gaze slightly, his eyes flickering with calculation. If things stayed this way, he would never agree to it. But situations could always change. In that case, academicianly, Ling He looked up and met Li Zong's eyes, his tone mild but edged with something sharper. "May I ask, after the final strategy is completed, who will this mechanical city belong to? The lord who contributed the most, or the one who proposed the plan?" It seemed like a casual question, but Li Zong looked up and exchanged a meaningful glance with Ling He. With his experience, he could easily hear the bargaining hidden in Ling He's words. Li Zong simply gave a small laugh. "Naturally, it won't belong to me, since the purpose of building it is to protect everyone. Once this final strategy is complete, ownership will belong to every human in the region." This was not the answer Ling He wanted. He had offered two options, but Li Zong presented a third. Clearly, the old man understood his hint, but refused to play along, deliberately feigning ignorance. Ling He glanced toward the northern district and had to admit, it was a clever act. Given the current situation, the east, south, and west districts were all dominated by alliances. The east and south each had over a dozen people, the west fewer than 10. The north, however, was home to more than 30 independent lords. Li Zong's answer had clearly won over nearly half the lords in the north. It was an open strategy impossible to counter. If Burden of Panshan was chosen as the final plan, the debate would be over. At that point, whether or not Ling He was willing to provide resources, if he wanted to prevent humanity from perishing within the year or even the next 6 months, she would have no choice but to step in. "So, they're putting my conscience to the test?" Ling He muttered under his breath, a cold smile tugging at his lips. His conscience could withstand any test. If they refused his deal, they wouldn't get a single coin from him. The problem was, if Burden of Panshan became the final strategy, he would lose no matter what. Reputation, market share, or wealth was bound to forfeit at least one or two of them. There was no perfect solution. Ling He could already picture the worst-case scenario. That would mean not only losing part of the market, but also potentially making himself the enemy of many independent lords. Ling He kept his eyes fixed on Li Zong across from him, quietly weighing his options. Human nature can't withstand scrutiny, especially when it comes to strangers. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. People skilled in politics always have hidden agendas. Earlier, when Ling He had subtly suggested a deal, Li Zong had feigned ignorance and rejected it. By all rights, that should have ended things between them. Yet now, Li Zong looked determined to corner him, his eyes radiating a will that brooked no refusal. Was it simply because he looked like a decent person? Ling He drew a deep breath, his gaze sharp as he looked at Li Zong, and finally voiced the question had been holding back. "Academicianly, what makes you so certain that, once we fortify the city, our technological progress will outpace the ghost spirits?" As soon as he spoke, several lords in the northern district who had been tempted by the proposal immediately reconsidered. Some frowned, doubt flickering in their eyes. He's right, one lord murmured. The ghost spirits are already stronger than us. Our only edge is their vulnerability to fire. If we voluntarily give up most of our land to them, aren't we just helping them grow? And what if one day the ghost spirits are no longer afraid of fire? The very thought hung over everyone like a heavy bell tolling doom. Panic began to ripple through the crowd. Right now, the only reason they could hold the ghost spirits at bay was that those creatures feared fire. If the day ever came when the ghost spirits overcame this weakness, killing them would be as easy as slaughtering chickens. Elderly, even among the lords in the Western District, some looked anxiously at Li Zong. What the honest vendor said made sense. Achieving the ultimate strategic goal of Panshan wasn't something that could be done overnight. If they poured so much time and resources into defense, the advantage might not end up with humanity. As the murmurs grew louder, Li Zong raised his calloused hand to quiet the room. In a voice that was old yet unwavering, he said, "It doesn't matter. I can assure you all, humanity's pace of development will never lag behind any other race." He tapped his forehead, his eyes shining with intelligence. "My confidence comes from here. And here is the distilled wisdom of 1,000 years of human civilization. Just give me a little time, and everything can be rebuilt." At his words, several lords in the Western District visibly relaxed, hope rekindling in their eyes. Of course, how could humanity's progress fall behind when they had a senior scholar from the highest academy on their side? They weren't venturing into the unknown. They were retracing a path that had already been paved. There was no reason to fear. "Very well, let's vote," Li Zong said, seeing that most people had made up their minds. He had no intention of giving Ling He another chance to ask questions. 3 questions, each probing and leaden. If he let Ling He continue, his old bones might not withstand the pressure. Wait. Just as the vote seemed inevitable, Ling Yuyo, seated beside Ling He, suddenly slapped the table and stood up, her clear voice cutting through the room. Her eyes were sharp as she stared at Li Zong. "Li, I do not agree with this proposal." Ling Yuyo's anger was growing more and more obvious in her eyes as she glared at Li Zong and swept her gaze across everyone present. She spoke coldly. "You think I don't know what's on your minds? You've all seen the requirements for this final strategy. 100,000 pieces of bronze, 10 million units of timber. That breaks down to 20 pieces of bronze and 2,000 units of timber per person. Everyone here is among the most influential people in this region. Now tell me, who here can come up with these resources? Is it you or you?" She pointed at one lord after another, singling them out. Each one she pointed at instinctively lowered their head, though a few still had stubbornness in their eyes, all looking toward Ling He in the end. It was clear that while they themselves couldn't provide the resources, someone else could. Even if that person couldn't do it now, they certainly would be able to in the future. "Heh, what a joke." Ling Yuyug let out a bitter laugh, her voice full of anger. "So, your plan is to have the traitor shoulder all the resources for this final strategy on his own? Then tell me, what does he get out of it?" She withdrew her finger and pointed directly at Ling He, who was still seated, her voice laced with sarcasm. "Is there anyone here willing to pay him even a single coin?" For a moment, the air seemed to freeze. Many of the lords who had been defiant now lowered their heads as well. But soon, quiet muttering began to spread through the crowd. "It's not like we're getting the resources ourselves. Why should we pay for it?" "Yeah, just because the city gets built doesn't mean he has to live there." Ling Yuyug clenched her teeth so hard it was audible, anger surging inside her. Skipping the hunt to attend this council was the smartest decision Shed made in a long time. The traitor was the first good person Shed met since entering this war, game maybe the only one. If she hadn't shown up today, wouldn't this kind-hearted traitor have been completely drained by these leeches? Before she could say more, a lone lord from the northern district suddenly stood up and pointed at Ling Yuyug, shouting, "What's your problem anyway? The traitor hasn't said a word, so who do you think you are, making all this noise?" A cold glint flashed in Ling Yuyu's eyes as she stared back, unflinching. "Yes, the traitor is kind-hearted. So what? Does that mean good people should have guns pointed at them?" Her voice was clear and sharp with anger. It was something Ling He had once told her when she was at death's door, words Shed never forgotten, and today, she repeated them for everyone to hear. That single sentence left the lone lord speechless. He knew full well that this wasn't just a simple retort. Any answer would brand him as someone who points a gun at a good person, ruining his reputation for good. Desperate to escape the situation, the lone lord turned to Ling He. Traitor, say something. Do you agree with what she said?" Ling He opened his mouth, but before he could speak, an arm shot out in front of him. Ling Yuyug stepped in protectively, like a mother hen shielding her chick, blocking Ling He with a fierce presence. "I'm the one asking the questions. Why are you putting the traitor on the spot? Sit down." Ling He's voice came from behind her, cool and firm. "Sit down." "What? Sit down?" Ling Yuyug turned to Ling He in disbelief, only to see that same indifferent expression on his face as he repeated, "Sit down." Such a serious occasion really shouldn't be disrupted by all this noise and commotion. Ling Yuyo remembered the promise she had made earlier. Her hands unconsciously clenched and then relaxed, repeating the motion several times before she managed to calm herself and slowly sat back down beside Ling He. She could clearly feel the mocking glances coming from the North District. The vendor is just too kind-hearted, Ling Yuyo sighed inwardly. Ling He shook his head in silence. Although Ling Yuyo's words weren't prompted by him, her genuine intent to defend him was clear. However, saying such things here in the East District, in front of everyone from the Temple of War, and right beside him, would only backfire. In the eyes of others, she was already labeled as part of Ling He's faction. When a victim confronts their bully, it only makes the bully care even less. Li Zong chuckled softly. Now that the girl has finished, let's get back to business. Let's settle this with a vote majority rules. Does anyone have any objections? He glanced around at the leaders of the East and South districts. Seeing no one object, he raised his hand. They'll cast the first vote for myself. The delegates from the West District all raised their hands in unison. The voting system immediately displayed the tally. Support for the strategic Panchon proposal, 9 out of 68. Mr. Lee's proposal does make sense. Stability should be our priority right now, said Eric Zimmer, the South District Police representative, a typically handsome white man, voicing his support. The tally rose to 15 out of 68. However, Antoine, the South District's military representative, scoffed and muttered, "Coward," before folding his arms and watching from the sidelines. Clearly, if Eric supported something, the military would always oppose it as a bloc. Support trickled in from the North District, while the East District remained silent. Ling He caught a glimpse of Warcraze's expression out of the corner of his eye and understood. Although Warcraze belonged to the Warhawk faction, Li Zong's argument had clearly made him hesitate. As long as the proposal didn't go against the principle of protecting the people, Warcraze had no reason to object. The only reason he was still holding back was because he had promised Ling He diplomatic support, and he was not one to go back on his word. Ling He couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If Xiao Xiejuan were here, or if Ling Yuyo hadn't acted so impulsively, he could have set up a countermeasure in advance. In that case, even 10 Li Zongs wouldn't have been a problem. But if Li Zong thought this meant he had won, he was gravely mistaken. The breakthrough would have to come from the North District. Ling He's gaze landed on one of the lords from the north. Although the name, Entropy, didn't ring a bell, the face looked somewhat familiar. Other than Xiao Xiejuan, the only ones who had made a strong impression before the council were those minor lords of the secret party who had managed to escape. To his surprise, members of the secret party had also arrived at the conference hall. Ling He glanced around the room. Aside from Tsong Shang, he didn't spot any other familiar faces. Still, he knew full well that it only took one person to stir up trouble. A faint, knowing smile tugged at the corner of Ling He's lips. No one else in the room seemed to notice this subtle change in expression except for Lin Xiao, whose gaze had been fixed on him from the moment they entered the hall. Ever since stepping into the chamber, Lin Xiao had been watching every move of this so-called conscience vendor. To Lin Xiao, most of the people in the chamber were nothing more than short-sighted opportunists. Only Ling He was worthy of his special attention. Now, seeing that barely perceptible smile on Ling He's face, a shadow crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. He remembered clearly that when Li Zong first introduced the final strategy, Ling He had openly opposed it. Lin Xiao had planned to sit back and watch as others tried to dampen Ling He's influence. But this hint of a smile put him on alert. Having gone up against Ling He before, Lin Xiao knew just how dangerous this man could be. A bold idea began to take shape in Lin Xiao's mind. Was this all part of Ling He's plan? Maybe he actually supported Li Zong's final strategy, and the two were simply putting on a show. By raising objections first, Ling He could attract other dissenters to his side. Then, by pretending to concede and switching to support the proposal, he could easily dismantle all opposition. There was only one final strategy on the table for the entire council to vote on. Wasn't that proof enough of his theory? Lin Xiao let out a cold laugh, secretly admiring the cleverness of the move. But now that he had seen through it, he wasn't about to let Ling He get his way. Just then, Ling He spoke up. Since everyone seems to support Academician Li's final strategy, in my opinion, he deliberately slowed down on the last word, leaving himself some room to maneuver. Hold on. Lin Xiao suddenly stood up from the northern seats, casting a dark look at Ling He before turning to Li Zong. Academician Li, why are you in such a hurry to call a vote? Wrinkles deepened on Li Zong's already furrowed brow. He had anticipated resistance from the War Temple in the Eastern District and expected the military and police from the Southern District might have different opinions. But he had never imagined that the first public voice of opposition would come from the North. This doesn't make any sense. Lin Xiao's voice echoed through the council chamber, his gaze as sharp as a blade. If Mount Pan's strategic value is set as humanity's final strategy, the ones who benefit most will be the independent lords of the Northern District. Lords from the Eastern, Southern, and Western districts would establish their own settlements even without this strategy. He swept his cold eyes around the room, raising his voice. The hidden meaning behind this so-called final strategy is nothing more than having the rapidly developing lords support the rest, taking their resources and distributing them to everyone else. Lin Xiao turned to Li Zong, clear disappointment flashing in his eyes. Do the lords of the Northern District really have such a narrow vision that they can't even see this? At the same time, Ling He's smile faded quietly. Lin Xiao, having fixed his gaze on Ling He, immediately caught this subtle change. Not smiling anymore. Lin Xiao felt a surge of satisfaction. If he's not smiling, it means I'm hitting the mark. His cold sneer now carried a trace of genuine emotion. Oh, you're asking what I mean? Lin Xiao spread his hands, eyes fixed on the final strategy displayed on the panel. Shouldn't we be asking what you mean, academicianly? Tell me, is the only option before us the final strategy that you proposed? His voice suddenly grew louder, each word forceful. No one else is even given the chance to propose alternatives. Are you really so authoritarian, academicianly, that you treat this council as your personal stage? You. Li Zong clutched his chest, his trembling finger pointing at Lin Xiao, his face suddenly pale. Lin Xiao didn't give him a moment to recover, immediately pressing on. What's wrong? Just because I said a few words, academicianly, you're upset? Or is it that in your eyes, we independent lords don't even deserve a voice? Buffed Li Zong suddenly spat out a mouthful of saliva, his face flushing red. Luckily, this council meeting was taking place in a dream state. Otherwise, if he were here in person, it would likely have been blood he coughed up, not saliva. Elderly, are you all right? Someone from the Western District rushed to his side, gently patting his back to help him catch his breath. After a long moment, Li Zong finally managed to speak, his voice weak. That's not what I meant at all. Really? Lin Xiao immediately retorted. Then tell me, academicianly, why aren't you willing to let us independent lords from the Northern District propose our own strategies, instead insisting we go straight to a vote? And if that's not what you meant, why were you so agitated just now when I brought it up? Since Lin Xiao had been sitting with the independent lords from the start, his words immediately won support from some of them. That's right, if you didn't mean it, why get so worked up? We haven't even had a chance to propose anything, and you're already rushing us to vote. What? Are independents not even considered people now? Accusations poured toward Li Zong like a tide. The lord who had previously criticized Ling Yuyug was now the loudest and most vicious of all. Li Zong was left speechless, while Lin Xiao sneered inwardly. Fair weather friends, just swaying in the wind. This round, I've won. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiao pressed his advantage. If you ask me, I have a final strategy to propose as well. As soon as he finished speaking, a new window popped up before every lord in the council. Lord Song Shuang proposes a final strategy, the navel of the false god. Final strategy, the age of the navel of the false god, the age of spiritualization. A lie repeated 13 times, an oracle inscribed 13 times. The umbilical cord binds us to our God. We are at once the parent and the child of the divine, and also one among the countless who kneel at its feet. If the world must have a God to function, then we willingly become puppets tangled in fabricated strings. The God's eyes and ears are everywhere. Wherever people gather, nothing escapes their notice. In the council chamber, Ling He's gaze swept over the newly announced final strategy navel of the false god. Unlike the previous plan, Burden of the Coiling Mountain, this strategy required no massive constructions. Its conditions were so simple, they bordered on unbelievable. Each week, the life of one allied lord, 100 allied subjects, and every month the corpses of 2,000 creatures of any kind. Most surprising of all, this strategy would last for a maximum of 13 cycles. These demands are practically a giveaway. Ling He thought, fingers tapping the table as he calculated the costs. 2,000 corpses per month, split among 3 lords, meant each only needed to provide a single prey per month. 100 subjects, calculated at the lowest cost, added up to just 400 gold coins per month. The most expensive requirement was, without a doubt, the life of a lord, but after 13 cycles, only 13 lords would be lost. Everyone seated in the council chamber ranked among the top 100 lords in regional development. Such sacrifices were trivial to them. Yet the modest requirements didn't make the navel of the false god seem weak. Ling He studied each benefit the strategy offered, more intently than he had with Burden of the Coiling Mountain. Eye of Ignorance. All human units gain a 10 boost in combat strength and a 100 increase in morale when fighting mysterious creatures. Sacrament of Plague. Bound to the god by the umbilical cord, plague fatality rates drop by 90. When a plague-carrying unit is killed, there's a chance the plague will infect the killer. Rewritten Oracle. Once per cycle, each lord may force a Stone Age subject's loyalty to 90. Wandering Saints. When spiritual energy in the region is medium or high, neutral human units called Whisperers and Expositors will randomly appear. God's eyes and ears. Any hostile presence within range of a Whisperer will be reported to all lords within 10 miles. Within an Expositor's range, hostile beings will suffer continuous psychic damage. Unlike the purely defensive Burden of the Coiling Mountain, Navel of the False God offered comprehensive benefits: combat power, morale, resistance, loyalty, and more. Most strikingly, it could generate neutral wild human units within the region. The appearance of Whisperers would greatly compensate for humanity's disadvantage in intelligence gathering. Ling He frowned, a question surfacing in his mind. Intelligence gathering, of all things. Could this final strategy really have been proposed by someone from the secret faction? As a defector from the Ghost Shade clan, handing such an intelligence advantage to human lords Ling, he couldn't help but admire Songshang's cunning, even from an enemy's perspective. Even Ling He had, for a fleeting moment, considered whether he should choose this ultimate strategy. However, all of this was based on the assumption that he hadn't received the blood debt proposal as a level-up reward. Lin Xiao spoke slowly, asking, "So, everyone, what do you think of this ultimate strategy? If not for the need to outmaneuver Pan Shan Zhizhong, he wouldn't have revealed his final plan so easily." In Lin Xiao's eyes, making this information public could give others clues to deduce his growth path. But as long as he could defeat the conscience vendor, it was all worth it. Agreed. The Northern District Lords responded immediately, voicing their support for Lin Xiao. Earlier, Lin Xiao had sharply rebuked Li Zong for his lack of respect towards the independent lords, which resonated with many others in the same position. Why should those with established factions have their own reliable voting blocks, while independent lords are left without a voice? They wanted to show those cliquish groups what a true non-alliance alliance looked like. In an instant, Lin Xiao's ultimate strategy gained the support of nearly a third of the Northern District Lords. The ultimate strategy, False God's Navel, received 11 out of 68 votes, slightly less than Pan Shan Zhizhong's 15, but the gap wasn't significant. At the same time, many lords who had intended to vote for Pan Shan Zhizhong began to reconsider, choosing instead to wait and see how things would unfold. "You people," Li Zong, trembling with anger, pointed at the Northern District Lords and demanded, "You really have it in you to sacrifice others' lives just to protect your own?" Upon hearing this, Ling Yuyug scoffed and shot back, "Li, so it's unacceptable to sacrifice others, but when it comes to the vendor, that's somehow different? What's the difference?" Clutching his chest, Li Zong stood up, losing his composure for the first time since the council began. He had only wanted surplus resources to be used to protect the lords in need, had never intended for Ling He to lose his life. But once the false god's naval strategy was chosen, it meant 13 lords would be forcibly sacrificed. Those who would be sacrificed wouldn't come from the Temple of War, nor the military, nor the powerful independents in the room. The only ones at risk were the weak, those truly in need of protection. The strong wield their knives against the weak, and the weak, in turn, target the even weaker. Is that really how the world should work? Disgusting. At this moment, the Northern District Lords who had been arguing with Ling Yuyug now stood firmly on her side. "What's that supposed to mean, Li?" They jeered. "You think you're so righteous, and the rest of us are just villains?" The room erupted into chaos. No one even wanted to address him as academician Li anymore. They had long been fed up with his posturing and condescending attitude towards the independent lords. "Sacrificing others? As if your own ultimate strategy doesn't involve sacrifice," they shouted. "We support Song Shuang. We independents aren't so easily bullied." The council grew increasingly chaotic. Ling He took it all in, unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. He had to admit, Song Shuang's move was brilliant, ignoring the facts, stoking conflict. Silence implied agreement, while agitation suggested guilt, forcing Li Zong into direct opposition with the independent lords far exceeding Ling He's expectations of him. Only those who had truly wronged Li Zong could understand just how unjustly he was being treated now. Still, there was something oddly familiar about Song Shuang's tactics. A familiar face appeared in Ling He's mind, bringing a wave of memories. Although the approach was different, there was a faint shadow of the creator god in Song Shuang's move. To condemn someone, you can always find an excuse, whether there was an explanation or not. Stirring up conflict at such a critical moment had already made this tactic a success. In situations like this, the less fear one shows, the less harm is done. But Li Zong was clearly different. His pride and concern for appearances made it impossible for him to remain unaffected the way Ling He once could. As a result, he suffered greatly, even losing his composure and exposing his weaknesses. And that, precisely, became his fatal wound. People may feel sympathy for those who are truly weak, but they will never pity a strong person who shows weakness. Li Zong's desperate attempts to defend himself only served to destroy what little support he had left in the Northern District. At that moment, Ling He's calculations became crystal clear. If he openly supported Li Zong, it would only provoke the discontent of the independent lords, and all support would shift to Zhongshan. They held more than 30 votes in the Northern District, while Li Zong barely had 15. Even with an additional 13 votes from the Eastern District, he would only have 28 in total. It was a losing battle, without a doubt. However, if Ling He chose not to support Li Zong but instead put forward his own final strategy, he could satisfy the independent lords' desire for more options. He would give them exactly what they wanted: more choices. Ling He had already secured the largest base of support in the council. As long as he could dilute the backing for other strategies, the one he led would inevitably come out on top. Victory was assured. Defeat, it turned out, was just a subtle decision in Ling He's mind. He now held all the initiative, facing Zhongshang's threat without a hint of fear. Whoever wanted to win, Ling He's support was now crucial. He stood up, a gentle smile returning to his face, his tone calm and steady. "Everyone, Let's not argue. There's no need for further quarrels. Ling He's reputation as the vendor bro still held sway. His gentle demeanor earned him a bit of goodwill, even from the independent lords of the Northern District who had just been scolded by Ling Yuyuk. Yet this goodwill was fragile. If Ling He sided with Li Zong, he would lose even the faint support he had. But Ling He had no intention of supporting Li Zong. He knew very well that standing with the independent lords was the key to maintaining control. So, he cleared his throat and gestured toward Lin Xiao. First, let's thank Brother Shang for stepping up and speaking on behalf of the independent lords. Lin Xiao was taken aback, a look of surprise on his face. What should have been words of gratitude, coming from Ling He, somehow made people feel uncomfortable. Can't the honest vendor see how favorable his position is now? As long as the military and police in the Southern District keep up their facade of cooperation, the votes from the independent faction will completely dominate. They've already secured an unbeatable position as won this round. Lin Xiao felt an increasing sense of unease. As he hesitated, Ling He suddenly spoke up again. But I believe that, given academician Li's status, he would never look down on any independent lord. Was that a subtle attempt to defend old Li Zong? Lin Xiao breathed a slight sigh of relief. Perhaps he had been overthinking it. The honest vendor was secretly supporting Li Zong after all. But did he really think a simple, offhand comment could smooth over the conflict head stirred up? Not a chance. Sure enough, several lords from the Northern District looked visibly displeased after Ling He's words. Would never look down on Uninvited, and that just mean he might do so passively? Rather than improving Li Zong's image among the independents, Ling He's remark only made it worse. Some lords who hadn't yet voted now looked openly disappointed. They'd hoped the honest vendor was different, but he was just the same as the others. Just as the atmosphere was about to freeze over, Ling He suddenly changed his tone, his voice charged with emotion. Everyone has their own interests. As one of the independent lords myself, of course I support Song Shang's statement. An independent lord? The lords of the Northern District were momentarily stunned. If the honest vendor had said this from the start, they would have dismissed it as nonsense. But had waited until after Song Shang's speech to openly declare his support. More importantly, he was a supporter, not the instigator. That made all the difference, especially since Song Shang was the leading figure among the independent lords of the North. Most crucially, the honest vendor dared to take a stand under the watchful eyes of the Hall of War Gods. That alone carried tremendous weight. He might be seated in the East District, but his heart was clearly with the independents of the North. The line between outsiders and fellow allies, this distinction meant everything. Seeing that he had successfully redirected all the momentum Song Shang had built up, Ling He knew it was time to act. He dropped all pretense and delivered his punchline. That's why I'm presenting a final strategy, a path to boundless fortune, offered to everyone here. As soon as he finished speaking, a new proposal window silently popped up before the crowd. Lord Honest Vendor proposes the final strategy, blood debt. Final strategy: age of blood debt, age of spiritualization overview. While other civilizations still dress up their wars with glory and hatred, we've already seen through the true nature of slaughter. Profit. Soldiers die on the battlefield, brothers fight at the fences. Only the ones who ultimately benefit are the true victors. The value of life is set before the game even begins. We don't need cold, biting hatred, just the comfort of a warm receipt. Every corpse left behind, every drop of blood spilled by our compatriots, must be repaid in hard cash. This short manifesto struck like a cold thunderbolt, piercing through the deepest, most secret calculations in many hearts. Requirements to activate: none. These 3 words were boldly displayed at the bottom of the window. Someone blurted out, a final strategy with no activation requirements? How is that possible? They recalled the previous 2 final strategies. One demanded a staggering amount of resources, the other was a brutal test of the user's willpower. But now, this blood debt strategy had landed before them like a gift from above, as if anyone could use it at any time. Nothing required. Did that mean anyone could trigger it? At any moment? No. Finally, someone realized something was off, and quickly scrolled down. Check the terms for blood debt. Blood debt bond. Upon the activation of the final strategy, immediately calculate the value in gold off all lords, civilians, and buildings lost on our side within the past year. Convert this total into blood debt points at a rate of 110. Shinu. When engaging in battle against a race whose lords carry blood debt points, all our casualties are converted into blood debt points at a rate of 1:5 after being valued in gold. War reparations. Any race with blood debt points can repay their debt to us by paying gold at a 1:1 ratio. Harsh levy. For all races with blood debt points, experience gain is reduced by 70, gold drop rates decrease by 50, resource gathering efficiency drops by 20, and the cost to recruit civilians doubles. Final settlement. In battles against lords of races with blood debt points, all destruction and kills will deduct an equivalent amount of blood debt points and be immediately converted into gold income. Debt clearance. If our side suffers an overall defeat, all accumulated blood debt points are wiped clean. Clearly, although activating this final strategy requires no upfront cost, Its true power is only unleashed under one condition. A significant number of humans must die. Free things often come at the highest price. This seemingly cheap ultimate move demands a sacrifice far greater than even the navel of the false god. Blood debt points are the core of this strategy. Only by amassing a debt so large it can't be quickly repaid can the strategy reach its full potential. Otherwise, if the debt is paid off, the entire strategy becomes void. Setting aside this so-called flaw, the blood debt system is terrifying, both for the heavy debuffs it inflicts and for the ability to convert every enemy unit killed directly into gold. Imagine fighting the Ghostling race. Killing a single unit deducts 5 blood debt points and grants 5 gold. Using that gold to recruit more civilians, you gain another 25 blood debt points through further battles. This process snowballs the debt, grows ever larger, and can never be fully repaid unless humanity is utterly defeated. Human lords can use this mechanism to squeeze every last bit of value from the Ghostlings. This is exactly why Ling He values this final strategy not for the safety of the people or the total annihilation of the Ghostlings, but for the glittering promise of gold. Since market stimulation has become difficult, Ling He allows the Ghostlings to withdraw from this region. But before they leave, he intends to extract every last drop of value from them to fuel his upcoming merchandise. As for the human side, he's unconcerned with how much blood is spilled or how the resources are obtained by conquest or plunder. All that matters to Ling He is the outcome, that the gold ultimately ends up in his hands. Well then, if no one else has new proposals, let's move on to the vote, Ling He said, casting the first vote for himself. As soon as he did, the 11 votes from the Temple of War and 1 from Ling Yuyug followed, instantly bringing Ling He's tally to 13. It still seemed slightly less than Li Zong's support, but Ling He wasn't worried. These were just his guaranteed votes. The real voting was about to begin. In the Southern District, Antoine was the first to raise his hand. If you ask me, this is exactly how it should be. Sometimes you have to fight for your future, he said firmly. Just for the sake of that final strategy the vendor bro proposed, I, Antoine, am in. Antoine's statement landed like a hammer, instantly swinging all 5 military votes to Ling He's side. In a flash, Ling He's support surged from a disadvantage to 18, overtaking Li Zong. With the votes from the Southeast, South, and West districts already cast, all eyes now turned to the independent lords of the North. The voting results in the North played out just as Ling He had expected. Though his influence, there was no match for Tsongshang. 14 out of more than 30 lords still cast their votes in his favor. When the final tally was announced, the support for each of the 3 proposals was clear. Blood debt, 32 out of 68. Navel of the false god, 21 out of 68. Burden of Panshan, 15 out of 68. The outcome was decided. Ling He's final strategy won by an overwhelming margin. Li Zong's face turned ashen. After throwing a bitter "you're not worth plotting with" at the North, he stormed out. Who would have thought that the man who started off the strongest and consistently sided with the Northern independents would end up at the bottom? Clearly, the boy he referred to was Lin Xiao, but Lin Xiao was too caught up in self-doubt to care about Li Zong's fury. Did I win, or didn't I? The question kept echoing in his mind. In terms of his goal, he had successfully blocked Burden of Panshan outperforming the conscientious vendor in that regard. But looking at the outcome, the vendor still topped the rankings, which felt like a defeat. As Lin Xiao left in confusion, the council hall was already empty. Ling He had no intention of lingering in this dream any longer. After saying goodbye to Zhang Kuang and Ling Yuyug and thanking Antoine from the south, he exited the council as well. The system immediately broadcasted, final strategy activated, blood debt. Current blood debt value, Ghost Clan 942,270. Even at the initial 1:10 ratio, a blood debt value of 940,000 made it clear just how deep the Ghost Clan's crimes against humanity ran. But what did all that hatred have to do with Ling He? Ling He sat up from a top hamburger, stretched, and rubbed his sleepy eyes. The council had left him completely drained. There were plenty of fence-sitters, but those scheming old foxes were even more exhausting to deal with. Much rather spend time with Vera and Mo. Just then, his stomach suddenly rumbled. What's wrong, two legs? Hamburger scooted closer, nuzzling Ling He's stomach, and, catching him off guard, playfully scratched his side with a tiny paw. Haha, wait, that tickles. Hamburger, cut it out. Ling He's laughter caught the attention of Vera and Mo outside the door. You're finally up, you rascal lord? Vera, in her signature tall top hat, poked her head in. Maybe it was the long council session, but seeing Vera and that iconic hat again made everything feel almost unreal to Ling He. He shook his head and stepped outside. He took a deep breath, only to be hit by the overwhelming smell of sulfur, which sent him into a coughing fit. I forgot about that damn mine explosion underground. Are you all right, my lord? Mo hurried over to support him, and Ling He led her. Just then, a drop of moisture landed on his face. Tears. No, it was rain. Ling He looked up. In the gloomy sky above, the rain was already pouring down. The rain poured down harder and harder, turning into a torrential downpour in an instant. Mo looked outside with concern. My lord, it's cold out here. Let's go back inside. she said. She reached out, trying to help Ling He back indoors, but Ling He gently shook her head, slowly withdrawing her arm. Let me stand here for a while, Ling He replied calmly, her tone resolute. Biamo wanted to persuade her, but when she saw the look in Ling He's eyes, she quietly stepped aside, silently standing guard by her side. Ling He stood there, her gaze fixed in the distance. She slowly extended her hand and murmured softly. Rain. This sudden downpour was the first she had experienced since entering the war game. Unlike the usual peaceful rain, this one didn't bring hope, it signaled the arrival of death. As the thought crossed her mind, the honeycomb gel in Ling He's hand was unequipped, instantly appearing in her palm and then bursting open. But this time, the heavy rain almost completely smothered the flames before they could ignite. The water felt like a cold, iron grip, swiftly extinguishing every spark. There was no fire, no heat, only a chilling silence swallowed by the rain. This storm had wiped out humanity's greatest advantage against the ghost spirit clan, fire. And the timing was almost too perfect, as if the heavens had decided, at the very last moment before the ghost spirits launched their attack, to give humans no chance at all. Was it a coincidence? A conspiracy? Or was fate simply not on their side? Ling He slowly closed her eyes, her thoughts churning. She knew there was more behind this rain than a simple shift in the weather. Meanwhile, the regional chat channel was in chaos. Don't finish me off, guys. We're doomed. What are we supposed to do if the ghost spirits attack in this sudden downpour? Commander of the Air Force, is it raining on your side too? If so, we must be close. Drop your coordinates so we can meet up. It's raining in my desert area too. Wait, it's raining in the desert? It's pouring on the plains here as well. I can't go out looking like this. My mountaintop is drenched too. I used to have a clear view, but now I can't see anything. This is terrifying. Judging by the messages in the chat, everyone realized the storm had almost completely covered all terrain types. Mountains, plains, deserts, even snowy fields, everything was swallowed up by the sudden downpour. Panic spread quickly. Does this mean the ghost spirit clan's period of hiding is finally over? A shadow of dread fell over every lord's heart. Under the weight of this relentless rain, they felt more vulnerable to the ghost spirits than ever before. Even so, there were still calm voices in the chat, trying to reassure everyone. Stay calm, everyone. Find a cave or some shelter and start a fire. This kind of heavy rain shouldn't last too long. Li Zong, if you can't keep things dry, put your moisture-sensitive supplies up for trade to avoid losses. In reality, people were already taking action, searching for places to take cover. Get anyone who can't fight into the cellar. Survival comes first. Find shelter now. Don't let your gear get soaked. Zhang Kuang stood at the front of the group, his tone firm as he waved his hand, giving orders. None of the many lords in the Temple of War chose to leave. They simply exchanged glances. After all this time fighting, they were no longer the timid souls who once sought refuge under Zhang Kuang's protection, their hands trembling even to hold a stone. You lot, really? Zhang Kuang said, not needing to turn around to sense their resolve from the silence behind him. He grabbed the spear at his side, its tip pointed straight at the ghostly shadows flickering in the rain. His voice thundered. If you're not going to run, then follow me into battle. He knew perfectly well there was no way out. The Temple of War had attracted too many human lords and grown too large. If the Ghost Clan attacked, the temple would be one of their first targets, with no chance of escape. Their only hope was to fight. On another part of the battlefield, the sound of arrows slicing through the rain cut through the roar of the storm. Swish, swish, swish. Thud. A system message popped up. Congratulations. You have slain a Ghost Clan unit. The blood debt of the Piercer has been triggered. Ghost Clan blood debt reduced by 30. You have received 30 gold coins. Mr. Li, are you all right? A young man hurried forward, supporting Li Zong's arm and trying to lead him back to the council hall for shelter. But Li Zong's eyes remained locked on the distant tree line, paying no heed to the young man's concern. Without fire, does it really take 3 heavy crossbows to bring down just one of those things? Li Zong muttered, his face clouded with worry. In the undergrowth ahead, there was a faint metallic glint, his Xuanji cart, a war machine crafted by hand using animal tendons and primitive wooden gears. It couldn't compare to precision-forged steel weapons, but in this Stone Age world, it was a marvel ahead of its time. Yet even so, without fire, it still took 3 direct hits from a heavy crossbow to kill a single Ghost Clan creature. The heavens have abandoned the human race, Li Zong whispered. Perhaps from standing in the rain too long, he suddenly broke into a fit of coughing, clutching his mouth. Darkness swept over him, and his frail body collapsed forward. Mr. Li? Mr. Li. As he lost consciousness, the last thing he heard was the panicked shouts around him. Meanwhile, far away on the snowy plains, a figure from the Ghost Clan raced across the endless white. Because of the extreme cold, few human lords survived in these lands. Most had either frozen to death or found a way to escape. This should have been the weakest region for humanity. But in the next instant, the whistling sound of a tripwire broke the silence. 2 stones tied with rough hemp rope flew from the side, wrapping around the Ghost Clan creature and making it stumble. Before it could react, several more tripwires struck, hitting their mark. Suddenly, the ground beneath its feet gave way, and a group of humans leapt from the snow pit, surrounding it. Their backs were already blue from the cold, but they shielded the woman in their midst with their bodies. The woman, hunched and frail, stepped slowly toward the ghost clan monster, a faint smile curling on her lips. Do you monsters know? Even ants, small as they are, have their own ways to survive when the tide rises. For example, worker ants will surround the most important member of the colony, the queen, placing her at the center and forming a living raft with their bodies to ensure she reaches safety. In the pouring rain, the woman slowly stood up, cupping a bright flame in her hands. The fire scorched her palms, but not a flicker of pain crossed her face. Without hesitation, she hurled the flame forward. Instantly, it set the ghostly creature ablaze. Even in the torrential downpour, the strange fire burned fiercely, accompanied by the monster's agonized screams. But among ants, not all are weak, she continued, her voice cold and sharp. Army ants are hunters among hunters. And to them, you are the prey. A system alert sounded. Congratulations. You have slain a Ghostkin unit. The blood debt of the Lightseeker has been triggered. Ghostkin blood debt reduced by 30. You have received 30 gold coins. So many. Ling Yug exclaimed in awe, but she didn't linger on her personal stats. Her gaze shifted to the distance, to where her hunter's pact had sensed the conscientious vendor. Vendor, are you all right? She wondered silently. Heave-ho. Vera's voice suddenly rang out from behind Ling He, and a tall top hat landed heavily on his head. He turned to see Vera, drenched from head to toe, her black hair plastered messily to her face, arms crossed as she stood there. Vera lifted her chin. Hey, you idiot lord. How long have you been standing out here in the rain? Did you fall asleep on your feet? Rainwater's filthy, you'll turn into a fool if you stay out any longer. Takes one to know one. Ling He chuckled, taking off the hat and placing it back on Vera's head. You should worry about yourself. As for me, if I change at all, I'll be into Satan. Isn't that just a one-way ticket to hell? Vera muttered under her breath. Ling He was about to retort when his attention shifted to Bai Mo. Surprisingly, Bai Moho, usually sided with him, spoke up. I think Miss Vera is right. My lord, your health is fragile. It's best not to stay out in the rain. All right, that's enough. Ling He made a stopping gesture and pointed into the distance. Look over there. As the rain washed away the dust from the explosion, the cracked Ghostkin Tower was revealed. No bonfires could be lit before it now, and the slime ranch in the center could no longer provide support with fire attacks. A cold glint flashed in by Mo's eyes as he gripped his iron-banded bow. Are you worried there's danger in the tower? Allow me to clear it out for you. As the sages say, if I understand the way in the morning, I can die content by evening. Please, go back inside and rest. Wait. Ling He suddenly called out. You don't need to worry about me, Bai Mo said firmly. Bai Mo turned her back to Ling He and shook her head, signaling that he didn't need to worry about her. You're not the one I'm worried about. She turned around, her brows slightly furrowed, but met Ling He's innocent gaze. Ling He withdrew his hand from the direction of the tower, pointed at himself first, then at Vera. Bai Mo, if you leave, what happens to the two of us? Although Ling He's combat power had nearly doubled thanks to his choice of 2 specializations, in this hostile environment, he had no confidence that he could face the Ghost Tribe's monsters alone. If Bai Mo left and the wandering Ghost Tribe happened to show up, he and Vera together wouldn't even have a fighting strength of 5. Even with subordinates for protection, if anything went wrong, Ling He might be finished on the spot. So what do you suggest? Bai Mo asked softly. Ling He scratched the back of his head, offering a helpless smile. How about we all go together? Our friendly neighbor has helped us out a lot, sent us supplies, opened up new markets. As neighbors, I think it's time we paid a visit and showed our gratitude. Bai Mo looked at Ling He, a hint of hesitation in her eyes. But if we all enter the tower, your safety, she frowned, pausing for a moment. Honestly, I can't say if you'd be safer inside or outside the tower. Don't worry, I have my ways. Once I'm inside, I'll definitely be safe. Ling He patted his chest, full of confidence. With that, he turned to Vera. Vera, have your people stop working for the day. Give everyone a break and gather them in the open area. Okay, Vera responded, pulling out her staff and tapping it lightly on the ground. Whether it was fine control or large-scale commands, Vera had never let Ling He down when it came to managing manpower. She didn't say much, but with the tap of her staff, thousands of workers quickly assembled before Ling He. The crowd surged, creating a spectacular scene, an endless sea of people as far as the eye could see. Ling He cleared his throat and leaned in to whisper a few words to Vera. Vera paused, a flash of surprise in her eyes. Oh, my dear lord, you're actually letting me spend your precious money? That's right, more or less, Ling He said, frowning slightly. Could you put it a little more delicately? Relax, relax. Vera waved her hand dismissively, then turned to address the assembled crowd. She struck the ground with her staff, raised her gloved hand, and pointed at them. Full pay for 100 days, double if you die. In that instant, a notification popped up in front of Ling He. Ding, your secretary Vera has used her skill, temporarily transforming your workers into Jiangui. Jiangui? Ling He murmured, a puzzled look on his face. The names sounded like they had become a whole new species. He considered it for a moment. The phrase double if you die was exactly what had asked Vera to say, hoping to further test her incentive skills. Ling He opened up the Jiangui stats panel to review the new state of his now-empowered workforce. Jiangui overview. Money in hand. Life on the line. Gold and silver erode the flesh, but only the bones remain. The first two special abilities, self-improvement and self-reliance, haven't changed much. Just like the contracted ghost warriors, the most notable features of the Chong ghosts are the two additional abilities they gain after being enhanced. Self-devour description. Summon new souls to the Tiger Court. As the inscription fades, so does the name. Effect. When taking fatal damage, resists death for 24 hours, during which combat strength gradually decreases to 0. Upon activation, the unit's base combat strength increases by 500. For the pack description, devour old friends to forge new honors. Pave the path to the Cloud Court with fresh bones. Effect. While in the self-devour state, for every allied unit that dies within a 10-meter radius, this unit's survival time is extended by 2 hours, and its base combat strength increases by 10. Reading these descriptions, Ling He couldn't help but wince. Both of these special abilities only take effect after death. There's no change while alive. Looking at the dense crowd of Chong ghosts in front of him, their mere presence sent a clear message: if you come back alive today, it would be almost disrespectful to the money spent. If this change hadn't come from Vera, Ling He would have suspected had chosen the path of a necromancer instead of a producer. He joked to himself, so, is it impossible to become a good producer without dabbling in necromancy? Jokes aside, these two abilities of the Chong ghosts are genuinely impressive. With a fully buffed combat strength of 7, entering the self-devour state pushes their combat strength up to 35, and their survival time extends to a full 24 hours. In comparison, contracted ghost warriors enhanced from basic contracted lumberjacks and also recruited for 1 goldenly have a combat strength of 30 and can last just 2 hours. The Chong ghosts are clearly a better deal. Even more remarkable is that the Chong ghost strength doesn't stop there. The for the pack skill can significantly prolong their post-mortem activity on the battlefield. As long as allies keep falling around them, the Chong ghosts can offset the combat strength decay from self-devour, continuing to work for Ling He with high intensity and standards even after death. No wonder I had high hopes for these workhorses. Ling He shook his head in amazement. Even after becoming Chong ghosts, they haven't stopped competing with each other. Keep it at competition is a good thing. He beckoned to the person closest to him at the front of the team. You come here. Boss, you called. Even after being transformed into a Chong ghost, this worker's personality hadn't changed a bit. As soon as Ling He called out, he hurried over, rubbing his hands together and trying to smile. Ling He absent-mindedly stroked his chin, giving the worker a quick once-over. Alive or not, a workhorse was still a workhorse despite the enhancements. There was no obvious difference. Since he was still standing in the rain, Ling He didn't bother with pleasantries and gave a direct order. Take some people and look for any lumber that hasn't been soaked yet. Then use your bodies to shield it and move it to the praying pillar. He paused, frowning as if something had come to mind, then changed his mind. Actually, move everything directly behind that tall ghost clan tower over there. That'll be better for handling a large amount of supplies. Putting the goods on the shelves only to take them down again is such a waste of time, especially when he's still standing out there in the rain. It would be much more efficient to have the Chongwei use their bodies to shield everything as they carry it straight into the tower. Ling He frowned as he watched the scene unfolding in the rain, calculating in his mind. Would letting these Chongwei stay out in the rain for too long make them sick? Would it slow down their work? But then again, who even knew if they'd make it through today? These little details hardly seemed worth worrying about. Although Ling He didn't see the Chongwei as human, they'd inherited the docile nature of oxen and horses. Their awkward smiles never faded, and a flattering light flickered in their eyes. Leave it to us, sir, one of the Chongwei said, bowing and nodding. Before Ling He could issue another order, a large group had already separated themselves from the line and followed the one he'd first called out. Moving off with such practiced efficiency, it was almost unsettling. Vera stood to the side, her gaze sweeping over the scene, a thoughtful glint in her eyes. Stupid lord, I'm heading to the forge to grab a few things, she called out briefly to Ling He, then tapped a few people with her staff and led them away, their figures quickly disappearing into the curtain of rain. It wasn't long before Vera reappeared. The Chongwei, following her, each carried a bundle of arrows in their arms, the metal gleaming coldly in the rain. What's this? Ling He asked, stepping forward to examine the arrows more closely. Bronze arrows, Vera explained, pulling one from the bundle with some effort and holding it up. Remember those bronze ingots you made but never used? While you were sleeping, I thought I'd do some testing for you, so I forged samples of all sorts of bronze items including these arrows. I see. Ling He nodded, not at all bothered by Vera's initiative. After all, they were only bronze ingots. If he didn't like the result, he could always melt them down and start over. In fact, these arrows might prove quite useful in the coming action. With this in mind, Ling He turned to buy Mo. Vera passed the arrow to buy Mo, saying, "Want to give it a try? These bronze arrows are as hard as any iron ones, I guarantee it. The only downside is they're quite a bit heavier." As hard as iron. Bai Mo's eyes lit up. In the past, the best arrows Shed had were the few iron ones that came with the Bao Ling. He had purchased precious few, and once she ran out in battle, Shed have to risk retrieving them or make do with stone-tipped arrows. If these bronze arrows were truly as tough as Vera claimed, it would be a huge advantage for her. And the weight. Bai Mo smiled, stepping forward to take the arrow from Vera. With a swift, practiced motion, she knocked it and let it fly. Whoosh. The arrow shot through the air and struck a distant boulder dead on. Cracks immediately spread out from the impact point like a spiderweb. The arrowhead was a little deformed, but not destroyed. That's good quality. Bai Mo nodded, satisfied. She grabbed the rest of the arrows from the Shangwi's arms and hefted them easily in one hand, as if the supposedly heavy bronze arrows were nothing more than a bundle of straw. Grinning, she turned and said, "Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Miss Vera. As long as you like them and can use them, that's all that matters," Vera replied, turning away with a hint of pride in her tone. "If you can't protect me and this idiot lord later, that's on you, not the arrows." "Got it," Bai Mo replied with a drawn-out note, her eyes shining with confidence. Seeing that Ling He had no further instructions, Bai Mo quickly drove the war chariot over to them, rain streaming down its sides. "Hop in. You too," she said, reaching out a hand to help Ling He and Vera aboard. Ling He and Vera exchanged a glance and nodded in silent agreement, stepping onto the chariot one after the other. The rain still poured down relentlessly, but their journey was only just beginning. Thunder rumbled as heavy rain poured down. The smoke and toxic clouds that had been floating in the air after the massive explosion were now being washed away, settling onto the ground. Bai Mo drove the chariot, carrying Ling He and the others, surrounded by thousands of zombie ghosts, heading straight for the towering stone tower of the ghost spirits. Ling He took the opportunity to glance at his personal interface and noticed the blood debt values of the ghost spirits fluctuating wildly. Clearly, with the onset of the storm, an unprecedented battle between the ghost spirits and humans was raging across this land. He calculated silently that by the end of today, there would be very few surviving human lords in the region. Yet those who did survive, empowered by the blood debt strategy, would surely amass great wealth. Well, that's some good news at least, Ling He muttered under his breath, pulling his thoughts back to the task at hand. "Gulu?" A puzzled voice came from above his head. "What good news is the two-legged one talking about?" There was a new addition to the Char Iota small figure named Hanbao. The bouncy little slime was comfortably perched on top of Ling He's head. With a helpless sigh, Ling He poked the slime. "It's good news because it means we can make money." He paused. "By the way, are you sure you want to come in with us?" To Ling He, Hanbao and Vera were the only ones near the lumberyard who could give him a real challenge. He always thought of his own combat ability as being on par with a piece of furniture. He hadn't planned to bring Hanbao into the mysterious ghost spirit's tower, but halfway through the journey, Hanbao had suddenly crawled out from under the chariot and jumped onto his head, acting as an umbrella. Ling He couldn't bring himself to force Hanbao to go back. Oh, Hanbao wobbled its tiny body, showing no intention of dodging Ling He's finger. Two-legged one don't leave me behind usually. It was Ling He lying on Hanbao, so this rare chance to ride on Ling He's head was something the slime was eager to enjoy. Hearing Hanbao's playful voice, Ling He felt relieved that he already knew slimes had no gender, which kept his thoughts from wandering. "Fine, you can stay there," he conceded, giving up on trying to move Hanbao and letting the slime remain on his head. With Hanbao's arrival, the 2,000 slimes from the slime ranch had also joined the expedition, now gathering alongside Ling He's zombie ghosts beneath the ghost spirit's tower, forming a massive army. Everything was ready. Ling He fixed his gaze on the stone tower looming ahead and decisively gave the order, "Enter the tower." "Gulu." Hanbao echoed right after. Boom, the mutated slimes took the lead, extending their spikes and rolling into the tower. Behind them came the zombie ghosts carrying wood and the fire slimes. Once inside, the wood still not completely soaked by the rain was quickly set alight by the fire slimes, and each zombie ghost picked up a burning stick at the entrance to use as a torch. Hundreds of troops had already poured in, yet no large-scale fighting had broken out. Once the entrance was confirmed to be secure, Bai Mo turned to Ling He, awaiting further instructions. "My lord, should we go in now?" Ling He nodded slightly. Bai Mo immediately flicked the reins, and the chariot broke through the downpour, driving straight into the grand hall behind the tower gates. As the first human lord to set foot in the Ghostkin Tower in this region, Ling He felt none of the dread he had anticipated. The torches lit up the entire hall, leaving almost no shadows in the corners. Up ahead, the Zhongguo had already cleared a safe path, while more of them poured in from behind, exploring the unknown corridors and spiral staircases shrouded in darkness. "It almost feels like I'm a hero on a quest to defeat the Demon King," Ling He remarked. "Wrong." Vera shot back immediately. "What kind of hero brings this many followers to fight the Demon King? Honestly, You look more like the villainous overlord storming the capital. Excuse me, you two, Biamo said helplessly. At this point, I can't even tell what's good or evil anymore. But could you please let go of my arms? He gently tried to move his arms, which were tightly held by Ling He and Vera on either side. It turned out that, out of fear, both of them had clung to him as soon as they entered the tower, leaving him unable to even draw his bow. The two exchanged an awkward glance and let go in unison. Biamo was finally able to ready his iron-banded bow, while Ling He began to study the grand hall more closely. Soon, his brow furrowed. The pitch-black walls weren't the original color of the tower, but had been stained by oxidized blood. Considering the ghostkin had no blood, a brutal battle must have taken place here. My lord. Suddenly, a shout echoed from deep within the tower. We found something. With Ling He's approval, Biamo steered the chariot down the corridor toward the voice. The sight that greeted them was suffocating bodies were strewn everywhere. Humans, other creatures, and ghostkin alike. Most striking of all was a heavily armored halberdier who had pinned a ghostkin monster to a stone pillar with his weapon, but was himself gravely wounded, his intestines spilling out from his shattered breastplate. Vera immediately began to gag. The stench of blood and rotting flesh filled the corridor, even making Ling He's expression darken. But what puzzled him even more was a strange question. Why did these humans rely solely on iron weapons against the ghostkin? Didn't they know how to use fire? Or could it be that the ghostkin weren't actually afraid of flames at all? Before Ling He could process what was happening, a shout came from a nearby Changui. Boss, there's a survivor here. A survivor? Ling He raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. He signaled Biamo to drive the war chariot over. When they got closer, they saw a Changui crouched on the ground, holding up a torch. At his feet lay a figure wearing a smiling mask. Boss. The Changui stood up quickly as Ling He approached and pointed to the body on the ground. I think this one is only pretending to be dead. How can you tell? Ling He asked instinctively. The Ghost Clan's tower had fallen from the sky nearly a month ago, and since then, the area had endured smoke, fire, explosions, and poisonous dust clouds. Even if there had been survivors at the start, after all that, they'd most likely have ended up as nothing but smoke jerky. The Changui opened his mouth, scratching the back of his head, clearly unsure how to explain. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure how I can tell. It's more of a feeling ever since Vera promised those generous rewards, we've become more sensitive to living things. But it's not really something I can formally report to you, boss. Let me have a look. Vera hopped down from the war chariot and walked over to the body. Wearing white gloves, she gently pressed her finger against the corpse's arm. There's some springiness. Definitely not dead, just in a state of suspended animation, Vera confirmed. Oh. Ling He looked surprised as he stepped down from the chariot, curiosity in his eyes. Vera, do you know medicine? Of course not. Vera rolled her eyes. This is basic stuff. When someone dies, their body stiffens up, like a plank of wood. But suspended animation is different. It's a self-preservation response. People in this state are more like a block of ice starting to melt. At first glance, they look dead, but as the state wears off, their bodies regain elasticity until they fully wake up. She paused, then continued. A lot of miners who work long hours end up like this sometimes. My lord, you didn't know? Well, I really didn't. Ling He thought to himself. Before the war, he was just running a small shop. When would he have ever seen someone work themselves into a state of suspended animation? Still, Vera's metaphor made him chuckle. That's quite the analogy for a ruthless boss. Vera puffed out her cheeks, clearly amused by Ling He's comment, but refusing to be outdone. Hey, I'm just trying to educate you here. All right. All right. Ling He patted her hat with a smile. Good work this time, keep it up. With that, he crouched down to take a closer look at the body wearing the smiling mask. There were visible bruises on the neck, and Ling He frowned. Vera noticed as well and quietly explained, looks like oxygen deprivation. It's common for miners working deep underground. But these black marks, she examined the arms and clothing, her expression growing complicated. That's something oxygen deprivation doesn't explain. It's more like smoked meat. As soon as she finished speaking, the stench of decay in the air hit her again, and she couldn't help but gag. Ugh. Ling He stood by her side, giving an awkward smile. Earlier, when he set the fire at the base of the tower, Ling He had the distinct feeling that someone was watching him. Now, hearing Vera mention it, he suddenly realized it hadn't been his imagination. Someone really had been observing him from the shadows. And that person hadn't even had a chance to speak to him before being driven away by the blaze had started. Ling He cleared his throat and deliberately glanced to the side, trying to appear nonchalant. Yeah, I wonder what was really going on. It's such a mystery. A few steps behind them, Biamo was quietly watching Ling He and Vera interact, an amused smile on her face. She had no intention of interrupting. As expected of the Lord and Miss Vera just moments ago, they'd been afraid of what was inside the tower, but as soon as something piqued their curiosity, their fear vanished like mist in the wind. They're just like a pair of curious kittens. Adorable, Biamo whispered to herself. Meanwhile, Ling He couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer. He reached out to remove the eerie smiling mask from the corpse's face. He did it carefully, revealing the delicate features of a young man, with soft lines and pale skin. As soon as the mask came off, Ling He keenly noticed the young man's lips twitch slightly. He's actually still alive. Ling He's heart skipped a beat. Could Vera have been right? Maybe the low oxygen in the tower had put him in a state of suspended animation to survive. Vera, can you save him? Ling He turned anxiously to her. Probably not. Vera frowned, her voice hesitant, cursing inwardly. Damn Lord, I'm not a doctor. But she added, I've heard that strong stimulation can sometimes snap someone out of a comatose state. Maybe try talking to him, see if you can wake him up. Talking Ling He rubbed his chin, then suddenly had an idea. He leaned close to the Bodhi's ear and whispered, good news, your whole family's dead. Ling He wasn't sure if he was imagining it, but after he said that, the corpse seemed even more peaceful. Where the lips had twitched before, now there wasn't the slightest movement. That didn't work? Ling He thought for a moment, then leaned in again. Your wife ran off with your co-worker. He's spending your money and beating your son. The three of them couldn't be happier. Still no reaction. The body was as unresponsive as any ordinary corpse. Still nothing? Ling He frowned, puzzled. Maybe the guy was too young to care about a wife. Guess I'll have to pull out the big guns. Ling He took a deep breath and rattled off. Have you graduated? Are you married? Bought a house yet? Paid off your debts? No response at all, not even a flutter of the eyelids. Wow, this guy's tough as nails. Ling He straightened up, a bit defeated. Move aside, let me try. Vera's voice came from behind. Ling He turned to see her holding something bright red in her hands, pungent and spicy. What's that? Some chili peppers I picked last time we went out. There weren't many, and I didn't even use them when cooking for you, Vera replied as she approached. She expertly smeared the crushed chili on the corpse's lips. After a pause, deciding it wasn't enough, she dabbed some on the nostrils, corners of the eyes, and ears. That should be stimulating enough, Vera said, stepping back to admire her handiwork. Aside from Mo, who remained expressionless, the nearby ghost servants covered their eyes and turned away, as if witnessing some unspeakable atrocity. Good grief, torturing a corpse like this, what kind of crime is that? It moved. It moved. Vera's startled cry broke the silence. Just as she hesitated over whether to smear some chili paste on the wound on the corpse's back, the supposedly dead Bodhi's eyelids began to twitch, and then its fingers gave a slight jerk, as if trying to break free from death's grip. See, rumors aren't reliable at all. What good is verbal stimulation supposed to do? Words never bring anyone back. The more you talk, the deader they get. Physical methods like mine are the real deal. As she spoke, Vera stood up straight, her head held high and an unmistakable pride on her face, clearly very pleased with her own creativity. Below, Chang Xiao's eyes fluttered open, still clouded with confusion. The very first thing he felt as consciousness returned was a wave of excruciating pain. His lips, his armpits, every inch of skin seemed to be burning, the agony so intense it brought tears to his eyes. Even his trademark smile slipped away. He simply couldn't keep it up. Damn it. Is this what being rescued feels like? More like getting tortured by an old enemy. Could it really be that someone from his past had come for revenge? Rage surged in Chang Xiao's heart. It had been years since had felt so humiliated, couldn't believe anyone could leave him in such a sorry state. Still, as his mind cleared, Chang Xiao didn't let his true feelings show. He pretended to be weak, scanning his surroundings slowly. Not a single familiar face. His eyes widened as he realized that these people's methods reminded him a little too much of his own secret society, straight to the torture as soon as they meet someone. You're awake? Ling He was already crouched beside the body, so he noticed Chang Xiao's movements instantly. As soon as he saw signs of life, he spoke up, curiosity flickering in his eyes. How are you feeling? Chang Xiao forced his lips to move, managing a hoarse, pained reply. Not good at all. He wasn't exaggerating. After so long in shock and suspended animation, his body was dangerously weak, starved of both nutrients and water. Now, with the additional burn of chili all over his skin, closing his eyes felt like stepping straight into hell. Fortunately, he wasn't completely helpless. Focusing his thoughts, Chang Xiao summoned a jade vial from his secret society's storage. While similar storage systems were common among guilds, this one was designed for safety and secrecy, making it one of Chang Xiao's most reliable assets. But he had underestimated his own condition. After being smoked over charcoal for so long, his limbs were so stiff and weak that he couldn't even hold onto the vial. With a sharp clatter, it slipped from his fingers and rolled onto the floor. Ling He's gaze immediately locked onto the jade vial, curiosity deepening in his eyes. He picked it up, glanced at Chang Xiao, then handed it to Vera. Vera, take a look at this for me. Vera accepted the vial and examined it closely, then calmly announced, worth about 1 gold. It's a nice piece of craftsmanship, but I doubt anyone would want to buy it right now. She casually turned the vial upside down, and a large pill rolled out. Oh wow. Vera's eyes lit up the moment she saw the pill, her tone suddenly excited. Now this is something special. Dozens of rare medicinal ingredients were expertly combined in a perfect ratio. While it couldn't quite bring the dead back to life, this medicine could save a person even if they were barely hanging on. 80 gold. This was the highest offer Vera had made for anything besides fixed assets like the spirit-cleansing timber yard or the open-pit copper mine. At the sound of this number, Ling He's eyes lit up. He quickly reached out to stop Vera from handing over the pill, signaling for her to keep it safe herself. Then he lowered his head and smiled at Chang Xiao, saying, "Hey, corpse bro, sorry about that. Helping people is just what I don't ever expecting anything in return. Got any more?" Chang Xiao's eyes widened with fury, the anger almost bursting out, but he quickly forced it down. The next moment, with a dull thud, the square wooden box in his hand slipped to the ground. Ling He didn't hesitate. He picked up the box and handed it to Vera. As soon as she opened it, a fresh, pleasant scent wafted out. Vera's eyes brightened again. She said, "This is another life-saving treasure, at least 50 gold. The price was only part of the story. In this day and age, these medicinal ingredients were rare beyond measure, priceless. Really." Vera carefully put away both the box and its contents. Ling He grinned, giving Chang Xiao's shoulder a friendly pat and teasing, "Corpse bro, you're being way too generous. I told you, there's no need for gifts. Look at you, making such a fuss. Hey, if you try to give me anything else, he'll really get mad." Chang Xiao's anger surged again, almost uncontrollable. Suddenly, he realized that he could move. A wave of fury exploded from his chest. He shouted, "He'll kill you." Before anyone could react, he whipped out a jade-inlaid dagger from the storeroom and lunged straight at Ling He's chest. It all happened in an instant. No one expected that the corpse, dead for who knows how long, could erupt with such terrifying strength in his rage. Biamo had already drawn her bow, but Ling He stepped in the way, blocking her shot. She had no chance to strike first, nor could she risk Ling He's life just to take down Chang Xiao. Vera was even less able to intervene. The situation turned dangerous in a flash. But at the last possible second, Ling He felt a powerful force surge through his mind, yanking his body backward against his will. At the same time, there was a thunderous crash. Thunk! A burger suddenly leapt down, using its body to block Chang Xiao's dagger. Chang Xiao froze, shock flickering across his face. Head aimed for Ling He, but unexpectedly, a slippery, jelly-like creature had taken the blow for him. But it was too late. As the dagger pierced the burger, Chang Xiao instinctively pressed the jade on the hilt, triggering the hidden mechanism. Two tiny holes appeared at the junction of blade and handle, spraying out twin jets of dark green mist. Burger. Ling He's voice was filled with terror. That mist was definitely not a healing potion. I was almost certain it was deadly poison. But then, the burger turned and winked at Ling He. For a moment, Ling He's grief froze in surprise. The dark green mist was instantly absorbed into the burger's body, and the burger began to swell up rapidly, growing huge in seconds. Boom! With a heavy crash, the burger slammed into the ground, pinning Chang Xiao underneath. It didn't stop there. It even twisted its rear on top of him for good measure. The whole scene was utterly unbelievable. Only after finishing all this did Hamburger shrink back to its smaller size, then bounce straight into Ling He's arms. Hamburger let out a satisfied sound. "Hamburger, when did you get so strong?" Ling He instinctively hugged Hamburger and gave its soft body a little squeeze. Just then, Hamburger projected its personal interface in front of Ling He. Growth path: Divine Supreme Legendary Radiant Lightning Slime King. Current level: LV.2121. Ling He's mouth twitched slightly. Alright, he really shouldn't have asked. First, there was his own 24-hour non-stop experience card, and then Bimo's Super Supreme VIP experience card. Even though Hamburger had barely fought, its level in this region was absolutely unmatched. Add to that a growth path that looked like a boss template, and bullying a human who was incredibly weak and had just recovered from a near-death state was really no challenge at all. "I guess it's just the sheer beauty of numbers," Ling He said as he put the squishy hamburger back on his head. Then he looked helplessly at Chang Xiao lying on the ground, spreading his hands. "Hey, corpse bro, come on, I did save you." Waking up and immediately trying to kill me, isn't that just a bit too farmer? And the snake? There was no response to that. Once he was sure it was safe, Ling He walked back over to Chang Xiao. After what just happened, Biamo naturally drove the vehicle right next to Ling He, just in case the body on the ground tried anything again. But seeing Chang Xiao's condition, everyone knew that wasn't likely. When Hamburger transformed to its largest size, its weight must have been measured in tons. Taking a direct hit like that, Chang Xiao's bones were completely dislocated, and some broken bones had even pierced his internal organs. Blood was seeping out all over, pooling into a dark red puddle beneath him. With current medical technology, even a miracle couldn't save him. Honestly, was it worth it? Ling He sighed, spreading his hands. He never meant anyone harm, but the person he saved didn't even exchange a few words before trying to kill him. Sometimes, being a good person just doesn't pay. Well, Biamo, put him out of his misery. In his condition, he's as good as dead anyway. Better to let him go with less pain. Biamo had no objections. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow, and released it smoothly. The arrow flew straight through Chang Xiao's brain, ending his suffering once and for all. Ding! A notification popped up in front of every member of the secret party in the area. Party leader Chang Xiao has died. The secret party will now automatically disband. The secret party warehouse has been sealed. All secret party members have been removed from each other's friend lists. He's dead? The party leader I've never even met is just gone? In a hidden spot beneath a cliff, Lin Xiao stared in disbelief at the message on his screen. Ever since he killed Yu Lang and left the secret party, had been growing stronger while avoiding their pursuit. The one person had always feared most was the mysterious leader of the secret party, shrouded in legend. According to Crying Wall, the leader was renowned for being all-powerful. Yet before any revenge could come, someone else had already finished him off. Just how many terrifying people are hiding in this region? Lin Xiao took a deep breath, clenching his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. I have to get stronger, much stronger. If even someone like the secret party leader could die so suddenly, who knew whether disaster or tomorrow would come first for him? As for how to become stronger, Lin Xiao stood in the pouring rain, his gaze icy as he swept over the dark crevices in the rock beside him. A few fire slime gels he had bought at the market landed precisely in the cracks, instantly igniting the kindling he had prepared. With a sudden whoosh, flames burst out from the crevice, accompanied by a chorus of human screams and monstrous roars. This was the trap Lin Xiao had carefully designed. First, using his status as a human lord, he lured a group of unsuspecting peers here with promises of protection. Then, leveraging his special identity as a member of the secret order, he used these human lords as bait to attract the ghosts of the Ling clan. Because of his secret affiliation, the monsters had no defenses against him. Everything was under his control. Now, the time to reap had finally arrived. System notifications flashed in quick succession. Congratulations, you have slain a Ling clan unit. Impaler. Congratulations, you have slain a Ling clan unit. Mutant. Congratulations, you have slain a Ling clan unit. Night Parade. Thanks to the Blood Debt in-game strategy, every fallen Ling clan unit earned Lin Xiao dozens of gold coins. In just a few moments, his gold count was nearing 400. This is true evil. A vicious glint flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes as he watched the numbers on his personal panel soar. He had betrayed not only the humans, but the Ling clan as well, all for his own gain. Compared to this, the petty schemes of the secret order were nothing. He sneered to himself. That so-called honest merchant would never have imagined that the in-game strategy had so carefully chosen would end up boosting the wealth of every lord in the region except his own. This was the perfect opportunity to overtake him. Everything the merchant had taken from him, Lin Xiao was determined to take back 100-fold. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Ling He, aware that he was on Lin Xiao's mind, was completely captivated by the dazzling sight before him. Whoa, what a jackpot! The system prompt popped up. Congratulations, you have slain Ling clan Lord Chang Xiao. Blood debt triggered. Calculating the value of all items owned by this lord. Ling clan blood debt, reduced by 1,497. You have received 1,497 gold coins. Ling He didn't have time to wonder why a human had become a Ling clan lord. Nearly 1,500 gold coins bursting from the corpse was simply too stunning, a golden rain pouring down. Vera had long forgotten about the stench of decay, leaping for joy amid the shower of coins. Money. So much money. Vera is truly the happiest person in the world. Once the coins had all settled, Vera, still in high spirits, knelt beside Chang Xiao's corpse, scooped up a handful of gold, and tossed it into the air. Waha! Vera. Seeing her so carried away, Ling He sighed and stepped forward, gently patting her head. Don't play with someone else's body like that, it's really disrespectful. Besides, if you scatter the coins, how are we supposed to collect them? Good point. Worried the coins might disappear, Vera finally stopped. But the next moment, she excitedly picked up a smiling mask from the ground and presented it to Ling He like a treasure. You bastard lord, this thing is worth a fortune. Ling He's lips curled into a smirk as he looked at the smiling nightmare mask in his hand, a trace of cold amusement flickering in his eyes. He had personally taken off this mask and tossed it aside carelessly. Back then, Vera hadn't mentioned its value. Now that she brought it up, Ling He couldn't help but reach out and take the mask back. His movements were completely different from before this time. As soon as his fingers closed around the mask, a line of information instantly appeared on his panel. Smiling nightmare mask unclaimed. Description: Look, the followers are once again bleeding for a fabricated banner now. You're the director of this play. Effect 1. While wearing the smiling nightmare mask, your identity is replaced with Chang Xiao, leader of the secret faction, which will be recognized by all lords in the defectors' camp. Effect 2. While wearing the smiling nightmare mask, lie detecting skills will be less effective on you, and you can use the special skill lie detection once per day. Effect 3. You may change your faction's race. After doing so, neutral creatures of that race will no longer consider you an enemy. A flash of surprise crossed Ling He's eyes. So that's it. He finally understood how Chang Xiao became the lord of the Ghost Spirit clan. It must have been through the mask that he changed his faction, combined with the mask's disguise and deception abilities. Without a doubt, this was an artifact. Previously, since the original owner Chang Xiao was still alive, Vera's value insight, I couldn't discern its true worth. If Ling He hadn't felt a moment of compassion and saved Chang Xiao before exploring the tower, he might have missed out on this mask entirely. Looks like it's worth a try, Ling He muttered, already having made up his mind. He carefully put on the mask, and instantly, the word unclaimed disappeared from his panel. The mask seemed to possess some mysterious sentiency would only serve Ling He while he lived, rejecting anyone else who tried to claim it. You bastard lord, you. Vera's voice suddenly came from beside him, tinged with uncertainty. Ling He looked up, meeting her gaze, and saw genuine astonishment in her eyes. In the reflection before him, he caught a glimpse of himself with the mask on, defiant, ornate, fractured. In this moment, he seemed to suit the mask even better than Chang Xiao ever had. The powerful sense of presence was almost enough to make people forget what he looked like without it. You actually look kind of good now, Vera blurted out after a long pause, forcing out the compliment. Just then, Bai Mo's voice echoed from a distance. Eyes as serene as autumn water, bones like a solitary peak, radiating an air of noble grandeur and the brilliance of a flawless Muna, true gentleman in all his glory. Ling He rolled his eyes. See, Bai Mo really knows how to give a compliment. Vera puffed out her cheeks, grumbling. Well, you look way better with the mask on, anyway. Humph. Ling He couldn't help but click his tongue, unsure whether Vera was insulting or praising him. Was he really that bad-looking without the smiling nightmare mask? Still, now that Head put it on, he decided to test its abilities. Glancing around, he considered his options and decided to start with the mask's second effect. Let's see, he murmured, a cool glint in his eyes. With a single thought, Ling He activated the special ability of the smiling nightmare mask lie detection. Instantly, a layer of illusionary mist swept past his eyes, and everything around him seemed to snap back to reality. The corridor remained as shadowy and oppressive as before, and the corpses were still in their original positions. Had anything really changed? Ling He looked up and locked eyes with countless translucent figures clinging to the ceiling. His heart skipped a beat. Bai Mo. Before he could finish speaking, Bai Mo reacted with lightning speed. Without hesitation, he drew his bow and let an arrow fly in the direction Ling He was staring. The shot was so swift, aim, knock, release all in a single seamless motion. A piercing, monstrous scream echoed through the hall, and a gaunt creature with translucent skin crashed to the ground. Congratulations. You have slain a ghostling unit stalker. Blood debt triggered. Ghostling blood debt reduced by 20. You have received 20 gold coins. Still, Ling He remained on guard. The notification didn't put him at ease. He had seen it all. The interior of the ghostling tower couldn't possibly be free of danger. These monsters had deliberately let the phantom minions inside, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The creature Bai Mo just killed was only the beginning. The monsters on the ceiling seemed to realize their cover was blown. Their disguises shattered in an instant, and they swarmed down from above. Their terrifying shrieks were ear-splitting, like claws scraping across a chalkboard. In the next moment, the phantom minions in the corridor screamed in agony as the stalkers tore them apart one by one. The minions wielding torches fought back desperately, but the flames were far less effective than before. They could only scorch the stalkers' skin black, never burning them to ash. Lord, don't look. Bai Mo barked in a low voice. Luckily, he and the war chariot were right next to Ling He. Bai Mo grabbed Ling He and Vera, pulling them onto the chariot and racing through the blood-soaked corridor. Blood splattered everywhere. The phantom minions fell one after another, ripped open by the stalkers. After all, these minions only cost a single gold coin each. Even though they could fight in an undead state, they were no match for monsters worth dozens of coins. But they died all the same, money spent, lives lost, wealth transformed into a gruesome price. Vera, do you know the biggest difference between a hero and a demon lord? Ling He suddenly broke the tension. Huh. Vera looked back at him in surprise. She hadn't expected Ling He to ask a question at a time like this. When Vera didn't answer, Ling He smiled and continued. The demon lord has a second phase. The hero doesn't. With that, he patted Bai Mo on the shoulder. Bai Mo, stop the chariot. We don't need to run anymore. As soon as Ling He finished speaking, the situation in the corridor shifted dramatically. The stalkers' assault had been fierce, successfully slaughtering Ling He's phantom minions. But once they realized they'd been exposed, they discovered the number of minions was far greater than they had anticipated. And as each fallen minion rose again, the gap in individual strength between the two sides vanished in an instant. The counterattack had begun. One by one, the vengeful ghosts who had already died once raised their stone axes and, without hesitation, struck at the rampaging monsters. Because so many allies had fallen in such a short time, the ghost's strength had been greatly enhanced after death. As Ling He looked around, he saw chaos in the corridor. Some of the resurrected ghosts now had combat power surpassing 50 points, far beyond their normal 35. They swung their crude stone axes, the blades whistling through the air, and for a moment, they even managed to push back the attackers. But it still wasn't enough. Stone axes were just stone axes, neither sharp nor sturdy. Though the blows caused the monsters pain, they couldn't pierce their tough hides. Sensing the threat, The monsters began to fight back, easily snapping the axe handles and destroying these makeshift weapons with their powerful bodies. Drop the stone axes. Pick up the weapons on the ground. Ling He shouted. Now, the corridor was littered with weapons blades, spears, swords, and halberds left behind by the army that had once attacked the tower. Some were even forged from refined steel. Up until now, the ghosts hadn't dared to touch these treasures without orders, nor discard their original stone axes. But with Ling He's command, they hesitated no longer. The ghosts grabbed swords and spears from the ground. Although they weren't trained warriors, they could still manage basic slashing and thrusting. Cold steel flashed as one ghost swung a sword and severed a monster's arm. With their lack of skill now compensated by the sharpness and strength of real weapons, these fearsome-looking ghosts finally showed a power that matched their appearance. One monster shrieked, clutching its severed arm as it staggered back, only to be met by another ghost who drove a halberd straight through its chest. With the advantage of numbers, Ling He no longer felt such a vast gap between himself and the ghostly tribe. In fact, thanks to the ghost's ability to resist death even after falling, the tide of battle was beginning to turn. The massacre of ghosts was gradually becoming a hunt for the monsters instead. The tension on the battlefield only grew. Seeing the momentum shift, Biemo wasted no time. He raised his bow and joined the fight, picking off monsters one by one with each arrow he loosed. Almost every few shots, a notification would pop up. Congratulations, you have killed a ghost tribe unit, Stalker. These rapid notifications kept coming, but then suddenly stopped. Ling He noticed something unexpected. The remaining monsters were starting to flee. Desperate to escape, they broke through the ghost's encirclement and raced up toward the higher levels of the tower. The scene reminded Ling He of his battles with the secret party lords. Back then, their soldiers had also collapsed in the face of his death-defying ghost warriors, scattering like panicked dogs. Now, these monsters looked just the same. And the reason for it all could be summed up in a single word: a complete collapse of morale. So even monsters from the Ghost Spirit clan can feel fear. So that's all they really are. With a soft, dismissive chuckle, Ling He covered his mask, his laughter tinged with disdain as Wei La and Biemo looked on in confusion. Never show your weakness to your enemies, especially not to merchants. Merchants are experts at spotting opportunities for profit. If the Ghost Spirit clan's tower didn't hold any real threat to Ling He, why should he allow these creatures to keep threatening his sacred, untouchable assets? A sharper smile formed beneath his mask as Ling He whispered, "Run? Where could you possibly escape to?" As his words faded, he pointed toward the direction the infiltrator had fled. Instantly, thousands of Jiangui surged forward at his command, storming after the fleeing figure like a violent storm, their deafening cries echoing through the tower. Kill! The Jiangui's bloodthirsty nature was unleashed completely, and the entire tower resounded with shouts of slaughter. Ling He didn't witness it firsthand, but he knew that the monsters from other parts of the tower had already been devoured by his Jiangui. At the same time, Mo's chariot was lifted up by the Jiangui and swept along with the advancing army, climbing higher into the tower. Along the way, Ling He saw shattered doors, collapsed walls, and ruined machinery, clear signs that others had once fought their way to the very top, just as he was doing now, perhaps even reaching the highest point. With unstoppable momentum, Ling He and his group finally reached the top floor of the tower. The door there was no different from the others completely collapsed. Biemo frowned deeply and warned, "My lord, be careful." She scanned their surroundings warily, sensing a powerful killing intent lingering in the air. If she were alone, Biemo was confident she could handle whatever came next. But Ling He's presence made her uneasy. She wasn't sure if she could protect him if the source of that killing intent suddenly attacked. Ling He nodded at her warning, but didn't take it to heart. What struck him as odd was that, throughout their assault on the tower, the only opponent he personally defeated was Chang Xiao, who had once been human. If there truly was a Ghost Spirit clan lord in this tower, the only place left to hide would be the very top. As Ling He pondered this, the chariot rolled through a half-collapsed wall, and everyone came to a stop. There was nowhere left to go. This was the deepest part of the Ghost Spirit clan tower. Before them stood a massive throne, surrounded by heaps of monstrous, twisted skeletons more terrifying than any Ling he had seen before. Upon the throne, an enormous figure was impaled by several spears. As the ground trembled with their approach, it slowly lifted its hollow gaze, sweeping its empty eyes across the gathered Jiangui. The moment the true forms of those wandering spirits came into view, the entire tower shook violently. Humans, always humans. The massive figure on the throne let out a thunderous roar. "Filthy pests that can never be wiped out, damn you all." In its rage, countless chunks of stone rained down from the ceiling. Biemo narrowed his eyes, watching the scene before him with caution. The overwhelming murderous intent was radiating from the being on the throne, but its struggle was futile. Several long spears pinned it firmly in place, rendering all its efforts to break free useless. After a while, the giant creature, exhausted, gave up struggling and slumped in defeat. "Unbelievable, truly unbelievable," it spat out mockingly. "I thought that once I left that place, I'd never have to deal with humans again. Yet here you are, another human standing before me. Am I really destined to die at the hands of you wretched insects? Ling He, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, raised his hand. Can I ask a question? Hearing his voice, the being on the throne lowered its gaze. The size difference between it and Ling He was like that between an elephant and a rabbit. It had to crane its neck just to see him. When its eyes landed on the mask Ling He was wearing, it paused in surprise. That's a familiar mask, but not a familiar voice, and certainly not a familiar face. You're not him. That's right. I'm not. Ling He replied, quickly removing the mask and shaking the water from his short hair. He looked up at the throne, a faint smile on his lips. My name is Ling He. Strictly speaking, I suppose you could call me your neighbor. The being burst into laughter. A neighbor, are you? If I'm not mistaken, while I was asleep, you slaughtered all the tower's guardians, didn't you? Ling He kept his smile, choosing not to answer directly. Instead, he asked, have you ever thought about killing me? Of course I have. I dream of killing you. All of you. Every last human pest. The figure roared with laughter. But right now I can't. The laughter slowly faded, and its hollow eyes locked onto Ling He. Listen well. You may call me Zunju. If I survive today, as long as I draw breath, I will hunt you down. Such deep hatred, Ling He remarked, his lips twisting in a slight smirk. The grudge between this creature and humanity was now being projected onto him, and he couldn't help but feel it was a bit much. Fortunately, he wasn't the type to hold a grudge. Ling He looked up at the being on the throne who called itself Zunju and calmly asked, is Zunju your name? Zunju was taken aback. It had expected Ling He to fly into a rage at its words, maybe even try every way possible to kill it. But to its surprise, Ling He remained indifferent. Facing Ling He's question, Zunju slowly shook its head, a trace of pride in its voice. I am the spirit of all beings. Why should I demean myself with a mere name? On this land, every leader of the Ling tribe deserves to be called Zunju. Its gaze met Ling He's as it continued. There are 9 towers, each standing in a different corner of this land. If you kill me today, you'll still never escape the grasp of the other Zunjus. However, in Ling He's calm eyes, there was not the slightest sign of agitation or loss of composure caused by these words. Emotional detachment, after all, is the greatest form of resistance, and Zunju quickly lost interest in trying to intimidate Ling He. Very well, Zunju said, drawing back its head and leaning against the throne, its tone growing more detached. Ask whatever you wish. Consider it a parting gift for keeping me company in my final moments. I don't have much time left. As it spoke, Zunju's eyes drooped and its movements grew sluggish, as if it were conserving what little strength remained. Ling He rubbed his chin and decisively asked the question Head wanted to ask from the start. Why can you speak our human language? This wasn't an idle question. Before granting the agent Burger any permissions, Ling He and Burger couldn't understand each other at all. Yet Zunju, whom Head just met, could speak human language fluently, without any need for an intermediary. Because humans are a type of spirit as well, Zunju replied calmly. To the Ling tribe, this wasn't much of a secret, and as someone facing death, Zunju saw no reason to hide it. I am the spirit of all beings, and you humans are simply one form of living spirit. If I wish, speaking your language is effortless. Oh, Ling He's eyes lit up. He had entered this Ling tower partly because the storm forced him, but also because he wanted to ask his neighbor about the age of spiritualization. Now, it seemed Zunju was even more cooperative than had hoped. So, besides you and us humans, are there other types of spirits? Of course, Zunju replied slowly. The rain outside this tower, the wind that blows, the thunder that roars, the lightning that dazzles, even the earth beneath your feet, these are all forms of spirits. In our eyes, all things possess spirit, or rather, spirit is the foundation of all existence. I don't get it. Ling He shook his head. He had seen the word existence in the introduction when he first entered the age of spiritualization, but as a human choosing an era rooted in the Ling tribe, much of it was hard to grasp in just a few words. So, could you tell me more about spiritualization? Ling He asked. For example, how can the concentration of spirits in a given area be increased? Why do you want to know that? Zunju suddenly widened its eyes, a strange look flickering in its gaze toward Ling He. Is it something you can't say? Ling He tilted his head, then as if a thought struck him, he folded his hands under his chin. Maybe we can make a deal. A deal? Ha ha. The Lord burst out laughing, his voice echoing through the empty chamber with a hint of mockery, as if had just heard the most ridiculous proposal imaginable. He had seen countless human faces before, some filled with hatred, others tinged with awe or fear. But someone like Ling He, who dared to propose a transaction, was likely the first. The Lord shifted slightly, the long dormant light in his eyes flickering back to life. His gaze sharpened with amusement as he fixed it on Ling He. You truly dare to propose a deal? His deep voice carried a trace of disdain. You want to break the shackles that bind me and set me free? If you really had that power, then in the future, should other lords overrun this land, I could guarantee you a life without worry. Yet Ling He smiled calmly, his eyes as tranquil as still water, showing not the slightest fear. Of course not. His words were concise, cool, and unwavering. The Lord's gaze flickered for a moment before returning to normal. Ling He knew well that although the Lord was now imprisoned and the Ghost Clan guards within the tower had been destroyed, allowing him to speak as an equal, releasing the Lord could never be a bargaining chip. Any condition involving the Lord's freedom would disrupt the balance and jeopardize his own plans. Unless he was certain he could overpower the Lord, this fragile equality could not be risked. The Lord's expression gradually hardened, hope in his eyes replaced by a fleeting disappointment, though he didn't show it openly. His voice was calm, as if he had never expected anything from Ling He. In that case, there's nothing left for us to discuss. Kill me and leave. His words were decisive and cold, without hesitation. The Lord understood that his life might bring Ling He immeasurable benefit, but he would not reveal another word about the secrets of that bygone era. Ling He didn't react immediately. Instead, he calmly asked, "Is there truly nothing else you want? Food, water, wealth, luxuries, even companionship?" His eyes flashed with a hint of challenge, as if he thought the Lord's demands were too simple, not even worth addressing. But the Lord only repeated coldly, "Kill me." His tone was as resolute as ever, showing no interest in any other bargain. The air around them seemed to freeze, the tension growing even thicker. The standoff between the two had reached a deadlock. Neither was willing to break first. Time ticked by, and Mo keenly noticed that the specters around them were beginning to tire, their strength waning. Realizing this stalemate couldn't last, Mo suddenly raised his iron bow, aiming an arrow at the Lord's head. As the sages say, to know what you know and know what you don't know, that is true knowledge. His voice was cold and resolute. Just as when we face our enemies, those we've seen must be silenced, and those we haven't seen must also be silenced. That is the law of survival. Ling He raised an eyebrow, muttering quietly, "Wait a minute, Mo, that's not how you used that saying last time, was it?" The words felt oddly familiar, as if Mo had said them before, but with a completely different meaning. Without a hint of expression, Mo replied, "No need to worry, my lord. Words can have many meanings. This is perfectly appropriate." He drew the bowstring calmly, his eyes as steady as steel. "So, my lord, do you wish for me to take this lord's life?" 3 arrows were already drawn taut, the bow trembling with tension. Mo stood ready, awaiting Ling He's command. The moment Ling He gave the order, the Lord's life would end, and the threat looming over the plains would be wiped out. No enemy would ever threaten Ling He's foundation again. "Go ahead." The cold voice rang out, but it didn't come from Ling He, it was the Lord who spoke. Mo remained still, simply following Ling He's instructions. Yet at that moment, Ling He sensed something unusual. Ever since entering the tower's summit, he had noticed that the Lord seemed to waver between life and death, a strange instability in his emotions. Wasn't this a contradiction in itself? In that instant, Ling He gently raised his hand and pressed down the bow in Mo's grip, a gentle smile appearing at the corner of his lips. "Mo, look at you. We're all neighbors here. There's no need for things to be so tense, is there?" "You're right, my lord. It was my mistake." Mo didn't argue. She slowly relaxed the bowstring, letting it ease back bit by bit. Her gesture wasn't a sign of true reconciliation, but rather a calculated move to end the stalemate as soon as possible. Deep down, she still stood with Ling He, making only a superficial concession. Ling He nodded, his demeanor relaxed, and showing no blame toward Mo. He turned his attention back to the Lord, his smile unchanged but his tone carrying a subtle warning. "Since you're not interested in making a deal, we'll take our leave. As neighbors, I'm sure there will be plenty of opportunities to talk in the future. Sorry to have disturbed you today." With that, he waved his hand, signaling the specters to leave the tower's summit. The tower's cleanup was nearly finished. The only thing left was the Lord, still pinned to the throne and powerless to resist. Ling He wasn't concerned about any trouble he might cause. He gave the Lord a slight smile before turning to leave, the chariot rolling away and slowly disappearing from the Lord's sight. The Lord stared blankly at Ling He's retreating figure, his emotions in turmoil. It wasn't until everyone had vanished that he slowly came back to himself. Ling He hadn't retaliated, nor had he struck from behind. The Lord's thoughts were a tangled mess, full of questions. Why hadn't this human taken the chance to kill him? He had made his hostility clear, was pinned to the throne, and unable to fight back. Killing him would have brought immense benefit. Yet Ling He had chosen to let him go. Why? He was truly unlike anyone the Lord had met before. While the Lord was lost in his thoughts, Ling He and his group had already begun their retreat. The specters were carrying the chariot, preparing to leave the base of the tower. Suddenly, the Lord's thunderous voice rang out from the top, echoing all the way down. "Wait, perhaps there's still room for negotiation." A faint, almost undetectable smile appeared on Ling He's face as he raised his hand, signaling the specters to stop. "Of course, we can keep talking," he replied, his tone still gentle and free of hostility. He returned to the top floor, but this time, he didn't bring the overwhelming force he had before. Other than the hamburger above his head, only by Vera, and a few specters carrying the chariot accompanied him. Ling He stood before the Lord, clearly showing his intentions. The previous conflict had faded with the defeat of the tower's defenders. Now, business was the only thing he took seriously. He rested his chin in his hands, eyes narrowing with a hint of challenge in his smile. So, what is it you really want from me, dear neighbor? Faced with Ling He's warm and gentle smile, the Supreme Lord felt only a chill run down its spine. It instinctively took half a step back, a flicker of caution flashing in its eyes. In the past, it would never have considered making a deal with a human lord. But now, with the balance of power shifted, it had no choice but to adapt. But I cannot reveal it just yet. The Supreme Lord lowered its head, its dark pupils locking onto Ling He's eyes, its tone unusually earnest. I can offer you a chance to make a deal with me, and I assure you the terms will be easy for you to fulfill. However, if you wish for me to state those terms, you must first earn my trust. Trust? Ling He intertwined his fingers beneath his chin, tapping them lightly as a thoughtful glint appeared in his eyes. That's quite an expensive word. He knew his reputation among human lords was solid, but to an outsider, especially an enemy, was far from trustworthy. A slight smile tugged at Ling He's lips, as if had already come up with a solution. In that case, how about this? Ling He tapped his finger, and a translucent trading panel appeared before him. He reached out and pressed an extra scale icon that had been added to the panel. Axiom Oath Gold. This was one of Ling He's chosen inclinations. When he left the inclination selection space, it had seamlessly integrated into his trading panel. The scale icon glowed softly under his fingertip, radiating a gentle golden light. A brief description appeared at the ends of the scale. All things possess spirit. After spiritualization, the world is now aware of your presence. Effect. By balancing the scale, you can trade anything with any being, including but not limited to physical objects, concepts, perceptions, thoughts, and emotions. All trades completed through the scale are guaranteed by the world itself, and any attempt to break the contract will be severely punished by the world. Note: within the spiritualized region, breaking a contract results in a weak instant death penalty, which may be resisted depending on the individual's health. Unlike the absolute malice brought by endless greed, the contract under Axiom Oath Gold was generally neutral even towards Ling He himself. In other words, if Ling He were to break the contract first, he too would suffer the weak instant death penalty. Is this enough to earn your trust? Ling He withdrew his hand, the scale icon still shimmering on the panel. The Supreme Lord was momentarily speechless, leaning back slightly in surprise. It hadn't expected Ling He to offer such a guarantee. From Ling He's brief explanation, it could sense that this power originated from the era of spiritualization. As a being from that era, and with the world's spirit as the guarantor, the Supreme Lord knew exactly what this meant. It's enough, the Supreme Lord said slowly, the wariness in its voice noticeably easing. It no longer hid its intentions, speaking its request directly. I hope you can take my child away and let it live out its life peacefully as a human. What? This time, it was Ling He's turn to be shocked. His eyebrows shot up and his eyes widened. He had suspected the Supreme Lord was hiding something, but he never imagined it would be about its child. So, there was another member of the Ghost Spirit clan hidden within this tower, one he hadn't discovered yet. Realizing this, Ling He's gaze swept the surroundings, and his fingers instinctively moved toward his weapon. Sensing Ling He's apprehension, the Supreme Lord quickly added, "Don't worry. My child is not a lord, and none of a lord's offspring can inherit the title." That was useful information, and Ling He made a mental note of it. He also relaxed a little, his shoulders easing and his hand moving away from his weapon. There was still a vast difference between a Ghost Spirit Lord and a regular member of their clan. If it were just a matter of taking a single Ghostkin unit from the tower, with Ling He's current power, it wouldn't be impossible to accept. Still, Ling He had many doubts. He frowned, thought for a moment, and asked directly, "Why me? Wouldn't your child be safer by your side than with a human like me?" "Because I trust you." The Lord's voice was deep and resolute, cutting Ling He off. "The fact that you're standing before me proves you're strong enough to be called outstanding. You have the power to protect my child." The Lord paused, and a barely perceptible sadness crept into his tone. "I have already failed, trapped in this prison, doomed to vanish one day. I want my child to see the outside world." "I see." Ling He pondered for a moment, his fingers tapping lightly on his arm. He wasn't sure if the Ghostkin truly had such complex emotions, but the Lord's words were flawless. Besides, there was the binding force of the contract. Suddenly, a faint smile appeared on Ling He's lips, and he let out a quiet laugh. "If I agree to this deal, what will you offer me in return? You should know, as a businessman, I rarely make deals that lose me money. I can tell you everything you want to know." This time, the Lord's answer was firm and without hesitation. Its massive body leaned forward slightly on the throne, showing unprecedented sincerity. Ling He had to admit, this was a tempting offer. He was genuinely moved. With a genuine smile, he extended his hand toward the Lord in a gesture of sealing the deal. "Then, it's a pleasure doing business." With those words, the decision was made. As a powerful being among the ghostkin, the Lord could clearly sense a force from the world's spirit observing this place. The contract was sealed. If either Ling He or the Lord broke the contract, their lives would be at stake. With that, the Lord was completely at ease. My child is just behind the throne, hidden beneath a stone slab, the Lord said, gesturing behind him. Ling He immediately waved his hand, signaling a few of the ghostly attendants to retrieve the Lord's so-called child. The attendants moved behind the throne and lifted the cracked stone slab. But instead of a child, they brought back hundreds of pitch-black bone fragments, scattering them across the chariot floor with a faint clattering sound. Lord, what does this mean? Ling He frowned slightly and pointed at the remains. Is this the child you spoke of? Yes. The Lord nodded slightly, remaining motionless on the throne. Because of the contract, the Lord no longer needed to keep secrets from Ling He, so he began to explain the traits of the ghostkin without hesitation. As spirits of all life, the ghost in ghostkin means something very different from what humans understand as souls or spirits. In our culture, it represents transformation. Transformation? Ling He mulled over the word, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. In just a short time, the Lord had already provided him with invaluable information. So, when you said you wanted your child to live peacefully as a human, you meant through this transformation? I get it. Before the Lord could answer, Vera, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke up, her eyes shining with excitement. She directed the ghostly attendants to bring the fragments to her, picked one up, and closed her eyes, her slender fingers gently caressing the black bone. Vera, Ling He started to say something, but stopped as he saw the fragment in Vera's hand begin to change under her touch, transforming into something with the appearance of healthy human skin. Piece by piece, Vera began to assemble the fragments with skill and careful precision, as if piecing together a puzzle. Before long, a delicate, porcelain-like girl appeared in the chariot, her skin fair as jade and her features exquisitely beautiful. The girl slowly opened her eyes, revealing a pair of clear, limpid eyes. Her gaze was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. She looked curiously at her hands and feet, her slender fingers waving gently in the air, then glanced at everyone around her, her eyes filled with childlike wonder. Finally, her gaze landed on the Lord's monstrous form. Suddenly, fear appeared on the girl's face. She took a few trembling steps back, then darted into Ling He's arms, clutching tightly at his clothes. Daddy, I'm scared. Her voice was as clear as a bell, but it couldn't hide her fear. Dad. Faced with this sudden form of address, Ling He's lips twitched slightly. His hands hovered awkwardly in the air, unsure where to put them. This must be because Vera had shaped the ghost spirit tribe into a human form, so when the girl opened her eyes, she mistook the only man on the chariot for her father. Congratulations on your new role as a dad, Lord Bastard. Vera stood to the side, covering her mouth as she tried to stifle her laughter, but ultimately failed, letting out a snort. Ling He shot Vera a glare that clearly said, "We'll settle this later." At the same time, a hint of worry crept into his heart. Would the Supreme One be angered by the girl calling him dad? If this disrupted the deal they had just reached, it would be a huge loss. However, when Ling He looked up at the Supreme One, all he saw in those eyes was overwhelming affection for the girl. The Supreme One didn't seem to mind her choice of words at all. Supreme One, Ling He prompted softly. Only then did the Supreme One pull his gaze away from his child. Earlier, he had wished for death, knowing that as long as he lived, foreign lords would continue to threaten his child's safety. Now that Ling He had promised to take the girl away, the Supreme One had no more worries. Even though he was still pinned down, he seemed much more at ease. If you have any questions, ask away. I've promised to answer, and I always keep my word. The Supreme One's voice boomed like a great bell. The girl was startled by the sound and quickly hid behind Ling He, peeking out nervously at the Supreme One. Dad, he's scary. Ling He ruffled her hair, shaking his head with a helpless smile, unsure how to explain. Should he tell her that the Supreme One was actually her real parent? That clearly wasn't appropriate right now. After a moment's thought, Ling He turned and picked her up. Dad, the girl asked in confusion, but made no move to resist. Ling He handed her to Vera. Vera, watch her for a while. What? Vera's voice shot up in disbelief as she pointed to herself. You want me to take care of someone? Are you kidding? Do you really think I'm fit for this? Aren't you afraid you'll end up taking her to the mines? As soon as she finished, Vera felt a terrifying gaze fix on her. She turned her head and saw the Supreme One staring at her, eyes sharp as daggers. Haha, just kidding. Vera laughed awkwardly, quickly hugging the girl. Don't worry, Lord Bastard. They'll take good care of her. I promise she won't cry or make a fuss. No one really believed her, but Ling He only needed her to watch the girl for a little while so he could focus on his discussion with the Supreme One. Turning back, Ling He asked the question that had first been refused. How can I increase the spirit energy concentration in a region? Spirit energy concentration. If Ling He wanted to pursue the era of spiritualization, this was an obstacle he couldn't avoid. For the ghost spirit tribe, the secrets of spirit energy were never to be shared with outsiders. But this time, the Supreme One answered without hesitation. What you seek is right in front of you. You mean you? Ling He's gaze lingered briefly on the Lord before shifting to the girl in Vera's arms. At that moment, the Lord slowly shook his head and said in a deep voice, "It's not her. It's this tower beneath our feet." Upon hearing this, Ling He immediately looked down. This tower was one of the 90-year towers, the Ghost Clan's ultimate strategic structures, but it was nothing like the defensive fortress or military stronghold he had imagined. The Lord began to explain the true purpose of the tower in detail. The 90-year towers are like 9 silver needles piercing the surface of the world. They awaken the dormant essence of all living things. Rivers gain the ability to flow, mountains breathe life under the moonlight, and even wind and thunder soar across the sky, each with their own unique consciousness. In time, the smallest creatures will realize they are just a part of this great tapestry. Those who cannot accept the existence of all living things will be crushed by their awakening. The tower's main function was simple. It continuously infused the surrounding area with spiritual energy until the concentration reached an extremely high level. Currently, the area's energy was only at a moderate level. After hearing this, Ling He finally understood. This tower was like a massive oxygen generator. Just as humans cannot live without oxygen, the Ghost Clan relies on spiritual energy. While a completely energy-deprived environment wouldn't kill them instantly, low energy levels would leave them extremely vulnerable. This explained why, when the Ghost Clan first appeared, even a tiny spark could ignite them. "Lord, please wait," Ling He interrupted, frowning. "Are you saying the energy concentration only reached a moderate level today?" A thought flashed through his mind. Could that heavy rain outside be the handiwork of another lord from a different tower? The Lord murmured the words heavy rain, then manipulated the tower. The stone walls at the top opened like a lotus blossom, letting rainwater, rich with the scent of grass and earth, pour inside. Suddenly, the Lord burst out laughing, dismissing Ling He's guess. "No, in all my memory, only one being possesses such power. And it's not a lord of our clan, it's one of your kind." Before the words had faded, a crack of thunder split the sky. "The secret party did this?" Ling He pressed. "Exactly," the Lord replied, gazing into the distance. He could sense a force stirring all the spiritual energy in the area. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.